Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at the Majestic Star Casino. You want to come here? I'll tell you how. Take the Skyway, get off at exit 10, follow the signs to the casino, and you're there. Our host, John Sheldon, Senior Vice President, and Craig Gelfie, the GM of the Majestic Star Casino. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 41, Indy 21. And it's the first time in a while that I've seen the Chicago Bears look like they have a professional offense. They were out there doing a hell of a job today throwing that football. Now, it started out wrong. There's no question. I mean, we've seen Cutler throw a 6 points, touchdown, and all of a sudden he could hit a bull in the ass with a banjo. He was 1 for 10. Then he just turned on fire. The kid hit everything. Cutler ended up 21 for 35 for 333 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 1 interception. The main thing about this, when you take a look at stats, the one stat that I really like that means something to me is stat that means yards per attempt. He was 9.5. 9.5
big time.
Is Super Bowl caliber
big
stuff.
Time.
Big time stuff. So, and also then for the average for per catch was 15 yards. So we saw that. We saw them stretch the field. Now we say Forte. We run for over 114 yards total. So they're running the football. They're doing the play-action passes. They're getting the big plays downfield. They've got the 2 big receivers in Alshon Jeffries, and also you're talking about Brandon Marshall. And the defense itself came around. The defense itself got 5 takeaways. When you get 5 takeaways, put it on the board, it's over. 5 takeaways. They had interceptions and 2 fumble recoveries. So all in all, it was a hell of a football game. Now, I know the Indianapolis Colts that are not that damn good, but the fact is that the Bears still beat them.
Well, Doug, here's what happened. National Football League, not unless you've been on planet Mars the last 5, 6, 7 years, the rules have changed this game. This game is all about offense. Finally, we bring in 2 new guys, Marshall, Jeffries, the draft choice. They came in here. What did we expect them to do? They did it. They gave us what we needed. Forte hasn't lost a step. In the line, what I saw today, Doug, were counter traps, and especially they trapped to the weak side. And Spencer came out and did a hell of a job of trapping. All he had to do was position block their inside tackle from the Colts, Doug, kick out the defensive end, and they ran it all day long. All day long. The other thing I like, Doug, one-on-one blocking. We finally actually moved some people off the line, one-on-one blocking. Doug, stretch the field. How many times have we been talking about take advantage of what they give you? The Bears, they stretched the field, and they found out that there is an end zone in football, and they went for it. Plus, it was great. They attacked. They didn't let up for 4 quarters. Started out, like you said, Doug, a little slow, but they came on. Now, what I thought was critical in the beginning of the game was the play of Cutler, Doug, even though he went 1 for 10. But in the first quarter, there were 2 third down and 10 plays, and he got the first downs, and that was critical. We were way back in our own part of the field. He got the first down. If he doesn't, Doug, we punt the ball. You give the Colts good field position. They were up 7-0. Who knows what would have happened? But those 2 plays on 3rd and 10, Cutler did big-time stuff. Defensively, Dougie, just let me finish here. Defensively, the play of the defensive backs, I thought, was excellent. They came up, they took on people, they hit people. Jennings played one hell of a game. Conti played. Peppers was at his usual self. Also, Melton stepped up to the plate, and they all did well. The Colts, Doug, one thing I couldn't believe, with Andrew Luck sitting back there at quarterback, they had him in the pocket for 4 quarters. Never once did they try to move to the weaker, strong side to give this kid some breathing room, because he, like Cutler, he can throw on the run. People know that. They never got him out of the pocket. We put the pressure on him and smothered him offensively. So why the Colts offense couldn't figure out to move that kid and try to stretch the field and convert on 3rd downs, I have no idea, and I'm glad that they did not.
Hey, let's go for a scoreboard update. This segment is sponsored by Northwest Community Healthcare in Arlington Heights. For more information about knee pain, go to nch.org/joint pain. Football fans, Sunday is not the biggest day of your life. It's your wedding day. Look your best with a tux from formerly modern to tuxedo located in Orland Park, Schaumburg, Lincoln Park, Aurora, Countryside, and formerlymodern.com. Eddie, what a football game today. And like I said, 99.9% of the people out there kind of predicted what was going to happen today. There was no question in my mind, I know in your mind, and most people out there, that the Bears would handle the Colts. But once again, you say to yourself, will it happen? And then after we saw that first 5 or 10 minutes or so, we said, wait a minute here, what the hell's going on? But the fact is they came around and did exactly what they wanted to do.
Well, what it was, Doug, they started out, they were all over Cutler. And started that first quarter, and then lo and behold, what happened for Jamarcus Webb, for our left offensive tackle, arguably the best or one of the best defensive ends to in the last 10-plus years to have played this game. Dwight Freeney for the Colts gets hurt early in the first quarter, and he goes out. So Jamarcus Webb, I suggest you go to the nearest house of prayer, whether it be whatever, and give a little thank you, pal. But Freeney was out, never to come back, and that was a big plus for us because I'll tell you what, Jamarcus Webb, and we might have had, Doug, 2 or 3 guys trying to stop Freeney because that guy comes every play. Big break for us.
Yeah, and good in the protection for most of this game for Cutler, and especially if you saw the 42-yard pass to Jeffries for a touchdown. It was there. The timing was there. And when it wasn't there, Jay does what exactly a lot of quarterbacks or most quarterbacks do, buy time, move around. He did do that.
He did. A lot of play action. You saw a lot of play action, and you saw a lot of runs, a lot of traps. And, again, Doug, what was good to see, our offensive line one-on-one, man up and block and push the Colts off the line of scrimmage on running plays. That's something we haven't seen in quite some time.
You know, Ed, if you take a look last year with the wide receivers in the National Football League, 17. There were 17 wide receivers in the National Football League that gained at least 1,000 yards or more. Now, out of those 17, 9 were 6'2" or better. And what does that tell you? Take a look at Brandon Marshall and take a look at Jeffries and take a look how the Chicago Bears adjusted to what the hell is happening in the National Football League. You need big receivers, and they got them.
Well, it took quite a while, Doug, quite a few years to figure this out when it was right in front of them. And we finally made some moves and got some quality people in Marshall and in Jeffries. And what you saw today is real. I think you're going to see that for the rest of the season. Now, not to say, Doug, that the Bears, I know they put up 41 points and Cutler passed for 330 yards, and we had a total of 428 yards offensively.
Total, yes.
That was against the Colts. Okay, perfect game for us to come out and get some momentum going, etc. But I'm going to tell you what, it's a long season, and one of the smart things that I saw today that Lovie Smith did, he grabbed Cutler right after the start of that third quarter, talked to him on the sidelines, Urlacher, and got Urlacher out of the game and had a chance for him to save that knee, because I'll tell you what, he did look a little, I don't want to say timid out there, Doug, but he was, let's use the word careful. He was very careful about his moves and his hits.
Which is to be expected, though, by the way. When you get back in that football game, is not practiced and not had any kind of training camp whatsoever. And he went out there. And, of course, though, you needed the other part of that deal is give Roach the experience, too, of playing that middle linebacker spot.
Great move.
You know, and then what happens is you got to play an early game on Thursday. So, I mean, that was a smart move. You're listening to Obradovich and Buffon on the casino. That's right, the Majestic Star Casino. And we're talking about the Chicago Bears, and the Majestic Star is a great place. I mean, it's a wonderful place to be.
Hey, Dougie, we're going to talk about the Majestic Star Casino. They've got they got some promotions here in September, and we'll bring it up that you're not going to believe. I mean, some great, phenomenal giveaways with the TVs, cash. It's
the
unbelievable.
Cash I like.
Yes, I understand that, Doug. But anyways, they've got some great promotions, and we'll tell you about them.
We'll be right back. Obradovich and Buffon.
41-21, Jay Cutler, another knee, and that will do it. Jay Cutler leads the way, the Bears with a big day of offense. touchdown throws to Brandon Marshall and Alshon Jeffrey. 3 rushing touchdowns. Brandon Marshall over 100 yards receiving, 80 for Jeffrey. He hit Earl Bennett as well. And overall, a big day for the Bears offense as they knock out the Colts 41-21 here in Chicago.
That was Jeff Joniak, courtesy of WBBM Radio on the final call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at the Majestic Star Casino. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win, 41-21 over Indianapolis. And as we take a look at this game, Ed, the one thing that jumps out there, obviously, is the offense. Now, the one thing that I looked at, the last 6 winners of the Super Bowl, 5 out of those teams were in the top 10 passing. The only one team that won the Super Bowl, and that was in 2007, that was the Giants, who were not in the top 10 passing. That's where the Bears have to be, and I think that's where they're going. And we saw it today, 333 yards passing.
Well, Doug, what you saw again today, they weren't taking any chances. Mike Tice was not taking any chance. Lovie Smith with Cutler. They went to max protection more often than not out there, Doug, to make sure that this man does not get hurt. And that gave him the time with the play action, Doug, a little bootlegs, rollouts a little bit, move the pocket a little bit to hit those, our 2 big receivers, Marshall and Jeffrey. And the other thing, with Bush, the running back, coming in, when they acquired him, he ran well, Doug. That'll give Forte a breather. What'll also give Forte a breather is our ability to hit these receivers that we have, Doug. We didn't have that before. You couldn't do it. Our offense was Cutler, pray to God he doesn't get killed, and get it to Forte, either running it or passing it to him out of the backfield. That was our offense, okay? Well, today we saw a different offense. Still had to go to maximum protection. It's going to probably be that way all year. But if we can come in and move that pocket like we did, Doug, give our defense, whoever we're playing, different looks, strong and weak side. Bush comes in, save Forte, actually hopefully save the kid's career, because if you keep using him year after year after year the way you've done, it's just a matter of time before he's going to go down and out. Same with Cutler, Doug. If they don't protect Cutler, I don't care who, you can't play in a sleeve year after year and being subject to getting pounded every week. You're going to go down. So good thinking by Mike Tice. I like what they did. Let's hope they can continue. Now, again, our home opener, we're at home. The Indianapolis Colts, a whole new coaching staff, pretty much all new players offensively and defensively, new offensive system, new defensive system, and we had them the first game out of the box at home. Great victory. We'll take a victory any way we can get it. But, I'm not going to be raising the flag and running around the stadium just yet, Doug. But they did what they had to do to win. They made the right moves with Marshall and Jeffries. They moved the ball to our big receivers. Forte ran great. Good to see.
See, I like the format. Again, too, I said the Colts are not the strongest team in the world. There's no question about it. But I like the format. I like the idea, the thoughts going into this football game. For example, Marshall has 9 receptions. He averaged 13 yards a catch. You take Jeffries, who had 3 receptions. He averaged 26 yards a catch. You take Bennett. He had 3 receptions. He averaged 16 yards a catch. You got 13 yards for Forte, 14 for Hester. So what I'm talking about here is that the understand about stretching it, but throwing that football and getting to the certain guys. This is what the football game, the National Football League, is all about. All you have to do is take a look at the rest of the teams that went to the playoffs. All you have to do is look at New Orleans, look at the Giants, look at New England, look at the Packers. That's the format. That's what you need to do.
Doug,
that's what the Bears are going to do, and I think that's the good start.
Here, if you don't come, Doug, with play action and move that ball around, and this isn't, this has been going on for quite some time. You've got to give that defense multiple looks at, pal. You sit back in that pocket, and that was last year, the year before, and a kid that can move out, and they never moved him out, and he got pounded game after game. I'm talking about Cutler. It's changed now. Obviously, I don't care who we're going to play. They're going to give some people a headache. Why? because they're going to have to, Doug, contain and defense against going to the weak, going to the strong side. How about stretching the field, my friend? Finally, stretching the damn football field and having quality receivers. Where has it been?
There's no question. That's why they went out and they got the guys. They got Jeffries, they got Marshall.
If Jerry Angelo was here, would we have traded for Brandon Marshall? Would we have gotten Jeffries if he was here?
Like I said, you got a Mercedes and Cutler, and why would you put 4 flat tires on them like you did last year? Get them some help out there. Get them some people that can make plays. Let's go out to Jordan in Tyler, Texas. Jordan, you're on the score with OB and Doug. Jordan?
Hey, Doug and OB.
What's up, buddy?
Jordan.
Hey, love your show. Representing Bears down here in Texas this week. Hey, great game today. One of the things I like to do is study math and stats, and I've been reading all these articles on a good indicator of how a good team is really, really good. And the indicator is you beat your inferior opponents, not barely like the Lions did today against the Rams, but you smother them, you destroy them. And I think, I'm just a little nervous. I think this is a setup for a very nice Bears season. Like you guys said earlier, it's one game. It's nice, but let's not get too excited. I'll just hang up and listen to your thoughts.
Jordan, you got a point there, and I said this going into the football game. I don't want to go out and win a game 10-7. I don't want to beat them 13-10. I wanted the Chicago Bears to go out there and plaster their ass, and that's what they did. And that's what they're going to give Green Bay something to think about. Put it on the board. Put it on paper. I could give a damn if anybody knows what you're doing. But understand this and say this is what the Bears are going to try to do. Not a cloud of dust and a high-ho silver and 3 yards of crack. They did all of it, and they put it out there. And they said, "Now you got to defend our guys. You got to defend Jeffries. You got to defend Marshall. You got to defend Bennett. You got to defend Hester. You got to go out there and you got to stop these guys." Now, while this was all going on, we're kind of throwing this defense in back a little bit. The defense had 5 takeaways. They had 5 takeaways, 3 interceptions, and 2 fumble recoveries. And we saw Urlacher play a little bit, not the same Urlacher I've seen in the past, but it was a start. He plays for a half. The kid hasn't played since God only knows when. So now you gradually get him back into the mold. Then you give Roach time to play. You saw Melton come up with 2 sacks. I've always said about the Bears, Eddie, you need the inside pressure. Well, we saw that today with Melton. Now, the only guy that I was kind of maybe disappointed in was Shea McKellen. He had him out there, and Ed, I'll let you answer that one.
Yeah, Doug, I tell you what, I kept my eye on him all day. And I'll tell you what, I'm not quite so sure that this kid, it's early yet. And the thing that really kind of bothered me, Doug, in the exhibition season, they pretty much held this kid out. I remember in the pregame show when Hub was talking about it. Holding him out for what? Why are you holding this kid out?
Should be playing.
Should have been playing every down. Young, strong kid like that. But I'm going to tell you something, Doug. What I saw is when he engages an offensive tackle, you try to take him a half a man out, lower your shoulder, dip your shoulder. What you try to do is get that offensive tackle. You try to get him off balance. Then if you do, you try to spin inside or come up underneath, but you got to get him off balance. When I watched Shane McClellan, Doug, when he came in and hit, there was no impact. And for you people that tape the game, you watch and see. He couldn't move the tackle back. And he was always at a disadvantage, Doug, leverage-wise. And so I know the kid is fast, but I'm going to tell you what. It looks like to me, Doug, he would be better suited at a linebacker position. I think you got to be a little taller, 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", somewhere in that area there, because this kid is going against tackles that are minimum 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", Doug, and I don't think it's there. I know it's early. I understand that, folks. But why this kid wasn't played during the exhibition season is a mystery not only to me, but to a lot of other people. And when you take a number 1 draft choice and where we needed help in the offensive line and we needed help in the defensive line in the draft going into this past year's draft, and we drafted a defensive end from Boise State, I still to this day don't understand it. I just don't. We need a lot of help at other places. But anyhow, I hope this kid can make a couple of moves, Doug. But I'll tell you what I saw in the exhibition season, the little I saw of him today, there's certain things that you have to do. Quickness and speed, that's what this pro game is all about. Does he have the speed? Yes. But I'm going to tell you what, there's a few more things that come with it.
You know, my theory on that, and I made a bet with somebody that within 2 years he'll be playing middle linebacker for the Chicago Bears. And I say this because the kid is a hell of a football player. There's no doubt about it in my mind. I watched him at Boise State.
He's got a great motor. He hustles. He does it all. But sometimes, Doug,
he's a middle linebacker.
Yeah, sometimes that position, in this particular game, I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it may, but I don't think. Exactly.
Yeah. The Digging in the Numbers segment is brought to you by Julie. Before you dig, call Julie at 811. And that's the whole key to this football game today was the defense, the offense, special teams getting a fumble on the coverage. So all in all, pretty damn good day. We'll be right back.
Yes.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at the Majestic Star Casino. Take the Skyway. Get off at exit 10, and you're right here. Just follow the signs.
We just got a sitting ovation. We
did?
A sitting ovation.
Well, it's better than standing. No, there's a stander in the back. There's 3 standing.
There you go.
4 standing. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win today, 41-21 over the Colts. Let's go out to Bob in Popular Grove. Bob, you're on The Score with Obie and Doug. Bobby.
How's it going? Hey, guys, how's it going?
What's up, Bobby?
Bob.
Hey, I got to tell you, Obie, I remember you back in the day when you had the restaurant in Arlington Heights.
Yes, there you go.
That's how old I am. And Dougie, we've met many times. I got to tell you, Doug, you hit it right on the head. I believe that the plan somehow was to get Shea McClellan in here, get him some time, and he is going to be the next middle linebacker for this team. I believe he has a lot of the skill sets, not the polish that Brian had when he came in, but I believe he's got all the tools to take that spot. It's just going to take him some time. What do you guys think?
I thought that from the beginning, Bob. I really did, because I'll tell you one thing. The kid has football skills. He has knowledge. You could tell there he reacts very well. He's got the quickness. In fact, if you watch him during the course of this season, the Bears had him in coverage. You know, they had him backing up in coverage. I'm telling you, it's just a matter of time. Well, that's where they put him, and that's what I would do with him. Because Go ahead.
No, I agree. 100%. I think he's got the speed.
Yes, he does.
He's got all the tools.
Right.
But why play him at defensive end now rather than start him at middle linebacker right now and back up Brian rather than Nick Roach, because I think Nick Roach is more of an outsider anyways, and let him, like today, he could have gotten a whole lot of experience today backing up Brian when you got a lead like that. And I really do believe that these guys are going to have leads like that several times this year, and Shea McClellan could gain valuable experience backing up Brian and giving Brian and his knee and his neck and his back and everything else a break.
Well, Bob, if in fact that you and Doug are right, then the drafting system is flawed. It's flawed. Again, not to talk in circles here, but we needed help on the inside of our defensive line. We needed help actually at safety, strong or weak, and we needed help at the offensive tackle. Okay? And if, in fact, they drafted him, and this is this well-guarded secret that they're going to move him over to middle linebacker, I think it's flawed. I don't understand it. I just really don't, Doug.
Yeah, I think it was a plan B. I think plan B is, look, if this kid doesn't work out a defensive end.
How about plan A, protecting Cutler's backside? How about that for openers?
Well, put it this way, Ed. If they saw sometimes you draft the best athlete available, Maybe in the back of their mind, that was the best athlete available.
That's another problem.
Damn it, they drafted Urlacher, who never played linebacker.
How about the best football player?
Well, good.
Does that have to do anything to do with anything?
When they drafted Urlacher, did he play linebacker? He was a defensive back, or he was a strong safety.
Strong safety. He did play linebacker too.
Well, but his strong safety, what he was. So all I know is that if they're going to come out and they're taking a look at this guy, I'm not defending them. All I'm telling you is what they're thinking possibly could be. And the fact is, we'll take a look at this kid and see what happens. And I looked at him. You looked at him. Most people looked at him and said, wait a minute. Where's this defensive end that we all looked at that's going to be a pass rusher? We don't see it. You don't see it. I don't see it. And most people don't see it.
Doug, I think who played a pretty good football game today was Corey Wooten, the kid from Northwestern.
He had 1 sack.
Okay, I know he's had some problem with his knees, but I tell you what, today who he played against, whatever, he held his own. He put some pressure on, Doug.
I know.
All right, now Shane, he did not. He did not. And again, going back to the exhibition season and going what you saw today, why this kid, a number 1 draft choice, why he isn't in a football game, it to me it's an absolute mystery. I just don't get it, nor do I ever want to get it.
Well, the fact is, when he get in this football game, a defensive end, they groomed him for that. They groomed him for third down situations, they said. We're going to bring him in to make the pass rush, okay? It's not happening all the time. Let's face it, Melton played pretty good inside. Adonijay's playing better on the outside. There's no question about it.
But, Dougie, where you get the help, when you have a Julius Peppers, we brought him in here, where you get the help on a pass rush is inside.
I did. We've been preaching that for 3 years.
So that quarterback can't step up into that pocket or escape inside. Cave it in the middle. So your defensive tackle. So maybe you don't get to the quarterback, but you push him back 5 yards, 7 yards, and let Peppers throw people around like he does and annihilate the quarterback.
Well, that's
what you do.
Well, I know, and you know it. I know it. But I don't understand why the Bears don't know it. And maybe they do know it. Maybe they don't want to know it. I don't know what the hell the answer is. But I do know this. Football has come from the inside. It comes from inside pressure. And today we saw Melton get 2 sacks and do some of that inside pressure. When you take a look in the past of the Bears, and I make this example all the time, there was a kid named Anderson who played defensive end, right? And the fact is he had ended up with 12 sacks as a rookie. But that was the only reason he was doing that, because they had the inside pressure. That inside pressure from their defensive tackle.
Tommy Harris.
Tommy Harris, when he was well, it was the best.
You couldn't stop him.
That's exactly right.
And crushed the middle of that line. Right. And just like the fabulous Dan Hampton
did the same thing.
Unbelievable.
Right. I mean, it's out there. We see it. We understand it. Why they come back and say, okay, we're going to go with a defensive end. Myself personally, I'd have drafted an offensive tackle, as far as that first round is concerned. But again, too, the kid that they did draft, I'm not going to take this away from him. He's a good football player.
Yeah, he is a good football player, Doug. He's got a great motor. He has the speed. I'm not so sure about that great quickness, but he does have the speed. But sometimes, Doug, is he in the wrong position? And you got Urlacher, bad knee, getting up in years. I don't know. And you played linebacker for 14 years, Doug. I played in the D-line for 11. And when I see a kid like this, he looks more like a middle linebacker to me, Dougie, than he does a defensive end.
Or he was considered highly as an outside linebacker for a 3-4 defense. That's where he was. You know who wanted him?
Green Bay.
Absolutely.
Green Bay wanted him.
They wanted him. They really wanted him. Let's go out to John and Streamwood. John, you're on the score with OB and Doug. John.
Johnny.
John, go bye-bye.
Did John?
Yeah, John's not there. Anyway, getting back to this, and the fact is that when you take a look at this, and see what they're doing, yeah, I understand down the road. But, a lot of times football is now, and what can you do for me now? But all in all, when you took a look at what happened today, and look at the Bear defense, for example, they come up with 5 takeaways, 3 interceptions. Jennings on that cornerback, he has 2 interceptions. He tips the one that Conte gets in the end zone, and he runs it out. So they had some real good football play there. There's no question about it.
Defensive backs, I'll tell you what, this is the best I've seen him play in a long time. Now, Peanut Tillman.
Out.
That's not good, because I think Peanut has been here year after year, game after game, and people always say, well, let's move him to a strong safety or a weak safety. No, he's one hell of a cornerback, and I hope whatever the injury is, I hope it's not serious, because we're going to need we've got 15 games to go, and we've got to have a kid like Tillman back there, although Jennings and Conte these kids, I tell you what, Doug, they played a hell of a game today.
They
really did. They came up and whacked people. Peppers was there again all over the damn place. And it was good to see Melton get up the middle, get some sacks. Now, the problem basically with him is you see this, and then he kind of, disappears for a while.
We did that last year.
Yeah.
It started out tremendous.
So hopefully if Melton can give us that running plays,
push up the middle
that we need,
passer.
You're going to see Peppers have a hell of a year, and Melton will have a hell of a year. But it's got to happen. That's what you're paid to do. You're not paid to get blocked or stymied at the line of scrimmage or get knocked off the damn line of scrimmage. You're paid to go forward and disrupt the offense.
I say that because for one reason. And a lot of times when you're looking at teams that are successful, you say to yourself, what makes this team successful? Well, all the teams in the playoffs last year, and the ones that won the Super Bowl, they all used their tight ends. Do you know that this Ballard, the kid from New Orleans, 99 receptions. You're talking about the kid from
Davis from San Francisco,
67 receptions. So you're using all these tight ends. But one of the reasons why, and Ed brought it up when we were with it last time, I said, yeah, they're not using the tight ends.
Well, Doug, I think
he said they're maximum protection with them.
They're basically max protection,
keeping
folks.
Them in.
You're keeping them in. But what you saw, Adams caught one pass, and I think the only other pass targeted for a tight end was to Kellen Davis. That's the only ones that I saw. Maybe there were more than other people that are out there. Maybe they know they could let us know. But that's about the only one that I ever saw. And again, talking about the tight end situation, which a lot of offenses in this league seem to use their tight ends an awful lot, a very formidable weapon. When you split that zone, when you don't use your tight ends, what are you doing to your offense? You're taking away a lot of power. You're taking a lot of things that you can do to move the ball and convert on third down. And when you get down in the red zone to score the touchdowns, throwing your big tight ends. We don't use them. We basically use them to block. And I think for the Bears offense to roll and really get it going, we've got to incorporate the tight ends, Doug, into the passing game. Somehow, Mike Tyson's got to figure out a way to do this. Why? Because you go to any other team in the National Football League, their tight ends predominantly are almost maybe the number one, certainly the second primary target, Doug.
Yeah.
And we don't use them, period.
If you take a look, and I had mentioned New Orleans, their tight end caught 99 catches. You take a look at Green Bay, their tight end catches passes. Vernon Davis from San Francisco, 67 last year. I want to take a look at New England. They got two of them. Gronkowski, the tight end, caught 17 touchdowns. And so they're all using him, and it's good for them, and they want these big tight ends. We got a real big tight end in this Kellen Davis. He's 6'5" and whatever.
6'7".
6'7". So, I mean, that's a target.
Spade is 6'7".
Right.
Our two tight ends are 6'7".
And this Rodriguez kid they drafted, who was a pretty good one, who caught a couple passes during the exhibition season. But you want to get these guys involved. Now, this has just been the first game. I imagine as we progress here, things are going to change. There's going to be more outlets for the quarterback, for Cutler. But the fact is, though, the more weapons you have out there, because anytime they're going to be concentrating on our outside guys, what's going to happen is you're going to have your inside guy is going to be open, and that's when they got to use a tight end. You're listening to Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at the Majestic Star Casino. Take the Skyway. Get off at exit 10, follow the signs, and you'll be right here. That's right. Here we are, standing ovation again. There. Our host, John Sheldon, Senior Vice President, and Greg Gelfie, the GM of the casino here at the Majestic Star Casino, and Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win, 21 over Indy. Let's go out to Scott in Sherwood. Scott, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
All right, Scotty.
I don't know if you guys have a chance to see any of the other games going on here, but what worries me for Thursday is watching the reffing going on in the San Francisco-Green Bay game. It is absolutely horrendous.
We saw a little bit of it, Scott.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Tell me what happened, Scott.
Well, the latest one was the touchdown by Green Bay where there was a clear block in the back. Actually, there were two. One very clear. The one ref threw it, and the other ref had him pick it up. And even the announcers are just floored.
Well, I didn't see today. Today I thought was a pretty decent game. And on the one they did Thursday, with Dallas and the Giants game, obviously that was decent because of one factor. They brought in the best they had and put them on for national television. But I would imagine down the road, the replacement refs are going to make some mistakes and maybe cost some games. Now, my opinion on it is simple, and Ed's got his opinion on it. I don't understand why the National Football League, if it would cost them basically $100,000 per team to bring back the referees. Now, again, I have said this many times before. If they did this when I was playing and when Ed was playing, who in the hell would care? Because we only had 3 or 4 rules back in them days. The rules were simple. Don't kick anybody in the private selection. Yeah, and don't spit in their face and whatever. But the rules are a lot more complicated now, and so it takes those referees to do that. But Ed, you got a theory on this?
I have a different theory, and I was talking to Matt Bowen about it with you, Doug, and Matt. And my theory is on this. You've got 16 owners in the National Football League. You're talking of hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars and billions of dollars that they put up for these franchises, dealing with all kinds of unions, TV contracts, et cetera, and it's their money. It's their livelihood you want to talk about it, it's on the line. These owners aren't there. There's no teams there. Now, my point is this, Doug. I cannot see the referees, their union or whatever they call it, they're going to tell the owners, the 16 owners of the National Football League that have everything on the line, that if you don't give us this, we're not going to be there. We're not going to ref. It's just going to happen that way. I think that's very, very difficult for an owner. Excuse me, I own this league. They put the money up, Doug, and you're going to tell me that if we don't give you this, that's the way it's going to be? Doug, if they give in to the refs, who else after that comes knocking on their door asking for whatever? Personally, I don't think that they're going to give in. I'm sure they'll give in to some of their demands, Doug, but that's my reasoning. I don't think these guys are not going to let the referees, they're not going to hold these owners hostage. They're not going to let them do it. That's just my opinion.
See, in my opinion, too, with referees, that I think they should be full-time. These guys are not full-time. I'm talking about the regular refs. They're not full-time. They have other jobs. Some are lawyers, some are dentists, some are whatever they are. I think they should be full-time. And I think you should pay them accordingly. I do know this, though, that you need, if you had a business that was worth, let's say, for example, right now they're figuring the Dallas Cowboys are worth $1.7 billion, right? Would you be concerned about a football game or concerned about a ball player getting hurt, one of your assets? And that's what I would look at. And if it would cost me $100,000 a game to help out, I would say to myself, you know what, that's the cost of business, cost of doing business. That's how I would look at it, Ed.
I know. And Doug, fine. And I understand that point. But there's also another side to that story. And the other side of that story is the owners. Wait a minute. You people are not going to come in here and tell me how to run my business. That's just not going to happen. We're not going to give everything away here. And again, Doug, if they give in to whatever their demands are, who's the next guy knocking on the door looking for whatever? And that's just my feeling. And I don't think the owners are going to give in. And even though you say it's like $100,000, I think it's more the principle of the thing than it is the monies. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, I know. I understand principle, but I got to tell you one thing. I understand business also and the fact that you want the best product out there. You want the best thing to happen. Now, I didn't see the San Francisco game, but the caller called in and said, it was terrible, the calls they had. As we go along, you're going to see more of those. In fact, if you even look last year, the good referees even made mistakes because there's so many damn rules. There's a rule for everything. And there are rules out there, and you got to know those rules. And I just think that, to keep continuity, I believe the fact that they have the same guys out there, and if it costs me an extra $100,000 per game, they throw money away. The National Football Leagues throw money away. For example, I'll give you an example. The Bears bring in Brian Price, the defensive tackle, right? They brought him in. They paid him $500,000. What did he last, a week? And they let him go, and they had to pay him $500,000. So it happens all the time out there.
Doug, $500,000 was nothing. That was chump change to us when we played.
That was our whole total salary for 62 guys.
God almighty.
All right, we're going to go to an update, Eddie, at 6:30.
What about the callers? Hang in there, callers.
We have an update coming on. We'll be right back.
All righty.
I think we're going to have an update. No update. 2 minutes? Okay, well, then we've got 2 minutes, Eddie. Let's go out to Brian in Naperville. Brian, you're on the score. Brian. I
know you're there somewhere.
Yep. You're not underwater, are you, Brian?
No.
Okay.
You guys there?
Yeah, you're here. I can
Go
hear
ahead,
you.
Brian. You're on.
I'm sorry about that. Hey, first of all, I just want to say, love your guys' show. Best post game on after the game by far.
Thank you, Brian.
However,
Brian.
I just had I had to call up because I felt compelled after the comment about the tight ends that first time I really disagree with you guys, and I think that there's some concern there that doesn't need to be there.
Okay,
and
go ahead.
Here's my rationale.
Okay.
Is that all the teams you mentioned with great tight ends don't have good or quote-unquote number one receivers. So what they do is when they can't find a great receiver,
they go out and what's
the next thing?
Brian, are you nuts?
Brian, let me stop you right there.
Stop
Green
yourself.
Bay,
New Orleans,
Green Bay,
Giants,
New Orleans, Giants,
San Francisco.
Brian.
What's wrong?
Guys, let's look at them. Let's look at New Orleans. Colston disappears for days. For weeks. Colston disappears for weeks on end. Green Bay, Finley is injured nonstop. He's never played a full season, and so they rely on the receivers more than they do Finley. New England, who's their number one receiver that you rely on?
Well, the guy only caught 118 passes last year.
Who?
Well, the slot guy. What's his name? I can't remember. The little guy. The guy who runs around all over the place in New England.
Jordan Nelson?
No, that's Green Bay. I'm talking about New England.
New England, yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's his name?
Wes Welker.
He caught 118 passes last year.
Wes Welker didn't have that. No, his numbers were down last year.
Well, let me tell you
something now.
If you would have taken...
He got hurt. So all I'm saying is, I agree that a tight end is a dynamic difference maker. I get that. But when a team doesn't have a top receiver, the next thing you go after is looking for a tight end. So it's all about finding a one, no matter what position it is.
Okay, Brian.
What I'm saying for the Bears is that they have good talent at receiver, whether it's tight end or wide receiver. They have good talent, so I'm not as worried.
Okay. Hey, Brian. Okay, fine. Good point. But let me tell you something. What has changed this game into a passing game? You had the Green Bay Packers 15-1. 15-1.
Yep.
The 32nd worst defense in the National Football League. You had New England Patriots a heartbeat away from going to the Super Bowl. 13-3, 31st. And the team that won the Super Bowl ranked 27th in total defense and gave up 400 points. The Bears ranked 17th in total defense.
And the team
Rules changed this.
And the team that won the Super Bowl relied on the receivers, not their tight end.
Right.
I agree with you.
Right. The rules.
A dynamic passing game, not necessarily has to be a tight end. You just have to have good passing game, whether it's receivers
Would you say?
or tight end.
Let me ask you a question. Would you say Detroit had a pretty good wide receiver?
They have a fantastic wide receiver.
Oh, they did. And how about the tight ends they have, and Scheffler and the other kid out there? They're catching the football. Pettigrew. Decent. They're pretty damn good.
Look at Scheffler's numbers.
And look at the other kids' numbers.
Look at them.
Yeah, look at them.
Pull them up. They're not that great.
Will you double them up and see how many tight ends, how many passes they caught? The Bears' tight ends last year caught 25 passes.
But what made the difference for Detroit was their receivers, not their tight end. What I'm saying is, I agree with you guys. Passing game is the league.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Brian, what did it? Are the rules. That's what changed the game to an offensive game. That's what it's all about, the rules. The television, they want a track meet, and that's what you're going to see from now on. Up and down the field, up and down the field. Hope and pray to God you can get some turnovers, and at the end of the game, you got more points than your opponent. That's what it's basically come to.
Brian, thanks for the call.
Yes, Brian, thanks.
Interesting call, buddy. Let's go to the scoreboard update for real this time. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Majestic Star Casino. There's another standing ovation.
Hold it.
Hold it.
It was a sitting, Doug. Now they've gone to standing ovation.
Next thing you know,
we won over another huge crowd.
Adam Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Now we're going to talk to Lawrence Holmes. Lawrence is at
Lorenzo.
Lorenzo.
Hello, men.
Hello, Lorenzo. You should be happy today. I thought it was a very, very good day.
Yeah, you look at the way that the Bears put together both their offensive and defensive game plans, and there's really not a lot to complain about. You take that first series, those first 5 plays that were a nightmare, where it ends up being, Cutler getting picked for a touchdown. And then after that, everything just fell into place. The offense started to get it going. The defense, I thought, was really good in this game. I got to tell you, Andrew Luck is going to be all right. Watching him play, the kid's got a lot of talent and seems pretty comfortable in the game. Slowed down for him. But
Lawrence, hold your thought just one second. I'll have to disagree with you on that little point right now, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but let me hold on. I'm going to tell you something. If you think that the Colts are going to win football games with Andrew Luck being a pocket passer, I tell you right now, it's not going to happen, Lawrence.
Well, no, you know what, OB? I just think that he's good. The talent around him is not very good. Other than Reggie Wayne, who is fighting Father Time and winning, you start looking at the rest of that roster, there's really not a lot of help from them. They had 30 new players on that team from last year, and last year's team was awful. So we'll see if they end up getting him some more help as he goes on. But just overall, I thought he was a pretty poised guy for being a rookie quarterback going out there. And the Bears threw a lot at him. They threw a lot of different blitzes. They did more stuff today and showed different looks today than what we've seen overall over the last season and a half or so. They started to branch out blitzing last year, but you saw safety blitzes from Chris Conte today. They sent the linebackers a lot today. Let me catch you guys up on the injuries. There really only one major one, and that's Charles Tillman with a leg injury. Lovie Smith said he hopes that it's not a big deal, but usually, Charles left the game pretty early and never returned. I don't know if that was just a precautionary thing where they want to make sure he's healthy and ready to go against Green Bay on Thursday, but hopefully we'll find out more about his status tomorrow afternoon when the Bears talk. Brian Urlacher was taken out of the game because Lovie Smith felt like they had the game in hand and he didn't want to put him at risk. And they had a conversation on the sidelines, and Brian told us afterwards that he didn't like it. He didn't like being taken out of the game, but he understands why he was taken out of the game. So those are pretty much where the injury stands. Defensively, Tim Jennings, and guys, you remember last year, during that awful set of games at the end where Caleb Haney was quarterbacking, that Tim Jennings ended up getting benched. They took him out, and it's because he didn't intercept the ball. That there were opportunities in those games, I want to say against Oakland and Denver, where he had a chance to come down with a couple of interceptions, and he didn't. That's why they benched him. Today, he gets a pass breakup that turns into an interception for Chris Conte and 2 really good interceptions of his own.
Yeah, you take a look at the defense with the 3 sacks. There's no question. And the 5 takeaways. I mean, that's what Lovie speaks about. But all in all, when you take a look at this football game, and you mentioned the right things. You mentioned the right guys. Jennings on defense. I thought Melton, too, by playing defensive tackle. Very good. And so there were some good plays. And Urlacher coming out, I think he was tentative a little bit. But again, he was out there. He played his half, getting ready for the rest of the season, getting ready for Green Bay. But I think the story here, too, goes back to what we all been looking for is Cutler and those wide receivers. There were some plays there today, especially in a double coverage part where Marshall caught one on the sidelines, tiptoed and caught that pass. It was a beautiful pass. The pass that was thrown to Forte, the one-handed catch that he makes a run. The one to Elshon
Jeffrey, it was gorgeous.
Gorgeous. But all along, all these things happening, the one thing that was constant was the fact that there was protection there, and I thought he got that today.
Yeah, the protection was pretty good. I mean, they early on that first series wasn't
terrible.
Good,
but
but after that, the protection was pretty solid. And some of the blocking that they got, and not just in the pass game, in the run game, Kellen Davis and Alshon Jeffrey down the field and Evan Rodriguez out of the backfield did a great job.
That shocked me because I didn't think that kid could block that good.
Yeah, he struggled in camp, but he seemed to have really taken to being moved from the tight end position to the fullback position, and basically he's a hybrid.
He had some great blocks. He had some great cut blocks, boy.
Yeah, I was very impressed with what those guys did down the field, but the protection overall for Cutler was great, and you got to see him be him. You saw him make throws that not a lot of quarterbacks in the league were able to make. That bullet that he threw over the middle was unbelievable. The throw down the field to Alshon Jeffrey was right on his hands, and it makes a big difference when you have guys that can go out and make plays for you down the field. And I thought where it really showed was in the red zone, where you see the Brandon Marshall's touchdown, where he's able to back defenders off just by his presence. And it gives him room to operate and get loose and be a target for Jay Cutler. He had a phenomenal day catching the ball, ended up with 9 catches. He was targeted 15 times, 119 yards, 24 was as long. He had a touchdown. Alshon Jeffrey with a 42-yard touchdown. Jay Cutler spread the ball around a lot. You know, you have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys, 8 different guys caught passes for Jay Cutler today. And it wasn't at the expense of the run game. That was so beautiful about it, that idea of balance. They got it. 33 runs, 35 passes. Forte and Bush did a great job in the run game with over 100 yards for those two combined and 3 rushing touchdowns, which is something that the Bears have struggled with over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, the other thing, too, if you take a look at it, you want to judge a quarterback, and I always judge it by, this one particular stat. And that stat is yards per attempt. He was at 9.5.
Yep.
9.5 puts you in the Super Bowl, mister.
Yes, it does.
That's pretty damn good.
There was one problem, though, with the offense, Doug and OB, and I don't know if you guys saw this, but they had to burn a timeout when they were in the red zone.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? We talked to Jay Cutler about that, and here's what he hopes the fans learn from it.
Please, let's tone it down a little bit when we're down in the 20. You're more than welcome to yell and scream and do whatever you want to do after we score. But please, let's go ahead and quiet the stadium down and save it for after we score. Thank you. PSA.
Couldn't hear, huh?
Yeah, he couldn't hear. And you know what's really weird? Guys, they practiced with noise at Hallis Hall earlier this week, which is not something you should have to do for a home game.
No. That's it.
Well, Lawrence, the thing offensively, what you saw is what personally myself, and I know I can speak for Doug, is really coming to understand what's happening here in the National Football League on an offensive set of downs, an offensive way of moving the third down, an offensive way of scoring. The league gives it to you. They went out finally and got some receivers and understanding the game that, yes, you do have to stretch the field. And by the way, there is also a thing called an end zone. And this is what you saw today. And it was so great, so nice to see that. I tell you, Lawrence, I was happy to see that stretch it, come underneath, and we've got the people that can do it. We've got to keep number 6 upright, and defensively, we've got to keep getting the takeaways and hope that Brian Urlacher can stay healthy. And if these things can happen, who knows what will happen after 16 games.
Obi, you couldn't be more right, especially when it comes to that pass game, because another weapon that they were able to use this week were the officials. When you have guys that make plays, you can put your guys in a spot to get a pass interference penalty, and the Bears got a couple of those today. And their offense, after that first series of downs, that's the way that they hoped that it would be. You know, when they talked about it in the offseason and they tried to calm people during the preseason and say, look, we're not going to show what we are. And they went out and showed what they were today once the regular season started. And it's a lot for that Green Bay defense to think about. I mean, they struggled today with San Francisco's offense. And now the Bears have something that can be comparable if they can protect their quarterback.
Lawrence, thanks a lot, buddy. Thursday next week, Green Bay Packers. I didn't see the score. Are the Packers still down in that game?
Yeah, they're losing 30-22 with about 2 minutes left, and their defense has really struggled. Alex Smith has made some great throws in this game. It was really only a special teams return by Randall Cobb that kind of got got them back into this thing. And Aaron Rodgers hasn't looked quite right either. They didn't get the run game going with Cedric Benson, and you know that San Francisco defense is super good. So it's not a surprise that they're struggling. But for those people who thought that it might be the Bears looking at, you know, something tough on Thursday, and they still might, this could be a must-win game for the Packers in week 2 if they lose today's game against San Francisco, because the rest of the division were winners today, and you want to make sure that if you're them that you can keep step. But it's good news for the Bears that the Packers are struggling and don't have that much time to get some stuff corrected.
Hey, Lawrence, I'll be watching you tonight, by the way. Make sure you look pretty, pal.
Yep.
I got you. Brandon Marshall's coming on our show on Channel 5 tonight, and he's got way better suits than I do, OB, so I got to step it up.
Brandon Marshall, you got the Danimo. You're in good hands, pal.
Use that special makeup that we sent you, okay?
Yes, I will. Thank you guys so much for that.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Take care, Lawrence.
Right, guys.
Lawrence Holmes. We're going to go for an update.
Hang in there, callers.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at the Majestic Star Casino. Want to come down here? I'll tell you how. Take the Skyway. Get off at exit 10 and just follow the signs to the casino. Ed Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears' 41-21 win over Indy.
You just got some coffee with the beautiful Melissa?
Yeah, Melissa did it. Yeah. Well, Rick tried to do it, but he has no chance of doing it. So Melissa did it.
Very
Let's
lovely
go out
young
to
lady.
Eric on the north side. Eric, you on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, OB and Doug.
What's up, Eric?
I guess I just don't see that. I see the Bears winning 6 more games. I mean, today, you played a team that won 0 games last year, and they got a rookie quarterback, and they put 21 on it.
You got it.
I mean, and you talk about Green Bay, Lawrence Holmes. Green Bay actually played my Super Bowl team, picked San Francisco 49ers. So if the Bears played the 49ers, it probably would have been a similar result or worse, because they got a heck of a team over there. So I'm not too optimistic about the season. I don't see them beating Dallas. I don't see them beating the Texans. Jacksonville looked pretty good today. I don't see them beating Detroit twice. Or I don't see them beat Detroit at all this year.
Eric, how many games do you think they're going to win this year?
They're going to win 7 games. I got them winning 7 games this year.
Yeah.
7 games. I just think the Bears is, the defense. I just can't get over the fact you have no young, up-and-coming stud talent on your defense.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just to me a major void right there. Eventually, you're going to have to pay the piper for that. You know what I mean? Every other team has some young stud talent on the defense. You have no one. And you're going to have to pay for those bad draft picks eventually.
Eric.
So
let me tell you something, Eric. I understand where you're coming from, and to a certain degree. Your skepticism is, what you think, that they're really not that good. We've got to play some pretty tough teams. You've got a point. But I can tell you what was nice to see us come of age in the passing game. I cannot tell you, Eric, the last 6 years, year after year, game after game, and we're sitting there seeing stuff that's right in front of this coaching staff and this management staff, and we just didn't get it. Just flat out didn't get it. Now we seem to have gotten it. And here's the point, Eric. Lovie Smith has been here now 9 years. Am I correct? 9 years? I believe he's been here 9 years. There have been more assistant coaches hired and fired, I believe, than anybody else almost in the history of this game. Lovie has been given a lot of opportunities to bring in who he wants, what coach, players, whatever. They went out and gave up half the earth away to get Cutler in. We get Julius Peppers. It's been a few years. So it's year after year after year. Now we're in the 2012 season. My point is this. You've been here all this time with the coaching staff, draft after draft after draft, trade after trade after trade, new coaches fired, new coaches brought in, theories, whatever have you. If you don't do it this year, Eric, I'm talking about. If this coaching staff can't get it done this year, then when? When are you going to do it? If you don't do it this year, when are you going to do it? How much time, more time, are they going to be allowed, whichever way you want to put it? So I think this is the year that the way I look at it, Doug, what they brought in here, and I think they have to get it done this year. I mean, if we go through another year of 8-8, 10-6, and making all these trades and doing all this stuff, all these different theories on offense and defense and getting rid of this coordinator, that coordinator, get rid of this player, that player, and we're still going down the road, excuse me, eventually there's going to be a big hiccup in the road, Doug. A big hiccup in the road. And my point is this. If he doesn't do it this year, if we don't do it this year, then just exactly when the hell are we going to do it?
No, and I got the Bears at 10-6. And then let's take a look at why 10-6. Their schedule says that they should be 10-6. You know, the tough teams that they're going to play Houston, tough team. San Francisco, who just beat the Packers 30-22. Obviously, the Packers 2 games. And then you have Detroit. And Detroit struggled today against St. Louis. So the Bears are up there. I mean, the other games, see, here's the key in any kind of sport. You beat the teams you're supposed to beat. That's what you need to do. For example, everybody said, well, you know, did you see the Giants last year? The Giants were 9-7. In the middle of the season, they lost about 3 or 4 in a row. They ended up 9-7. And like Ed said, their defense gave up over 400 points.
Unbelievable.
They couldn't run the football. They were 32nd running the football.
Yeah, can you imagine they won the Super Bowl?
And they won the Super Bowl because the fact is they want to learn to beat the teams you're supposed to beat. And that's what the Bears have. And so maybe by getting better as they go along, it's going to happen. Like today, to me, that game was so important. Beat Indianapolis.
Oh, Doug, if we'd have lost to Indianapolis.
Oh, stop it. I don't know when
folks, I tell you, woo.
It'd been just terrible. Absolutely terrible. So we know that. And we know the fact is somebody said, why are you getting so excited? I'm excited because we won the game. I understand that, you know, next time it's going to be a little different. On a Thursday, you're going to go against the Green Bay Packers. And then when you go against the San Francisco 49ers, it's going to get harder.
One at a time here.
One at a time. And then you get better, and you try to get better, and you do certain things. But what I like is the model that they're showing. They could have went into this football game like they normally do. And you get a cloud of dust, like I said at the beginning of the game, beginning of this show, just running the football. Just running it, killing the clock. We're going to win. We'll win 13-10, 7-6. They didn't do that. They went out and put points up on the board, knowing that they have to score points in this league to win football games. And we saw it last year. And we saw what happened with Detroit scoring. We saw with New Orleans scoring, New England scoring, Green Bay scoring, Giants scoring, all these teams in the playoffs. And they had quarterbacks to do that. We're trying to develop our quarterback to do that, along with our wide receivers.
Finally.
Let's go out to Eric on the north side. Eric on the score with OB and Doug. Eric. No, he's gone. Well, Eric had up there not a good win, and I guess that was part of what a lot of people are thinking out there and don't get excited. Well, I am getting excited because of what was going to happen out there and how they showed the fact that this is what we're going to do. Now, it may not work. You know, who knows if it'll work against Green Bay. But at least it's the right idea to go for the whole thing, the whole ball of wax. Forget about, your 3-2 wins. Forget about the defense and saying, okay, what, our defense now with the Chicago Bears will be the one that's going to take us over this. It's going to have to be the offense to score points. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670.
Just hold a second here. I got a question for listeners. I'm going to tell you what, and I'm serious about this one, Doug. Brian Urlacher, you talk about the face of the Bears, the face of the defense, kid that has given everything for quite some time. You talk about him calling the plays. He's a captain of the team, captain of the defense. What if he goes down? If Brian Urlacher, let's say Urlacher, God forbid, goes down in the Packer game, what happens, Doug? What happens to the Bears' defense?
I'll give you an answer when we come back.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'd like to hear from the callers on that one, too.
Okay.
Because I think we're going to be in a lot of hot water.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show. Another standing ovation. There it is.
Thank you, people.
Thank you. On
there
the
you
Score,
go.
Sports Radio 670. We're live at the Majestic Star Casino. You got to take the Skyway, get off at exit 10, and just follow the signs. right to the casino.
And Doug, after we take this call, we're going to tell you about some phenomenal promotions the Majestic Star Casino has here in September. I mean, we're going to give it to you right after we take this call.
And some great math work by Eddie, and you'll understand what I mean after we start getting into this.
I hope it was right.
Ralph,
I hope it's right.
Ralphie boy in Romeoville. Ralphie on the score.
Hey guys, great show as always.
What's up, Ralphie?
Hey, first off, what happens if Urlacher goes down? Of course, the Bears are a better team with Urlacher there, even playing 80% than anybody else playing 100%. That being said, they've got to be able to attack the opposing quarterback, with more than just Julius Peppers. That's number one. And number two, it may sound stupid, but they got to be able to score more points than the other team. And now they're in the position where maybe they can do that. I guess that's what I think.
You know, you're right, Ralph. The fact is that you depend on your offense now to score points. You know, you'll take a look at the defense, and the only one thing that I have against this defense is that if you remember, look at last year, the Bears had 33 sacks. 33 sacks.
Horrible.
How many did the linebackers have?
Not many, I'm sure.
0.
Yeah.
And so I don't understand. Even today, I thought that maybe Lance Briggs come up with half a sack.
I'll tell you when that happened, Doug. It actually was a twist in the line. The left inside man.
But they didn't give him credit for it.
Went inside, and Briggs came around the outside, so there was a trick between a linebacker and a defensive left tackle, and it worked.
It did, and the fact is that I would like to see more of that. Even the blitz, I like to see the linebackers get more to that quarterback, because 0 sacks is not enough.
Well, then here, Doug.
For linebackers.
Then here, Ralph, what you're talking about, if you do that, then you're talking about an aggressive defense.
Yep.
If we start blitzing and going after him, Doug, and that's not Lovey's theory.
They blitzed today. You know, I think you can't sit back all the time, though, Ed. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you play cover one, you play cover two. Well, that's basically what we do. And they drop Brian Urlacher back there 12, 15 yards, hoping to pick something off or disrupt a pass route. But I tell you what, I've always been an advocate of going after people.
Ralphie, thanks, buddy.
Let's go get them.
Thank you. Here's the Majestic Star Casino September
Listen to
promotion.
these, folks.
Oh, this is unbelievable. I'll start out first, okay? Fridays. That's called Flat Screen Day. Friday.
Flat Screen Fridays.
Right. Win a 42-inch LG flat screen TV every Friday in September. 2 winners.
Wow.
Every half hour from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Now, that's 6 hours. So you got to figure that means that there will be, for that 20, this is where the math comes in.
There you go, Doug. I know. Just wow them. Just wow them. Knock them out,
Watch I hit him with this one.
That's right.
24 TVs. 24 TVs. 42 inches. That's in September. Every Friday from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m.
All right.
Now, what do you got?
In September,
This
Dougie.
is big here.
Here you go. Turbo Cash Saturdays in September.
Right.
Win a $1,000 promo cash every 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Every Saturday in September from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Now, doing the math, Doug.
That's 6 hours.
That's 6 hours. Is that roughly around $24,000?
You did it again.
Nailed it again.
That University of Illinois education came into being.
You?
Good job. Standing ovation again.
I went to the University of Illinois. It's about 12 miles down the road. But anyway, can you imagine that? Turbo Cash Saturdays in September, folks. When $1,000 promo
every 15 minutes.
Every 15 minutes. That's unreal.
And that's every Saturday in September from 5 o'clock to 11 o'clock.
Now the blockbuster is left for you.
This is a bingo.
Here you go.
15,000 game day giveaways. Win your share. There'll be $15,000 promo cash on Sundays in September from 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock.
Read that one more time.
15 grand promo cash. That's Sundays, which is today.
Game day giveaway.
Game day, September, 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock.
This is all happening. These three things are all happening in September.
Right.
My Lord, how do you beat that?
Well, you and I should stay here.
Wow.
You know, and try to put our 2 cents in. I put in for today, but I didn't get the win.
Majestic Star Casino, they're stepping up big time. This is a heck of a nice thing. What they're doing with the screens, the cash, et cetera, and who knows? Somebody may get lucky that really needs it.
Yep. Flat Screen Fridays, Turbo Cash Saturdays, and $15,000 giveaway. That's the game days, and that'd be 15 grand from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Let's go out to Jeff in North Lake. Jeff, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
OB and Doug, thank you for taking my call. I love you guys after a Bears win, no doubt about it.
Thanks, Jeff.
I'm going to put a little more icing on the cake. Besides the overall performance of the Bears, they dominated, they won the game, but Green Bay lost.
That's right.
Oh, my God, Thursday night. Green Bay could go 0-2. We could be 2-0. What else could you put else icing on the cake for us Bears fans, right?
Hey, Jeff, hold on a second. I don't mean to douse the fire a little bit.
Don't do it, then.
But guess I got to do it now.
Go
Jeff,
ahead.
let me tell you. That's the last. I'd have rather seen Green Bay win.
No.
Yeah, I'd have rather. Hey,
you want them to be pissed off.
I don't want them walking in
aggravated
and coming after you with everything they have, because if they start 0-2, that's going to be, I mean, they're going to be, you talk about waiting for us. They will be taking nothing for granted. Just a thought I have, Jeff. Don't get mad at me.
You know, I look at it, Jeff. Now we're going to give Green Bay something to think about. It's no longer, like I said, the Chicago Bears trying to beat you 10-7. They're putting up points. They're putting up 41 points. Last year, the Green Bay Packers averaged 35 points. We averaged 22. And now they're going to start thinking, we're going to have to score more points than we do with the 35.
We're legitimate, Doug. If they can keep Cutler upright, we can
we'll
move the ball down the field.
There's no
with
doubt
Jeffries
about it.
And Marshall. There's absolutely
no doubt about it. There's no question. Let's go out to Mike in Plano. Mike, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, fellas. I love your show.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks for calling, Mike.
Yeah, I wish I was alive to see you guys playing back when it was real football, none of this ticky-tack stuff we see now. But, I want to talk about the Cutler Marshall. I love this connection. I hope it brings a lot of great highlights and stuff. But from what I saw today, I thought he kind of relied on him a little too much. I saw a lot of throws when Marshall was in double coverage or blanketed. And I just wanted to ask you guys if you think that he relies on him a little too much, and do you think that could be a problem when he goes up against tougher teams? Because those are plays when you can go to your tight end or your fullback, and when you face tougher defenses, those might turn to interceptions and turnovers.
Mike, that was a hell of a call, and you got to give him the caller of the day. That was that's a hell of a point, Mike. I'll tell you what. Did he try to fire it in there? Yes, he did. Now, if you play better defenses, could this backfire on you? Only time's going to tell. But the fact of the matter is, Mike, my Lord, we finally have a legitimate receiver that you can actually throw the ball to that's taller than 5'8".
And that's the key. And the fact is, we take a look at Cutler and Brandon Marshall when they were at Denver. He targeted Marshall the time they were together 300 and some times. 300 and some times, and connected about 180 of them. And so that's going to happen here. And
well, he's going to
he should
Mike,
target him.
He's going to force it in there.
Right.
What you saw today, is that going to happen again? Yeah,
sure
it is. Now, the fact of the matter is, if it does happen, how bad is it going to get?
Well, the fact is they target the big guys. Calvin Johnson from Detroit. You think he's not targeted? Because these guys can make plays. And so what will happen is then that'll open up eventually. You'll fall asleep. You'll keep thinking he's going to be the guy, and all of a sudden you see Jeffries running for a 42-yard touchdown. Or you see, another catch by Hester. Or you see another catch by one of the other guys in play, Bennett. Bennett caught 80 yards today. 3 catches for about 20 yards a catch.
Douglas,
so it'll open up for a lot of people.
Speaking about Jeffries, in my draft book I had, along with Big John Sanders.
Yeah, number 1.
And you know what? We had in my book I had 5 people that I thought would go number 1, who the Bears needed. Jeffries was one of them.
Yep, and I'll tell you what.
Just thought I'd throw that in there.
And here's amazing. This guy is so big. He's 6'4", or whatever it is, 225 pounds. But you saw that streak he threw? Ran?
Yes, that's what we got to have, Doug.
Exactly. Let's go out to Frank in his car. Frank on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Frank.
First of all, I'd like to make a couple comments. One thing, the Obradoviches, I go back to Bellwood. I grew up in Bellwood, so I knew a lot of the Obradoviches, Mitch and the guys, and they were great guys. And Doug, number 55, should definitely be retired. I don't care what anybody says. But my comment is this, okay? This soap opera with Urlacher, for the last month and a half, 6 weeks, whatever it's been, I had an operation. I didn't. It was more news than than I've seen in my life about this. It was so every sport. Number one, I tell you, Urlacher's a good ball player. But, and then these guys are comparing to this. To me, I think Urlacher was overrated. I just do. I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of a Dick Butkus fan. Maybe that was it. But I'm an old school guy. And you know what? I just wanted to hear your comments on that because I think it was just a soap opera. Thanks for taking my call.
Frank, why it was a soap opera? Because they didn't come out with the truth. And I think this is what happened. I don't know if Brian wanted it or the Bears wanted it.
They made it a mystery.
Yeah, they made it a mystery. And they made everybody start searching for it. And the media wanted to know, and the fans wanted to know, and everybody's hiding this and that. If they would have come out and said, look, the kid's going to Germany. He's going to get a special procedure done and take a look at it. And if he comes back, if it doesn't work, we're going to go in and scope it, and that's it. They didn't do that. And why it turned into this thing that is the mystery, it mushroomed. And now people are guessing, and they're putting it in the papers, and they got it on TV. Because they know, and this is truth, that Brian Urlacher is a big part of that defense. There's no question about it. And so that's why I think you say it's a soap opera, because of the fact that Lovey doesn't want to do this. I don't know if it's the Bears, but you know what? They don't want to tell what the hell's going on. They keep everything a secret and all the injuries.
Yeah, well, that's been the
NFL
modus operandi of the NFL, and especially, of the Bears and also of the coaching staff.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's the way they want to run things, that's the way they want to run things. Come hell or high water, Frank, you're not going to change it. I'm not going to change it, and it's just it's the way it is.
And I think Brian eventually wanted to come out and say, look, this is where we are. And Brian's the first one to say it. I mean, they finally start talking about his knee. He said the knee will never be the same. Because I went through this, not with me personally, but, with Dick Butkus. I went through the years at the end there, and it was my roommate, and I could see what was happening. And Brian's going to be in for this the whole year. You can play a game, you can play a little bit of the game, what happens, and all of a sudden it'll blow up, and it gets worse, and it comes back, and you ice it, and you go back out, and you only can play so much. You got to be tentative. You can't practice as much. So it's a real tough thing to do. And Brian knows it. He sees what's going to happen here.
I'll tell you something. Let's just talk about Dick Butkus. And I believe, was that Frank? He was the caller, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Frank, if you're still listening. Back in the day, Dick's knee, I forget what particular year it was, in the late 60s or early 70s, Doug, when we were playing.
Early 70s, yeah.
Early 70s we were playing. He could not practice the entire week.
The whole week.
Back me up on this, Doug.
I am.
The entire week, he never went on the field. He sat on the sidelines, tried to keep his knee from ballooning up. He would go out on Sundays, and you're talking about being ferocious and giving it everything he had. After the game, draining his knee, shots all week.
Ice.
He could hardly walk. Following week, guess what? He'd do the same thing. Dick would do the same thing. He never wanted to give up or give an inch or anything away. And what I'm telling you, I'm not making this up. How the hell he did that. And by the way, go out there and play at a high level and still put the fear of God into an offensive center or guards or anybody that came out at him. Dick would bury their head in their shoulders. How the hell he did it, I have no idea. You talk about pain tolerance, not practice all week and go out there and play a game 60 minutes. Unreal. And I think that's probably what Frank is somewhat talking about, because if you're a Butkus fan, I mean, you talk about a guy that just, the people were just fear.
And eventually it took him down. And I remember the game, and I remember the time, and I remember what happened. I was with him the night before. We're in the room, and we're talking, we're going back and forth. And I said, Dick, that knee looks bad. He said, I got to play. I said, Dick, if you go out to play, what's going to happen is it's just like they're going to come after you. They're going to come after that knee. They're going to come after you.
Doug, how about we played in Baltimore at the time?
That's when it was.
When the Colts were in Baltimore. Dick was in such pain, and they introduced the defense. And I remember Dick. They introduced him. He introduced the defensive line first. I turn around, and I see Butkus run across the field. And by the time when you played in Baltimore that time, they must have played about 500 games on that field. And it was like basically all dirt. And Dick is kind of like dragging his leg, Doug, Remind me of an old Western where the guy carrying the saddle and the stirrup is along the sand or the dust and the little dust trail is coming up. Dick is dragging his leg, running across, and then I looked over at the Colts. You should have seen him pointing and looking, and they were salivating. But I'll tell you what.
He had no chance, though, Dad. He lasted a half. Because I know they come up to me and say, you're going to have to play middle linebacker.
But, Doug,
I said, I'm telling you, he shouldn't have even been out there. He should not have even been out there. There was like, he was a sitting duck. I mean, they were smashing him from both sides. He couldn't barely drag that leg.
Well, you know what they wanted to do after all those years of him plumbing him?
They wanted to finish him off.
They wanted to get him. They wanted to finish him off, is right.
Let's go out to Walter and Waukesha. Walter, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How you guys doing tonight?
What's up, Walter?
There's a thing I wanted to, say and stuff like that is, I understand about, that one caller who y'all said was probably the caller of the night about him targeting Marshall so much, but he don't trust these other guys. And when you don't got that type of trust with those type of guys, you're not finna throw him the ball. If you look at a lot of those passes that Cutler threw, you had to make the adjustment on that. And Cutler know he gonna make the adjustment on that. And that's what now with the bomb that Alshon Jeffrey called, maybe he get more a little confidence in him and stuff like that. But it's also about confidence. And I tell you another thing. I know y'all was mentioning about Urlacher and about how his knee and stuff like that and this time and other is. You know what? Lovie Smith is one of the best coaches I've ever seen. And the only reason why I say that is because his players respect him that much to go out and give him 60 minutes. This is the first time that you gave in Lovie Smith a legitimate wide receiver. The whole Bernard Berrien and Musa Muhammad is like is Marshall with both of them combined together. I mean, this is what you got now. You know what I'm saying? And for the talent to be as low as it was for so long, and Lovie Smith had to play with that talent and getting the respect from his players, you gotta love it. A soft-spoken, I understand that the rah-rah type guy and stuff like that, like Mike Dicker was. I love Mike Dicker. But you know what I'm saying? I love Ozzie Guillen, too. But they both was out of town real fast. And Lovie Smith ain't even won nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I love the approach that he gives to his players, like, I got y'all back. I'm 110% behind y'all. That's one of the best coaching performances to me because it's for a lot of years. You know it and I know it. He didn't even have the talent to go on the field and go to battle with some of these guys, and they still went to battle. And they still almost got the job done. Now he got a legitimate threat. Two of them, as a matter of fact. You got to give, Phil Henry should be GM of the year for what the move that he pulled because you got two legitimate monsters. Now, for Green Bay, New England, whoever you say, we got toys to play with now. And I hang up and I listen to what you guys got to say.
Walter, you're right. You're correct. There's no question about it. I can't even argue with you. But the fact is you're so absolutely correct because the fact is that out there you gave something to Cutler to work with. You're talking about, Lovie Smith. He didn't have these guys. He didn't have them. But see, one thing about Lovie, adapt or die. He adapted the best he could with what he had. And that's what he did. Now he has the guys that can score. Now he's going to use that. They're going to go out there and do that. He wanted to do that last year, and that was March, but March had completely screwed everything up.
Well, they had to have a philosophy change offensively, how they're going to attack the field.
And they did it.
How are you going to move the change down the field? How are we going to do this? And they finally made the sensible moves, Walter. That's exactly what the hell they did.
And with the right guys. They had the guys come in to do that to what they wanted to do. They always had the defense. And the defense is just, okay, it's not just going to be overpowering defense, but it's good. That defense last year was good enough to go to the Super Bowl. I'm telling you right now, they ranked 17th. I mean, that's a fact. But right now, they know what's going on in the National Football League, and Lovie knows they gave them some weapons, and now they're going to put points up. That's why even today's game, normally Lovie's going to say, we come running off the bus. I'm telling you something, that's changing.
Not anymore.
Nope. Let's go out to Pat in Payless Heights. Pat, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how are you?
What's up, Pat?
I was a little nervous the first 5 minutes of the game.
Oh, so was I.
I thought we were going to get the Opie and Doug, Mr. Hyde, as opposed to Jackals.
Pat, hold your thought a second. When we started the show, I mentioned those two third down and 10-yard situations, the beginning of that first quarter with Cutler. Cutler doesn't connect, doesn't convert. We might have been looking at a different look here, a different outlook.
And don't get me wrong. I hope we just get one loss this season just so I can hear you guys tee off. No more losses than that.
We don't want that. I mean, I get so pissed off anyway when it's all said and done with, But you ought to say, and you're absolutely correct. Those first 10 minutes, I looked at it and I go, wait, the guy's 1 for 10. And I'm saying to myself, he's 1 for 10. He just threw. I said, why did he throw that damn ball? The guy intercepts it, runs for a touchdown. So I'm starting to get aggravated. And all of a sudden, and I got to hand this to Cutler, he turned this football game around. Yeah, there's no question about what he did. That put it on itself. With the help of the rest of the guys, obviously.
How about Mike Tyson?
He turned it around.
I thought Mike Tyson, when he got into it, this is his first game being an offensive coordinator, with the run plays, how they use Forte.
Did a great job.
And they brought Bush in. Yeah. They gave the kid a breather. Now we got receivers to go to instead of every play. Run Forte, next play, pass to Forte. Run Forte, pass to him. It was a matter of time. You're gonna absolutely destroy this kid. Looks like we got some weapons. Hopefully, we can utilize them and put some W's on the board.
Now, my question, guys, is this: the Colts are 2-14 last year.
Mm-hmm.
Are we drinking the defensive Kool-Aid? I mean, weren't we supposed to light these guys up on defense? What happens when we get a superstar quarterback and two, guys on an offensive line that are like Pro Bowlers or just fantastic? I'm a little concerned about that.
That's a hell of a point, Pat.
But look at it this way, Pat. What if would have been a stinker today? What if would have lost it? Just think how you have felt then if we went up against some Pro Bowls. The thing about it is that it's given us hope here. You're seeing the whole picture saying, geez, I never saw the Bears like this. Geez, the Bears want to score points. Gee, look at this example of what they want to do. Now, whether they can do it, I don't know. But at least we know in the back of their minds they're understanding the fact to win the National Football League, you got to score points. And that part encourages me. Now, whether they can do it or not, I don't know.
Yeah, Pat, I tell you, that was a hell of a point, Doug. I'll tell you what, you're going to go up against some pretty good football teams, and there's still time. I mean, thank God we won the game. You take it 1 week at a time,
and
whoever you're playing, and win the damn game, and
go from there.
And go from there. And we're proud of what they did. Proud of the coaching staff. I thought they did a hell of a job. Thought they made some pretty good moves. Cutler started out stinking it up. He brought it forward. Receivers took it to another level. We got some push up the front from our defensive tackles. Urlacher played into the third quarter, and we won the damn football game. So congratulations to the Bears, the coaching staff, everybody. They did a hell of a job.
Let me give our thanks to John Sheldon, the VP here at the casino, at Majestic Casino.
Great people.
Craig Gelfie, great person, Majestic Casino. Also thank Alex from the Majestic Star Casino, and Brett Lyons, our producers, Mark Joliffe, our producer, Mike Peterson, our engineer, Rick Camp, on site, our producer, Randy Parkowski, and Melissa Roddick.
Hold it. The beautiful Melissa. That's right. Give her due, Doug.
Rokatitis? How does I pronounce that? Did I screw it up?
It's either beautiful or drop dead gorgeous. Either one of the two.
Drop dead gorgeous.
Okay, drop dead gorgeous.
I got to talk to her about how she pronounced her last name and promotions. And Connor McKnight
liar.
With the updates. Yeah, liar. On behalf of Obradovich and Buffon, Bears win 41 or 40, whatever the hell the score was. I know they won. And we'll see you next week against
Thursday
Green Bay.
night.
Thursday. Standing ovation.
Thank you,
again.
people. Hope you enjoyed it.
The 18 Cutler takes, turns, fakes, going to throw in trouble. Wrapped up, slung down to the ground on the 4-yard line. Inside the 5, the pressure came, and it's a linebacker coming through. D.J. Smith on the sack of Jay Cutler. Here's the snap. Pressure coming up the middle. Clay Matthews Jr.'s got him wrapped up, and down he goes. Sacked again, also helping Eric Walden. Jay Cutler in the pocket. Here comes trouble. Clay Matthews Jr. around end and sacks Jay Cutler. His second sack of the night, third by Green Bay. Here's the snap. Back to Rodgers. Has time, coming to the near side, and he's got his man for a first down to the 33, running right. It's a big gainer to the 43-yard line of Green Bay. Major right finally brings down, and Rodgers moving to an opening and gets it to his receiver, and it's Randall Cobb who picks up 20. Dan Pompei wrote from the Chicago Tribune, 21 different combinations by the front four. Here's a fake field goal. They shovel pass, and here comes Crabtree at the 20, to the 10, to the 5, end zone, touchdown Green Bay. Fake field goal from 27 yards. Tom Crabtree. Nobody touched him. Here's the snap to Cutler. Packers rush 4. Cutler with time. Cutler now going over the middle. That one is intercepted. Intercepted by Green Bay. Diving interception and taken away as Cutler is picked by the pack. Shotgun snap. Cutler with time. Winds up going to Marshall in the end zone off the fingertips. Opened. led him just a bit too far, and he could not get it. It was there, too. Here's the snap to Jay in the pocket. In trouble now, dodging, and stands up left. Hit as he throws over the middle. The pass is intercepted by Green Bay. Coming up with it, Charles Woodson. Packers take it away on 3rd down and 11. Takes, looks left. Now a shoulder shrug. Now going over the middle, wide open end zone. Touchdown, Donald Driver. Touchdown, Packers. Going right for the heart of the Bears. After the pick, a 26-yard touchdown, and Green Bay extends the lead to 22-3. Takes, play fake to Benson, stepping up and zipping a pass to the near side, stepping in front of it. Tim Jennings on the pickoff. Tim Jennings to the 25. Tim Jennings down to the 23. Tim Jennings had been making plays all night. Shotgun snap back to Jay Cutler. With time lost, the middle of the field, in the middle of the end zone, touchdown. Kellen Davis, touchdown, touchdown Bears. 21 yards. Shotgun snap is back again to Jay. They're bringing the house, throwing near side. It's picked off, diving interception, and picked up and running with it now. Never touched down. Jaron McMillan, the rookie. Now they're going to say he's down. It's intercepted. 4th interception of Jay Cutler tonight.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Kings Lane, 5505 Park Place in Rosemont. It's in the Entertainment Center. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Green Bay 23, Chicago Bears 10. And Ed, I don't know where in the hell to start. be honest with you. I don't even know where in the hell to start. Huh?
I don't even think we're going to have to start. I think those phone calls are going to be bombarding us tonight. I'm going to tell you what. There's so many things, so many people played so bad tonight.
It was brutal.
It was, I tell you what, folks.
Absolutely brutal.
When we came, it was somewhere around the middle of the second quarter. I'm going to tell you what, there was so much pressure. Our offense totally looked discombobulated. We didn't know if we looked like we wanted to run the football. Did we want to pass the football? And the pressure kept coming and coming. And the one question, and I mentioned it to Doug, was, again, in the second quarter, I mean, we're getting smothered to death every play. How about going with a no huddle? How about trying a quick count? How about moving the pocket?
Yeah, didn't it seem that Green Bay had 32 players out there on defense?
Oh,
I mean, it seemed like everybody was covered.
God.
Who would ever would have thought that Marshall would catch his first pass in the fourth quarter with 7 minutes and 20 seconds left to go?
Let me give you another. Who would have thought that number 22, Forte, who was about as good a running back in everything that you can do for a running back, totally misses J.D. Smith on a blitz, and that's the first sack of the day, and then all hell broke loose after that. It was incredible. Karimi, a stupid play. 15-yard penalty, had no business shoving. I mean, it was way, way after the play. You want to take care of the guy? Take care of him, when the play is going.
You know, here's another little tidbit. And you noticed it more than I did. The fact was they didn't make half the calls on the holding that was going on with Webb on that side.
God. Jamarcus Webb. Doug, I gave up counting after about 8 times.
Didn't make the calls. They didn't call it.
They never called it. It was so blatant, Doug. I mean, for those of you people that taped it, just watch Jamarcus Webb. It is incredible.
And the other thing, take a look at Cutler. Quarterback rating, 30.8. At one time in the third quarter, his quarterback rating was 8.2. Now, going into this game, and there was a stat out there, going into the game at Lambeau Field, Cutler's quarterback rating averaged 40.2. That's at Lambeau. Overall, against the Green Bay Packers, he averaged 60. So I got to tell you, tonight was no better. And the fact was that he missed a lot of plays. There's no question about it. There was a lot of pressure on him. There were 7 sacks on him. And basically, when you take a look at this game, this offense looked nowhere near ready to play football. Nowhere near to play football. They couldn't do anything out there.
What a difference 4 days make, huh?
What
My
a difference.
Lord.
I mean, yeah, I understand.
40?
They played the Colts last week. The Colts are not that strong of a football club, but they were running all over like Keystone Cops. There was nothing out there that was put together.
Our total offense, the first half, folks, 47 yards. Total offense.
We had 37 passing, right?
Yep, 37 passing. Now, during this week, Doug, on the news, which I could not believe that in this day and age where players start blowing their mouths off before the game is being played, and you had Cutler and Brandon Marshall. Now, Doug, correct me if I'm wrong here, or you callers when you call in here, correct me if I'm wrong. Cutler, did he not tell Green Bay, yeah, they're going to they want to come man-to-man up, bring it on?
He said, good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Brandon Marshall said, I'm 6'5", I weigh 235. You guys, you want to play tough, come and do it. Well, next time, shut your mouths. Let the action on the field do your talking for you. You play this game long enough, figure it out.
Well, I got to tell you something. I never saw, not only were there mistakes made out there by the offensive line, and, of course, and Cutler made some misreads, too. I mean, he missed some people. He missed a touchdown. There were drop passes. But overall, they were confused again.
There's no question about it. I don't know. What kind of a game plan did we have?
I didn't see a game plan.
I'll tell you what. A game plan was master confusion. Okay? We'll confuse Green Bay so bad they can't figure out what the hell they're doing because we don't know what the hell we're doing.
I got to tell you.
Confusion, that was the game plan.
I swear I looked out in that field, and I thought Green Bay was playing with 20 football players on defense. Everybody was double covered. I don't know how can you double cover everybody. I mean, I never saw anything like it. And then the fact then that the pressure that was put on Cutler, I mean, you could see he was thrown off his back foot. I mean, it was terrible.
How many times?
Absolutely terrible.
How many times when you saw Rodgers when he threw the ball, he really didn't go deep that many times, and he'd come up underneath, okay? Why do you think he did that, Doug?
To what?
When Cutler would come up underneath. Very seldom did you see him go deep, like on a fly pattern or a deep post.
But did you have time to, first of all?
Well, our two deep guys and our great
they were back there.
Defense,
yeah, they were back forever.
They were back there selling popcorn.
They're almost in Chicago playing that free safety.
I tell you, let's
go out to NIU, Dave and Woodridge. NIU, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, I got 2 points. Let me make 1 point first before I get to my kind of analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Weren't there 2 personal fouls on one play against Green Bay? The Green Bay defensive back hit Cutler below the knees, and then he got up and he hit him in the head, hit his helmet with his hand, and the ref was right there and not one flag. Shouldn't that have been at least one flag for that?
Well, going into the legs, you're not allowed to do that. I mean, that should have been a flag, first of all.
And then
there's no question.
He hit him in the face mask, and the ref is right there, and he doesn't have the guts to throw a flag in Green Bay. I couldn't believe that. But as far as the Bears' offense goes, this is an incomplete offense for 2 reasons. Number one, this offensive line, no matter what Mike Tice will say, is terrible, absolutely terrible. And number 2, Jay Cutler does not have that clock in his head to get rid of the ball. Why does he not throw the ball away or run or do something like that? He just doesn't look like he can manage the offense. Why is that against any team that has a pass rush? He looks like he doesn't know how to play quarterback. Thanks a lot, guys.
You know, it seems like with Jay, and I'm a backer, and when he came here, I thought this was going to be it for the Chicago Bears. This is going to be perfect. But, you know, there are times during the course of a ball game that I wish he would wear a mask. Because a lot of times, you know, you take a look at him, and he just looks so frustrated. He looks like, you know, things are just falling apart. There's something wrong out there, whatever it is. He just looks terrible, and I don't know if that goes down to the rest of the team or not. Because we saw him jawing like hell again on Webb on the sidelines. Did you see that?
He went after Webb a couple of times. It was so obvious. You know, obviously the camera was on him. And, you know, there's ways of doing things, and there's ways of doing things, and you know what I mean, Doug. I can tell you, you want to do something, run off like he doesn't know the camera's on him. Give me a break, will you please? Run over, grab the kid on the side, and talk to him. But I'm going to tell you what, Doug. That Jamarcus Webb, I couldn't tell you when I've seen an offensive lineman put on a performance like that kid did tonight. That was incredible. I mean, I can't even begin begin to tell you how pathetic that kid played.
He looks like he's playing in sand. His feet just don't move. I mean, we saw many times him beat on the outside, and the fact was the guy got past him. In fact, like you said, and we watched a couple times, I mean, he had his arm around the guy's neck.
Oh, my God.
Times.
Doug,
I said, wait a minute, they're going to make this
guys,
call.
Doing everything, and he never called it. But again, I go back to my opening statement, Doug. This is the highest level of football you can play, obviously, right? Now, when things are not going right, you keep putting your head up, butting that up against the wall, and you're going nowhere, Doug. You've got to do things to change it up. This is a professional football team. This is a professional offense. We have a quarterback who's supposed to take us to the Super Bowl. My Lord, when you keep pounding away, and you're getting killed, and you do nothing about it, you don't change the count, you don't go with a no huddle, you don't move the pocket, you try to disrupt their pass rush, whether it's a blitz, a 3-man rush, a 4-man rush, whatever it might be, move the pocket, make them change up their defenses. That's what you do. We don't do it. We sat in the same damn thing for 4 quarters, and we got our backside handed to us.
See, here's a problem, too, Ed, when you take a look at it. When your best guy is double covered and they're taking him away, should that not mean that somebody else is going to be open? Somebody else, you should put the football in their hands? And you see with it, the fact that Marshall goes to the fourth quarter with 7 minutes and 20 seconds left to go and finally catches a pass.
Doug, let me before we go to break here, guys, I got to say this. In the fourth quarter, it was right around the 11-minute mark when Cutler threw the interception to Marshall. Marshall looked like he was running a corner route.
Mm-hmm.
He came back he saw that if ball was underthrown, he had time to come back, because I watched it 3 times. He had time to come back and fight for that ball, knock it down, fight for it, do something. He chose not to. All right? And isn't he the guy that said, I'm 6'5", I'm 235, and you guys come on and challenge me? I'm 6'5", I'm 235.
Yeah.
That's the same guy, right?
They're the same guy that said, Cutler said, good luck if you can cover him. Well, they did cover him.
Yeah, they covered him all right.
2 passes. Well, Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Majestic Star Casino postgame show. We'll be right back.
Green Bay goes on to beat the Bears for a 5th consecutive time, 23-10 here at Lambeau Field. This one is history. The Bears managed just 11 first downs and less than 200 yards of offense, less than 75 yards in net passing.
That is the end of the ballgame.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Kings Lane in Rosemont. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And this segment is sponsored by Northwest Community Hospital Medical Group. For more information and locations, visit nchmedicalgroup.com. The Digging Into the Numbers segment is brought to you by Julie. Before you dig, call Julie at 811. And talking about numbers, we talk about the Chicago Bears, and there's one stat I always look at, and I look at the quarterback, and it's yards per attempt. Chicago Bears, yards per attempt, Cutler, 2.7. Now, I am telling you, I don't remember the last time I saw yards per attempt at 2.7. That's almost impossible. But that's exactly what it was, and that's what it turned out to be, because the Chicago Bears did not do anything well whatsoever offensively. Now, defensively, I got to say Jennings played a pretty damn good football game at cornerback. Made some nice tackles, made an interception. I thought that Lance Briggs played a pretty good game, except for the fact that he dropped that interception. Should have had that interception. You've got to make those plays.
Doug, all in all, I think the defense, they basically kind of kept us in the game. And, I mean, they make some mistakes. Yeah, they did. But I'll tell you what, I saw some pressure. I saw some great individual efforts on defense. They did not give up. Peanut Tillman being hurt. We didn't even know he was going to play or not. Here he comes after all these years playing. Oh, God, Doug, that kid's a player. I'll tell you what. You got a Jennings, Tillman, Urlacher. Urlacher played a hell of a lot better against this team than he did the Colts.
He sure did.
Yes, he did, and they did an admirable job. There's no question about it. Offensively, Doug,
Ed, I can't believe it was that bad.
Folks, I don't, we're going to get to the calls right now, but I'm going to tell you what. Doug, I can't even find words for it.
It's
how pathetic.
I understand. I said it before. I know the Colts were a weak football team, but it wasn't even close as far as being cohesive out there offensively. We were just all over the place. It was like the Keystone Cops.
Doug, what was the purpose? Could you even give me a hint of what you think
I can't.
The offensive game plan was?
I have no clue.
Outside of showing up in our uniforms.
And apparently they put this game plan in 2-3 weeks ago. I didn't see the damn game plan. And I've got to tell you something. Even with Cutler, he's got to get his ass straightened out, too. I understand he was under a lot of pressure. There's no question about it. But when you're the lead dog, you got to be the guys making plays.
He's the guy that's supposed to be the leader on offense, one of the leaders of the team. And for him, again, to blow his mouth off this week, and Brandon Marshall, and you know what happened? Guess what? Up popped the devil, shoved it right down your throat.
Dom Capers come up and he said, here's the game plan, buddy. Try to figure this one out, and we didn't figure anything out. Let's go out to Patrick in Clinton, Wisconsin. Patrick, you're on the Score.
Hey, first off, I want to say I love you guys very much. I've respected you for a long time. Just 3 very quick things here.
Mm-hmm.
First, if Brandon Marshall's going to run his mouth, A, if a ball hits you in 2 hands and you're an NFL
you should have caught it.
You need to catch it. You are in the end zone, you need to catch it. Secondly, offensive line is gone. It is gone. So if Mike Tice's big thing is to protect Jay Cutler, that is finished. Secondly, if you need to run the ball, we start running the ball, okay, we run it effectively, and they get away from it. Why not run a screen or something to offset the pass rush? Okay, I'll hang up and listen to you guys.
Patrick, I was screaming about this screen basically all year, and they didn't use it in the exhibition season. They said, I thought, they're going to pull it off. Well, they tried it one time tonight. One time they tried that screen and it didn't work, and so they never went back to it. But you're right. I mean, the fact is, that offensive line, and you're talking about, stuff, and I'm going to tell you something. And I saw it, but not as well as Ed saw it, what Webb was doing over there. I am telling you, that referee let him get away with murder.
Oh.
When they look at that film, you're going to see, he halfly strangled half those guys that were coming by him.
Doug, that was incredible, and I'm going to tell you something. In the years that I played and the years you played, Doug, and kind of like over the years watching this game go and how have you, I have seen people that have played like Jamarcus Webb did tonight, and the next day, Doug, they were cut.
Yeah.
They were let go. And I'm not saying that's going to happen to him, but I'm going to tell you, what a pathetic performance by that kid. Unreal. I'm just flabbergasted.
It's almost like you're in shock when you saw what was happening out there. I never expected this. I never expected it to be that poor. I never expected Marshall to be that poor, or Cutler to be that poor, or the offensive line to be that poor, or the game calling to be that poor. I never expected that. Not after last week, so I figured they got some things together. They're going to go forward and make some moves. Just didn't happen tonight, that's for damn sure. Let's go out to Mike in Yorkville. Mike, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing?
All right,
Mike.
Just as you guys were saying, I'm just as disappointed as you are. But in the time when things were going wrong, probably in the second quarter, you would think a guy 6'5", 230 can run a slant and start moving the ball down the field. Why wasn't that implicated? I just wanted to see more. Use your biggest weapon, even for minimal yardage, and they didn't do that.
Well, Mike, what happened, too, the fact was they were doing what they call almost like a cover two, inside, outside, on Marshall. They had that slant taken away with the up guy on top of them. Then they had over top. They had the safety over top. But I'm saying if you do that, then where's your tight end? Where's your back coming out? You got people open. If you're going to double cover, like I said, it looked like everybody was covered all the time. And then when they weren't covered, then you saw the pressure that was coming on from Clay Matthews and also the blitz package that Dom Capers put together that we had no clue what was going on there. And then meanwhile, Cutler start tap dancing a little bit because now his timing is off. His mind is saying, I got to get rid of the football. He threw some balls. Did you watch him? Off his back foot. He wasn't stepping into the throws. And, for those throws to be correct and be good. So the whole thing just blew up right into everybody's face. And there was no answer. There was no answer whatsoever.
There's the bottom line, what happened today was a total and complete collapse of our offensive line. Into the second game, again, 16-game season, up to Green Bay. You got to beat them. You want to get to the Super Bowl, you got to beat them. You got to meet the challenge. And we got slapped around like you couldn't believe.
Yeah, this defense for the Green Bay Packers is nothing to write home about. I mean, this defense last year was 32nd. I know they got some extra guys in there now, but it's still their secondary was all beat to hell.
Guess what, Doug? Somebody forgot to tell them that.
Well, I guess so. It's either them or us, and maybe we're the fault. I'm talking about the Chicago Bears. Let's go out to Mike in Freeport. Mike, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. I've been a long-time listener. Thank you for taking my call. I'm going to say something right now. You're going to think I'm crazy, and probably all the listeners are going to think I'm nuts. But, guys, I'm going to tell you, Jay Cutler, when he is good, he's as good as it gets, but when he's bad, he's as bad as it gets. And I'm going to tell you right now, guys, please, let me just say this, and you're going to think I'm crazy, but I am so sick of this regime. I am so sick of Lovie Smith. I want them to take Jay Cutler, and I want to trade him for 2 or 3 draft picks right now. Trash this season. I know you're going to think I'm nuts. I'm sick of this crap. You need to build this team up like the Green Bay Packers organization. You guys have been longtime Chicago Bears players. You played under George Halas. You played against Lombardi. You know what it takes to have a great organization built. You're watching a Green Bay Packer team right now with Aaron Rodgers that's going to probably be good for the next 15 years. They're going to kick the Bears' butts every year, and I'm sick of it. They need to get rid of Lovie Smith and build this team up from the ground up. You got McClellan, and that's another thing real quick. Shane McClellan showed a couple of good sparks. He caught Rodgers from behind, which I thought was really good. It's one of the bright spots of a dismal day. I'll hang up and listen to your answer, guys. Thanks for your time.
Well, Mike, if this continues, you're absolutely correct. I mean, there's going to be changes. There has to be changes. There's no doubt about it. I understand it was a short week, but the fact it was a short week for the Green Bay Packers also. But once again, you have guys talking about it during, the press conferences that, what, no one can really stop us. I'm 6'5", 230 pounds, and watch me do this. And if they try to do that, lots of luck to them if they do it. Well, they did it.
Yeah, guys from Green Bay said, oh, really?
Let's go out to Jeff in North Lake. Jeff, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Love listening to you guys.
Thanks, Jeff.
Firstly, we have a rookie offensive coordinator in Mike Tice's show tonight. That's what he did, because did you notice in the middle of the game when we were having problems protecting the quarterback, we ran Michael Bush times, and he got ran 3 times, 3rd and 1, he got a first down, and continue on with that. Number 2, the other second point I had, Edward Benson ran with a purpose. You remember Lovie Smith, he said that Green Bay played with a purpose? Edward Benson performed tonight. He really did, and he was a game changer against our defense, even though our defense played very well. And number 3, remember, I was watching on the TV, they were saying Brandon Marshall was getting frustrated because he couldn't get the ball. I don't like that. Shut up, run your routes, do the best you can, and when the ball's thrown to you, catch it. I'll hang up and I'll listen to you guys.
Okay, Jeff, number 1, Brandon Marshall, obviously he wants everybody to know how big he is. Fact of the matter, I don't care. You go to Jerry Rice, you go to all the great receivers that have played in this game. They have double-teamed game after game, year after year, and they still manage to catch all kind of passes. When you're a great receiver, even if you're double-teamed, there's a word called separation. And if you watch them tonight, the over and under coverage on him, he could not get separation. Is that not correct, Doug?
Well, the fact is he wasn't getting open, and again, that comes back to separation.
Well, that's the
right.
Key word. You've got to get separation. You've got to find a way in this league, because if you're going to be that good of a receiver, guess what's going to happen, pal? You're going to get double covered. You better find a way to beat it.
Yeah, you draw attention. There's no question. This is what pisses me off the most, Ed, when that does happen. That's supposed to go to someone else. Someone else is supposed to catch the football. Someone else has to be open. Someone else has got to make a play. Even Jeffrey. Jeffrey didn't get the football in, 3 quarters before he caught a pass? And we tried to go to our tight ends, which we should be doing more of, and we finally got a touchdown from Callan Davis. But the fact is, there has to be somebody else. But it seemed like when they maybe would get somebody else, it all comes back to the offensive line. The kid got sacked 7 times. I'm talking about Cutler. And not only 7 times sacked, how many times do you see the pressure on him? How many times are guys in his face? And then what happens, I saw him all of a sudden now thrown off the back foot, not stepping through on the passes, and then consequently it's a trickle-down effect when all of a sudden you're going to feel like somebody's going to beat your brains in.
Doug, and not only by taking a physical beating and having Green Bay's defense dictate to us offensively what we can or what we can't do, we had 5 penalties. 5 penalties in the first half. Cutler winds up passing for 4 quarters, 27 times, 11 for 27, 126 yards, a TD, and 4 interceptions.
Well, the fact is, when you take a look at it, you can't have a quarterback rating of 30.1 and think that you're going to have a decent game or you're going to win the football game. You're only blowing smoke up your butt if you think that's going to happen. Let's go out to Jim in McHenry. Jim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, I'm toning it down now from what I was before.
Okay, go ahead.
It's kind of, hey, Jim, it's kind of, when you see a game like that.
Down. We're on the radio now.
There you go.
I'm not driving in my car, yelling anymore, swerving and everything. But I'm going to tell you right now, this Clay Matthews guy.
Uh-huh.
Can't somebody just take him? Can't somebody put him down on his butt once in a while? How can this guy? He's not that big a guy. This Jamarcus Webb, he's a big boy. But for some reason, people just run around him like he's a turnstile at Great America or something. I'm sick of it, tired of it, watching this stuff. Cutler, he's got, 1-2 seconds to get rid of the damn ball.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on with that offensive line? Mike Tyson's got to get in there, kick the crap out of these guys.
The other thing,
all he's going to have to work with the whole year.
The other thing, too, I noticed, and Ed brought it up to me also during the course of the game, was the fact that, okay, fine. Things are bad. Putting pressure on it. I mean, where's the escapability? And Collar has this, by the way, buying time routine and getting out of there and doing rollouts and doing something to say that because you don't have a good offensive line. I mean, that's a fact. We've been talking about this for how long now?
Doug, that was incredible that they didn't go to, just simple as it's to plan B or to plan C.
Maybe there was no plan B or C, Ed.
Well, then guess what? Then you got the wrong coaching staff here, pal.
Because the fact was they couldn't compensate for the double coverage in everybody. You mean to tell me that Jeffrey was covered also that well? You mean to tell me that Marshall was covered that well? Then where was the inside guy? Where was Bennett? Take the inside. Hester, one pass thrown to him, he drops it. You never saw him again. So, again, too, this whole thing, it just was absolutely terrible the way it looked on offense. And you know what? There was a chance, too, that Green Bay started out slow, too, Ed. We know 1, 2, 3 and out in their first possession. There was a chance for this, but once again, they got their confidence. They got them feeling right. Rodgers makes a couple plays here and there. Bingo, the game is over with. Let's go out to Rich in New Berlin, Wisconsin. Rich on the score with OB and Doug.
Gentlemen, love your show. Respect your comments. And
Thanks, Rich.
I am a diehard Packer fan, but I'm not one of these idiots that wear the cheese heads. And I know you're pissed off at Cutler tonight. But, my God, some of the stuff I saw, that offensive line was...
we understand that. You're right, Rich. I mean, it's...
But the thing I don't get, I hear it all, because I listen to your show, preseason, the practice stuff, and, our offensive line's getting old, our defensive line's getting old, and you pay all this money for Julius Peppers. Did you hear his name called tonight at all?
Well, first of all, I understand. They were doubling up on him quite a bit. There's no question about that. They were chip blocking him. They were doing a lot of things. And Peppers was in there. I'm not holding that against him. I think our inside pressure has to be held a lot better, which we're not getting. That's the one thing that, finally I think the Green Bay Packers with Raji, that's what they were looking for, so they get that inside pressure so those outside guys can make some plays. But all in all, I thought the defense played well enough, to win a football game. It wasn't extraordinary. They had the
Rich,
one interception. They had the 1-2 takeaways.
I mean, Rich, I agree with Doug. And we mentioned a little bit earlier. I think defensively, I hope some people don't fall out of their chair.
Yeah, but it wasn't a great game. It was a good game.
But it was. They played good enough. If the offense could have showed up and made the catches and made the ball move the yardage down the field, convert on third down, I think we'd have seen a totally different game. Again, what I'm baffled about is the lack of the individual performance, the stupidity of certain football players out there today, and the fact that our offensive coaches had nowhere to go from Jay drop back and hope to hell you make a play, and if he doesn't, run for your life, kid. And why they didn't change the count, again, I'll say it again, and why they didn't try to stifle Green Bay's blitzing and their pass rush and do nothing about it for 4 quarters and let Jay stand back there and get knocked from one end to the other.
And you're right about
that's unconscionable.
You're right about the stupid plays. I mean, that one, they had a good drive finally going. They're across the 50-yard line. There they go. They're making a move. And Karimi pulls that thing off about the fact that, A.J. Hawk bumped into him. So what are you going to do? You push him back, you get a 15-yard penalty. Then the next play.
The play was over with for what? I don't know how long. 10, 15, 10 seconds?
Sure. And then the next play, Webb gets sacked. He lets a guy go right by him, and they sack Cutler, and all of a sudden now it's 3rd and 2,000. So there was just so many bad things done there.
Hey, callers, you guys hang in there.
We'll be right back with you.
We're going to rock and roll tonight.
Majestic Star Casino postgame show, Kings Lane Lounge and Sports in MB Financial Park, 5505 Park Place in Rosemont. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Kings Lane. That's in Rosemont. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Doug, quickly, I got to say this. I have a friend of mine that's been for about 35, 37 years. It's a gentleman by the name of Mike Coughlin, a good friend, a loyal guy, and what a nice guy. Until tonight, he is now my ex-friend. He just happens to be a Packer backer. I don't care where you go. There's always one, and Coughlin is one, and he just left me a voicemail. Hey, Mike, drop that.
At least somebody's happy,
He's happy.
That's good. You got the line on the south side line, only on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Lionel.
I am so. This has just been a horrible evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
I mean, first of all, I kind of like to go to the caller previous. He mentioned about Lovie Smith being fired. I can kind of somewhat understand, but at the same time, this O-line is still Jerry Angelo's mess. And we're just going to have to give Phil Emery an opportunity to correct it. I mean, they were just horrible. It really messed up Jay Cutler. In the third quarter, I don't know if you remember, Alshon Jeffrey was wide open. They were showing it. He was wide open.
Yep.
But he's under pressure so much where he can't keep his eyes downfield. He's too concerned. And I know he played horrible. And he missed a lot of people. But I'm telling you, until we get that O-line corrected, gentlemen, we're going to have a lot of problems. And you also seen Mike Tice's inexperience today because he should have ran the ball. He did this last week, the interception for the touchdown. Why didn't we run the ball more? That was my concern about the whole thing. I think after he seen how everything went, he should have just told him, okay, run the ball. And they actually did that. It was moving the chains. And then I think that's when they got the penalty, and all of a sudden they started just, I don't know. But I hang up, gentlemen. Thanks for letting me vent. You all have a good evening.
Lionel, you're correct about running the football. If you take a look at last week with San Francisco, they ran the football 186 yards against the Green Bay Packers. 186 yards. And in fact, Gore had 112 of those 186 yards. So maybe that would have been part of it. But there's no question about it. After a while, you get gun-shy back there as a quarterback because of the pass rush that's on you, and then all of a sudden you start hurting your passes. You're not stepping into the football. And then what you do, you try to make something happen, which you tried to do that one time, Ed. He just threw it up in the air.
Absolutely, Doug.
And then Hope said, come down with it, Marshall. Come down with the football. And he couldn't come down with it.
Yeah, Doug, this game is not a mystery. And and we've mentioned several things that should have happened that did not happen. And again, why? Who knows? And I hope the press, when they have asking Cutler and asking Lovey and asking Tights and asking everybody, just ask them the hard questions, folks.
Well, that's it, yeah. I mean, the fact is they're going to have to correct it. They're going to have time to correct it. They got St. Louis that I think is coming in town. That game's at home, I believe.
That game is at home.
Right. And the fact that St. Louis is a team that can be beat or should be beat.
Fisher there, that's a pretty good boy.
And then what you do is you got to go back to the drawing board and figure things out. But I got to tell you, it's a hard thing when you don't have a line. A decent line. And I don't think our line is decent. I'm talking about the tackle position. Now, Karimi, I think, is going to be okay in a right tackle.
This was not a mystery, our offensive line. This has been going on for close to 6 years, okay? We get a new general manager. We needed help in the offensive line in the worst way. There were several tackles or guards or offensive linemen in college that were available when we were to draft. And what do? We draft a defensive end. Had no business doing that. If you're going to draft on defense, Doug, draft a defensive tackle, somebody that can make a difference up the middle where we're weak, or go to the offensive line. That we did not correct that problem. It was right in front of them. And where do they go? They draft the defensive end. They can all of a sudden, that's going to put Julius Peppers in the Hall of Fame, and that's going to solve all the problems. The problem is in the middle of your defensive line in a pass rush, caving it in.
You have no argument with me on that.
The huge problem is the offensive line. It's right in front of you. And, again, what do you do? How do you draft?
Well, the fact is, I don't know the name. They picked up another tackle from Pittsburgh. They signed him. There's a guy that had supposed to have a bad knee. And I don't know. The guy, they probably try to work him into that position. But we've seen it happening. I mean, how many guys I've talked to, offensive guys, that have been offensive linemen, they say it's not there with Webb. It's not there with the footwork. I mean, they always talk about, when you talk about a tackle, you talk about
footwork. So terrible, Doug.
And that's what it is.
You know what? It's slow. Very
slow. And anybody, when any kind of speed comes outside, then what happens is he starts lunging outside, and they come back inside.
Sure. What happens? You get a quick guy, you get him off balance, you spin back inside. Just as long as you get him off balance, a half a step or something, Doug, there's a lot of things you can do to him. He just does not have great balance, and the reason why he doesn't, he has poor footwork.
Let's go out to Mike in Clinton, Iowa. Mike on the score with OB and Doug.
Doug, Ed, very nice to talk to you. My biggest question is, you guys played the game for a long time, saw a lot of left tackles. Why? Give me a reason they don't cut Jamarcus Webb.
They have nobody to put in there.
Tomorrow.
Mike, they have nobody to put in there.
James Brown. Put Chris Williams there. Nobody's worse than Jamarcus Webb.
Chris Williams is close. He should be playing
Well, if he's
guard.
close, then he's better.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, you're right. The fact is they have nobody there. They say Webb was going to be the guy. Webb was going to be the guy that's going to be that tackle. He's going to be the guy that can be stepping in there. But I got to tell you, they know it, and we know it, and we all know it. If they don't get some help there, this is going to be a long season.
Mike, unfortunately, I know you're looking for a better answer.
There's nobody there.
There's nobody there. We can't give you a better answer.
Let's go out to Pete in Minneapolis. Pete, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. I appreciate it. There's two people I want to talk about. I'll be brief and I'll hang up.
Mm-hmm.
First is Lovie Smith. I've been watching the Bears since I was 4 years old. I'm 38 years old now. I can't take the patronizing anymore. This guy doesn't understand what the C on the side of the helmet means, what the tradition means, and what it means to the fans of this city and throughout this country. 3 years ago, they're down 31-0 to the Cincinnati Bengals. Robbie Gould gets the field before halftime. Reporter talks to him before he hits the tunnel. Ask him his thoughts. Well, you know what? We got 3 points going in. We got the momentum. Go back and watch the tape. I'm not joking.
Pete didn't say that for sure.
Oh, he did.
Did he?
Dougie, I'll send you the DVD of it. Unfortunately, I could send you a highlight reel of this stuff. They're playing the Vikings. You know, they could be 7-9, but they win their 8-8. Post-game conference. What does this game mean to you? We're 1-0 in 2012.
Well, I got the one thing that I heard about Lovie Smith and OB and OB will remember it. The time they lost the Packers up at Packers, he said, well, Packers had a purpose.
That's when you went nuts.
That's when I went crazy.
I told you if you have a heart attack, there'll be no mouth-to-mouth.
The Packers had a purpose.
Oh,
I said, you got to be kidding me. What do you mean they have a purpose? Do we have a purpose? They won because they had a purpose?
What was our purpose?
What was our purpose? To lose the damn game? Yeah, no, sometimes, when you lose, you just get so hot and mad about what the hell you saw out there.
Well, an ugly game like this.
It was ugly.
It brings. I mean, you and I we're looking at the bad side of things, and I'm trying to find some way where, I mean, defensively, I thought we did a good job. I mean, if we had any kind of offense, we could have been in this game big time, and that was a good thing. But my God, the players themselves, first of all, blowing their big mouths off and not backing it up, and then the coaching staff, this horrendous offensive game plan they had to go against Green Bay. There's no excuse for this. Not here, not this time, and not at this level. It is not acceptable, Doug.
Here's another little tidbit. You played this game long enough, and I played in tons and tons of specialty teams, and I was there. I called fakes on punts because I was the up guy, and I caught the football, and I ran it for 20, 30 yards, caught the pass coming out of the backfield, did it on field goals. But one reason I did that is that during the course of that week, we saw something.
You found a flaw.
I found a flaw. What was going on? They said, Doug, you have the right to call this play because they do this. Well, something was wrong here, obviously, with our field goal block because they found it. You think they just pulled it out of the air somewhere? And they pulled it out all right. That went for a touchdown. That was a backbreaker right there, boys. And that in itself's got to be put on the, on the special teams coach. That you cannot let happen. Not only did they didn't get just a first down, they got a touchdown. And they blocked it perfectly, Ed. Yeah. Perfectly, like they had all planned out what they were going to do.
And to let the listeners know, when you have who's ever eligible, which would be the kicker, which would be the holder, which would be the two blocking backs, tight ends, okay? Guaranteed, folks, somebody on defense is accountable for each and every one of those plays. Each and every one of those people on those plays. When that happens, somebody is accountable for them.
Let's go out to Kathy in Geneva. Kathy on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, I've been a Bear fan for probably about 35, 40 years. My husband's a Packer fan, but I'm a strong Bear fan. I just have a question. What do you guys think about Cutler as far as being accountable for his actions as he's in charge. He runs the show, and he throws his players under the bus, his wide receivers, the offensive line, and then he threw 4 interceptions. I just don't think he even acts, not a good teammate. I'm watching it, and I'm sure you saw his face every time. And I think it's a mental game, too. He's not, every time somebody screws up, he's on them. Whether he's in their face, it's the look on his face, you can just see it. And, the caller that called, half hour ago, I like Jay Cutler, but I just don't think he is in charge of that team. And the quarterback is in charge of the team. And I think that's why Denver got rid of him. I don't know. I'm just saying. I think mentally he's not. And then, of course, 4 interceptions, what did he do, 120 yards tonight?
Yeah, it wasn't good. When you got a quarterback rating of 30.1, that's exactly what he had. And, Kathy, I think I understand what you're saying. A lot of times you'll look at somebody. For example, when he got in Webb's face, and started screaming at him. Well, I saw Aaron Rodgers do the same thing to a wide receiver. That he thought remember he threw that interception?
Well, that's because he threw the interception.
Right.
And it was dead on the receiver for him not coming back to the ball.
Again, he got on the receiver. But the fact was, though, you take a look at Cutler. This is why I say sometimes he ought to put a mask on. Because it does send bad signals sometimes. It looks like, Mike Mulligan calls him crunchy face. And when I be like crunchy face, all of a sudden he gives you that look. And that look says to you, boy, you guys are really screwing up. I'm not screwing up, whatever it is. But the fact is, though, you have to learn in this game that you all got to be on top when things are bad also. You got to show that you are a leader when things are bad. You got to grab somebody. You got to put yourself out there, and you got to say, here we are, we're coming back again to go back after these guys. Not stick your head between your legs and look like the world is coming down on you as a football player. That is something he's going to have to learn.
Dougie, what it was tonight. That's a huge challenge. Not only the rivalry, but you've got to beat that team to go to the Super Bowl, Doug. You've got to meet the challenge. You got to man up. You make the trade. You bring the draft. You bring people in here, and to go up there, and the players themselves. Where was their pride? How would they sit there, that offensive line, and get slapped around like some bad little kids doing bad things?
Yeah.
And not man up and come back and fight and give Jay Cutler some time, open some holes for those guys to run the football instead of getting slapped around for 4 quarters. Meet the challenge. That's what this game is about, not dodging or hiding.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Kings Lane in Rosemont, Illinois. Well, Bradovich, have a phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
In a lot of different areas. I mean, we know it's always tough going, coming up here. They're a good football team, but we're better than we showed tonight. Offensively, it's tough. Can't get the running game going. You're not, the protection isn't what it needs to be. And throw an interception.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino post-game show with Doug and O.B. live from Kings Lane's Lounge and Sports at MB Financial Park at 5505 Park Place in Rosemont, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's home for Bears fans.
That was Lovie Smith talking about the production is not what it needs to be.
It's as simple as that.
As simple as that. And I'm glad someone told me that because I didn't recognize that. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Kings Lane in Rosemont. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767.
Doug, these 3 lovely ladies sitting in front of us, she said we have the 2 perfect faces for radio.
I know, we do. No, you do. I don't.
So, you can leave now, lady. You can leave.
Escort
this young lady out.
Escort this lady out. You 2 officers over there, please get this lady out. Anyway, we got David Schuster. David is up in Green Bay on Lambeau Field. David.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Eddie. Listen, don't worry about too many Bears coming back on the bus tonight because Jay Cutler threw enough of them under the bus in his post-game press conference that I got a feeling very few of them will be coming back to Lake Forest after the game.
Give us some news. Yeah.
Well, seriously, listen back to it. I'm sure we got it in the studio, but he blamed everybody except whoever kidnapped the Lindenberg baby, whoever stole that. I mean, he took off on everybody. He took off on his offensive line, his wide receivers.
How about himself? How about himself?
No, he really didn't. I mean, he was asked finally to assess his performance. He said some good, some bad. I would say more bad than good, to be perfectly blunt, even on his part. Yes, I know he got sacked 7 times, and people were all over the place in wrong formations, and they were offsides, and this and that, but he underthrew receivers all night, and he threw into triple-team coverage, so he was as bad as everybody else, and pretty much a disaster. Now, some of the things that came out of the locker room after the game, Brian Urlacher very pointedly saying, I guess we're not as good as we thought we were going into the game. No kidding.
Really?
And, yeah, really. And Peanut Tillman with the very obvious, I guess we won't go 16-0 this season. Other than that, they were pretty defensive. Brandon Marshall saying, we just didn't get the job done. I should have caught that pass in the end zone if it was just a little bit closer to me. So even he was alibying. And you know what? Again, I don't know what was more pathetic, the performance on the field or some of the performances in the locker room after the game.
I got to tell you,
it all goes hand in hand, my friend.
And another thing, too, David. I mean, the coaches better take some of this, too, by the way.
You bet.
This team wasn't ready to play any kind of a football game. Now, the defense, I thought, at times, they were out there. They were doing certain good things. I think they played well enough. But the fact is, that offense, I never saw. The offensive line was pathetic. That was bad. The wide receivers were pathetic. Jay Cutler was pathetic. The guy had yards per attempt, David, 2.7. At one time in the third quarter, his quarterback rating was 8.1. And he ended up with 30.1, something like that. So
28.2 for what it's worth.
Is that what it is, 28.2?
28.2 with the 4 interceptions, of course. How about Brendan Marshall? I mean, both he and Cutler did a lot of talking this past week at the podium.
Oh, my God.
That's what Ed was saying.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. How about Cutler saying good luck to the defensive backs for Green Bay? But honestly, it was the Bears who needed the good luck
David,
here.
let me tell you something. Good receivers, okay? Good receivers in this league. You know what? The number one thing that they have, some have speed, some of this, they all have one thing. They get separation, whether they're doubled or not. There's too many great receivers that have played over the years that were double covered their entire career and still caught 60, 70, 80 passes, okay? You got to get separation. Not one time did I see Brandon Marshall get separation, and the one time when Jay underthrew him and he was there in double coverage, he should have came back and fought for that ball, knocked it down, tried to disrupt the interception, or even try to catch the ball, but come back. There was time to come back. He did. He chose not to.
Absolutely. I was going to say absolutely correct, Eddie and Doug. And, the one time that he was open in the end zone, I know it wasn't a perfect pass.
He should have had it.
You know what? It should have. Of course he should have
Sure,
had it.
He should have had it.
All-pro wide receiver.
Absolutely.
And when you get your hands on the ball, you're supposed to catch it. So no alibis. And then there was Jamarcus Webb in the locker room after the game. I asked him to assess his performance. He laughed at me. Actually, to be honest with you, I should have laughed.
You should have laughed at him.
David, did you see in the game how many times he held?
They didn't call it.
Tackled. Oh my God, it was incredible and never got called.
They could have called him for 50 penalties. And who else, by the way, went brain dead on that fake field goal?
Well, we asked Tina Tillman. I guess he was on the field. I didn't realize it at the time, but we asked him about that. He goes, good call on their part. We went for the block. And then the guy basically walked into the end zone. So, they did catch the Bears with their pants down on that play. Good call, certainly on McCarthy's part for the Packers, but they really didn't cover it very well on the outside. And the guy was, you know what? You and I could have walked into the end zone.
Well, the fact is that you usually don't call that play, and I was telling Ed about this because I played too many times on special teams, especially in that position where I made the call. You work on it all week, and you find out that somebody's doing something that you can take advantage of, and then they take advantage of that. And they found something in that block that the Bears do because they actually blocked everybody that was involved in that football game, and they went in untouched, like you said.
The one thing, though, that, Doug, you said right off the bat, and is the first thing I thought of in the first few minutes of the game. Here was one team that was prepared to play the game. Here was another team, the Bears, that were not prepared to play the game. For the second straight game, Cutler goes back on his first pass. He sacked just like he was in the first game for a 13-yard loss, and they went backwards. This team was not ready to play, and I'm not sure their schemes or their game plan was correct either. Did they not see San Francisco run the ball down Green Bay's throat? I know the Bears were able to throw the ball at will against Indianapolis, but this was a different team who has a weakness at stopping the run, and the Bears refused to do it early in the game when the game was still in doubt. So, I don't know. This is across the board. This is all phases of the Bears just falling over and dying tonight.
What was the gist of Lovey's speech at the end? What was he saying? I heard a few words, but he was talking about the fact that I don't know what he was talking about. What did he say?
David, no matter whatever it is, it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you. I wasn't in for Lovey.
Okay, I don't know.
I made sure to go into the locker room, but I did hear the gist of it, and basically said we're a better football team.
There
than
we go
showed
again.
tonight.
Yeah.
Well,
I hope so, and I hope they're better than that because if they're not, then we're in for a long damn year.
You don't have 85 games or 160-some games. You don't have this. You have 16 games. You're the head coach, and you mean to tell me this is what you do after being a head coach here, 9 years now? 9 or 10 years? And we go up to play the people that we have to take care of to get to the Super Bowl, and this is what you give us? This is what you give the players?
And you know what, Eddie? I've been coming up here a long time. I think this is 6 straight years now the Bears have gone down, and some of these losses have been pretty embarrassing in this stadium. I'm going to throw a trivia question out to you guys. Who was the last winning quarterback for the Bears who won here in Lambeau Field? I'll tell you, he threw a couple of touchdown passes in that game.
I have no clue.
It'll catch you a little
Sid
bit off
Luckman.
We don't have to go that far
McMahon.
back. It was 2007, and it was Brian Greasy was the quarterback.
Brian Greasy.
Yeah.
This I do know, and I read this, and this is unbelievable. When Cutler goes into Lambeau Field,
he stinks.
His quarterback rating is 40.
Wow.
Now, against the Green Bay Packers, overall, when he plays the Green Bay Packers, his quarterback rating is 60. So maybe he just did exactly what he always does when he goes up to Lambeau. What, a 40 quarterback rating? You said it was a 28.2?
28.2 tonight.
Yeah, so that's not going to cut it. We all know that. So, all right, David.
Let me just ask you guys one more question, because
Sure.
a lot of the questions of Cutler after the game were, well, I mean, how do your teammates take to the fact that you criticize them and scream at them as often as you do? He said, well, I'm just going to be who I am, and they're just going to have to deal with it. I'm asking you now, as former NFL players, whether it was a quarterback or the middle linebacker, whoever's in charge of the defense or offense, if you have that guy, even though you make mistakes, screaming at you as much as he does and throwing you under the bus like he did as much as he did after the game, how would you as teammates take to that both that day and going forward?
The only way you can do that is that you have to be perfect yourself as a ball player.
Which he wasn't.
Which he wasn't. Now, when he threw an interception, then somebody should have ran up to his face and say, what the hell are you doing? Now, I saw Aaron Rodgers do it on the sidelines, by the way, to one of his players, to one of his wide receivers, because he ran the wrong route and he threw the interception. But most of the time, anybody that's going to do that yelling is pretty perfect. In other words, he's out there and he's like Marino used to do it all the time. Dan Marino used to fire at all of his guys. So, but the fact is, I don't think Cutler has the right now, the way he's playing, to be screaming and yelling at anybody.
I would agree with you.
All right, David, have a safe trip back, buddy.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Be careful,
Take care.
David.
We got time for a phone call while we're doing this?
Let's
go out to Casey in Kenosha. Casey, you're on the score.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Case?
Caller, long-time listener.
Thank you.
Being a Bear fan in Wisconsin, it's kind of tough these last.
Well, it's got to be real bad now.
Are you going to take the day? Hey, Casey, are you going to take the day off tomorrow?
Yeah. Casey, take.
I'm thinking so. I think that'll be a good day.
Call in sick.
Yeah, Casey, take the flag down in front of the yard, okay?
Yeah. I think everybody's flag's going up around here. My flag's coming down.
Oh my God.
But man, it's like something has just got to change here. It's the same song and dance every. A couple days ago, everybody's happy, but I wasn't drinking the Kool-Aid. We beat the Colts, okay?
Yeah. Well, we know that. Yeah, exactly right. There was no question, Casey. We beat the Colts, but even beating the Colts, it was a National Football League team. But you don't do what you did tonight and show this kind of a football team. I can understand getting beat because maybe the Packers are a better football team, but not like the way they got beat today. There's no question about it. They just not show me anything.
Hey, Dougie, the callers, guys, you guys hang in because I know we had that longer session with David Schuster, but I promise you, come right back from the break. We're gonna rip right to it, guys. Hang in there.
Yeah, Nick, John, Uncle Meatball, Casey, Phil, Pretty Ricky, George, Harry, Frank. We'll be right with you. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio.
Go Bears!
670.
Go Bears!
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug and OB, live from Kings Lane's Lounge and Sports at MB Financial Park at 5505 Park Place in Rosemont, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We are live at Kings Lane in Rosemont. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Green Bay Packers. Packers 23, Bears 10. Let's go out to the phone lines and let's hit Nick in Lakefront. Nick, you're on the Score. Nicky.
Nick, you there? Nick.
Yeah.
You there, Nick?
You're on, Nick.
Yeah, can you hear me, guys?
I got you.
We got you, babe.
Okay, sorry about that. I just wanted to say I'm sick and tired of it, guys. I love the Bears with all my heart, and they just keep hurting me. You know what? I don't know. Did they tell you or give you guys any analysis on Forte's injury? Do you guys know if he's coming back soon? But
no information.
No information, buddy.
But
You know what makes me mad, though? I mean, there's a guy, named Jason Witten who actually played through an injury, and, that's what good footballers do. Sometimes, they stick it out for their team. And that's why I'm going to switch teams. Go Pack, go! Go Pack, go! Bears suck!
Did you get that?
I don't know. He said, go Pack, go Pack. You say Bears suck? Is that what he said?
Tried to pretend he was a Bear fan.
Hey, yeah, Nick, you little sneak. You snuck it in on us.
Let's go out to Phil in Crystal Lake. Phil, you're on the score with OB and Doug. Philip.
I wanted to tell you.
Go ahead, Phil.
I wanted to tell you, though, that, if it's not the Bears, I wouldn't even watch football. But I love football, but, I'm that big of a Bears fan. But you guys are the two most passionate Bears fans I've ever heard of. And I just talked to you once last year, and I've been listening to your show, but when they win, it's always like, okay, everybody's all happy and giddy and this and that. But when they do a game like tonight, I put you guys on because I'm like, oh, my God, these guys are not going to mince any words. They're going to go straight to the core of stuff, and they're just going to lay it out there, smash mouth, what's going on here and all this stuff. Because there was one game last year where they were horrible, and I'm like, I got to put these guys on. And you guys were cracking me up because it was just like, oh, my God.
You know what, Phil, you're a football guy, right? And you watch this game. Like
here was my main point. I just wanted to compliment you guys because, you just don't mince any words. You'll go after anybody. You don't care who it is. You're not sitting there trying to make excuses for a guy that had a bad game. I'm 55, so I remember you guys. My grandfather knew all you guys. He's like, this Obradovich guy or this, Buffon guy and all that. And I was just a kid. I was like 12. I'm like, oh, okay. But I watched you guys, and I'm like, whoa, man. Even though they're not very good, you guys didn't have good records. I'm like, the majority of the teams that you guys played, they lose their next game because you just went out there and beat them up. So so you guys got that attitude, but this game was just strange to me because it seemed like the offense, every guy was trying to give it away. This Brandon Marshall guy, he's a Pro Bowler, and then he drops a pass, he's wide open, it's right in his hands. They got guys blitzing and nobody picking them up. Like you won't say, oh well, the offensive line, this or that. You'll say these guys are pathetic. What are they even doing on the field? Which is true. That's how it is. But, this whole game was kind of like that. There were a lot of things where it's like, what's he doing? I'm like, the Packers, they could have embarrassed the heck out of the Bears. They could have been leading 35-0 in the first half. But they only had 3 points.
Yeah, Phil, as an offensive team, as a team offensively, they absolutely stunk.
Exactly.
And individually, it was worse. And you're talking about guys getting paid huge money, but who did not look that bad. And to me, the way I saw it, the defense gave it everything they had. There was some pressure on Rodgers. They made some good plays. They played hard for 4 quarters. Enough if you had some kind of an offense to win the game.
Okay, here's how it was. Through the first half, I was thinking, it's only 13-0, and the offense is practically trying to hand them the game, like going up there like, well, we really don't even want to play this one. And I'm like, what the, come on, all you have to do is play even adequate offense here and not just be giving it away to them. And we're right there in the game, and at the halftime, it's 13-0 or whatever. I'm like, they're playing this bad on the offense, and they're still in the game. The defense is doing a great job. So I don't know. It was just one of those strange games where I'm like, oh my God,
Bill,
we had an opportunity.
We understand your feelings. Trust me, we do.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Phil.
Well,
I just wanted to say.
The other thing, too, Ed, when you take a look at this, and this was at the beginning of the game, and you always want to make a statement at the beginning of the game. And I was really disappointed in Forte. He should have buried that linebacker that made that blitz. Buried him. You're at the beginning of the game. I understand Forte's a hell of a player.
He knows
where
the blitzers.
He knows what they're going to do.
They know where the blitzers. They know where he's
coming right at him.
He's coming
you
right at him.
Bury him. That's what you do. That's what you're paid to do. Why would you throw a half-ass block into the guy? I don't get it. I don't understand it. Everybody says, well, geez, that was just one time. It only takes one time to get somebody killed. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of times these guys think, well, I'll get it the next play. There may not be a next play. Let's go out to Uncle Meatball in Bucks River Grove. Uncle Meatball, you're on the score.
It's great to talk to you guys again. I have 2 points. The first one is that we now have a very long history of being proven that Lovie Smith will always be outcoached by a better coach every time. We go into some of these teams that we should beat, like the Colts, and he's a new coach, but still he managed to keep his team in the game until the talent finally caught up and just bailed out our coaching staff. Which leads me to Jay Cutler. If you listen to some of the calls tonight, dare I say, I'm starting to hear excuses. Everybody's starting to pile on Jay, saying, hey, it's Jay, hey, it's Jay. Well, we had the quarterback before, hey, it's Rex, hey, it's Rex. Could it possibly be that this is the ghost of Jim Finks coming back to us and say, hey, you morons, you need to build an offensive line? That's all I really got to say, and I'll listen to your comments. But please let me listen.
Well, Meatball, as far as I'm concerned, my answer to you is, I mean, I'll take what you said. I'll take what you said.
I remember Jim Finks. I mean, his philosophy was very simple. Give me an offensive line, give me a defensive line, and I'll give you a football team.
And then let me tell you another guy that was right there, Jerry Vanisi.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Vanisi. He was the general manager when we won the world championship in '85, and there's nobody did that job any better than him. Nobody.
Let's go to Cherryville, Indiana. I don't know who it is.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to say, talk about borderline personality syndrome. Are we sure Brandon Marshall has it, or does Jay Cutler?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, throwing people under the bus like that.
Mm-hmm.
I am a Jay Cutler fan, and I love how all the fans tonight are throwing him under the bus. The offensive line was terrible. We could start off with that. I mean, you're only as good as your dumbest player, or you're only as smart as your dumbest player. And Jamarcus Webb is terrible. Terrible. And Forte missing that block.
Yeah, that was
awful.
Terrible.
Yeah, it was all terrible.
You can't. You're a professional. You're a professional. That is not something that's extraordinary that you had to do. It's like a shortstop picking up a ground ball and throwing it to first and getting the out. That's what they call a play, a simple play that you're supposed to be doing. And it was a half-ass block.
Yeah, it's awful. They showed no heart tonight. Green Bay deserves the win. I mean, we could have made them 0-2 on the season. That's more games than they lost last season. And
defensively, they showed up.
Yeah, they showed up.
Yes,
and
they did.
That's the thing. They choked their offense. They made our great offense against the Colts defense. Come on now. It's the Colts defense. We got all that hype. And now all our fans are saying, oh, gosh, this is going to be the end of the season. We just need Mike Tice to figure out the offensive line, and we need to figure out how we're going to run this scheme, because Lovie Smith seems to be a lazy coach. I don't know. It seems like he's becoming lazy. That preseason was terrible, too.
I don't understand, again, you can scheme so much. But sooner or later, you got to have the talent that has to be in part of that scheme. You can keep all the people in you want, maximum protection. In fact, they had maximum protection the first time around.
There you go.
But they beat some blocks. So how much you going to do? How many guys you going to keep in? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But with good football teams that score a lot of points, you got to go out there and try to score. But everything was off tonight. Maybe we'll look at it this way. Maybe we'll just look at it and say, hey, hold it. We'll see what happens in the next couple weeks.
Yeah.
But that's hard to do, by the way, because no one should be that bad, I don't think. I mean, an offense could be that terrible like they did tonight. Let me tell you something. Jay Cutler, and I'm a big Cutler fan. I've been speaking up for this kid since he got here. But when your yards per attempt is 2.7, and last week it was 9.5. Now, I understand there's a difference in team here, but that much difference? I don't think so.
Doug, if they keep that up, they're going to be going to the toilet bowl in Flushing, New York with those stats.
Oh, my Lord. Ed, the third quarter, his quarterback rating, like I told you, was 8.2.
Yeah, right. I know.
No one had it. Haney had a better than 8.2. Let's go out to John in Monroe, Wisconsin. John, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How you doing, fellas?
All right, what's up, John?
I want to get your perspective on something. Evidently, we have a problem at the left tackle position, and people in the past have been saying there's nobody that plays any better than this guy. But what happened with Karimi? Didn't he play left tackle in college and did an outstanding job? Why don't they move him over to the left side?
You know, I thought, John, that was the thought when Karimi first got here. I thought that was going to happen to him, be a left tackle guy. But they figured because they had drafted Chris Williams, that he
was
would
the
be
number
the guy.
one draft choice to be the left tackle.
Exactly. And so we can't waste that number one draft choice, so we'll put Karimi on the other side. Then they find out that Williams couldn't play dead, and then they put Webb in there, and they're starting to find out he can't play dead. And so now, what are you going to do with Karimi? Now, Karimi's coming back with that knee, and I think he's playing pretty good, except for the stupid thing he did tonight, which cost him 15 yards, which was totally dumb. But if anybody had the chance of playing tackle, Karimi would be the guy. But I don't think it's too late in the season to see where you're going to put him at left tackle.
Well, Doug, here, listen, let me tell you something. They're going to either just go back. I know we targeted the tight end a few times today, which was nice to see. But, Doug, you're going to have to go back to total and complete max protection, or Cutler is not going to make the season.
Well,
mark my words, my friend. And if we have to shorten what we can do on offense, which obviously it looks like, keep the tight ends in, the tight end in the back, Doug, that's what we're going to have to do, because this is second game, league game, and to the team that you have to compete and beat, and you get embarrassed from top to bottom, the coaching staff, the players.
Everybody.
This was brutal. You got a head coach making $6 million. You got a quarterback. I don't know. What does Jay make? 12, 14, 16, 18, 20 million?
A running back making about 4 or 5? You've got all these guys out there that you think you're going to come through. You've got guys who said at the beginning, they told us, you listen to the press conferences, good luck trying to cover us man for man. Good luck for trying to do this or that.
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing.
Think about it.
I'm going to tell you something. Jay Cutler and the rest of these, Brendan Meyer, if you ever learn, and I cannot believe that they don't know this, if you ever learn one damn thing from this game, keep your damn mouth shut.
Yep. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Kings Lane in Rosemont. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears' loss, 23-10 to the Green Bay Packers. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Kings Lane in Rosemont. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears' loss to the Green Bay Packers. Packers 23, the Chicago Bears 10. Let's go out to Pretty Ricky in Northbrook. Ricky.
Hey, guys, 3 quick points. 3 things that most annoyed me about tonight's game. If I'd have told you at 7 o'clock that at the end of the game, Rodgers would have about 225 yards passing, 1 touchdown, they wouldn't return a kick or a punt for a touchdown, and the defense wouldn't have scored for them, and we basically held them to 19 points if you take away 4 for give them a field goal instead of a touchdown. I know we'd be doing cartwheels on Michigan Avenue if we held Green Bay to 19 points. I know we win that game. The other thing that annoys me, San Francisco gave you a blueprint on how to beat this team. Why did you not follow that game plan? And the most annoying thing for me is if you've got someone on your roster that's not good, that's a backup to Jamarcus Webb, he shouldn't be on an NFL roster if he's not good enough to replace him. That's it.
All right, the good point about San Francisco 49ers. 49ers ran 186 yards against the Chicago Bears. 112 went to Gore. Smith, the quarterback.
186 yards against the Pack.
Yeah, against the Pack. Smith, the quarterback for San Francisco, threw 20 for 26. San Francisco ran the football 4 more times than they passed it. So it was there. You say to yourself, okay, you got Forte. You spend $2 billion to get him on there. And you got Bush, who spent another $2 billion to get him on there. So maybe you pound them and you come back with the play action, do more of that. But the game started off all wrong again, like it did against the Indianapolis Colts, if you remember correctly. He throws a touchdown pass, interception, you run for a touchdown. And then Forte misses that block on a blitzing linebacker. So all in all, when it's all said and done with, that defense today, and Ed brought it up, which is absolutely correct, they were played well enough to win this football game. But our offense was nowhere close to winning this football game.
Richie, there's many things that you could say. What's the bottom line here? What if there is there one? There could be a lot of bottom lines for this game. I'll tell you what. But if you had to pick one thing, the bottom line, you know what it is, Richie? In my mind, they were not ready to play. This coaching staff did not have that team ready to play football tonight. Period.
Well, it showed. There's no question it showed. And yet again, too, I think the thing that's aggravating a lot of people was the fact that how cocky they were, especially the offense, about how they were going to handle the Packers after coming off that Colt win. You know, we heard the rhetoric. We heard what they were saying. I'm sure Green Bay Packers heard it too.
Yeah, challenging Green Bay. Yeah, hey, I'm this, I'm that. Yeah, we'll come up there. Why, you idiots?
Let's go out to Steve in Fox Lake. Steve, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Oh, thanks, guys. Doug, you're right. The last two games I couldn't quite understand how they'd come right out and start passing right off the bat. The whole team is built. Common sense is that you build the passing game off the play action pass, and you can't have a play action pass if you don't run the ball. And right off the bat, you do a play action pass, and he gets buried. And it's two games in a row where Tice has tried to take it down the field without really getting any thing in the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're talking about, is earning the right to throw the ball. And I always looked at that. You know, how you earn the right, you start with your play. I believe in the pass. I mean, there's no question you have to pass. But the fact is, though, you have to soften the guys up. You have to really get in there and mix it up. You got to get sweaty and really rolling. Those kind of things.
That's why you have to come back with John. That's why you have to come back, Doug, with play action.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is a passing league. Why? Rules, etc. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, all that. But the fact of the matter is, you got to incorporate a lot of bootlegs and a lot of play action. Why? Because, number one, all defensive men, they have to respect the run first. So you hold the linemen, you hold the linebackers for that 1,001 count or whatever have you, and that's what you have to do. And if you can get a running game, kick open some holes, and come with play action, that makes your passing game a hell of a lot easier.
And the other thing, too, what it does, when you run the football, you get lathered up. What I mean by getting lathered up, I mean the fact is that you get
confidence.
Be competitive. It's like fighting or boxing or whatever you want to call it. You start mixing it up, and it starts to come up. Now your adrenaline's flowing. Now you want to do this. You're hitting. You're getting used to what's going on. That is the mode you have to be in to win football games. And I'm going to tell you something. This is something that Jim Harbaugh does for the San Francisco 49ers. You watch that guy. You watch what he does and how he brings those guys up. And the fact is they play that way. Probably one of the most fundamentally strongest teams I've seen in a long, long time.
Their front seven, Doug. Their 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers are the best in football.
No question.
Yeah, absolutely.
And their offensive line, they tear holes. Let's go out to Bill in Libertyville. Bill, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Well, I'm trying to get to Libertyville, fellas. I'm on 43 coming back from Lambeau. Like a fool. I spent $4 gasoline and $7 beers to witness this mess again. Let's get to the main problem here. I called you guys from the Metrodome years ago about this. Until this franchise, this great franchise and this legendary franchise in this great city is sold to football people instead of descendants of football people, nothing will change. Nobody's going to come here. Lovie Smith was a 5th choice. Do you think Bill Cowher's going to come for work for George McCaskey? Please. This is not going to happen. Lovie Smith runs through raindrops. This guy goes to the Super Bowl because Devin Smith wins 5 or 6 games almost by himself. And then we can't do anything more after that, and they make Devin a wide receiver and take him off running back kicks. we get to the NFC Championship game because most of the teams that we played had all of their great players and their all-pro receivers and wide receivers and quarterbacks and everybody else on the injured reserve list a couple of years ago or recently. And we're down 14-0 in the first quarter to the hated Packers, and we have a defensive coach as the head coach. Cutler, shut up. I mean, please, guys. Nothing is going to change until we have a big change here. That's the big change that we need, not an offensive tackle or things like that. Thanks for listening.
Well, thanks, Bill. A lot of times, too, I think maybe people are saying, well, maybe Phil Emery's going to be the guy that's going to help turn this thing around. You know, maybe he's going to pick the right guy. But I'm with Ed on this one. When we come into the first-round draft choice, I would have bet my life on it that we were going to take an offensive tackle.
Or a receiver.
No chance. No offensive tackle. Why didn't we take one?
All people, a defensive end, and that'll
end up probably being a middle linebacker.
The problem is up the middle.
Yep. Okay, let's go out to Neil in Rockford. Neil, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
First of all, I'd just like to say it's an honor to talk to both of you, but to get down to the point here, Jay Cutler and that offensive line have no heart. And I spent 5 years in the Marine Corps. I spent a year of that overseas in Afghanistan in the Marine Corps. And you got to have courage and honor and commitment to everything that you do. And if you don't have that, you're not going to win football games. You're not going to win in life. You're not going to win at anything. And until they get that, they're not going to do anything. And Cutler and his little whiny attitude and his little, I can do this, but I can't do that because you can't, you blaming everybody else and throwing them under the bus, it doesn't work. You've got to have honor in what you're doing and courage to go out there and just put the beat down on people when that's what it calls for. Until they do that, it's never going to be any different. And that's all I had to say, guys. You have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Neil, first of all, God bless you, pal, you and your family. People in the military that defend this great country of ours, again, just God bless and God bless to you and your family. And can't argue with you, pal.
Yeah, it's called spirit. There's no question. And in fact, teamwork, and everybody needs to do that. But sometimes, no matter what you do, no matter how hard you try, if you don't have the talent to do it, it's very difficult to bring somebody to the forefront.
Well, Doug, here's the point.
We got to talk about Webb in that. Well, I don't know if he has the talent to do all this stuff.
Well, here's the point, Doug. Again, this coaching staff has been here for Doug 9 years, or maybe 10, whatever it is. And, okay, what have we really won? You never really won anything until you win the Super Bowl. That's basic. That's the bottom line. If you think any difference, then you shouldn't be. Think any other way, then you shouldn't be in this business. And, again, that I've been saying for a long time here, these guys, with this coaching staff, with these players, with this team, if not now, when? When? If not now.
Anyway, Ed, he wasn't tonight. That's for damn sure. And hopefully it'll start all over again against St. Louis. And hopefully we'll be there, cheering them on, because we will. You know how you and I are, and most of the Bear fans. But let's see what
Doug,
happens.
It's just simple. You and I, if offense and individuals, they play great, we talk about it, and we're happy, and it's great. But I'll be damned if you and I are going to sit there and it ain't going to happen on this show. Go listen to somebody else. I'll tell you what, you get guys making $7, $8 million, $12, $20 million, and they don't show up for 60 minutes.
I'm from the school. If you were making $12 and you put a helmet on your head and you're out there, you better do the job. That's how I look at it. Or don't be out there. Go do something else. Go sell insurance.
$12, you got paid that much?
Oh, no, it was $11.50. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich Embo phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Oh.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug and OB, live from Kings Lane's Lounge and Sports at MB Financial Park at 5505 Park Place in Rosemont, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Kings Lane in Rosemont. Ed Radovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And this place that we're at is absolutely gorgeous, featuring 20 10-pin bowling lanes.
I'll tell you how
Rosemont.
gorgeous. Let me tell you how huge it is. 20,000 square foot entertainment facility.
That's huge. I mean, it is. It's got great food. Ed and I ate here. It was fantastic.
Great, wonderful service, by the way.
And I'll tell you what, if you want to do private parties, this is the place to be. You got private space available for any event here at the Kings Lanes. And the other thing I like about it is the fact that it's easy to get to. Right off of River Road, just come right up here, and you're right here.
Doug, it's a full-service restaurant featuring Chef Design Award-winning a menu with an array of American favorites and delicious comfort food.
I'll tell you how big it is. It can accommodate up to 600 guests. Perfect for parties of any size. King specializes in bachelor and bachelorette parties, birthdays, corporate, and team-building parties, and a lot more.
Those days for you and I are long gone, Doug.
History.
That's right.
I remember the day when you used to come in. And
there you go.
You'd have a dance.
There you go. That's right.
A left dancer.
There you go.
Oh, hell no. Anyway, this is a great place, Kings Lane. So if you're out this way in Rosemont, please
Find
stop
a spot.
by.
Look it up, folks.
Yep. Let's go out to Tony in Orange County, California. Tony.
Gentlemen, how you doing?
What's up, T?
Hey, I'm a Chicago native. Lived in Chicago my first 36 years of my life, and moved out here in 2006. And I'm a big Chicago Bears fan and a big fan of you guys. So thanks for taking my call.
Tony, did you see the game?
I did see the game, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to talk a little bit about Jay Cutler. I mean, everybody knows that football teams in the NFL, championship football teams, start and stop with the quarterback. And it starts with leadership. And Jay had some things going last year where he was clearly the leader of the team, and the team was rolling, and he was keeping his mouth shut. And he got injured, and things went down, and we know what happened the last year. Now, all of a sudden this year, he gets some additional tools to the offense and starts spouting off after one game, and he seems like he has a 10-cent head and $1 million arm. And as we know, you have to have a quiet confidence about keeping things rolling. They won one game at the beginning of the week, and I think his frustration that came out tonight in the game, transcends through the team, and he's got to have that quiet. He has to be the leader to the offensive line, to the running backs, to the wide receivers. He's got to take some fault for some things that are going on there. And I just want to know your thoughts on that, because do you think he has the capability of handling that?
Tony, you couldn't have been more spot on. This guy's got to be the leader, but I will beg to differ with you, not a little bit, a whole big bunch. Football does not begin and start with the quarterback. Football is, and forever will be started up front. You could have the greatest quarterback in the world. You don't have those five guys in front of you, you're going nowhere. That guy will get clipped, knocked around, make poor decisions because he's constantly under pressure. So to build a team, you build it up front, the offensive line and defensive line, and then you add in. You build a footing and the foundation. That's how you do it.
I think, too, Tony, you're right about a few things. And one thing, and Ed is right. I mean, that's what happens. But it's still that quarterback, when things are going bad or going sour, it seems that when things do go bad and go sour, that Jay Cutler expresses it, not so much by words, which he did tonight. I'd like to hear this, the post-game conference he had. I'd like to hear what the hell he said, and he threw a lot of people on their bus, I heard. But the fact is, by looking at him, with the head down and dragging and the face look and this kind of stuff and that, kind of creeps over other guys and other people. So that's something he's going to have to work on. But let's say it's 2 games. They're 1-1. Let's see what the hell happens.
Well, the next game is September 23rd. We have the Rams coming in. Coach Fisher, former Chicago Bears, their head coach, pretty good boy. Let's see if our coaching staff can get these young men ready to play and play the game the way they're supposed to play it. And again, Guys,
they better be ready.
Let your actions on the field do your talking for you, not your mouth during the week.
Yeah, they should keep it down. You know what? Just show me. I don't want to hear you. I want you to show me. Well, thank you to Herb Lawrence, our producer, Joe Ostrowski, our
Herb
producer.
has been there for how long?
For 200,000 years.
Guys, he's the best. He really is.
Mike Peterson, our engineer. Rick Camp, our guy on
this
site,
right now.
Producer.
He's coming up to the crack category.
That's right.
Crack producer.
Right where Brendan McCaffrey was.
Right where Brendan.
Well, he left.
Brendan set the tone.
Yeah.
Now he's an executive.
Ryan Hamilton in promotions. Tim McMahon in promotions. And Zach Weathers, another producer. So, guys, once again, thanks for listening.
We got the Groffer coming up after us.
Oh, the Grobbers here.
Les Grofstein. Folks,
the best.
Please.
Yeah.
I'm going to go home and I'm going to listen to him because I'm a little fired up.
I'm going to go just sit and listen and watch Garber. You know what he can do?
Unless nobody
knows more than this guy.
This guy, he is absolute. And if you people haven't listened to him, please just stay up and listen to him for a while. He's really great.
Say, listen, Les, 1939, what happened with the Chicago Bears? He'll tell you play for play what happened with the Bears. But anyway, Les
the Groffer
coming up next. Thanks for listening, folks. We're going to see what happens next week against St. Louis, and hopefully the Bears will play a hell of a lot better than they did tonight. Good night, everybody.
Have a good weekend.
Crouches under his center and takes the snap and sticks it in the belly of the back with a big block from Garza and into the end zone for the touchdown. Touchdown Bears! Michael Bush in for his 24th career rushing touchdown. Here's the takeaway by Bradford. Going to throw the slant. It's knocked away by Jennings. Into the hands of Major Wright. Goodbye, baby, goodbye. 5 end zone touchdown. Touchdown Bears. And a pick six from Major Wright.
Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show. We are on 670thescore.com. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Highlights coming up will be courtesy of WBM Radio. And Eddie, the Bears 23 and St. Louis 6. It was a football game that basically was all defense, if you want to take a look at this football game. And the offense, I didn't think really showed that much. But enough for the Bears to win 23-6. But the one thing you did notice about the Bear offense was very simple, was that they did start running screens. They start running draws. They used the tight end. And other than that, I mean, it wasn't much different than maybe last week. The fact is we're not putting up a lot of points. There's no question about that. I think the game plan was set, Ed, to be, short passes. The only time they went deep was at the end of the game. And when they went deep for a longer pass
to Brandon Marshall for the one,
right?
For the one, but otherwise
nothing. It was
all
short
a very
passing.
Conservative game plan. And again, 3 games into the season, and our defense is playing just absolutely fantastic. The D-line, which has really been putting some pressure on, some heat, Doug, and kudos to them.
Yeah,
and
no question.
part of the success they're having, Doug, is just like the New York Giants, their defensive line, I mean, they're always terrorizing the quarterback. All they do is run stunt after stunt after stunt in the D-line. Well, if you saw it today, and if you saw last week, the week before, we've been stunting more in the defensive line with our tackles and our ends, and also tackle and a linebacker when we blitz. So, excuse me. So defensively, Doug, we're playing to me, we're playing at basically a Super Bowl pace. Offensively, Doug, if we have the 16-game schedule, 3 games are in, we're 2-1. But I'm going to tell you what, Doug, if we're going to ask the defense to step up for 16 games and hold us in there till we catch a break or you guys get a turnover and get 6 points. It's, Doug, they're going to break down sooner or later. The offense has to get the running game going and the passing game going. But what I did see was Cutler. How about some sprint outs, some bootlegs, Doug? That was nice to see. Second half, we didn't show a lot of that. But the more they move the pocket, and our offensive line, folks, for you don't think we do have a problem, I'll tell you what. There's really nothing they can do except to go to max protection and move the pocket. That's the two things you can do, or pray a lot. And I'll tell you what, our offense, somehow, they're going to have to step it up. They're going to have to get the ball down the field and be a professional offense the way this game is supposed to be played. The deep ball, it's there for you. Take advantage of it. But what's kept us in so far, Doug, in the 3 games has been our defense. Even at Green Bay, our defense kept us in the game, and they're all playing great. The D-line with their tricks and getting upfield, great pursuit, Doug. The offside pursuit is they're there so the running backs cannot cut back because we're right there. Everybody's in the proper lanes they're supposed to be. So all in all, was it a victory? Was it an exciting game? No, I would use the word boring, a very boring game. And but the fact of the matter is, now we go a week from tomorrow. As a matter of fact, we go down to Dallas and take on the Cowboys, and that's going to be a tough test. But hey, if our defense can hang in there, we're going to have a shot.
The Bears depend on a takeaway. There's no question about it. And it was going into maybe the third quarter. They weren't taking the ball away. I mean, they need takeaways. That's what Lovie Smith preaches. Then all of a sudden, though, you get the Tim Jennings who, deflects the football. A major right intercepts it, runs for a touchdown. So that's 6 points, and then Jennings at the end of the game.
That basically in the fourth quarter, yeah. Doug, and we really need it because the game, 9 times out of 10, when a game is close like that and you should put that team away, up pops the devil, and it goes the other way. It goes in reverse. But anyways, defensively, ball hawks, pressure, got the turnovers, got the win.
Got the win, and like we said and like you said, and everybody's going to say, there's nothing wrong with the defense. At the beginning of the year, they kept saying, you know what, this defense is getting old. These guys won't be able to play this, that. Well, let me tell you something. That's what you got to hang your hat on. But and I agree with you. You're going to have to get some kind of offense sooner or later and score some points sooner or later, or you're not going to win some of these football games.
Finally, Doug, it's not Peppers, it's not Urlacher, and it's not Briggs. We have other people stepping up to the plate in the D-line and in the D-backs. When they come up, they're being aggressive, Doug, and that's what you like to see. Turn into difference makers, and that's what we're going to have to be. But one thing I did notice, Doug, offensively, what happened when we were on offense, and I was watching this game, Dougie, and it seemed to me when we were strong to our right, it seemed to me that they had, from the center over, Doug, they had 7 players, only 2, the defensive end and a linebacker on the weak side. So that's when you saw those, whichever way they were strong, Doug, that's when you saw those 4 and 5 traps. And then if they did pass, they were coming little hook routes, little slant routes, because nobody was there. And we took advantage of it. Smart football.
Well, here, our phone number, 312-644-6767. You remember correctly when we went down near the goal line when Bush scored. You saw what happened there. It was a trap again, but what was amazing, the trap was by Garza, the center, who pulled, trapped out, bango. There was a hole there a mile wide, and they scored a touchdown.
Well, you know what? That's his years of playing offensive guard and pulling.
Nobody on top of him,
And I'll tell you what, and it was a hell of a call and a hell of an athletic play by Garza.
Well, we'll get back to this football game, and like you said, and it was boring. There's no question about it. But I think the game plan going into this was to keep it boring, was to keep it to a point that, you know what, we're not going to make any mistakes. We're not going to come out firing the football like they did the first time. Remember the last 2 games where they come out with a play-action pass and Cutler got sacked. What they did was keep it close to the vest. I understand, though, but other teams, when you get to other teams, because let's face it, take a look at the Rams. They didn't go deep, did they? Ever.
But I'm going to tell you what, Doug, if our defense cannot let down, because if any team gets up on us in the first quarter or early second quarter, Doug, we're not a team that can come back. Our offense doesn't. I mean, even though there's some firepower there, for some reason, we misfire instead of going down the field. And I'm going to tell you what, Dougie, I hope that doesn't happen because, again, we're going down to play Dallas, and if they jump on us, where it's going to be a tough road to come back, my friend.
Yeah, and also, too, the Rams gave us some breaks. You remember the penalties they had, which gave us first downs.
Doug,
first of all, running
two of their offensive linemen were out.
Yeah.
Two of their starting offensive linemen were out. Thank you, the Rams.
Yeah, and the Rams, again, I said, the punter. It's third down situation. They bang into the punter. We get a first down. Then they get another one by pushing off or whatever happened. Bang, we get another first down. So they played some stupid football, too. But the point is that when you look at this is the way the Rams played. They were close to the Lions. They only lost by 3 points or 4 points to the Lions. They beat Washington. And so they're waiting there and trying to where the Bears are going to make mistakes. Well, fortunately enough, though, the Rams did drop some interception passes, Ed.
Yes, they did.
Jenkins did on the cornerback and those kind of things. But all in all, when it's said and done, the game plan was right for what they needed to do. But certainly, we're going to need more out of our offense than we've seen in the first 2 games.
Doug, one of the biggest things I saw today on our D-line, I mean, they had so many substitutions, Dougie. Keeping it fresh.
Yeah.
Okoye, Melton, somebody's playing left tackle, somebody's playing right tackle. I mean, they were constantly switching it up, constantly playing tricks. And then one time, there was actually 3 down linemen, Doug. McClellan backed out, and he was moving around the line. He was almost playing like a rover linebacker or a rover D-back, and that was a defense that I have not seen before. Like to see a little bit more of that, especially with that kid, with his speed. It'd be a nice thing to see, but that I never saw before. Basically, a 3 down line with him playing as a rover, whether he's going to come in, Doug, or drop back, I'm sure it all depends on his reads.
Yeah, and again, let's get back to the offense because the trap plays are working. They work the hell out of the trap plays.
It was set up for the trap plays.
Absolutely. Now, the fact is, with Collar, there were some great throws, there were some bad throws. But all in all, I mean, what was his quarterback rating going into the second quarter?
In the third quarter, at the end of the third quarter, his rating was 44.7.
Yeah, that's not good enough. I mean, let's face it. I mean, good enough to win football
games.
Doug,
our offense for 3 games, basically. I mean, we're 2-1. Mm-hmm. But has it been adequate? No.
No, it's not.
We've had a lot of luck and a lot of great play by our defense.
And once again, can't hang your hat in the defense all the time. So we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show. We are on 670thescore.com. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 23-6 over St. Louis. What that referee called
referee, St.
Louis.
I think that guy was from New Jersey.
I thought that was kind of cute, though. St. Louis. Anyway, St. Louis got pasted today, 23-6, and the Bear defense basically did most of the pasting. And you take a look at hey, did you see those field goals, Ed? What the wind was bending them back?
My Lord, yeah. But I tell you what, there's not one missed field goal on either side.
And the other thing, too, which was kind of great, I mean, you're talking about the game. I thought there'd be a lot of turnovers both ways, and the Bears finally ended up with 2, and they gave up 1, but not a lot compared to what I thought it would be.
I'll tell you what, the St. Louis Rams, Doug, the Bears, they smothered him. They smothered Bradford. I mean, he couldn't do anything. Lucky if he found his first read, let alone his second or his third. And I thought that guy should have scrambled a little more. I thought he should have got out of the pocket with all the pressure that was being put on him. But I'll tell you this, a great game plan defensively. Defensively, they came, they were ready to play. But, Doug, I just got to harken back. Offensively, if we think we're going to go week after week and we're gonna play football games like this and win them, I don't think so, my friend.
No, it didn't look really good. I mean, they did enough where they didn't hurt themselves. And Bush came in and played some pretty good football.
They had some good runs with those 4 and 5 traps, but St. Louis gave it to them, so we took advantage of it, which was smart. But, Doug, our offense, I'm looking for some kind of a continuity.
Almost like the first game you want to look. Where they were in sync every time. They were throwing the ball, running it, doing everything.
Well, that was playing a
weaker team.
A really weak team.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, though, and again, it's each week it's going to get a little tougher, Doug, a little tougher. Why? Because we're not clicking on all cylinders. That's for damn sure. Defensively, got to hold us in. But, boy, I'll tell you what, offensively, if they don't start showing up, Doug, and putting some points on the board, it's going to be a dogfight to the end of every game. And you can't ask your defense to do that week in and week out. You just can't do it.
Well, the one thing you and I talked about, the one thing we thought they really needed, we talked about screens and draws. And they come back this game with some good screens. At an 18-yarder to Bush, they had some nice draws. You need all of that. And the other part was they started to see a little bit of it more than I've seen before, the tight end, getting him involved. So these are things, and maybe, like you said, when they go Monday against Dallas, they'll have more of this stuff in. I think they're going to need more of this stuff in on that offense because you cannot keep asking your defense to play this strong. Now, that defensive line, and the one reason is, and you played that defensive line, one thing that really helps them is the twists they're doing. They're doing a lot of tricks in that defensive line.
A ton of line stunts, and that we talked about that last year, the lack of it the year before, and all you got to do, folks, is just watch Green Bay, watch the Giants, watch the people that come and get after people, and that's exactly why. Now, does it work every time? No. But I tell you what, it sure gives the offensive line and a quarterback a bit of a headache. Believe me, it does.
That's if you have defensive linemen that are quick, and you do. Melton's quick when you want to use his quickness. McKellen, that kid is quick. You can want to use him as far as moving him around.
The Bears.
Pepper's quick.
Yeah, you go back to the great Dan Hampton when he played. You want to talk about a pass rush? I think the Bears still hold a record for sacks. What, about 72, I believe it was?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why was Dan Hampton. He would pick up a center and a guard, take him back 5 yards, 7, I don't care what it was, Doug, and then dump him in a quarterback's lap. Quarterback could never step up. Never step up. He had nowhere to go. And then you had Richard Dent coming from the outside, but and him and Steve McMichael, they had a great push up the middle, and it was devastating. And the little difference between what we're doing, our D-line's putting a lot of pressure on, Doug, but they're slanting and they're doing tricks. As far as them trying to bull rush or make individual moves and hold their ground, we're not equipped.
Well, the one thing, and I agree with this, we've been talking about this for years, and everybody's talking about football on the outside. Football really is in the inside. Football is, if you take a look at the Chicago Bears, and I always bring this up, remember when Tommy Harris was really good at defensive tackle?
That's what I'm talking about.
And Anderson, the rookie defensive end, his rookie year had 12 sacks. Why did he have 12 sacks? Because
quarterback had nowhere to go.
He can't step up. The quarterback can't step up because somebody's in his face. Consequently, what happens? You got an outside guy getting him. You got a guy like Peppers. That's why that inside pressure is so good.
That Doug, it probably sounds like people listen and think and say, well, that sounds simple enough, But the fact of the matter is, at this level, that's how you play the game, and that's how you get a consistent, effective pass rush. Is you got to have somebody busting up the middle. It just has to happen.
This game reminds me of games of old, the games back in the day, maybe when you and I played, and that is because our attitude was, you know what, let the defense make the plays, let the defense get the turnovers, let the defense get the sacks, and let's have time of possession, and let's run the ball, and let's do that, and don't worry about scoring. That kind of attitude, you'll win some games. You'll beat tomato cans. I mean, you're supposed to beat tomato cans, and really the Rams are a tomato can. But the fact is, though, like we talked about it, it's going to have to go up and beyond that if you want to get into the playoffs and go to that special place called the Super Bowl.
Doug, one game back I tell you what, it was probably the toughest game I ever played in 11 years. And I'm going to tell you what, it was the last game of the year. It's against the Detroit Lions. We're playing at home, and the Lions had to beat us. They beat us. They're into the playoffs, okay? They came down here. When the gun went off to end the game, we beat the Detroit Lions 3-0.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a back alley brawl, whatever term or words you want to put to it. That was the toughest and roughest game. It was unbelievable, folks. We won 3-0.
But once again, the new NFL, you can't count on that anymore. You can't count on your defense with good teams that you're going to go out there and do that every week. You
Doug,
won't do it.
The rules changed that. That's
I
for
know,
damn
that's
sure.
exactly right. The rules are saying for offense to go make their plays. I was surprised I imagine you were too, at the end of the game when Cutler went on top. Who was it, to Jeffries or to Marshall?
To Marshall.
Marshall.
Brandon Marshall.
So he goes on top. They hadn't done it the whole game. They didn't try deep passes.
The one play that did make sense to me when we were down on the goal line, they put Hester at a wideout.
Yeah.
At a wideout. I could see in the slot. Doug.
He did the out move to the corner, and
he
high.
didn't even try to basically get to the corner. And, Doug, you got to if you want somebody like that, you've got Jeffries, you've got Brandon Marshall. I mean, you got a bunch of people that you could put out there. We got to even put, and at that particular time,
tight end
on where they were, stick a tight end out
Absolutely.
there. Just let them run to the corner and throw the ball up. And what do? They come out and they put 23. Lucky the damn ball wasn't intercepted.
Well, if Hester would have been 3 inches taller, he gets that catch. I mean, the color threw it too high. I thought Hester should have had it anyway. I thought Hester might have caught it.
It was probably the right call, Doug, but it was the wrong guy.
And the thing was, they say, well, they're going to fall asleep. Hester gave him an inside move, thinking he's going to run a slant,
Doug,
and then he goes to the outside.
Doug, trickery and deceit
will not work in the NFL.
It does. Anytime you think you're going to out-slick them, it's going to blow up right in your face.
I think that's what happened. They tried to out-slick him, and they got
the old out-slick routine.
Yeah, one of the oldest tricks in the book. But once again, getting back to the Chicago Bears, we'll go back to their game plan. Their game plan was real simple. The fact was, you know what, let's don't make mistakes. Let's go out there. Let's grind. Let's do play action. And the one play that I really like, and we talked about it for a couple of weeks, do the play action and then do the rollout with the quarterback. And they did that with Cutler. And Cutler would take out of the pocket, and he cut Marshall coming across. Remember, that was a hell of a play. And so you do those things, to buy your quarterback time.
Well, I'll tell you what, Doug. You look at these stats. Our Bears defense, held the Rams to a total of 160 yards. 160 yards. Wow.
160 yards, and not on the other side of the coin, the Bear offense, time of possession, 33 minutes and 56 seconds. So they held the football. There's no question about it. But here's the thing, the one thing you look at this kind of, here's our offense. And Ed, I'm a big stickler on this pass attempt, yards per attempt.
And you're right.
We were 5.5. Even running the football, we were 3.0. So you look at this and you say to yourself, wait a minute, whoa.
Well,
how in the hell did we get, control the ball? Well,
defense,
control the ball, 1, 2. Rams making stupid calls or stupid plays, giving us first downs, and 2 or 3 times they did.
Oh,
really.
My God. That is not a disciplined team, Doug.
No, not at all. And the fact is, when it's all said and done with, he's still the most important stat, obviously.
Well, what
the Bears 23 and St. Louis 6.
One thing, Doug, again, the first half we had 5 penalties. 5 penalties the first half. We come back the second half, we cleaned our act up and only had 1 penalty.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to tell you something. You got to watch those penalties, Doug. You could play a hell of a game, but you make stupid plays and stupid calls that can take you right out. Your good effort, great effort, can go right out the window because of some idiots on your team, playing their game instead of your team game.
Well, the other thing, too, was third down percentages. If you take a look at this game, it's a bad offensively this game was. The Rams were 3 for 13 for 23%, and the Bears were not much any better. They were 4 for 14 for 28%. That's why the game was kind of, icky. I mean, it wasn't
4 for 14, and we won the football game.
Yeah, exactly. On third down, at 28%, you can say yourself, whoa.
Usually that stat, I think that's a very powerful stat.
It is a powerful stat,
Doug. And usually when you see 4 for 14, there's an L.
Put a fork in it.
Yeah. There's a loss.
There is, and we ran for 103 yards, which is not a lot of yardage, but again, at certain times Bush did make some runs when it would have really counted. But we threw the ball 31 times, and we ran 34. So we ran the ball more than we threw it, but again, like I said, I think that was all designed going into this football game. You know what? We're going to pull our horns in. We tried to come out to 2 games, even against the Colts, throwing the football like they did the play action.
The game plan was so conservative.
Yeah, big time.
Let me tell you something. Lovie Smith and Mike Tice, I bet you they had little mean say, hey, listen, we are not going to give this game away.
Right.
We are not. We're going to wait for the breaks. We'll be conservative. Maybe we'll get lucky. And I'll tell you what, some of the stupid penalties that the Rams made were just, uncalled for. And it benefited us
Big time. Give us first downs.
Big time.
It kept the drives alive. And, that's what we kept worried about. Listen, you know what? When's the hammer going to hit us? Because usually what happens when somebody else is not as good as you are in the game that long, something they do that screws you up, and then we're waiting, and finally the break came our way. When Jennings tips that ball, and, of course, Major Wright intercepts it and runs 45 yards for a touchdown.
Yeah. But I'm going to tell you something. We're going to be going down, Doug, down into Dallas, and you're going to see an aggressive offense. You're going to see an offense come with a lot of motion, a lot of plays, and by the way, folks, get used to this. You'll be seeing a lot of tight ends from Dallas catching the football come Monday night. They totally and completely utilize that facet of the game. Their tight end is a huge part of it.
That is. The other thing, too, though, the Dallas Cowboys offensive line, it sucks. I mean, it's not that good, Ed.
Well, I think the interior is a little suspect. But then again, we lucked out here. Hey, listen, the Rams came in there. Yeah. The Rams had 2 starters were out, didn't play.
And
there's only 5 in the line.
And the one tackle, Hunter, who did play, was hurt last week, got hurt in the game. They had to take him out of the game. So we got an advantage there. There's no question about that.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what. It's just whatever it did, Doug, I mean, we'll take a victory everywhere. By the way, Doug, I said, when we were on with the guys in the pregame show, Doug, I thought this game was so critical, the way things set up, even that it's this early, Doug, this early in the season. We're at home. We've got the Rams. This is a team we should beat, Doug.
Exactly right.
And I'm going to tell you something. And I said I felt that the Bears were going to win this game. They could. Doug, this is a game you could not lose. I believe, Doug, if they would have lost this game, that's it for the season. Where do they go after this? They're 1-2, and they're going to Dallas. And I'll tell you what, those 2 words, Super Bowl, those hopes, probably would have gone right out the window. They had to win this game at home. They could not lose it.
The fact is, when you take a look at the schedule, Ed and I come up with the Bears being 10-6 this year. And the reason I came up with 10-6, I looked through the schedule. And I know it's hard to predict and say, well, they're going to beat this team or that team. You don't know how strong a team is going to be when you play them. But when I did look at the schedule, I put the Rams on the tomato can side. That side was these are teams that should win.
There's no question about it.
And that's the thing about this.
They struggle to score points.
Yeah, you beat the teams you're supposed to beat. Now, the problem with the Bears, they have a hell of a time beating playoff teams or teams that are that are really good.
Right.
Now, we saw something. I don't know what the final score was. If it's Minnesota was beating San Francisco. Now, I don't know if it ended that way or whatever. We'll have to check it out. But you're saying, wait a minute here. I have Minnesota on the tomato can side.
You got it.
Now, if they beat San Francisco today, and they go up and they win that football game on San Francisco, wait a minute. Now we got our hands full with Minnesota.
And I'll tell you, that San Francisco's a hell of a football
team. They're the best one out there.
That front 7, those 4 down linemen, 3 linebackers, they're the best in the business.
They tackle. They're so fundamentally strong. They do everything right. So we'll see what happens here. We're going to take a break. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show. We are 670thescore.com. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 23-6 over St. Louis. And the Bears went out and did what they were supposed to do. They were supposed to win this football game. They were supposed to keep it close at first, at the beginning. Don't make mistakes. Have the defense come up there, take the game over with, which they did. And then basically turn into a boring game. There's no question about it in my mind in watching this. But you need to win. They needed to get the win, and Ed put it succinctly. The fact is that they had to win. And if they didn't win, there'd been trouble all year long. They had to win this football game. They went the safest route.
Doug, this game was, and again, when I mentioned earlier on the pregame show with the guy, Doug, I can't tell you how strong I felt that they were going to win this game. I mean, they had to have the mindset. They knew where they were at.
Sure.
They knew where they were at. Defensively, Urlacher or Briggs and all of them, they knew what they had to do to stay in this football game. But offensively, again, it was a very conservative game plan. You didn't see Cutler coming out, flinging it all over the place. But what you did see them, they moved the pocket a little bit, got them out. that one time he hit Brandon Marshall on a rollout or a sprint out, Doug, and he threw back across his body for, I don't know, it was about 15 or 20 yards.
Yep.
And right to Brandon Marshall, and that's what you do. That's what you do, especially when you got a guy that has the talent of Cutler to make those plays from those different formations. It's better than staying there for 4 quarters and getting your damn brains beat out.
Ed, I'm pretty sure that the Titans beat the Lions 44-41. So you got the Lions losing a football game. I still haven't found out about Minnesota, what to find out about that. They were beating San Francisco. But again, for the Lions to lose 44-41, and that defense for the Lions, that secondary is mush.
Oh, their secondary, theirs is absolutely, brutal. I don't even think brutal is the right word for it. Well, that's good anyway.
That is great.
That is great.
That's great. I mean, things are starting to fall in line here a little bit, and the fact is if the Bears can come around and get themselves straight as far as offense is concerned, which they do have the talent there, Ed. I mean, they still have enough talent. They got enough talent in the wide receiver spot. And I'm talking about times they have to put points on the board. Now, like we talked about before, they really didn't try to really put points on the board today. They tried just to keep the game going and letting the defense handle it.
Doug, even though we have Brandon Marshall and Jeffries, okay?
Right.
Even though. Now we're starting to use the tight end a little bit. But even though we have those guys and we're able to go downfield and do it, we're still a very conservative team. They don't want to make mistakes. And, Doug, it's for one glaring reason, and it jumps right out.
The offensive line.
The offensive line.
They don't want to
They are, Mike Tyson, they're scared to death to get Cutler.
No
you want to talk about getting killed? They're scared to death, so they're going to do everything as conservative and hope they get through 4 quarters of football and they win the football because defense is still playing at such a high level.
There'll come a time during the course of this year, though, that they're going to have to abandon that because they're going to have to score. And they're going to have to do something. They're going to have to take chances.
Where?
They tried that the first 2 games. They can't do it.
Where?
I know.
He cannot take a 5 or 7 step drop.
3-step drop.
He'll, as a pocket passer, Cutler, with this offensive line, he will get mauled. Doug, and you know how many times he got popped today?
A lot. It's the same thing with Bradford. Did you notice this? 1, 2, 3 throw. You know why? Same reason the Bears. No offensive line. And so if you got guys in your face all the time, you got to get rid of the football, or else you got to run it.
Oh, they had a reason, Doug. They had 2 starters out.
Exactly. Well, I'm saying your offensive line is not there, and if your offensive line, whether they're hurt or whether they're not good enough, the key is they're not there, so you have to adjust, and that's why they threw the 3-step drop.
What bothers me, Doug, is the fact that I said when we're going to play a team, say like the Indianapolis Colts, Dougie, something with the along that, our offense, are they going to shine? Are they going to go out? It's going to be yes, it is. But I'll tell you what. When we play the good teams, you watch us. We'll go back to that conservative and just hope that our defense, again, and special teams, Doug, keep us in the ball game and we get the breaks and we win a football game. Why, again, not to talk in circles here, pal, but I'll tell you what, how many times can you say our offensive line, our offensive line, our offensive line? Unbelievable why that has not been fixed. And how the hell can you bring Cutler in here, Doug? Give up half the planet for him. And like you said, a Mercedes.
With ball tires.
Mm-hmm. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, Ed. It really doesn't. And here's the other thing that doesn't make sense. They keep saying this. And, and I never, like you talk about players and they say, well, Webb is a tremendous athlete. He's this, he's that. I don't see that with his feet. I don't see him quick enough.
Who said he's a tremendous athlete?
Always, you read all the paper. This kid's a tremendous athlete, and he's got to try harder or do whatever it is. I'm not so sure he's not trying hard as he can. I don't know if he has the ability to do it. When I look at him, most tackles, most left tackles are nifty. They're like ballet dancers. Their feet are going, that. They're chopping, they're moving. He lunges. I mean,
Doug, he doesn't. He's so slow with the movement of his feet, very slow. And the other thing is he plays football. If you kind of watch him, almost like straight up, trying to block somebody, you got to get crouched, pal.
Got to get down.
You got to get ready in case that guy wants to bull rush you. And if he's trying to go to the outside, when you're in that position, you're in a better position. When you're standing straight up and you're trying to move with him, he'll beat you, Doug. He'll stop, put a forearm right into your arm and your shoulder and throw you right out of the way. Why? Because you're not in balance. That's his problem. He's too high. He's not in balance, and his feet play terrible.
It's not there,
and it's there. You see it every week. You see it every game, and so whoever said that this kid is talented.
That's what they say, and they keep saying that. They told me this 2 years ago, and I'm talking about the coaches said that. And the fact is, the other thing, too, with an offensive lineman is that punch. You know how they get that first punch into that? That slows your move down.
You got to be down in the crouch. You got to take one and then fire out at it.
Right.
Absolutely.
And you do those things, and, again, they claim that, it's coming around. I don't know. I just didn't see it today, but the fact is that it was better. There was no question about it. It was a lot better than last week. There's no doubt about that. But once again, is the talents you're going against. Now, you want to go against Allen and those guys, and when you play Minnesota, Gerard Allen,
Jesus.
Today he was ripping people's heads off.
Yeah.
You're going to have those
Speaking
guys.
of Jared Allen from the Minnesota Vikings,
right.
Defensive end.
Right.
The only fact we have to play him twice. And then Dominican Sue from Detroit.
You taking, Vandenbush? I mean, you're talking about guys.
He's
I just, again, Ed, but thank God we won the football game. And we won it because there's no doubt in my mind. We on account of the defense. The defense set this whole thing up. That's not even a question about what happened today. What happened today was the defense set it up, and we got something out of our running game. Thank God that they went out and they got somebody to back up, back up in Bush. Because Bush is the type of guy, the football player, who made some nice runs today, some strong runs. Now, not a lot of yardage. They had 103 yards total. But the fact was, if they didn't have him here, so that again is.
But those runs came on critical downs.
Critical downs, right?
They came on when it was like 3rd and 8 or 3rd and whatever, 11 one time, and we ran the ball. But that was set up, Doug. I couldn't understand that defense of St. Louis's, Doug. They overloaded to the strong side, left the weak side open, and we took advantage of it by the traps and then the slants and the hook ends on the weak side.
To me, again, too, it's once adjusting in a football game, and you got to hand it to Tyson, those guys, for saying, here's where the weakness is with the Rams. Let's do this. And then the fact that when you still can pull your center like Garza did for a touchdown because he was uncovered, and they had other guys over there, so they pulled the center instead of the guard. They had the guard block down, the center pulls. And Garza's a former guard, so, he can do all that. He makes the trap.
That's right, and that's a hell of a call.
Sure it is.
And that's something that should be used more. Why? Because he played most of his career, all of it, basically, at guard. So his ability to pull is, it's right there.
Well, the other thing, too, which, again, we'll go back to, is something that I've been screaming about for a long time, is the damn screens. And the screens to the back.
Forever, Doug, you've been saying that.
Bush makes a nice time. We're still having trouble with the bubble screen. We can't seem to get that thing going. It's quite a weapon, if you get it.
Hey, Doug, wait a minute. Hold it. Holy cow, wait a minute.
What?
We ran a couple screens today that, really worked. It was about 3rd and 18 or something?
3rd and 18 he got, yeah.
Somewhere.
That was Bush, yeah.
And that was a hell of a call. So let's take what we got. Don't worry about the bubble screen.
Don't push it?
Don't push it, Dougie.
Well, yeah, again, too, just trying to make the team better. You're trying to look at the team and trying to say, okay, how can this team be better? And again, we'll go back to other stuff. We'll go back to the tight ends. Last year, we were the worst in the National Football League catching the football at tight ends. We had 25 catches. Okay,
Doug, the reason why.
They're keeping them in.
Because they had to keep them in. It was so bad last year, the pass rush, that we kept either both those two tight ends or one for sure in the back, but mostly both of them in there to block. So Cutler didn't get killed last year. That was brutal.
That's a part of it. The other part is I'm not so sure that Calvin Davis can get open. Lovey says he's a great tight end. Well, the fact is, again, he caught 5 touchdown passes last year. 5. Which, there was only 25 passes thrown to the tight ends. This year, going into this football game, we were dead last in the National Football League with 3 receptions. Now, he caught a couple today. But even today, there was times like he was slipping and sliding and not getting in the way. I don't know. I don't know.
But again, it just goes back to their what their offensive philosophy is. And sometimes, Doug, you sit there and you and I talk, and to me, they just look. What are we trying to do? What are they trying to do?
Yeah, they
look totally discombobulated.
Yeah.
What the hell are they? I mean, where's the rhyme? Where's the reason?
It does affect you that way. It doesn't seem like one thing sets up another thing. It's just like at a pool shot, you know. It's like they're grasping thing, but the one thing that was constant for this whole football game and for both teams, neither team wanted to go deep. Neither team did go deep. And both teams were trying to get the possession passes, the West Coast offense, pick up 3, pick up 4, pick up 5, that kind of a deal.
Well, both teams don't really have great offenses.
Offensive lines.
Okay.
That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
You know, when you take a look at it, they say, okay, fine, we're going to go into this game. And it's a game you say, okay, fine, you do, and I'll say this, I can criticize all I want, but you do what you have to do to win a particular game. And that is the credit you're going to have to hand to them, because they did exactly what they wanted to do, and they figured they could win this football game by this type of offense.
They were forced to, Doug.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They did what they had to do to win this game. And that's how you looked at it. You say, well, why didn't he open up, or why didn't Marshall catch longer passes, or you got your wide receivers. We're supposed to be scoring points. We're supposed to be scoring 35, 37 points a game. They can't do it right now. Hopefully, down the road, when the time comes that there may be a chance for them that they'll do it. But you take one game at a time. You take a look at this game, and we all knew going in. You picked them to win. There wasn't a soul on the planet that picked the Rams to win this football game.
There's absolutely no question about it, Doug.
Yeah.
And you had those. I mean, we had them coming in our living room, and this is a game where a W should have been there instead of an L. And I'll tell you what, as the game was going on and on and on, it's starting to worry me.
Start to worry.
Started to worry. Right. Well, it's 10-6. Now wait a minute here.
Because one play batter, one interception 13, sets up whatever.
Yeah, and all of a sudden 13. And wait a minute, this is going on and on. And what normally happens, boy, bam.
And it did happen. It happened to the Rams, and Jennings makes that play. I'll tell you what, he's had some great football games these last 3 games. That Jennings.
Doug, you look at positively. I mean, the defensive line has stepped it up. Not a notch or two. They stepped it up several notches. Our defensive backs, they have been a problem for a long, long time. Now you're seeing Conte, you're seeing these guys, Jennings, you're seeing these guys come up, make plays. And by the way, when they come up and they're hitting somebody's, they're coming up and hitting hard, Doug.
And they're tackling.
They're tackling. You damn right they are. And they're coming up. So that's playing great. Urlacher.
It's playing good.
Urlacher. Briggs. He's always standard operating procedure. He's always there. But Urlacher, with that bad knee, Dougie, and I'm surprised somebody hasn't taken him out yet. But anyhow.
I'll tell you what, the more and more he plays, the better he looks. Today was probably one of his better performances.
And more the confidence he's getting that he knows that he can do it.
And now, remember we said we looked and we watched him closely. He had a hard time pushing off. He's doing a lot better now, especially when those pass defenses, he's getting back there.
Well, when they tried running their off tackle plays, Doug, and you could see that Urlacher, he had to fill that gap coming over, and a couple of times he got caught. The guard was there, saw him, turn him inside, and Brian is there waiting for that play, but he couldn't get there. So.
Well, and the other thing, too, like you mentioned Lance Briggs, and again, too, I'm kind of partial to those outside guys, those outside linebackers, and I watched him pretty close. I always watch him close. He had a heck of a game today. He made a couple plays on screens that were just phenomenal. It's a tough thing for a linebacker to make a play on the screen. And then coming in there and filling the gaps and all that, and getting back on that cover, too, because that outside guy has got to get back a certain area, and he's got to make some plays. So Lance is playing some real damn good football.
Well, I like what the defense is really in harmony now, Doug. They came up, they showed blitz. I mean, at times where I actually saw, I figured I could read through it. I couldn't read through some of them. But they must really be coming. And they back off. They come with a delayed corner blitz. They did a lot of blitzing today, which is normally Lovey, not his game plan. Back off a little bit. Let them make a mistake. Hopefully we'll get a takeaway. But we were aggressive today, Doug. Defensively, we went after them. We had them on their heels and knocked them out.
You know, it's amazing. You mentioned the blitzes and the fact that this is
we finally blitzed a lot today.
But if you take a look at it, we blitzed like last year. When you find out, and this is kind of, it just kind of throws me off a tad, that our linebackers last year had 0 sacks.
That's incredible.
And to me, that's like, wait a minute, I'll stop it.
Linebackers, not linebacker. Linebackers, 0 sacks.
0 sacks. And I'm not so sure we have any this year. And today we came close with Lance on a couple. But, is it the fact that they can't blitz on? But, you're talking about speed on both these guys with Urlacher. Now, Roach got a sack today.
Right.
That's it. Roach got a sack today.
Right.
So he got in there. But, you look at this, you say, wait a minute, what kind of blitz they're doing? But you're right. What they do,
Doug,
their main blitzes are for their outside guys, Major Wright and those guys.
Could it be? This is just to throw this out to you, buddy, and our listeners. Could it be that if they blitz, say they blitz Urlacher a lot, that's a commitment, right?
Yeah.
Either through the 0-1 hole, 2 or 3 gap, whichever way it is, whether it's a trick with a D lineman or a trick with another linebacker or whatever. Could they possibly be afraid because they want Urlacher because of his quickness and his speed? They don't want to commit him to going up, and if he gets plugged in that line, then Urlacher is neutralized. Would they rather have him
on pass defense?
On pass defense, where he could take away that intermediate play or down, or if it's going to be a run, that he can run, go strong or weak side, go along the line and make the play? In other words, do they want to keep him so he's in the play, every defensive play, because of his quickness and speed? And if he does blitz and he gets jammed up, he's done. He goes nowhere. The play, Urlacher is done.
That's
just a thought.
It's a good thought because the fact is, in that cover too, you want that linebacker back there. Now I can remember, I think it was 1968 or 69. I had 18 sacks, but in 18 sacks, I was flying all the time. I mean, they were sending me up the middle to the sides.
Right.
But the fact is, though, when you take a look at Urlacher, you may be correct because Lovie Smith, his only way he wants to get to that quarterback would be from a Major Wright from the outside or DJ Moore from the outside, and he's not looking for those guys, those linebackers. He wants his linebackers, just like you said, to be in that pass coverage, especially in that cover two.
Hopefully taking it away, and that's why I think they have Urlacher, because they don't want to make him to one commitment, where if you keep him against the run, off the penetration, keep him stronger weak side, or if it's pass, he's back there where they can utilize him more in the defense. Again, because of his ability, his quickness and his speed.
You're listening to the Majestic Star post-game show with Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star post-game show. We are on 670thescore.com. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number. 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 23-6 over St. Louis. That really, I had to chuckle when that referee said St. Louis.
Yeah,
it was kind of
with
funny.
The New Jersey accent.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's kind of funny, but anyway, Bears win the football game. Again, too, the defense just stood out. There was no question. They had some problems offensively here and there, but kept it close to the vest. Did not try to really bombard or throw the football down the field at all. Really, trying to get the passes where they were short. They were intermediate passes. In fact, when you take a look at their stats, and this tells you, the fact is that the pass attempts, they were 17 for 31 for 171 yards, and they were 5.5 yards per attempt, which is normal for guys like Cutler and them. They should be in the 8s. If they get in the 9s, that means they're just wiping people out, which they had against the Colts. They were 9.5 or something like that.
The other stat, too, is the third down.
Yeah.
4 for 14, 28%, and we won the football game?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I mean, that in itself tells you how good that defense played. And again, too, though, all these stats saying what they're saying, Ed, the time of possession, we held the ball almost 34 minutes.
Right.
So, again, too, it was the defense getting 1, 2, 3, getting out, not letting them have long drives, basically shutting them down. And again, too, it comes down to that defensive line. I don't know how many. I think we have 6 sacks. Is that what we had? We had something like 6 sacks. But the pressure was there all day on Bradford.
All day. All day. They brought it all day long. Let me tell you something, Doug.
What?
I mean, it's great to see. That's what you're supposed to do.
I know.
Okay? I mean,
But not that much.
Not turn it on, turn it off, or whatever.
Yeah.
That's what you're paid to do. A lot of people, are you kidding me?
Well, the thing about it is that, you say to yourself, okay, I guess what it is, Ed, I don't want to rely on one part of a team if that team has to play that good for you to win a football game. What I'm saying is that I like to see somebody contribute. In other words, the offense contribute a little more. I am tired of Chicago of depending and putting their hat on the defense, saying the defense will take care of it. There's going to come a day they won't be able to take care of it. That you're going to have your offense go out there and put points up. I still say you have to score points somewhere along the way,
Doug,
in this NFL.
Yeah, if you ever the listeners and Bear fans, well, I tell you what, if it wasn't playing as day before, it is right now.
Yeah,
we played a team that is not a good football team, folks. And they were in the game almost all day long. Okay? And offensively, I mean, what did we really do, Doug? 4 for 14, 28% on third down conversions. We rushed for 3 yards a carry, 5.5 in passing, 17 of 31 for 171 yards, a total of 274 yards. Doug,
that's not much, Ed.
No,
if I read those to you,
your defense is not going to step up and hold the opponents to 12 first downs, to hold them in passing 2.9 yards per pass. That's just not going to happen.
Won't happen. And the fact is, though,
total yards 160. That's not going to happen from week to week, folks.
Because, like I said, you look at stats, say, okay, they're just stats. But let me tell you something. If I read these stats to you and you didn't know the final score, you say, holy smokes.
If you didn't tell me, if I didn't see the Ram stats, and you told me,
I told you the Bear stats,
5-5, 3 running,
how bad did we get beat?
Especially on third down conversions, because that really means you're really not converting, so to speak, even though they had 20 first downs. I'll tell you what, I'd have said, no way.
How bad did we get beat?
Yep.
You take a look at it. And the other thing, too, the good news. Lions lose, but not so good news. Vikings win. They beat the 49ers 24-13.
Yeah, we're all of a sudden.
Ponder comes out today and looked, I don't know, like $1 million. But I got to tell you, Jared Allen had a hell of a game, too, playing that defensive end spot. So, how did this happen? This was at the Vikings, of course. But I never expected the Vikings to beat the 49ers.
I thought the Vikings were just going to be another marshmallow team this year.
Absolutely.
I really didn't think that they could step up to the plate and take on a team like San Francisco, who was there ready. They're hungry. They're
well coached too, by the way.
Oh, they want it big time, and boy, to have it put right in their lap by the Vikings. Wow, to me that's a stunner. That's an absolute stunner, Doug. And again, I'm so damn grateful that we won the football game. But the Vikings, I don't know all that much about them, Dougie.
Well, Peterson is back. Ponder, the quarterback's doing a pretty good job. Defensively, they still have Jared Allen on the outside. Other than that, they had to fill in with a lot of guys, and I don't know.
Well, here you got Ponder. Here, Doug, the offensive line's got to be doing something for him because you got Ponder, who was he's a very, very young quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And you're talking about going up probably the best defense, I think, in everybody's mind in the National Football League is the 49ers, especially the front seven.
Yep.
And I'll tell you what, this kid pulls them to a 24-13 victory. Ponder, the quarterback. So somebody had to be blocking for this kid. They had to run the ball, and they had to give him time to make the critical third down plays and put some points on the board. So they must have, I don't know what, Doug. I don't know if they made a lot of changes offensively, but I'll tell you what, obviously now you're talking about a viable force we have to play twice.
And the other thing, too, the Cowboys struggled to beat the Buccaneers. I think it was 16-10. And they beat the Buccaneers. And the Buccaneers are they're not on their way to the Super Bowl, let's face it. But they struggled. And don't forget, the Cowboys last week lost to Seattle at Seattle, which I think Seattle at home is becoming a tough football team. The Packers got to play them Monday night.
Mm-hmm.
But now we got to go play the Cowboys, at Dallas. And they're not going to be in a good mood. I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on down there either, by the way. So, every week it's just like, can you figure this National Football League out? I don't know. I mean, I see where the Colts lose to the Jaguars, to Jacksonville. I say to myself, what the hell? What the hell's going on? We expected the Bears to beat the Rams. I mean, there was no question about that. I never in your wildest dreams said that the 49ers would lose to the Vikings. not in your wildest dreams.
There couldn't have been one person on planet Earth that took the Vikings.
I don't think so. And again, too, that's maybe the switch. It's amazing how each week is so different in what your attitude is going to be and how to handle a football game and what to do against that opponent.
Well, Doug, you know what? We've gone through a lot of position coaches with the Bears. Okay? I think Lovey, I believe, holds the records for hiring and firing assistant coaches, so to speak, whether they're, again, the position coaches, special teams coaches, offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators. He outlasted a general manager. And I'll tell you what, Doug, I look at this league, and some teams really look like they're really strong and really can do it. And one of them just went down.
San Francisco, yeah. And the big one. To me, I thought they were number one in all categories. I thought in coaching and playing. And once again, there's that damn thing about the 49ers, though, Ed, about those West Coast teams coming east to play.
Yeah.
There's something about that clock. I don't know what the hell it is. But, a lot of times, when they come over here to play, and vice versa, when you got an East Coast team going over to play in the West Coast.
Yeah. Doug, you know what? The thing, again, just mentioned about position coaches. I mentioned this several years ago, folks. In this game, I'd say within the last 10 years, 12, 15 years, you talk about guys would hire their buddies as an assistant coach, D-line coach, offensive line coach, assistant this, whatever. Can't do that anymore.
No.
Can't do that anymore. You've got to go out and find quality guys that whatever system you're trying to handle and you're trying to run on both sides of the ball, you got to go out and you got to find quality people. I think the day of picking your old buddy back from away win or for whatever reason, I think those days are long gone, or they should be, or you're not a very smart head coach.
How many times have we seen that when we play?
Oh, my God.
How many times, Ed?
Oh, I don't even know.
I don't want to bring it up. I know. I get you all hot.
I don't want to go there. You don't want to go there. No. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. But and then when you have the good coaches, like back in the day, we had George Allen, who was our defensive coordinator. You believed in him. You trusted him. He would sit down, had everything broken down from A to Z, and have it ready for you, ready to go. And that's what you're looking for on both offense and defense. You got to have the players respect the position coaches. They're the person that they spend 90-some-odd% of the time with, not the head coach, not the offensive coordinator or the defensive coordinator. Who they spend time with would be Urlacher and who's ever going to back up the calls on defense, Cutler and the rest of the quarterbacks with the offensive coordinator. But for all special teams and everybody else, folks, that's where the game is won from a coaching aspect or a coaching level. You got to have the quality people that understand the game.
Ed, we talked about the 49ers, and real quick, they have, on their offensive line, they got 3 first-round picks. Both tackles are first round and a guard. Now, that in itself helps the coach. When you can get that type of ball player, and most of the times in the National Football League, the left tackle is either a first or second round pick. Very rarely is your starting tackle on the left side a 6th or 7th round pick like the Bears.
Doug, you.
I mean,
Yeah, Doug.
It just makes sense.
In our draft, we have a draft thing, okay? And I had Big John Sander, who really does a hell of a job, and his philosophy is like mine and yours, Doug. And John gives me stuff, and we go over it, and then Doug and I we go over it, and this is before the draft and where we think. We had, as it came out, 8 offensive linemen. The Bears did not need a pass rusher. Excuse me, they did not need a defensive end pass rusher. No. We have one. Where the weakness has been is in the inside. That's where you get the pass rush. That's where it comes from. Okay? Everything else will fall into place. But you need that guy in the middle, like I mentioned, like Dan Hampton. And Dougie, if you look at people, and I can tell you, I just look back, and when they had all these tackles that were up there, Doug, they had 6 of them. 6 of them. And what do we do the first round? We draft a defensive end. It made no sense. It made no sense to a lot of people, Doug. Obviously, to the Bears it did, but that wasn't our need. Our need was an offensive tackle or a lineman or a defensive tackle that could disrupt. And they were out there at the 19th pick, and we did not make a move. Boy, would I love to see them take the – and guess who was available? What's the kid's name from Iowa?
I can't remember.
Keith? Reef.
Yeah.
Riley Reef.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kid from Iowa. He was there. I mean, everybody had him as a number 1 pick. And what did we choose to do? And I'm going to tell you what. And if you look at it now, Doug, it's always hindsight, and I understand that. But not at the particular time. You wanted an offensive lineman. I wanted an offensive lineman. It was there. They had offensive linemen that were there. You bring them in, and you cultivate them. We don't even go that way.
If you take a look what's going on defensively, and you talk about the number 1 pick, McClellan, okay, and you're saying to yourself, oh, no, what, this kid show some savvy. He could be a good football player. I still think he's a middle linebacker. But anyway, Wooten is playing pretty good football, Ed. Who would you rather have, Wooten or this other kid, the first-round pick in there? And I think I would rather have Wooten play in that position.
Well, Wooten's what, 6'8"?
Yeah, and he's coming off hard. He's playing extremely well.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there's no question about it. And you're always short of offensive linemen. I mean, it's just, you're always that way, especially a left tackle.
Never have enough cornerbacks. You never have enough offensive linemen.
No.
Never.
I mean, never. So, let's see. Now, it's too late. You got your squad set. You're taking a look what you're going to do. Now, you got to figure out, okay, fine, can Bush handle the load?
Doug, here's the problem. We cannot go into a game with an offense running on 8 cylinders, okay? We have 2 or 3 cylinders knocked out, and you cannot repair them. We're in the race. We're in the hunt, so we got to go with what we have. And there's no way on God's green earth that you're going to find somebody now, bring somebody in to replace some of these guys on the offensive line. Just not going to happen. So what do you have to do? You have to change your offensive philosophy. Why? Because you paid $1 bazillion for this kid Cutler. You better protect him. Obviously, somehow you guys can't figure out to get somebody in there to protect him. But what it is now, Doug, and they got to protect him. And if this kid goes down, again, Doug, if he goes down this year and he gets killed in one of these games where they come after him and catch his arm or his elbow, Doug, or his knee because it's not there, I'll tell you what, all hell will break loose, my friend.
Well, when I look at this, Eddie, and I get nervous for one reason, that the Chicago Bears will go back to that old philosophy about our defense will handle it, our defense will take care of it.
That's where it's at now.
I know, and I hate that. I can't stand that because, you're putting all the pressure on those guys to make it go when you have 2 sides of this team. You have an offensive team and a defensive team. And I just don't want to see that.
Yeah, every game they go out there with their backs up against the wall, the defensively. And you think they don't know, Doug, that they have to perform at a highest level and get turnovers? Do you think they don't know that that's really one of basically
and they
the
should,
only
but
chance
the fact
to win
is,
the game?
Give me some help. Help me here. Put some points up so I can make some more interceptions, do certain things. You're not going to be able to do that. You're not going to be able to control a game defensively with some of the teams they're going to play.
Doug, which I hearken back to, again, the coaching staff and where we have been to this particular point. Like, we need a Super Bowl. They won it in 85. Before that, we won it in 63. Doug, there comes a point in time when now, or if it's not now, when?
Well, better be soon.
And I'll tell you what, and especially when you've been given everything that you want, as far as making change with position coaches, coordinators, everything. So if not now, when? What more do you need? We've done. Ownership has given this guy everything, this coaching staff, that whatever it is they wanted, Doug, they got. Okay? And again, if not now, when? I mean, how much more time? How many more moves have to be made?
Well, the fact is, I think you still have the quarterback that can get it done. I think you picked up the wide receivers. And the other questions, obviously, is probably one of the most important part of a football team is the offensive line. That has to be looked at. There's no question about it. And I'll tell you another thing, Ed. These coaches got to look at themselves, too. Because I thought last week's coaching job was piss poor against the Green Bay Packers. As far as offensively and calling certain plays. So I thought that was bad. Marinelli has done a hell of a job with this defense. He really has. Because last week,
you got to tip your hat to him.
Oh yeah, the Packers only scored 6 points against them last week.
When they do it, they do great. But Doug, before we go to break here, Doug, I want to tell you something. There's people that have philosophies. Remember Jerry Angelo said, "He starts with a quarterback." Mm-hmm. I don't believe that, and I've known a lot of pretty damn good, a lot of pretty good coaches. Yeah. All you have to do is look at Bill Belichick up in New England and see what he has done year after year after year. You know what his philosophy is, Douglas? You win up front. You have the 5 guys, the 3 or the 4 guys on defense, 5 guys on offense. You win up front. That's where you win. Why? You could have the best quarterback on planet Earth, and you put 5 stumbling bums out there, it ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Real quick, Ed, and before we go,
and that's Bill Belichick, and that's his theory. You win up front.
You remember, and this kid was a hell of a quarterback. You and I played against him many times, but he was on a stinky team. Archie Manning.
Oh, Jesus.
What he had, I don't even know how he survived, but this guy could play football, but he was no way in hell was he going to do anything like his sons would do, or anybody else was playing quarterback for the National Football League, because he had nothing.
That guy he probably holds the world record in getting pummeled.
Yeah, a beating. And he had talent. He was talented. When you give him time to throw the football, but he didn't get time to throw. So consequently, again, that affects that quarterback. And I think that's why Cutler went off last week, because he understands it.
Doug, do you ever think that Cutler's just damn tired?
Well, absolutely. He's tired of getting beat up.
He's into his 4th year of getting knocked from one end to the other. And I know Cutler, there's no gray area with Cutler. They either like him or they don't, for whatever the reason or reasons, okay? But I'm going to tell you what, that game against Detroit last year, that's when I became a Cutler fan.
He's a tough kid.
My God.
Sometimes he just loses it.
Just beating, and especially that game, he got plummeled. It was unbelievable. And I'll tell you what, stood up like a man, kept going at him, kept firing away, got my respect.
And I'll tell you, when he was at Vanderbilt, he got the same kind of a beating, believe me. You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show. Obradovich and Buffon. We are on 670thescore.com. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show. We are on 670thescore.com. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And talking about the Chicago Bears win 23-6 over St. Louis. And Ed and I were talking about the games that are playing right now, and we're taking a look at it and say, holy smokes, look at some of these scores and look at what happened. Of course, the Titans beat the Lions 44-41.
In overtime. And look at the Cardinals. With the Eagles.
24-0.
At half.
Wow. And then the Broncos losing to the Texans, which right now, you got 1 and 2 teams in my mind. You got San Francisco and the Texans, Dad.
Yeah.
And they're right there on top. The Texans are right on top, and they're winning 21-8.
Are you going to count out Belichick and the New England Patriots?
You never can count them out. I can't count them out. I really can't count them out because, Belichick is probably one of the better coaches out there, 1, 2. They have talent. There's no question they have talent. And he puts a lot of emphasis on that offensive line, like you said.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. You look at the Lions, folks. They lost to the Titans in overtime, 44-41. The Lions, you put up 41 points offensively.
Can't win the game.
You won the game.
Yep.
You talk about a track meet. That had to be an absolute, especially the second half. They went up and down the field. Bang, boom, bang.
Every game, every week is so differently. And take a look at the Falcons. They're beating the Chargers 20-0. The Chargers look like world beaters last time they were out. So the Falcons are winning 20-0. So who the hell knows what could happen? But once again, all I can say is the Bears won 23-6. They're looking pretty good as far as 2-1. The one thing that could happen, I'm not grasping for straws here. Seattle could take it to the Green Bay Packers on Monday night.
It's which I never thought it would be, but then again, you mean that's something? Could it happen? Yeah, it could.
Yeah. I mean, the fact is that, that stadium, and they're playing at Seattle, that stadium, a lot of noise. I mean, there's going to be a lot of problems. And,
they play an aggressive defense.
Yeah, they got two good corners yet. I mean, they'll lock horns with you up with the two corners.
When you have two lockdown corners, that gives you, your defense gives you can do just about anything you want when you have lockdown cornerbacks. That gives your defensive coordinator and whoever bring in or do whatever you want to do with a blitz package or how incorporated with line play, whatever. It gives you a great opportunity, folks, to do whatever you want when you have those shutdown corners. To me, who do you talk about offensively? Yeah, you got to have the offensive line, quarterback, defensively, Doug, defensive line. But I'll tell you what to me the most important position are those damn cornerbacks because they allow you. You call your captain of the Bears. You call deep signals for years, Doug. If you can have shutdown corners, there's a lot of things you can do.
Makes a difference. And if you come back on the other side into the offensive side and you do this, run the football, and they run it extremely well. I'm talking about Seattle. This Marshawn Lynch, they pound the football. They pound. They got a rookie quarterback going. Wilson, I believe his name.
Yeah, they do. What is he, 5'9", 5'10"?
Well, I don't know. He's not very tall. All I know is they gave him the starting spot, and he's got the spot, and he's out there. And last week he only threw for 150-some yards, but the fact is they ran for a ton of yards. Their defense come up with big plays, and they're playing in a stadium that, again, offenses have a hard time, audibleizing because of the noise.
Yes.
So, offensive tackles start moving and jumping and offsides and that whole 9 yards. So maybe. And the other thing, too, Ed, much as you want to talk about it, and I'm a big fan of Aaron Rodgers, but they don't look the same to me for some reason. I'm talking about the Packers. I mean, as far as their offense is concerned. Now, Jennings has been out. He's coming back for this game. But they don't look in sync either. So who the hell knows?
No, they don't. I tell you, because he could go to any receiver he wanted.
Yeah.
And it was a 20-yard gain, a 30-yard gain, a 50-yard gain. If he went to the strong side, weak side, if he bootlegged out, they basically for the last few years been doing exactly what the hell they want to do. Well, you got some pretty good people at tight end and wideouts. And, hey, listen, if you're going to play Green Bay, Doug, you're not going to get a 7-10 football game. They're going to score points.
Yeah,
okay?
They're out to score.
It doesn't matter. You may hold them for a quarter or a half or whatever. They're eventually going to get into the end zone. And Aaron Rodgers, I tell you what, he's a cool cucumber, pal. He doesn't rattle, and he makes some mistakes, and they get shut down. But I'll tell you what, that's one guy, Doug, you can never take for granted.
That is why, when I look at the Bear defense, they only gave him one touchdown. And I'm saying to myself, wow. That's kind of overlooked because of the fact that the Bears got blasted. They lost.
Could you imagine, Doug, where we would be after 3 games if we didn't have this Bear defense?
It would be out. It would be over. Except for the Indianapolis game because we scored points there. I mean, that was Indianapolis is Indianapolis.
Well, anybody's going to score points in Indianapolis, okay?
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, we don't have the defense getting the turnovers, making the big plays, and holding till we can finally get some points and win a football game. Wow, we'd be in serious trouble, pal.
Big trouble, and trouble down the road. I mean, there's no question about it. And I think there are going to be certain games that the defense can handle it. But sooner or later, the offense has got to put their big boy pants back on, and they got to do some stuff. They got to get out there, and they got to make some scores. They got to score. They got to, again, run, do everything. I guess if you want to take the whole thing, if you want to go to the playoffs and be that team, I'm not talking about it being also a ran team. I'm not talking about a team to be 8-8. Minimum 10-6. Minimum 10-6, and you're going to need help from the offense to score points.
If you look at our offense, what can we do? I'm going to tell you something. I think there should be, even with Cutler here, okay, I think there should be more of a commitment to the run. We have Bush, who can break tackles. Forte, who knows how long he's going to be out. Some say he's got a high ankle sprain. No, he doesn't. Yes, he does. Nobody knows. So you got to deal with what's in front of you. Bush He's a pounder. He can go. He can get you yards, and he can break tackles. Let's establish the run game. And if it's not working the first quarter and the second quarter, don't give up on it. Because then what will be a hell of a lot more effective when we can run that football, what becomes effective, Doug?
Your play
action.
Yeah. Well, there's no doubt about it. That's what they tried to do today. There is no doubt in my mind what kind of game plan they had, because in the first two games, they thought they were going to be, here we come, out the ball, throw it down the field, let's do like everybody else, score points.
Right.
Backfired.
Right.
So they come back out today, and they slowed the thing down, and all of a sudden became, more steady involved.
Dougie, that's what I tell you. This is the third game. What the hell are we trying to do offensively?
Mm-hmm.
What is it that we want to establish? And sometimes it's so discombobulated. I mean, I don't know what they're really trying to do or how they're trying to attack. The strong side, the weak side, are they going intermediate, underneath? Are they going deep? There's just seems to me not that you have to have every game or every quarter. It has to be total continuity, Doug. But I'm going to tell you what, because of our lack of manpower up front, what can they do? I mean, how bad can you screw up run blocking, Dougie?
Yeah, the thing about it is,
they're better at run blocking than they are
pass. There's no question
and we've got
about
Bush
that.
and Forte who can run. We've got a couple of tight ends that are 6'7", that are in the 260, 270, 280 area, and that's what I believe we should try to do going forward. Establish the run, move the damn pocket, and play action. And if you don't establish the run game, because we don't have any pass protection, Doug, if you don't establish it, we're going to get killed.
Well,
Excuse me, Cutler will.
The fact is, Ed, and I was going back and forth. I was wavering. I said, you know what? In the National Football League right now, you need to score points. You need to put guys out there. That's why I wanted them to go get a wide receiver that could do it, this and that.
It's an offensive league, Dougie.
Right. But the fact is, if you can't do that, and you know who couldn't do that, Ed, really? Was San Francisco last year. You know what San Francisco did? They took that line, they took Gore, and they said, here's what we're going to do. We're not going to turn the football over. They were a plus 28 turnover ratio. You know why? They didn't turn the ball over. They asked their defense to come with the takeaways, and that's how they won those games.
And in a passing game, once they established, they were run, Gore,
and play action.
And
hit the tight end.
Who they hit? There you go.
Tight end.
There you go.
Vernon Davis.
There you go. Who prior years
that was it.
He was there. You can't win with him. Or
no good.
Catch? Couple of passes.
Mike Mark said the guy can't play. I mean, he's out. I mean, they never threw him the ball. Last year he caught 67 passes. You saw what he did in the playoffs. It was lucky that, San Francisco, really, if it wasn't for those two fumbles on returns, they would have been in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised to see him get beat, Doug.
I am.
Because I think when you get there, because I know when we won it, Doug, the prior year, we had a great feeling. We came on strong, and we knew that we were right there. And so the following year, we went out, and I'm going to tell you what, on both sides of the ball, we all were hungry. We all wanted it. We knew we could do it. And we took care of business. And this is what I thought with the 49ers. Last year, they're so close to being to the Super Bowl, to getting there, winning it. And I thought they'd come out this year and just annihilate people. And here they go up into Minnesota and fall flat on their face against the Vikings. You got to be kidding me.
That was the same thing last year with New England in the playoffs. They're 15-1. You saying 15-1? They did the same damn thing. Fell flat.
Packers were 15-1. New England was 13-3.
Couldn't do it.
That's right.
And so both those teams lose. You got to figure that was who's going to be in the Super Bowl.
And then who wins? The Giants. 27th ranked defense, and gave up 400 points, and they're the Super Bowl chance. Going into the playoffs with a 9-7
record.
Please.
They come at the end, all of a sudden they hit it. They put the Spurs into the horse, and away they went.
Spurs into the horse?
That's right. It's an old Indian trick. You got to try it. You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show at 670 thescore.com. That's where we're at. We're on 670thescore.com. Or Brad, our phone number 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show. We are at 670thescore.com. King'sLaneSports.com. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win 23-6 over the Rams. And as Ed and I were talking about it, it's no shock to none of us, and probably nobody in Chicago, and maybe 99.9% of the people throughout the United States that picked the Bears to beat the Rams. There was no doubt about it in most people's minds. Now, although a lot of times when these things do happen, you say to yourself, if you let a team, an inferior team, around long enough, there's a good chance that they could come up and bite you in the ass. Well, that didn't happen today. And the turnaround situation was when Jennings deflected that pass. Major Wright picks up the deflection, runs the football 45 yards for a touchdown. That iced it, Ed.
Yeah. Well, here, going forward, Doug, we go down to Dallas on Monday night, and we don't seem to play good football on night games, do we?
The Monday night games were brutal at. I mean, we're not that good at the Monday night games.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're going to run up into a pretty good defense down there, Doug. And they have a gentleman at right defensive end by the name of DeMarcus Ware, who a couple of years ago, I believe, was the MVP of the league, defensive MVP of the league, wasn't he?
Well, if he wasn't, he was close to it. I know this. The guy puts a lot of pressure on the quarterback. There's no question about that one.
So I would say, are they going to – he's going to be – that's going to be one of the players they're going to have to key on, and they're going to have to block along the way here. I mean, you just can't let him go one-on-one with Jamarcus Webb. You can't let that happen. So, again, it's sliding the line, keeping the tight ends in, whatever it's going to be. But I can tell you, down in Dallas, Doug, if you think they're sitting and really not figuring out ways to get DeMarcus Ware loose and get after Cutler, they'll be burning the midnight candles, Doug, to get that done. And again, what it does, Doug, is again it tries to take away the things that we could do offensively. Could we utilize the tight ends in a normal offense? Yes, we could. You know why we can't? Right in front of you. It's not a mystery, okay? And then we're going down into Dallas, which again will be another critical game, and we've got a formidable foe in their defense in DeMarcus Ware. I mean, he's going to bring it, folks. He's going to bring it. Now, I hope we've got it. I hope Mike Tice has an answer for him, Dougie.
Just like today, what they did was they did a lot of chip blocking with Bush. The one thing about the chip blocking, it really can help set up your screen. Because if, you let the guy in,
right,
you chip, then you spring
you
off
him
on
for the screens,
and he thinks he's going to kill the quarterback, and bingo, bango, there you go, and you're pulling the tackle, and you got something going down the field. That's one way also of slowing down a lot of these guys, is doing that screen. So I was happy to see that today. I was happy to see the Bears use that, and it was successful to the back. But when it's all said and done with, they're going to need everything to beat Dallas at Dallas.
Doug, what also was good again to see, not only using the screens that you've been screaming for the last 2 years,
yep,
and to see him, my God, get Cutler out of harm's way.
Yeah, the rollout.
It is, Doug, it's basic. It's so simple. And the good thing about it is to utilize that guy. Here's a guy. It's not like you want to bootleg or sprint out Peyton Manning, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to happen. But with this guy, it can happen because, number one, he is terrific. Whether he's got a good offensive line or a bad one, he can get out there and make things happen. But the fact of the matter is we have a horrible offensive line, and what you got to do to get him out of harm's way. And Dougie, listen, let me tell you, I don't know how many times he got hit today.
A lot.
We should have had a stat on that. He got pummeled I don't know how many times for 60 minutes out there. Doug, if they don't, again, start protecting this guy, I know we won the football game, very conservative offensive game plan, but that's not what Cutler's about, and that's not what this league is about. This league is about going downfield, putting points on the board, because you have all the rules are on your side. And that's something we don't do. Why? Because we can't do it. And what I'd love to see is us somehow, constantly, Doug, go with a no huddle. Change things up. We're weak in certain areas, and everybody knows it. Let's try to change things up offensively. No huddle. Move the pocket. Run the football. Establish the run. Don't be afraid. And if they stuff you and they stop it, don't give up on it. Because eventually you'll break some, and play action comes into play, and that's huge. You're going to see a lot of guys. Brett Favre going in the Hall of Fame. What? Bootlegging the ball, play action. Okay? So it's there to be had. It's there to be had. Let's take advantage of it.
You know what amazes me, though, and I understand about the bootleg, and as an inside linebacker, I understand about the play action because you get sucked up in there. But I always thought to myself, what is wrong with these defensive ends? Don't you have outside? You played it enough to know that no matter what, you check that first, then you make the play, try to make the play inside.
That's always the thing, Doug. And there's no question about it. And except for if there's going to be a blitz where the outside linebacker
you're going to cover for and you do a fire.
You got to come in, you got to go inside or whatever. Right. Or if you got a cornerback, or if you got a strong safety or a weak safety coming in when you kind of, generate different kind of blitzes.
Your job is to contain.
99% of the time is containment. You go as deep as that damn ball, and you don't. That's why there's three other linemen, and there's linebackers, and there's strong safeties take care of the inside. You don't let them wheel out and get around you. If you do, Katie by the door.
I imagine that play is called down, too. If you get a defensive end, you can see it's been very aggressive coming down the line of scrimmage, and that's when you whack them. Then you take advantage of it and you roll your quarterback out. But one thing about that, moving that pocket like that, and we saw it today where he moved the pocket. I think he hit Marshall coming across the field. Was it Marshall?
Yes, he did. No, it was Marshall.
It was Marshall. And, and he kind of directed him, but he had the wherewithal to square up and throw.
But the fact, Doug, he got out of there.
Yeah.
It gave him room. Mm-hmm. It gave him room. And he's almost like directing traffic.
Right.
And that was terrific. And I'm going to tell you, we're going to need a lot more of that, Doug. But when we go down there to play those Cowboys, we better establish that run, and they better move that kid around. Because if we don't, Doug, we don't establish that run, and we don't get that movement back there, we are not going to win the football game. DeMarcus Ware will eat us alive if he does not get out of that pocket, or if they run the football. Want to know what? Run it right at DeMarcus Ware. Make him play football.
Well, that's why I was kind of surprised, Ed, that when we played the Packers, why didn't we try to shove it down that kid's throat? Because if a kid's taking an outside move or that, bam, go right at him. How many times I've seen that happen to a lot of guys that can just go right at the guy and blow him sideways and run the ball at him.
When we played the New York Giants, when Ditka was the coach, and that's something when I played that even before you got here. When we went up against somebody good like that, you know what you do? Don't run away from him.
Run at him.
Absolutely.
Run
at him.
Make him play.
Make him play football. Absolutely.
And Clay Matthews sitting out there like nothing. He's doing what he wants to do when he wants to do it. Try to think about it.
That's exactly right. Why the hell we didn't run at him there? That's another thing. And then once you start setting, and then he'll start looking.
And he starts looking at him.
Susceptible. That's right. He's susceptible to a trap, to a tight end coming down on him. Then all of a sudden he starts looking before reacting.
That's right.
Because why? You're pounding at him play after play, and you're making him play football.
And that, to me, shocked me. And that's why I thought against Green Bay Packers, our game plan really stunk.
Oh, God.
Offensively. I thought it stunk. And I know Cutler didn't play well. I know our offensive line didn't play well. But I got to throw the coaches in there, too. I don't think they did a good job of putting something together that could beat the Packers offensively.
Doug, they let them stand behind for 4 quarters and get killed back there.
Yeah.
There was no plan B, C. There was no other plan but what they had, and they were going to stick to it come hell or high water. And they're lucky Cutler didn't get crippled in that game, Doug.
That's it. And that's exactly why, again, he was frustrated. And I don't like when he shows that frustration. But I always thought, don't let the other team see you sweat. But I think what happens is after a while you keep getting banged, you keep getting hit. And I don't know Marcus Webb personally. I really don't. But then I talk to certain people. It seems like to me it's just like he's a cartoon character. He goes out there and he just goes through the motions. Yet again, he gets accolades from everybody, from his coaches and that he could be the best ever.
Oh,
and
Doug,
the guy's getting,
that is, you know what? When you say that, that absolutely.
I am telling you what they're saying.
I mean, I can't believe that anybody would make that statement.
They made a statement that he is athletic, and he's got to live up to his athleticism. I don't see that when I told you about his footwork and that.
And I agree with you, Doug. He's athletic.
Because he's big. They say he's big. I understand he's big.
Yeah, that's the one good thing about him.
Yeah.
He's big.
But, again, you got to be able to use that stuff. And I saw it today a couple times. This Gibson came around, from the defensive end part. It's Robert Quinn.
Yeah.
And he held him one time. And we know how many times he got away with it in a Green Bay game, holding, coming on that other side.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
That was laughable. Remember that? Holy cow.
He strangled the guy from behind a couple times, And I can see Cutler getting pissed, but Cutler's got to learn, too, though, that, hey, hold it. You're the leader out there. Never let them see you sweat and try to get all these guys together.
Doug, sometimes, and I can understand that, and I mean, it's we're all second guessing here and et cetera, but you know what, Dougie, I'm sure it became a point in time where he had about enough.
Yeah.
And I mean, did he probably make the wrong decision?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. Did he? Now, what? I don't expect him to do that again. But, Doug, when you're under the heat and you're in the battle of a football game and you're fighting for your own damn survival and you get a guy that's getting beat constantly, and this isn't – that's during the game, that's the game before, the year before, the year before, the year before. Doug, I can't really blame Cutler for getting PO'd and actually on the field doing what he did. Mm-hmm. I mean, was it the right thing to do? No.
It was the wrong thing.
Okay, right. But the fact of the matter is, I could see why, and I'm sure you can. I mean, total frustration, and he just and he lost.
It happens out there. So, and you lose it, and he can't lose it. See, here's the main thing about that: when you're the main guy, when you're the lead dog, when you're the lion, you're the guy that's calling. Anybody looks in a huddle and they see you're the guy that's making the call. You're the general. And you got to be able to overcome that so that the players don't all fall apart right in front of your eyes.
What was that game last week where the Giants took a knee?
Yeah, right. And they ended up in the game. They busted them.
Was that Tampa Bay? Was that Tampa Bay? And Tampa Bay, and they took the knee to run the clock out. The Giants did, and Manning did. And boy, Tampa Bay's defense just teed off on them. Doug, I like to go back. I don't think it was ever before or ever asked. You remember Dick would call a timeout?
To hit the center.
Folks, listen to this. We were losing games. And in a few years, we lost a lot of them. But there'd be times we were so aggravated defensively, and at the end of the game is lost. And, Dougie, you got to back me up on this one. Dick would call, like they're trying to run the clock out, and Dick called a timeout. You want to know why? To get one more smash at him.
Yeah.
And we all went along. And by the way, and when they broke the huddle and they came out, Doug, all they had to do was see the look in our eyes and how we lined up. They know damn well that we were coming after them. But the game is over with, folks. I mean, just running out the clock. And here we go. Dick would call a timeout. Next play, he'd call another timeout to get another hit in.
When that happened, it was a center. I don't know if it was the Green Bay center or was it the
Detroit
center, right?
Detroit.
Was it Flanagan?
Flanagan.
Yeah.
I think that was, and he hated him.
But here's what happened in that game. So we make the call, we get out of the huddle, and I look, and I see him backing up. Dick, playing the middle linebacker.
That's when he got his bell rung.
Yeah, he's backing up 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. They snap the ball. Here he comes, 100 miles an hour. The 4M goes right into Flanagan. Flanagan gets blasted, and Dick jumps up and calls timeout. All right? So we come back to the huddle, and I said, what the hell? I mean, what the hell is this guy doing? Same thing, in a minute. But I found out later, and so did Dick. He's at a golf tournament. He talks to Flanagan. What happened was George Halas told Dick that Flanagan was out to get him. that Flanagan said that he wasn't a good linebacker. Put it in Dick's mind. That's why at the end.
Oh, really? I never heard that. Wow.
Yeah. And he got pissed. But George just did that on purpose. You know, George he's stoking the fire.
Yeah.
And so he stokes the fire, gets Dick all riled up, because that game you're talking about, I remember, the only people left was the Andy Frame rushers. We were down by 30 points. It was raining, kind of drizzly or whatever.
Dick wouldn't give up. Call the
come out and just go blast the center.
Yeah.
And jump back up, you know. So I got a little message here. So they did that today versus the Cowboys, too. I guess they gave them a little whack.
Oh, is that right?
I'm all for it. You know, why not? What the hell?
Well,
they're down at the end of the game. Hey, Ed, if, let's say, for example, they're going to try to do that, and you can make a play, and maybe they got a chance to do it twice. Well, wouldn't you do it on the first time to give them a whack? And instead of waiting the second time, they can go down their knees so you can get a fumble?
Yeah.
You know, be ready. What the hell's the difference?
Well, you know, Doug, back when we played, I remember I heard you say the other day, when we played, the rule was there was no rules.
There was no rules. No, there wasn't.
And we took a lot of people down, pal.
You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show. We are 670thescore.com. Obradovich and Buffon, phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show. We are on 670thescore.com. Obradovich and Buffon, phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 23, St. Louis 6. And again, football game today that the defense played outstanding. The defensive line was outstanding. The run game was pretty damn good with Bush. Not so much with the passing game, but enough was done for the Bears to win this football game. But, Ed, when we take a look at the game coming up next Monday night, that in itself is going to be a true test for the Chicago Bears on the road on the Monday night game.
I had the same game plan. You're going to – but here, Romo, he will bootleg. He'll
move around.
He'll be all over the field. So whoever has containment, you better be careful. And don't let this guy wheel out around you. That's number one defensively. Just keep the way you're playing offensively. My theory for this Bears, for what them to establish the run. To run at DeMarcus Ware, right from the outset of the game, set the tone, and then implement your passing game along with it. You don't have to throw the ball downfield and go crazy. We're not going to do it because they're just not going to let that happen, Doug.
Yeah, and the good news, the Lions lost. Maybe the bad news, Minnesota won, but it is who they beat. They beat San Francisco. So all of a sudden now, that's a notch in their belt.
And let's hope Seattle takes care of business against the Pack. And next week, Dougie, we'll be ready to rock and roll, babe.
Thanks for listening. Obradovich and Buffon signing off. We'll see you next week after the Dallas Cowboy game on Monday night.
Snap, Romo, standing in the pocket. He is hit, and down he goes. Sacked by Henry Melton. Coming back to Texas. Cutler back on 3, throwing out across. It is caught. Brandon Marshall away at the 25. First down, Bears. Tackled around the waist. And there's a Bears first down. Snap, handing off. And there goes Matt Forte up the middle with room at the 45. Right on the Dallas Star to midfield. First downer on Matt Forte. Chews up 14. Cutler back to throw. In trouble. Breaks free at 45. Throws it. And it is caught by Kellen Davis inside the 35-yard line of Dallas. On his back. First down Bears. Conti to the line of scrimmage. One safety deep. Here's a quick throw. Right in the hands of Charles Tillman. 20, 15, 10, 5. End zone. Pick 6. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Here's the takeaway by Cutler back at a deep drop. Pressure coming. Stepping up. Throwing open. Pass is caught at the 37-yard line by Alshon Jeffrey. Jay Cutler from center. Pulls back to throw. 5 steps. Bouncing, now throwing, open on his back, making the grab. Jeffrey the grabber, a first down. 45-yard line to the 44. Here's Jay on the takeaway, back to throw on a deep drop, sliding to the near side, then throwing to the near side on the cross. The pass is part of the 35-yard line. It is Brandon Marshall hauling it in on Sensabaugh. Jay from center, play fake, slight roll, stops, now pops. Throwing, open, dive, goal line, end zone, touchdown, Devin Hester, touchdown Bears, and a beauty. Here's Romo on the shotgun snap, winds up, throws, passes in, and knocked in the air and picked off by the Bears. Major right inside the 5-yard line. It's a red zone takeaway for the Bears defense on the ricochet. And 2 years ago, in this very stadium. Romo was picked twice on ricochets by DJ Moore. Here's the snap. Cowboys bringing extras. Here's the throw by Cutler. Going deep. Up in the air. Marshall's got it. 15. Fights to the 10. Down to the 7. First down, Bears. Pat Manley on the ball. Sends it back. Hodlish puts it down, and the kick is up. It is good. Again, the gun. Again to throw. Again going long. He's got an open man and through the hands of Des Bryant. Far side of the field, inside the Bear 45-yard line. I don't know what route he ran, but he beat Charles Tillman, and he was free. It was an in and out down the sideline, and he smoked Charles. Shotgun snap. Here's Romo's throw, and it is intercepted for the 4th time tonight. DJ Moore cut in front of Miles Austin and takes it away. Bears turn away the Cowboys again. Bears football at the 33-yard line.
And now it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, a Chicago tradition after every Bears game. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Jonick and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 34. Cowboys 10. The Cowboys.
Hey.
Cowboys all hat and no cattle. They got their ass whipped tonight, and I'm going to tell you something. The Chicago Bears really put on a show, defensively, offensively, wide receivers. I think the turning point of the game. You know, the first half was real poor.
Turning point of the game is when they started the first quarter. Okay, I get it.
But when that first half was only 10-7, the Bears had run the football 14 times and had passed 14 times, and but they came out that second half, Ed. And they jumped up 17-7. They scored that touchdown to Hester.
Yeah.
The Bears went 73 yards on 5 plays in 3 minutes and 6 seconds.
No runs.
No runs. And once again, I know we've been talking about running the football. Obviously, you know, you got to have some of that. But let me tell you something. It comes down to that quarterback, comes down to those wide receivers. And the other thing today we saw was some good protection for Cutler. I mean, he had time to throw the football, plus him rolling out on those play actions and doing those bootlegs.
Well, they were going to make sure that DeMarcus Ware does not get in the Hall of Fame playing against the Bears.
Yeah, they did.
They
chipped him. They put a tight end on him. They did everything on him.
They did everything on him, and I'll tell you what, everybody, the rest of the offensive linemen, Doug, and they get criticized when they get slapped around like little kids. But I'll tell you what. They stepped up to the plate, and it was a good offensive game plan, a good defensive game plan. Of course, the Bears have been playing great defense for a long time, and really gives the Bears offense, if they can put it together and sustain Dougie now. Several games back to back offensively, convert on third down and score some points. And, you know, the thing about in this league, if you look at it, the last few years, 3 or 4 years, there's not that 1, 2, 3, or 4 dominant teams in this league anymore, Doug. There's no really super-duper powers that's going to come in and just whip up on you, okay? And I think anybody, after 4 games, looking at 4 games so far, and I know, you know, not reading all the tea leaves or whatever have you, Doug, but I'll tell you what, after 4 games, they're in the hunt, Doug, and legitimately, because I really don't see any great offensive lines out there. I don't see any super duper great defenses. I like the Bears defense, although we do have guys. You know, we want to get into that aging factor, but I don't even want to get into that, Doug, because I tell you what, Urlacher playing hurt, coming back. Kudos to him. They've all played good, but kudos to Lovie Smith and his coaching staff on both sides of the ball, Dougie.
Yeah, the defense itself was unbelievable. You get 5 interceptions, Ed, had 2 of them for touchdowns. Yeah. That says something right away.
I mean, you talk about a great defensive game plan, you know, to be aggressive, to be smart. And the one thing that you've seen this year, and I've harped on it and I've talked about it, Doug, for the last 5 years, is in our defensive line, the ability to stunt with the tackles or the tackles and the defensive ends. And what you've seen now, Doug, in almost every game, they stunted almost every play. If you look in tonight, Doug, if they put Peppers inside, it was always a stunt. Either the in who was ever in McClellan or whoever, Milton, they would switch. He'd go first. Peppers would come back around, or Peppers would go first. Milton would come around. They're stunning all the time. And it just goes back to several years ago, Doug, when we would have the guy in the 3 technique, he would sit there, Doug, and they do nothing. They do nothing with our defensive tackles, nothing with our defensive ends and tackles. They just let them sit there and get picked off play after play after play. Not anymore. The defensive line is very active. We blitzed a lot today. We came with a lot of safety blitzes. Urlacher, not so much. Briggs blitzing, but Urlacher so much, and I understand why. They didn't do it. But I'll tell you, great, good job of coaching on both sides of the ball. And as far as the Dallas coaches go, I wouldn't be surprised if Jerry Jones, how erratic that guy can be, he'd fire that staff after this game tonight.
Well, they'll probably take Des Bryant with them.
Oh, my God.
He had a terrible game, didn't he?
Oh.
Wow, he must have dropped some, running patterns, getting off. The whole thing was terrible. But when you take a look at this, and you're right, the offensive line, the defensive line, they come up here. But I got to tell you something. I really, and I'm a big fan of Cutler's. He really showed me again tonight that he has all he needs to do something with that football. And I'll tell you, he did it.
What is the one thing that they did this week?
They rolled him out more.
There you go.
They did a lot more of those bootlegs.
The bootlegs. That's get him out of that damn pocket.
And the other thing they did, which you and I have been talking about for the last 2 weeks, they finally got the tight end involved. Kellen Davis come up with some good catches today. He dropped one, but he come up with some good catches. So they got the tight end now involved. They've got going on the outside people involved. Even Hester made a beautiful move for that touchdown. So they got a lot of people in there. It's really working. But I was happy for Cutler. I was happy for the offensive line because the offensive line gave him time to throw. And then at times they wanted to fool the defense. They'd come back with the play action, and he would roll out their bootleg to the opposite side, hit Marshall coming across. So all those things, and this comes to coaching. This comes to what these coaches put together in a game plan, and they put a good game plan together.
Absolutely, Doug. Defensively, they showed all kinds of defenses.
Yeah.
Lovey's basic, too deep, etc. I mean, they were blitzing. They were coming from everywhere. Again, the line stunts. It was a great game plan against Tony Romo. Now, what I couldn't believe is that when you have a guy like Tony Romo, and that kid spent 4 years at Eastern Illinois running around, doing what he does best. How do you take a kid like that, and how do you take a guy even like Jay Cutler? Doug, he's here 4 years. Now we're finally starting to move him. How do you take a guy, 2 quarterbacks, that can move and are accurate, and once they're getting killed in a pocket, how can you not change your offensive game plan?
Well,
how is that possible?
Well, it's, a lot of times it's stupidity. I mean, let's go that far. But the fact is, though, I thought this game started out, that first half, Ed, I said, wait a minute, here we go again. Run the ball, come off the bus, do all this stuff. When they come out, that third quarter when they drove it for 73 yards and didn't run the damn football one time, that did it.
Threw the game, the scared-to-death game plan,
Absolutely.
Threw it out the window, and went after because it was there for him.
Exactly. And that, to me, if you're going to win in the National Football League, that's exactly what you have to do. This segment is sponsored by Northwest Community Hospital Medical Group. For more information and locations, visit nchmedicalgroup.com. That's right. Chicago Bears 34 and the Cowboys 10.
Dougie, one thing, the Bears pass rush has really been, our down lineman has really improved.
And that's kind of the tricks like folks, you were talking about.
Absolutely, Doug. You can't put the 2 defensive guys down there on the inside, Doug,
you can't
and let them sit there like ducks.
The time.
You got to have movement. Yeah. You got to have stunts. You got to have tricks, and you got to couple them with blitzes. But I'll tell you, the key, folks, the key to a great pass rushing team. You think, well, we've got to have the defensive ends. Great pass rushing teams, it comes from the inside guys.
No question about it.
Inside guys.
If that quarterback can step up, then you got problems. If he can't step up, you're going to get a sack from the outside guy.
And with all the stunts that we're running now and the quickness of Henry Melton, dropping his shoulder, dip it and coming around, Julius Peppers making the first inside move of a trick, Doug, taking everybody with him, and Melton came around, and that's when he got the sack. So it's good stuff. And what we're seeing, Doug, is we're seeing a push more often than not up the middle, and our guys are getting to the quarterback. If not, we're in his face. We're causing interceptions, and that helps cause takeaways. When you push, if you don't sack the quarterback, Doug, you get in his face, make him nervous. He'll make the mistakes. And, boy, I tell you what, Romo, he sure as hell did tonight. He was god-awful. Their offensive game plan stunk. Their defensive game plan stunk. That was unbelievable for a Dallas Cowboy team playing at home to have a coach come out and absolutely flop, play dead for 4 quarters.
The other thing, too, again, I'll go back to Cutler. At one time I looked, I was in the fourth quarter. His quarterback rating was 140. 140. And the fact is that kid came out there, and I am telling
better
you.
Better than 28.2.
Yeah. And that kid made some great throws tonight. I mean, he made some beautiful throws. And I like the way they started out the game. 1, 2, 3, pop. 1, 2, 3, pop. Slant. Do all those things. Then they finally went back to the 7-step drop because he was getting time to throw. He started whipping them downfield. Then the tight end got involved. So the plan was perfect.
It was open all night. Over the middle. Was wide open all night. They finally, when he went in at halftime, obviously made some adjustments and came out. Doug, before we even go to break here, I want to say something that I saw on the sidelines that, to me, and Doug and I, we played this game for quite some time and went through a lot of coaches, a lot of position coaches. I don't know. I don't mean this to be a downer, but I'm going to tell you what. Somebody's got to sit Jay Cutler down. Doug.
Are you talking about the time he left Tice when Tice came up to talk to him on the bench?
You got it. I mean, the cameras were right on him, and he was screaming. You could basically almost read his lips what he was screaming about getting the plays in. You know, read his lips. You know what? You interpret the way you want to interpret it. And then he comes off, and Tice is talking to him. He walks away. He goes and he sits down. Tice goes over, sits down, gets the clipboard up. Jay looks at him, gets up, and he walks away. Tice gets up, and he walks after him, and he started talking to him, and then they broke away from him. You know, Jay's done this, whether he's right, wrong, or indifferent, Doug, I don't know. But that's just showing total disrespect, okay? You know, and Cutler's done this once too often, whether he's right, Doug, or whether he's wrong.
Well, that's not right. You know that. That's
I'm
not
just
right.
Talking, what he thinks. If he thinks he's right or if he's wrong.
Yeah.
Doug.
I mean, that's, if you know, because I saw what you saw.
Somebody, and Doug, it's not the first time. And like he doesn't know when he comes off the field or any quarterback playing, there's a camera always on the quarterback. Like they don't know it. But I'm going to tell you what, Doug. Somebody's got to sit him down and have a little chat with him. I don't know who. I just tell you, to me, personally, I'm just looking at personally, if I had a quarterback or a teammate that was pulling stuff like that, not for long, my friend. Well, somebody would sit his ass down and read him a riot act. I'll guarantee you that.
Because I went through this, and I went through this before when I was calling defense.
This guy's the offensive coordinator, whether you like him or you don't.
But here's the fact, and you're right. There's certain ways of doing that, but he was late putting those calls in. And when you're out there and you're the guy, because I'm going to just give you my experiences when I did
Doug, I understand it, but is that like the first time that's ever happened?
No, but the fact is...
That happens with every team. You see quarterbacks screaming, give me the play, get the play in, get the play in.
He should never go walked away from Tice. I mean,
that's my point.
I'm not so sure that's what happened, but that's what I saw.
My point is what happened on the bench.
Yeah.
Okay?
But the fact was Tice was not getting the plays in. They had to call timeout. But I know what you're saying, Ed. There's ways of handling that different than walking away from the coach, the head coach, who wants, or the offensive coordinator that wants to talk to you about it.
Yeah, too many of these things come up. I mean, I got, and I told you after the Detroit game last year, that's when I became a Cutler fan. I am a Cutler fan. I like everything about it. But what I don't like is that, I mean, comes a point, who the hell do you think you are, son? Sit your fanny down here, and we're going to have a little conversation about what's going on there.
I'm sure
you're going to scream at me and tell me I'm not getting
with him after this
I'm
game.
saying not getting the plays in fast enough. Yeah. Well, I'm coming over here. Let's talk about it. And you get up and you walk away from me. Not acceptable, Doug, in any league.
You listen to Majestic Star Casino post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
All right, here's Romo. Takes the shotgun snap. Throws the sideline. It's picked up again. Major Wright playing center field. Knifes in front of the throw to Ogletree. The Bears have a 5-pack on Romo. Game is over. The Bears are 3-1, tied for first in the NFC North with the Minnesota Vikings. Coming into Dallas for the second time in 3 years and coming out with a big win, 34-18 over the Cowboys.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino post-game show with Doug and OB on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, Chicago Bears 34, the Cowboys 18. The Digging into the Numbers segment is brought to you by Julie. Before you dig, call Julie at 811. Talking about the Chicago Bears win today. Tremendous performance by the Bears. How they went down there and took on the Dallas Cowboys. And listen to this. Cutler was 18 for 24 for 267 yards, 2 touchdowns. But the one stat I always look at, Ed, is yards per attempt.
11.1.
11.1. To get 11.1, you know how phenomenal that is? Guys going to the Super Bowl, I mean, you talk about quarterbacks that have an 8 or a 9. You say, that's damn good. 11.1. So the offense started clicking. The defense clicked with 5 interceptions, 2 returned for a touchdown. Everything they did today was good.
Third down conversion, Doug, 7 to 12.
7 to 12.
Almost 60%. That's pretty damn good,
phenomenal.
my friend.
That's phenomenal. And the way the defensive line played, the way they put the pressure on, and the turnovers or takeaways, I mean, it just was phenomenal. So it was a game that, boy, the Bears really needed to get themselves going. Now they got Jacksonville next week.
Doug, again, it was a great
4-1
by Lovie Smith, his staff. Again, saying it again, on both sides of the ball, great game plan. They did make some changes. Cutler hit I tell you what, he hit Marshall coming across the middle. The bootlegs, great calls. It was a great game all the way down to the finish.
I think, too, the turning point of the game, and I said this at the beginning of the show, was the fact that when they come out in the second half, they come out in that second half and they drove the football 73 yards. And not one run in those 73 yards.
5 plays, five passes.
5 passes. And one was the final one was to Hester, who made a beautiful move, moving to the outside, coming back inside, and then Cutler hit him. But the other thing that Cutler got tonight, too, was good protection. Best I've seen in a while with him as far as those guys giving him time to throw the football.
No question about it, Doug. And I've been saying for years here, you get this kid, what he did when he was, in Colorado, Doug, when he would roll out in Denver, and the key, you can roll out, there's a lot of things you can do, but what Cutler does best when he rolls out, he's as accurate as hell when he passes. So when you got a quarterback that can do that, get him out of there, take advantage of it.
Yeah, and again, too, using the tight end tonight. They used the tight end. Colin Davis made a couple nice catches. That's so important for an offense to have a tight end that can make those type of plays. It relieves the quarterback a lot of times if they're going to double up outside, because you got to see Jeffrey made some nice catches tonight too, by the way. He made some real nice catches. So all in all, it was a good win.
We should probably give a game ball to Des Bryant.
I told you, as soon as the game was over, he jumped in a cab and went home. I guarantee. Let's go out to Robbie in New Orleans. Robbie on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's a pleasure to be on your show for the first time. So a couple points I got for y'all. First of all, it feels good to just go to a bar out here and everybody hates you. I love that. I'm wearing my Forte jersey, But I looked at this team, and what I see from this team is they're a passing team. They just don't have all the tools. They should be a passing team eventually. They're not there yet. They use the run to set up the pass is what we need. It doesn't matter about yards per carry or whatever. You have to run the ball. And they ran the ball, and they were able. And Cutler, I got to give him props. He stepped his game up. I didn't like that sideline foray with Tice, though. That really bothered me. You don't need that on your team. You don't want that. You don't want the quarterback butting heads with anybody he sees because he's in a bad mood. That's not good. But his defense, I thought they were going to take a step back this season, but goddamn, that defense is nice this year, and I like our first-round pick. I think he's going to get better.
Robbie, if the offense can click like it did tonight, and I know we're only 4 games into the season, but if they can click, and we get lucky with injuries, and we keep Cutler upright, Marshall stays healthy, defensively, we can get to. I mean, we can really go places this year, and I know we've got some great talent on defense, and they are getting older. But I'll tell you what, it is what it is right now, and our defense is doing a great job, and the offensive game plan was great, and everybody did a hell of a job.
Well, there's no question, and the defense shut down the Cowboys even running the football. They had 41 yards total offense as far as running the ball, averaging 2.9 a carry. So we're seeing also Brian Urlacher getting better. I mean, it's going to take a while before he even maybe gets close to what he was before, but he's holding his position. That play Lance Briggs made. You saw him take that ball and just, get the interception because Melton was all over Romo. So Lance makes that play, and he goes, 70-some yards for a touchdown? And they're getting defense-wise. So far this year, I think they've scored 21 points on the defense. So you're getting the defense cooking. You're getting the linemen and the defensive linemen putting pressure on. Now, the thing that I saw today was they finally gave Cutler some time to throw the football. It was probably one of their better performances, Ed, as far as protecting Cutler. Now, I know they had to double up. They had to get Ware, and they did a good job on Ware. Except the one time that he come all the way around and he hit Cutler when he went to throw, and it was a fumble. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, you had a pretty good damn showing out there. You went down to Dallas, to beat Dallas.
And I believe Dallas had, up until this game, they were ranked number 1 in the league in total defense.
Absolutely. There's no question about it.
Again, kudos to the Bears. I tell you, they did a hell of a job, Dougie.
Let's go out to Joe in Iowa. Joe, you're on the score with Obie and Doug.
Hey, guys. Great game. Love to hear you again. I missed you being away from Chicago for a couple of years. My question, you guys, great defense, great offensive line play. However, how come when we play the Packers, we can't block Clay Matthews, but we can dominate DeMarcus Ware? What's going on? That's what we got to do. We got to block Clay Matthews. We got to beat the Packers. When Lovey came in this league as a coach, he said we got to beat the Packers. I think we're right back where we started from.
Well, that's no question. You have to beat the Packers because the Packers are the team. I'm going to tell you this right now, though. In my opinion, the Packers aren't the same Packers they were last year. Now, if you take a look at that club and with the Chicago Bears, they only scored 6 points against them.
Offensively, they're not the same. And defensively, Doug, they were the worst in the league.
Absolutely, but offensively, they're not the same.
And I know they had a 15-1 record, but offensively, they were phenomenal.
Yeah. What did they score against the Bears? 6 points? I mean, they didn't. Yeah. So what I'm saying here is this thing is up in the grabs. I think Ed talked about it at the beginning of the show. Is I don't know who in the hell out there, except if you take a look at Houston and San Francisco. But other than that, what do you have? Who's going to be out there?
There's no teams here that are barn burners. And there's no dominant teams out of all the 32 teams. There's no handful of teams that are, say, those are really the teams, because you don't know after 4 games the way it looks like it's going. I mean, who thought Minnesota would be 3-1 and going into yesterday, who thought Green Bay would be 1-2? It's,
Yeah, well, they got job in Seattle. There's no question about that.
When you take the Vikings a week ago, Doug, I mean, they really took it to the 49ers. Really. And you look at Detroit, my Lord, I thought they really reached a plateau where watch out for them this year. They've got it together. They got another year under their belt, and they're falling flat on their face.
They are. And the fact is, Minnesota takes care of San Francisco, aggravated San Francisco, and look what they did to the Jets. They almost ruined them. Out there. Let's go out to Pat in Palos Heights. Pat, you on the score with Obie and Doug.
Hey, guys, my honor.
What's up, Pat?
Hey, listen, I just want to say that I'm so glad we won for your families collectively, simply because your blood pressure is probably down.
You got that right. I tell you what, I've never been happier in my life.
And I love you ranting and raving, but, man, I love the wins. I love the wins. Hey, and OB, I agree with you what you said, your assessment about the sideline, but I got to give kudos to Cutler on national TV. He took Webb aside right eye to eye, patted him on the head.
Yeah, he did do that. You're right.
And I was so happy. I'm like, man, maybe we're getting some continuity here.
Well, maybe so.
Well, I got to tell you, too, I mean, Cutler's not stupid. He knows the protection he was getting tonight. These guys did a hell of a job. So you can jump on when they do a bad job, but you know what? A little tap in the ass once in a while for doing a good job makes a big difference.
Absolutely.
You know, and the guy looks, oh, yeah, geez, well, look at this. And they did do the job. They did the job for Cutler, and he said, you do your job, then I'll do mine. And that's exactly what they did. There was no question about it. Let's go out to Rich in Antioch. Rich on the score with OB and Doug.
Yes, hi. Yes, hi. Thank you very much for taking my call. And, Doug, it's a real honor to talk to both of you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to, first of all, say that this was a great game for Jay Cutler and establishes him as one of the two best quarterbacks in the division, and that's what I think it's going to come down to. You'll have to forgive me. Who's the quarterback on the Vikings?
Ponder.
Okay,
Ponder.
Okay, the Vikings play pretty well at home, but they're really not going to be a factor, so it's going to come down to the Packers and the Bears. And I want to ask you guys, who's the better quarterback right now, Rodgers or Cutler?
I think you got to go look at the body of work. I mean, take a look what Aaron Rodgers has done in the past. I mean, in the past has been phenomenal. Well, they were 15-1 one year. They went to the Super Bowl. They did a lot of things. But I just think that maybe Jay is just scratching the surface. You saw it tonight. That kid he's got a beautiful arm. I mean, the kid can throw the football tremendously. And the kid can move. He can get out of the pocket. He can do the play action and roll out and hit guys on the run.
We got to get him out.
Right.
We've got to be more diversified in our offense, and looks like we're starting to do it.
Right. And my only concern with the offense is to get the tight end involved, because every team you look at, every team that's up there, every team that's playing, I'm telling you, it's in the playoffs. You watch their tight ends. Look at New England. Look at New Orleans. Look at San Francisco. Look at Detroit. Your tight end has got to be a big part of what you do. And so you got to have faith in that tight end. Tonight I saw Kellen Davis make some nice catches.
Yeah. You know what, Rich, when his question, Doug, about who's like the better quarterback, between the two. You know what, Rich, unfortunately, all the football pundits, all the geniuses, the writers, and all the different people, it seems to me they base greatness on how many world championships have you won? Mm-hmm. Like in baseball, if you're a manager or a pitcher, and if you're a quarterback, how many times have you been to the Super Bowl? And by the way, did you win? I mean, how many times have we heard that about the Mannings? About Doug, you just hear it, Brett Favre. You hear about all these quarterbacks. And when you, Rich, I think when you use that word greatness, I mean, it's not me. I don't care. I think Cutler, I told you what I thought. That game against Detroit last year, Doug, that's when he won me over. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's no question about it. I'm a fan of his, but I think when people start rating quarterbacks, Rich, and I don't think it's fair, but it seems to me, Doug, isn't that how they do it? Like, how many Super Bowls has he won or whatever? Doesn't it kind of go to that?
It does, Ed, because the other thing which you have to take in consideration is what is around that quarterback. Do you have the wide receivers for that quarterback? Do you have a running back for that quarterback? Do you have an offensive line for that quarterback? Do you have a defense for that quarterback?
Yeah, I know.
And all those things add up.
Yeah.
To make you win these games, at the end.
That's how you and I look at it.
Yeah.
But when you hear the guys on television, on all these programs, oh, well, he won one Super Bowl. Well, he won three. Well, who's greater? Well, the guy that won three, not the guy that won one.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino Game. That's right, the casino post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 34. The Dallas Cowboys 18.
Hang in there, guys.
We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win 34-18 over the Dallas Cowboys. And we're taking a look at some of his receivings. You know, Marshall had 7 receptions for 138 yards. Kellen Davis had three receptions for 62, and that one was laying on his back.
Exactly, yeah.
That was terrific. And then Hester had 3 for 38 yards. Jeffrey had 3 for 32 yards. Bush had 1 coming out of the backfield, and so did Forte. And by the way, Forte started out pretty good. Now, did you see when he came off the field there? You could tell that ankle was hurting him. But the kid was out there, giving his best shot.
Yeah, he came back, I'll tell you. He put on he was breaking back to the weak side.
Yep. And Cutler ended up 18 for 24 for 275 yards.
Can you believe that, 18 for 24?
With a quarterback rating of 140.1. Unbelievable. That's just terrific. I mean, that is great. And then the Bears defense, they smoked Dallas. I mean, they really smoked them with the 5 takeaways, the 5 interceptions, and 2 for touchdowns. I don't think you can ask for a better game than the Bears performed, going on the road against the Dallas Cowboys in Dallas. It just was a hell of a performance. Let's go out to Pat and Worth. Pat, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Guys, love the show.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, I wanted to ask you guys what you think of after the Brandon Marshall touchdown late in the fourth quarter. You seen Jay running up to Jamarcus Webb and get him a little bit of encouragement. What do you guys think about that?
I love it. I mean, again, too, for ball players, for players, because we all get hot. Ed and I, not even I was playing. I mean, a lot of times, you get hot out there, you get mad, you say things, you do certain things. But the unity of the team is really very important, and something like that, because if he's going to yell at him when he's doing bad, then he certainly should tell him when he's doing good. And so I thought it was terrific that they did something like that.
That was a positive move.
Yeah.
There's no question about it.
Let's go to Louis in Maryville, Indiana. Louis, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how we doing, OB and Doug? Great show.
What's up, buddy?
You. Hey, I just want to talk about the Cutler and his pass efficiency today. He took what the defense gave him and made nice short dumps. He didn't do nothing unnecessary. And then when the big play was there, he took it.
Absolutely.
And down deep. And as far as him on the sidelines, the antics, when you come off a penalty offside and then you get the play call with 10 seconds left on the clock, and you're trying to audible, which he can do now, he doesn't have a chance to do that. Me as a quarterback, I would be mad also.
Sure, because you want the play to come in. I mean, obviously, then the next thing you know, it's a countdown. You got to take a timeout for it, or you get a penalty, delay of game. Yeah, there's no question that goes through a quarterback mind because a lot of things is on his mind. I mean, he has to make these calls. He has to know where the hell everybody is. He has to make the audibles when he comes out. He's got to do all this, and you got to have time to do this. And that's why you never really want to get down to where you're fighting that clock with 2 seconds, 1 second, and try to make a decision because a lot of times you can make a poor decision. Let's go out to CB in his car. CB, you're on the Score with a Doug and OB.
Hey, Steve, it's CB on the car. Hey, Doug, OB, how you doing, man?
What's up, my friend?
Hey, this was a great game, but you had a caller about 5 callers ago, and his question was, how was it that the Bears were able to neutralize DeMarcus Ware but not Clay Matthews? It's simple. Apparently, the electricity works in Mike Tite's house, and he watched the Packers-New Orleans game. And how they did it was they chipped that outside linebacker and the outside rush guy about 75% of the time on rush downs, on passing plays. The Bears did the exact same thing. That's how they kept DeMarcus Ware over in front of Jamarcus Webb. And the only time they didn't do it, he rushed around and hit Cutler for a fumble. But if you go back and watch the tape, a tight end or a running back chipped him and knocked him right into the tackle, and which is a good philosophy. And the other thing I wanted to mention was both of you all being former defensive players. Why don't the Bears defensive linemen put their hands up more once they when they rush the quarterback and they're not able to get there to deflect the pass? Because the way I saw it during the game, if they would have done that, he might have thrown 7 interceptions today.
Well, the fact is that's a great point on your part. A lot of times, if you're getting beat and they stymie you right on the line of scrimmage, Ed,
that's it. Right.
You go volleyball style.
You're all taught to do that.
You go right up into the air. And a lot of times you get deflections that way. There's no question about it. If you got a guy that stymied you, that stopped you in your tracks, the best next thing you can do is jump up into the air and hopefully that you can knock it down, because that quarterback's not going to expect that. Let's go out to Solon in the south side. Solon, you're on the score.
Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, you got it, man. Long time, Doug, OB. Just a quick point on the Cutler deal and the issue, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he made mention on another station that Marshall was very chippy because he wasn't getting the ball. And then he finally got the ball, and he was satisfied. I can't understand. And you know, I know you guys are old school, and I understand. You never defy your coach. But at the same time, if you're having problems going over and over again, it's all going to be focused on you. And what good thing I liked about the other station's remarks, the station that carried the game, is they finally gave Cutler his just due. They made mention that if you have protection, he can get his feet planted and he can throw solid throws, as opposed to his great arm that he has, this, that, and other. And then the last thing I want to make mention, too, is as far as the defense, the DBs and the DB package, including Conte. Conte had a real great game for the first time, because last week and the game before, I thought he was suspect, but he had a really great game. I mean, he was coming up and he was literally slamming, slamming guys 20 to 30, 40 pounds more than him. So I want to know, what adjustment did you all see with the defensive package flying around, including Conte coming in as opposed to like a DJ Moore, which he normally does, you know, to make tackles. You guys have a great one.
Yeah, the fact with Conte, I think he ended up getting hurt, by the way. Yeah, but we saw better tackling today than we've seen in the past with those defensive back, Major Wright. We're talking about Conte and guys coming up. And Tillman, you know, and Tillman's going to stick you anyway. Tillman's going to come up and make those plays.
Well, I'll tell you, yeah, and also, Solon, I'll tell you what I saw tonight was a great job of camouflaging the defenses. I mean, there were sometimes, Doug, you had like 9 guys on, you know, up on the line of scrimmage, and it looked like, and then all of a sudden the corners would come up like they're going to come, and it looked like it was going to be an all-out blitz, and then they drop everybody back. Sometimes then they had the cornerback come flying up. So they disguised the defense. Is very, very good tonight, and it looks like they were, every play they're going to come with pressure. They didn't, but when they did, it worked.
And the other thing, too, that confuses the offensive line, the changes of Peppers inside. He's at right tackle. Then he's at left defensive end. Then he's at right defensive end. And then they're going to move this guy here, move them there. And next thing you know, it confuses the guys.
Especially, Doug, when he's at either left or right end. And back in it was called Alexa or Rex. And then if that was when, excuse me, Doug, the tackle would go first and the defensive end would loop around and take his position. But a change is when the end went first. And because he has such force and power, Doug, Peppers, when they do that change and he goes first and he tries to go into and split that guard and tackle, he takes him with him. And that's what happened with Melton. It was real clear. He came right around, right up the field, and bang, got the sack.
See, when you do that, though, you have to have a defensive tackle that's very quick, and Melton is quick. And so how you want to use Melton, you want to use him what his abilities are, and that's to move. And that's exactly what he does.
That's what and you don't want him sitting
down
the
there.
Same
You're not going to bowl everybody.
After play.
Can't do it. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears win 34-18. We'll be right back.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug and OB on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Edward Ravitch, Doug Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 34-18 over the Dallas Cowboys. Let's go out to John in Humboldt Park. John, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug, OB, thank you for having me on. You guys do great.
Thank you, my friend.
I just wanted to, I didn't get a chance to watch the game. I just got off work. I wanted to get your opinions, and you kind of touched on it briefly, on how the D-line did tonight. I know the sacks weren't exactly there, but it seems like with all the picks, they must have been putting a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, the pressure was there. And, in fact, they set up that touchdown that Lance Briggs had, and that was Melton in there on top of Romo. Romo tried to throw a little bit. I don't know if he got hit. I think he did get hit. The ball went flying up in the air. Of course, Lance picked it off, and then he ends up running like at 70-some yards for a touchdown. But the key here is, you look at sacks. We all look at sacks. But we have to look at pressure. Does that quarterback have time to throw? And the fact is, if you let that quarterback back there and he has time to throw, he's going to hurt you. There's no question about it. So we saw a great combination of coverage, and we saw a great combination of the defensive linemen getting after the quarterback. Now, a couple times we saw, Ed and I were talking about where breakdowns at on the defensive end that he'll have containment.
Right.
You still got to contain guys like Romo, because if you let them get outside that pocket, which they did in that first half, that'll cost you.
When you have containment, again, it all depends on what the defense is called, and if it's the cornerback that has containment, or it's the linebacker, or the defensive end, whoever has containment, it's a very simple rule. You go as deep as who's got that ball, you go as deep as that ball is. You never let them get outside you. And that happened twice.
Times.
McClellan, the rookie, and he's gonna, I guarantee you he'll learn from that. But, John, if I was to say the biggest improvement after 4 games defensively, what have I seen that is really different from prior years? And what I have seen, obviously, is the play of the defensive line, not the linebackers, not the defensive backs. And what that does for you, when you can, not necessarily do you get to the quarterback, but if you can cave that line in, no matter how you do it with stunts or whatever, but if you can get after it and really make that quarterback get a little nervous back there, and I'll tell you what, that helps everybody, linebackers, and it really helps the D-backs. So I think after 4 games, what I've seen, what the improvement is, Doug, is the play of the defensive line. That's the number one thing that I've seen so far this year. Why are we as good as we're doing after 4 games? It's our D-line. They help, again, the linebackers. They help the D-backs, and that's something we haven't had in a long time. So kudos to the defensive line.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears' 34-18 win over the Dallas Cowboys. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 34, Cowboys 18. Bears win tonight, going away. Let's go out to Mike in Plano. Mike, you're on the Scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, what's up, guys? One thing that you guys have been so adamant about in the past when the Bears were struggling is takeaways. And tonight they got 5 of them, 2 of them for touchdowns. And not only that, they jumped from 4th in the league to 1st in the league in 1 game. They have 14 takeaways in 4 games this year. That's an average of a little over 3 turnovers a game. Now, I think that is just some awesome defense. I wanted to hear you guys' thoughts on it. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, there's no question. That's what Lovie Smith teaches. If you're going to play that defense that they're playing, you have to get turnovers. I mean, that's what you need for, that defense to really work. And that means breaking to the ball. But let me tell you something, though. It won't work unless you get pressure. And they got pressure tonight. And when they do get those takeaways, and you take a look at them, when they get the takeaways, in fact, here, it's very simple. I bet 90% of the games, 90% or even more, that look over the turnover ratio. The team that has the best turnover ratio wins the football game. Lovie knows that, and that's what they look at, and that's what they work at. Now, if you throw on top of that, and you had talked about the takeaways they have, on top of that, they've scored 21 points so far this year defensively. You get that pick 6, but that's huge. That is big. So, yeah, tonight they did a tremendous job with that defense of taking the football away, plus scoring, which makes a hell of a difference in the football game. Let's go out to Wagon Man in Edgewater. Wagon Man, you're on the Score.
How you doing, guys? Great show, Obie and Doug.
What's up, Wagon Man?
Well, I just wanted to call and say, I think that this Bears offense is definitely better than the 06-07 offense. But my question, guys, is this year's defense better than that year's? I mean, in 06-07, our defense was amazing, but this year I think we got it beat. I'll hang up and listen to you guys' thoughts. Thanks.
Ed?
Well, I'll tell you, that's a pretty damn good question, Wagon Man. when you look back to the team, Tommy Harris was a young stud.
Urlacher was young.
Urlacher was young. I mean, we had Tillman and.
You had a team that did the same thing that the Bears doing now, but here's the key. The key is, can they sustain that? In other words, the defense. We know we're talking about older guys. For example, you saw Peppers walk off today with his foot. Can the older guys, you got Tillman, who was older. You've got Lance Briggs, who's 33 or 34. But all these guys tonight, Urlacher, they all performed. And as you know, as you get into the season, as you get into that, November time, you see how bad they are. I mean, when I say bad, I mean how beat up they are. And, can they sustain? When you're younger, you sustain it.
Yeah, I think Doug hit it there, Wagon Man. That defense was pretty damn good. It got us to the Super Bowl. And I think was the defensive line, was it all in all at that particular time a better defensive line? Time's going to tell. We've got 4 games are gone into the season. It's going to take some time. But the one thing that's happened here is, again, what I just had mentioned, is the big difference in defensively and getting a lot of these takeaways through interceptions is the play of the defensive line, especially the guys up in the middle. And all the movement, all the stunts that they're doing, their constant movement, and that's great to see. Do we have a Tommy Harris playing in the inside? No. But I'll tell you what, they're doing a hell of a job with movement, dipping their shoulders, caving in a little bit in the middle of the line. And so far, so good what I see, but we got a long way to go.
And if you take a look at that, when you're talking about that year, and I remember, and I know you'll remember this, most of the guys out there will remember this, that Arizona game. Remember when the Bears, that Arizona game, what they did defensively to win that football game?
Oh, yeah, that was
with
like
Brown, is your defensive back. So you're getting guys like Conti coming up making plays. It's real important if you're that free safety and strong safety also to make plays. And so we're starting to see more of that.
Well, what you saw today, Doug, was kind of nice to see Conti. Conti blitzed several times.
More
coming
than
in
once.
Basically almost like a cornerback coming in on blitzes. And so the point I'm trying to make is it's nice to see the Bears get a little more aggressive, show some heat, back off, and when you show heat, then come with heat.
And they did it.
Yes, they did.
And you talked about the time that Tillman made the interception. It was a mistake on the part of Des Bryant because he didn't really. Oh, my God, Des Bryant. He saw Romo make the call. He knew the blitz was coming. He should have stopped there, but he kept on going. Of course, then Romo just threw the right ball right to Tillman. That's what you try to do, is confuse him.
Des Bryant. Doug and I gave him most valuable Bear.
Yeah, we did.
Des Bryant, most valuable Bear.
Like I said, he got in the cab and went home.
Oh, my God.
Let's go to Aaron in McHenry. Aaron, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Aaron?
Yeah, I know everybody's been critical about Urlacher, but I don't think that anybody would have been nearly as good at getting people into place. I mean, he looked stout on the run, but, I mean, I know Roach is in there, they were planning on Roach being in there, but I don't think anybody could have got the D in a better place than Urlacher tonight.
No, well, Aaron, it was a smart thing to get Urlacher down. We had the game won in the fourth quarter, and they turned around and then they put Roach in at middle and got him out of the game, which was a smart thing.
Let me tell you this about Brian. And Brian is out there, and each time you can see it's progressing. You know it, and I know it. You and I played with Butkus for many years, and we remember the last couple of years. It was very bad for him because it's just you're in pain all the time. Your knee swells up. But I see Brian just edging each time, getting better. And here's the other important thing. When you are out there, and again, I'll go back to it because I made those calls defensively. The fact is that a lot is rest on your shoulders to make the right calls. In other words, to put the guys in the right position because a lot of times your defense has changed according to the formations that are come out. And Urlacher's good at making those calls. It's very important. Now, he's not the same as he was before. He knows it, and we know it. But each time it gets better and better. But the fact that him being out there, and you take a look at this defense, where has he hurt this defense? Has he hurt this defense whatsoever, Ed?
No.
And that's your answer to Urlacher is that he's going to get better as long as he stays healthy for the rest of the year.
And he goes. He's making the plays that he has to make, Doug. Everybody's stepping up. Mm-hmm. And I tell you what, defensively, it looks like we're finally getting some little cohesiveness with our defensive backs. And who puts it all together? Who puts the puzzle together out there when they're on the field? It's Urlacher, and he's been doing it for a long, long time. And you talk about somebody that's valuable for us, it's Urlacher.
Let's go out to David Schuster, who is live in Dallas, Texas. David, everybody got to be happy with this one.
Yeah, everybody was healthy and happy, guys, Doug and Eddie. Specifically, let's talk about Matt Forte just for a quick second. He did come out of the game early, as you guys all saw. He probably re-injured that ankle to some degree again, but he said he had it taped wrong initially. He said after he taped it better the second time around, he was able to, pun intended, gut it out the rest of the game. He said he finished the game, he was upbeat. He wouldn't admit that the thing is still bothering him, but obviously it still is. I don't think he's anywhere near 100%, but he got through the game healthy, and I'm sure he'll probably play again this coming week. The passing offense was really the story tonight, along with, obviously, the turnovers. Anytime Lovie Smith's defense gets the turnovers like they did tonight, you can mark a win down in the Bears category. And, they were ball hawking all over the place. Major Wright, a couple more interceptions. And he's going to have to buy Tim Jennings a dinner somewhere along the line because 3 of Major Wright's interceptions have been tip balls by Tim Jennings. Mm-hmm. So, all in all, just a great outing. Pretty much throughout the entire roster.
Yeah, David, there. You know what? Cutler was 18 for 24. That's really chucking it, pal. For 200 and what is it, Doug? 75 yards.
75 yards with 140 quarterback rating
and 2 TDs. But I'm going to tell you something. Here's what shows you if you can. And listen, by the way, for the people going into this game, the number one team in defense was the Dallas Cowboys. They were ranked number 1 in total defense. And I'm going to tell you, it shows you what Cutler can do, Doug. If you've got a smart game plan, you get him out of there, you move him around, and this guy will just eat you apart. You just got to give him the time. Now, what did we do? We bring in Marshall. We made some good moves, Doug, to give him some help. And what we're doing now, offensively, the offensive line today, Doug, played better. Did they play better? Yes, they did. Do we have to keep certain people in to give certain people help? Yes, we do, David. But I'll tell you what, it just shows you, if you give this guy time because of his ability and his accuracy, this guy will eat you alive.
And, Eddie, you really don't need much. This is how the game has changed so much, even in just the last few years from talking to you guys. Once upon a time, you had to run the football. You don't really have to run the football as much anymore in the NFL. It is a passing game, obviously.
Rules.
They had 93 total yards, if I'm not mistaken, on the ground, which is fairly average, to be honest with you, as a team. But you know what? When you get the protection, like you said, Eddie, and he's able to just find his receivers, and Brandon Marshall is so good in one-on-one situations. There were a couple of plays where, honestly, he wasn't open at all when Cutler threw the ball, but somehow or another he just found a way of going up or deking the defensive back and coming down with the ball. So, and Cutler wasn't really good at the beginning of the game. I think his QB rating was only 70 after one quarter, but he got his mojo going, and you know what? They were all pretty good tonight.
Yeah, David, if you take a look at it real quickly, the fact was they started out the second half as a passing team. They come out and drove the ball 73 yards without one run. And again, too, get back to this league, and I know you have to run the ball, but the fact is it's a passing league, and you got the quarterback to make the passes. You got the guys that can catch the passes, and the fact is that you had your tight end involved. I'm telling you, that makes you pretty damn dangerous.
Yeah, and Kellen Davis, there's something about this guy. He drops the easy ones at times. And
catches the hard ones.
It's really just the opposite of the way it should be. And I don't know if Jay Cutler and Mike Tice, patched things up at halftime. They obviously had a little bit of a spat on the sidelines. Jay didn't really want to talk about him. In fact, he was a little miffed when he was even asked about it. But, they must have gotten together at halftime. And very consciously, the decision was throw the ball down the field.
Absolutely.
And they were very successful at it. And again, the defensive backs were outstanding. The pass rush was there. You mentioned Brian Urlacher, still a step slow in my estimation, but he still gets the job done. And Lance Briggs was outstanding again tonight in all facets. So, chalk it up as a pretty big win. against, I wouldn't call Dallas really that good of a team, to be honest with you, and I thought Des Bryant certainly helped out with a lot of drops on his part, but give the Bears a couple of gold stars because they earned this victory.
Well, I'll tell you what, absolutely, David. You know, when they do well, you give them their kudos, and they did.
David, thanks a lot, buddy. Have a safe trip back.
Thanks, guys.
See you, Dave.
That was David Schuster down in Dallas. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Callers hang in there. Tom, Michael, Greg, Tito, Kevin, Nick, Ed Obradovich Jr., and Tim. We'll be right back.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug and OB on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. A very good evening. The Bears 34, the Dallas Cowboys 18. Let's go out to the airways. Let's go out to a guy you know very well, Eddie O. Jr. from Chicago. Eddie O.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Eddie?
How you doing, son?
Good. Thanks for having me.
All right.
I got a couple comments and a couple questions. Number one, if you go back to the first time Mr. Butkus was able to take his award back in his own name and bring it back to Chicago, the Butkus Award, and he issued it to, at that time, an NFL, a college, and a high school player. We were at the Italian American Sports Hall of Fame, and the first guy, it was always a college award, but the first guy to win that award in the NFL was Marcus DeWare. And the first kid to win it ever in the high school game was Manti Te'o, who's an outstanding linebacker for Notre Dame right now.
Eddie, was he the one from Hawaii?
Yeah, he was the line kid.
Okay.
And he's an absolute savage for Notre Dame right now. But we listened to the sports radio all week. All we heard about was Marcus DeWare. Obviously, we're concerned about him, and it was, how soon is he going to put Cutler in the hospital? And they took care of him tonight. And we're still able to get receivers out open with max protection, and that was just so great to see. So maybe Mike Tyson's going up a little bit. But I just wondered if you guys remember that night. Those were two, kudos to Mr. Butkus and his people who picked these players out. They're very good players.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I mean, you take a look at Ware. I think he has over 101 sacks already since he started his program, since he's been playing. And, Mateo from Notre Dame, you watch him play a couple of weeks ago. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. I mean, the kid was all over the damn place.
Yeah, Doug, do you remember when he brought him in? Yeah, I remember Dick.
Down in Italian Hall of Fame.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And then Dick flew him, and I believe his family.
His family all came in.
All from Hawaii. And I know, Ed, that you had asked a question about Doug and I playing together. Doug came to the Bears in '66.
Yeah.
And by that time, I think I was in my 6th year. And I'll tell you what, I played 5 more years, and Doug Doug made it easy for me, Ed.
Eddie, when I first played, it was against the Green Bay Packers, and I was backing up Joe Fortunato at the time. I was a rookie. Well, Joe got hurt.
Doug, were you strong side or weak side or left side or right?
Mostly strong side.
Left side, and that was considered strong side because everybody was mostly right-handed.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, Joe gets hurt. So the old man yells, "Buffon!" So I jump up and say, "What? You're in there. Fortunato's out." He said, "Oh, geez." So I go running out. Meanwhile, there was a timeout, and the defense is all in the circle, right? So I come up to the circle. I get in the huddle, and OB looks at me and goes, "You know what the hell you're doing?" I said, "Thanks for the confidence."
Well, I tell you what, I showed an old film of my old man, and then a lot of clips on Jimmy Taylor, the fullback from Green Bay, and it just was every clip that my dad was in. Doug, you were in too.
I played right next to him, though, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, you guys were together all the time, and it's so great you're together now. But maybe a lot of people don't know that. I mean, you guys were buddies on the ball field in tackles, and you're buddies on the radio now.
A lot of
What
years
about Jimmy
together.
Taylor?
So.
I mean, this guy was touted as, in the film I watched, as an NFL tough guy. Everyone talks about Paul Hornung and Bart Starr and Jerry Kramer. What about Jimmy Taylor?
Yeah, well, Jimmy Taylor, there's no question what Jimmy Taylor was. He was the original type of a fullback.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't have him anymore.
You talk about playing with an attitude.
Yeah, he had an attitude.
Wow. Yeah, he did. But I tell you what, I tell you, Eddie, he was a tough one.
Yeah.
Hey, Doug, when you played for the Bears, say you're a left side linebacker or the strong side guy, did they blitz you a lot? Did you play zone coverage, man? How did they do things back then? What did you do?
The one year I ended up with 18 sacks, and I blitzed. I mean, I was just flying. I mean, we'd come up the middle, what they call A and B gaps. I was on one side, Butkus on the other side. We blitzed, and, I ended up with 18 sacks. And the only way you can get 18 sacks as a linebacker, you got to be going all the time. And they blitzed the hell out of me.
Well, we were very aggressive defense.
Yeah.
We played mostly man-to-man. And we had some damn good Rosie Taylor, Benny McRae. We had some people back there that could really play football.
Richie Pettibone.
Oh, my
Richie
God.
Pettibone, a free safety. Who was the weak side linebacker?
Jim Purnell. Yeah. And Ross Brubacher.
Two guys you never heard of, unfortunately.
But they were good.
They were good.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, dude.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you very much for having my call.
Take care, buddy.
My one last comment, because I thought this was poignant. When Butler made that interception, Cutler got hit as he was throwing the ball, and Butler picked that ball off right late. The camera shot right to Rob Ryan, and they caught him yelling a big F-U. Did you see that?
I didn't see that because I thought I was writing down. But
the very next play,
yeah,
Lance Briggs, the same thing happens to Romo, and Briggs picks it off and runs for 6. F-U to Rob Ryan.
Yeah.
Get a haircut and go Bears.
That's that's the Ryan family. I mean, I played under.
I've modeled some of my coaching style after him. I can't deny that. Yeah. But guess what, pal?
Yeah.
F you, Rob Ryan, and get a haircut and go Bears.
Well, I'm going to tell you something about Ryan. He's just like his dad. I played under his dad.
Yeah.
And I got he came in. Real quick story, Ed. He comes in, and I'm calling the defenses, right? But he'd send the defense in. So he sent a defense in, and I kaput it. I said, no, it ain't going to work. So I called another defense. He yanks my ass out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the game, Ed. Guy comes running in and says, you're out. I said, what do you mean I'm out? He says, you're out of the game. He says, Coach Ryan wants to talk to you. So I come off, and then he tore into me. Who do you think's running this game, you or me? I said, well, apparently you are. I said, but I thought this defense was better than again, too, like I was talking about Cutler and then you
right.
did. So we got into a heated argument. But he was the coach. I said, okay, fine, you're the coach. You make the call. So he said, get back in there. So I went back in.
Yeah, I tell you, Hampton and those guys that won the Super Bowl, they loved him.
Yeah.
Buddy Ryan, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Wow.
He was a tough guy. Let's go out to Tom in Hinsdale. Tom, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Morning, Tom.
The best defensive post game in all of Chicago.
Well, thank you, my friend.
You're welcome. It was a big game for the Bears, and I honestly felt like the first half of the offense was kind of vanilla.
Yeah,
but
was.
It came out big.
Tom, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct, because I'm sitting there steaming a little bit and saying, wait a minute here. We've got to have to do more than this. They come out again, starting that third quarter, 75 yards, they roll all down the field, not one run. They passed it all the way down the field.
And you want to know what, Tom? Kudos to the coaching staff.
That's right.
Because obviously they went at halftime, and
enough of this nonsense.
And they did make adjustments, and they came out flinging a football. I mean, it was definitely they had a meeting, and there was a change, and it came out on the field, and it worked.
That's right. Let's go out to Michael in South Bend. Michael.
Hey, guys. How we doing tonight?
What's up, buddy?
All right, Mike.
Good. Hey, we looked great tonight, but I want to shift gears for 1 second.
Sure.
We got the NFC North coming up October 27th against the Lions, and after Thanksgiving, the rest of the NFC North. To me, this year, it seems like we play different when we play the division. Your thoughts on that?
Well, Mike, you're so used to playing each other. There's no question about that. You play the Packers. What different things you're going to do? I mean, that's obviously, what's going on with the Chicago Bears. But once again, too, though, you got to adjust on the fly. I thought they adjusted tonight, and so hopefully when they get into Detroit and they get into Green Bay and even Minnesota at this point in time, that, these games are going to be so important, obviously. But you know what? Tonight gave me some more sense of confidence that this is what I thought the Bears' offense should look like. I thought the defense would be good. It's better than I thought it was, but I thought this is what our offense should look like. I said, I want to look like other teams in the National Football League. They can take the football, because I was always been from the old school. Run the football, stop the run, do all that stuff. But what I saw tonight was telling me you have to get that kind of stuff done for you to win the big games. And that's why I like tonight's game, the second half.
And Mike, the key to this is that, our opening game against Indianapolis, a whole new coach, head coach, coaching staff, 30-some-odd new players, new offensive, defensive scheme, whatever have you, and the game was what it was. And then we got back into a couple of games against Green Bay and against St. Louis, and we kind of like stereotyped. We're very vanilla offensively, doing what we had to do to win the game, especially against St. Louis. But today you saw they did make changes. They did the things that they should be doing in a passing game, and they weren't afraid to make changes, and they weren't afraid to go after it, and that's what I liked. If you got to make some changes, do it.
Exactly.
Do it.
And do this, have this thought process.
Stop beating your head against the wall.
I want to put points on the board. I want to score. And that first half, I start just saying, here we go again, 10-7, going to win 12-9. One of those routines. You're going to have to score to win these games. And I think that's what they learned that.
If you want to win the Super Bowl, okay, and that's what you play the game for.
Sure you do.
Not to get in the playoffs, whatever the hell it is. No. To Super Bowl. You want to win the Super Bowl. And I'm going to tell you something. And what we've seen in the last 4 or 5 years, Doug, passing more and more and more. Why? Because the rules change, and that's the way it is. It's coming in like a track meet. So we got to get on board.
We get part of it.
We got Cutler. He can go with the best of them. Now, Marshall, Jeffries, we got some people. He can hit. We get our tight end involved. It can be a good thing. And we did it against. And I know I was only after 3 games, but again, Dallas was the number 1 ranked defense in the league. So we weren't going up against like Doug used to call them, tomato cans.
That's right. And the other thing, too, Ed, is the fact that you take a look at these teams. The teams that were in the playoffs last year. For example, you know about the Giants. Tell them about the Giants' defense.
Oh, my God.
Last year, they won the Super Bowl. What about the Giants' defense?
What, their record was 9-7. They get in the playoffs. They ranked 27th in total defense, folks. Not only that, they gave up 400 points, ranked 27th, and they won the damn Super Bowl.
That's right. And the playoff team's New England. Terrible.
New England was 13-3. They were the 31st worst defense in the league.
How about Green Bay?
Green Bay was 15-1, and they were the worst defense in the league, ranked 32nd. But the Giants, again, 9-7, get into the playoffs, win the Super Bowl with the 27th ranked defense, and give up 400 points. Last year, Doug, where we ranked defensively, we ranked 17th.
Right.
And what were we? 8-8, I believe.
Mm-hmm. So, and the fact is, if you can have this type of defense, let's say this thing sustains itself, the defense sustains itself.
That's what we got on our side. We got a defense.
We got a defense. I mean, nobody else has that defense.
No.
Now, if you add an offense to it, an offense that can score some points, I got to tell you, you're going to be hell to beat. It's going to be very difficult to beat them. And if they, hey, hold on, maybe I'm jumping too far ahead here and I'm over my skis.
Well, you know what?
I saw tonight,
Doug, they played a good game.
Absolutely.
You want to know what? It was a good coaching plan on both sides of the ball. They all did a hell of a job. For heaven's sakes, Cutler, are you kidding me? 18 for 24. What is it? 267 yards, 2 TDs, at 11.1 yard average?
And 140 quarterback rating.
Wow.
And the last thing you said, the 11.1, to me, that is indicative of what a quarterback can do. I'm telling you, the quarterbacks are 9. You get 9, it's unbelievable. 8.3 or 8.4 is very good. You're talking about 11.1.
So the point is, guess what? They did it.
Right.
They played good.
And
they won. They looked
half.
good. They all had some fun. And it was a great victory, and let's enjoy it. and we got to go down where to Jaguars?
Jacksonville,
down in Florida.
Next
week.
Next.
So
let's go out to Tito in South Bend. Tito, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Doug and OB, what's going on? How are you guys?
We're very happy tonight, Tito.
Hey, listen, first off, we went down there and we beat their ass.
Exactly right.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. I got a few points to make. Listen, you know what? A lot of times, as a Bears fan, the past few years, you get crucified for being a Cutler fan. And you know what? In the first half, it probably happened because, we didn't get much going offensively. But he made some key plays, fighting through some tackles in the pocket and getting us some first downs to where we sustained some key drives. And you know what? It probably is not going to show up in the headlines or anything like that. But the real Bears fans know that we have a quarterback who has the ability to take us to where we need to be. And I believe, after listening to you two guys for the last 4 or 5 years, that we got the guy.
I got to tell you something, Tito. He is the guy. They're banking on this guy. Without him, I am telling you, it's going to be a long, long season. You know what happened last year. Even then, the Bears were cooking. And that when he got hurt and he went down, you got to have the guy that can put points up. You got to have the guy that can throw the football. No one throws a better football than him. And the fact is, other guys have been successful, maybe more successful, but they had people around them. The Bears finally went out and got people to put around them. And this is why I don't know what the hell happened in halftime, but I'm telling you, they come out that first half with that dinky-dunky, whatever they're doing, and in the third quarter, they meant business. This is now we're going to show you what we can do. And that, to me, was imperative for them for the rest of the season because that's exactly what we're going to expect out of them, is to be able to put points on the board. Now, the defense helped tremendously. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we had 2 touchdowns we had on takeaways.
There's no question about it. But what happened out there tonight, to me, Doug, was very simple. All right? Tell you what, coaches, great job. They get an A, Doug. Offensively, they get an A.
Total different game plan in the second half than the first.
Then we should make it an A+ because
That's
guess
right.
what? They made
adjusted.
the changes. They adjusted.
Right.
Defensively, our defensive line kept active, kept getting after him, kept getting after Romo. Defensively, they all played their hearts out, and hopefully they can sustain it, Doug, for 12 more games?
Mm-hmm. And I tell you, they got teams coming up. They're going to be very difficult. Houston's going to be difficult. San Francisco, you got teams that are coming. Green Bay is going to be difficult. No question about it. But the fact is, though, you have to polish off the teams you're supposed to polish off. Now, a lot of people thought, including myself, that they weren't going to take Dallas. I'll admit that. I thought Dallas was going to beat us, but I was wrong. And the fact is that if they can do what I saw today, I'm telling you, down the road, it's there. You can see it. It's in front of you. Why can't you repeat that performance? And that's what I'm looking at.
Number one, coaches keep up the good job on the O side and on the D side. Position coaches, keep doing what you're doing. Players, give it all. Give it everything you have, every play, every quarter, every game. And the way the league is going, we have a shot.
And I think, too,
hopefully we have the shot.
And you know it as a player. When the results turn out like they turned out today, you say to yourself, wow, this is the way to go. And all of a sudden now you see results. It's when you don't see results as they say, that's the coach said this, he could have that. Now it's golden. Now it's golden because you put points up. You did these certain things. You got your quarterback throwing for 275 yards with a quarterback rating of 140 and 11.1 average per throw. And that's a big, big carryover to the rest of the football players. Let's go out to Norm in Chicago. Norm, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, Norm?
I just want you to know, I'm 61 years old. You guys were the best bet, and you're still the best, okay? But I got 3 comments I want to talk about real quick, and then I'll hang up. First of all, to me, when the game changed was when he started looking for Marshall tonight.
Mm-hmm.
He had that 11-yard pass, bam. And it was like, I agree about that first drive. You know, it was classic in the second half. It was classic, bam, 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 right down the field. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that. I think that Cutler has to. I think that they need to be targeting Marshall at least 10 times a game. They got to look his way. That's what they brought him in here for. 2-3. When he sees a pass at the end of the second quarter, ain't going to work. Okay, that's my take on that. Second, Cutler. You know, I'm so tired of the media in Chicago tearing this guy up. You know, it's a real shame because we finally got a decent quarterback. If this guy blinks, it seems like they want to ride a dead horse all week. Mm-hmm. You know, on the sports channels and everything. And I'm just tired of, you know, everybody trying to beat up on this guy. Accept him for who he is. That's who he is. You know, we're all human, so he makes some mistakes. He don't do things the way, you know, is supposedly proper to some people. Leave him alone. You know, accept him for who he is. He's a man. He's doing the best he can. You know, support him once in a while. Okay, and the last thing, you know, with Green Bay, I don't know what it is, but even last year with the games, I think it's straight mental with Green Bay. And the reason I say that is because it's always we're the ones that are always making the mistakes. And as lousy as we play, when we play Green Bay, we're still only losing by 3-7 points. We're right in the game, as bad as we play against them guys. So I think it's just mental. It's a mistake here, a mistake there, and the game's different. You know, that's all I wanted to say.
Well, the thing about what you're talking about, the game against Green Bay, there's no question.
Good points, Norm.
Yeah.
Good points, Norm.
And in Green Bay, you know, Green Bay's no slouch. I mean, that team, you know, they've got some receivers up there. They got a quarterback up there. They're pretty damn good. But again, I was so enlightened tonight to see what this thought process with the Chicago Bears offense that I'm saying to myself, why not us? Why can't we do that? Because we got a guy to control. We got a couple guys that can catch it. We got this guy, and we got a defense.
Don't be afraid to change a game plan offensively or defensively. Don't be afraid to deviate from what you thought was going to work. If it's not working, change.
Here's the other part, what happened in the first half, too. And this is, you got to admit this is part of the problem. Our possession, our first three possessions was at the 6-yard line, the 19-yard line, and the 6-yard line. Not much room to operate.
No.
Now, they took the one from the 6-yard line, the third possession, and drove it for a field goal. So, again, you know, field position also dictated certain things. Now we get the football coming back and starting the second half. We had a nice return. We're sitting out there in decent field position, and we turned it loose. Let's go out to Nick in Hawaii. Nick, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
What's up, Nick?
All right, Nick.
Hey, long time no talk. I had a quick question, but I actually have a quick comment beforehand after listening to Zach Zaidman's update. I was pretty excited about the way the defense played, the passing game, everything else. It was a beautiful victory just to knock Dallas off. I'm tired of seeing that team on the spotlight. But my one worry was the running game. And I know that you guys had made a couple comments about, you know, it's a passing league, and Jay Cutler proved tonight and everything else that, you know, he could do it. But we just saw 2 weeks ago in Green Bay that he struggled with a lot of the basic throws, the way the defense in their cover two was playing. And he's proven it in the last 3 or 4 years that, you know, he has these up and down games. So to me, the running game is still an important factor in the balancing the offense and giving him the opportunity to be a productive quarterback.
Nick, go ahead. No, go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
Well, my question is tonight just seemed like a perfect storm where he was able in the second half to come out and just gun the ball down the field and do what he wanted against that defense. And it was brilliant to watch, but I know Forte's hurt and Bush is banged up and Rodriguez is out. It just seemed like the offensive line didn't have a lot of push. It seemed like whenever Forte was in there, they were running the ball left, and he was at the line of scrimmage. And as soon as he got to the line of scrimmage, he was going down. Bush had a couple of tough runs, but I worry about the running game more than anything because Jay's going to have those games like he did last year. He had a couple games last year, this year against Green Bay, where he just really wasn't on key at all. It seemed like he was off time, whatever you want to call it, that we have to somewhat rely on the running game. So my question was basically, should we be worried a little bit about our top two running backs being banged up? Is it a product of the offensive line worried about protecting Cutler more than, you know, blocking for our running backs, or is it just these guys are banged up right now and give it some time. I'll hang up and listen to your guys' comments. Thanks for letting me on.
All right, Nick, I'll tell you, when you mentioned about Cutler's play up in Green Bay, the Packers came after us. I mean, it was. Yeah. I mean, they really mauled us up there. And what you saw tonight, and the difference is in game plans. If you saw Cutler, we really didn't sprint out. He didn't bootleg. He didn't do anything. The game plan, he would take those 3, 5, maybe some 7-step drops. They were trying to block whoever came. They tried and it failed. But the fact is, they didn't move Cutler. They didn't go to game plan B or C. What you're seeing now the last few games from the Bears is they're moving Cutler. They're bootlegging him.
Off the play action.
Yes. They're working the play action. They're bootlegging. They're sprinting him out. They're coming a bootleg with the play action. And this is his strength. That didn't happen against Green Bay. And I think you're going to see Cutler from game in, game out, from here on out, Nick, I think you're going to see a lot of movement on our offense.
Yeah, and I'm not going to throw the running game out the window because, first of all, there are times, for example, when you needed Bush to pick up a first down or a touchdown on 3rd and 1 or something like that. That you have to get. There's no question about that. And that also, for you to be successful in your rollouts after play action, you have to be able to show that you can run the football or try to run the football. And that's what they did. And you're right. I mean, got to have some kind of balance there. I am not questioning that whatsoever. But to put points on the board, when it finally comes down to that, it comes down to your quarterback and your offensive line and somebody that can catch that damn football. I guess that's it, Eddie. Update. We're going to go to an update right now. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Let's go out to Tim in Gurnee. Tim, you're on the Score.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, Timmy?
Hey, I wanted to make a comment. I thought Mike Tice, the offensive coordinator, he did a fantastic job.
He sure did.
I mean, you look back at the Colts game. All our wide receivers were running really, really deep routes, and we got away with it, And then we had a short week. We went to the Packers game, and it felt like, practically it could have been like the same, offense being run. All our wide receivers are just way down the field. So in this game, he actually gave Cutler some outlet guys with quick slants, some screens. He gave him a lot of opportunities that, he can dump the ball off to. And I felt like, that was a big difference in the game, and they just looked so much better.
Well, yeah, Timmy, they did because of the second half. They came out and they started firing the rock and they started doing rollouts. They started doing certain things. So that in itself made a difference in that football game. And the other thing, too, is you can call all those plays, but somebody's got to, do it. And Cutler did it. And somebody's got to catch it. And Marshall and Jeffrey did it. And the tight end, Kellen Davis, did it. Hester did it. So that's the whole key. I don't care what the hell you call. But the fact is, you could have guys out there to do it and put them in position to make plays. He put him in that position, and they did make the plays. Let's go out to Greg, 990. Greg, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, I'm on 290 now, heading into the city. But love the show. I'm with, I think it was Norman that called last hour saying about how the media really needs to lay off a Cutler. I remember Jim McMahon wasn't the most likable guy in the world either, but he took us to the promised land. And the thing I wanted to say about the offense is I believe that I've been saying all along that we're going to have to get 7 or 8 games into the season before we know what kind of offense we have, because I watched the preseason, and I was shocked that with a new offensive coordinator and a new offense, how little the first string actually played in the preseason. So I still think they're kind of learning and coming together as an offense. And Ed had said earlier that if we keep away from the injury bug, that we might, some special things could happen this year. I really do believe that.
The reason why I said that, Greg, is because I don't think there's any 1, 2, or 3 teams that are barn burners out there. I just, I think it looks like to me, there's no stallions out there, and I think that, and if this holds true through the next 12 games, and we get lucky health wise because we're going to need it, I don't see why if things go the way they go, Doug.
Yeah.
It's
encouraging, Ed. I mean, tonight was encouraging.
Yes. It's better than going the other way.
Exactly. It was encouraging to see what the hell was going on. There he is. He's coming in. Les Grobstein will answer all your phone calls up next.
There is nobody
that knows
better than Les.
The grabber. The grabber. The grabber. Don't grabber, yeah.
Grabber.
We go thanks to Brett Lyons, Herb Lawrence, Zach Withers, Wayne Randazzo, and Rich Camp, and thank all of you for calling.
Did a great job, Jesus.
Congratulations to the Chicago Bears. OB will come up to Jacksonville next, and hopefully we can do the same thing next week as they did tonight against the Dallas Cowboys.
I love having you guys bring up Joe Fortunato. That really brought memories.
There you go, Les. But I tell you, they're going down to Jacksonville, and apparently they're not supposedly so good. Let's take care of
all
business,
these things
guys.
You got to be careful of, and there's no question about it. But Les
we
will
can't
answer
look
all
past
your
anybody.
Les.
Well, we've got not only the Bears, the Sox are eliminated.
Oh,
the
don't
Cubs
say
hit
that.
The century mark for the
Did they hit the 100?
Ever.
How many times, Les, has that happened? The Cubs?
Three.
1962, when the Astros were an expansion team, and the only team worse than them was the Mets. And 1966, Leo DeRocher became the manager, and he made the famous statement, "We're not an 8th place team." He was right. They were 10th place. And you guys were going after games at Wrigley to eat at the cottage every day.
There you go. There you go.
All right, we got to wind it up. Thanks for listening. Yeah. And
guys behind the glass, great job, guys.
Thanks, guys. See you next week.
We got nothing but the best coming up.
That's right. Les Grobstein.
And now, live from Real Time Sports, 1120 West Devon in Elk Grove Village, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, a Chicago tradition after every Bears game, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's radio home for Bears fans.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Real-Time Sports. That's where we are, live in Elk Grove Village. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, Chicago Bears 41, and the great Jacksonville team 3. So it was a game that at halftime we said, boy, everybody was talking about a trap, Ed, that maybe this could be a trap. I said, maybe they were right. They come out, and the Bears scored 38 points in the second half. Now, they did it offensively. They did it defensively. They did it every way. And now I can understand why Jacksonville doesn't have that many people that go to the games. That's not a very good football team.
Well, Doug, the fact of the matter is this was a game which we knew we could win, okay? I mean, you had to play your worst football game as players and have the dumbest game plan as coaches. We knew we could win this football game, and that was the game plan, Doug. To go down there, very conservative offensive game plan, and have the defense, as they do, quarter after quarter, game after game so far, 5 games, they stepped up and they made things happen. Now, they came out the second half, and I thought maybe they would open it up a little bit. It really didn't happen, Doug, until Peanut Tillman intercepted that pass and took it in. Then, as you saw, folks, the offense came out, and finally, they went up over and top in the fourth quarter. I do believe Cutler only had 3 passes over 20 yards, or 3 pass attempts over 20 yards for 3 quarters. But in the fourth quarter, they went up over top. Now, you're watching the Jacksonville Jaguars in the fourth quarter throwing 3-yard and 2-yard passes. What kind of football is that? That's hard to believe that a team in this day and age, with what goes on, with all the things that make it nice and easy to launch the ball down the field, Doug, and with that record they have, and they're throwing 2 and 3 yards out. But the key was, Doug, here, they came in with that conservative game plan, which is fine. They were not going to blow this football game. And again, the defense timed, and eventually things happen. 2 interceptions, come back. We have 14 points. I'll tell you what, It's smart football, Doug. It's just smart football.
Yeah, they did. They controlled the football game. They knew they could control the football game, and you take a look at that. We saw where Forte ran for over 100 yards. The other thing that was kind of interesting, and Marshall, again, over 100 yards, back-to-back games, by the way. That hasn't been done since 1999, and Marcus Robinson did it as a wide receiver. So, again, you saw the great catch by Devin Hester going down the field. Marshall being open. They hit the tight end. They had a great screen with Bush. So they did all their stuff they needed to do, but the thing about it is you're right. They start out close to the vest, but when you can do that, when you have a defense that can keep you in the football game. I never saw where you had back-to-back games where you had the same two guys intercept 2 interceptions and take it for touchdowns, which what Briggs did and, of course, Tillman did. So
well,
that defense is doing them.
They're different. The players, those guys are difference makers.
Absolutely.
They've been doing it game after game, year after year. And I tell you what, kudos to them. Kudos to the defense. But, again, I cannot understand how in the hell the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, that's why they're 1-4.
Oh, my God, Doug.
Yeah, they're
Are
terrible.
you kidding? Mike Mularkey's the head coach?
Yeah.
What is he thinking about, Doug? I mean, if you got no wonder they don't have any fans in the stands. You're behind by 30-some points, and in the late third and in the fourth quarter, and you're throwing 2- and 3-yard passes. That guy should get his walking papers tonight.
Well, maybe they ought to send some players with him too, because I don't know if they have the talent there, Ed, to do certain things. And there's no question about it. The Bears.
Well, there's no sense in playing scared to death football when you're 1-4, Doug. You're not going to win a damn football game doing that.
Well, they tried it, and they always can stay with you for a while, and then everything falls apart. That's exactly what happened to them. And again, too, the key to this whole thing was for the Chicago Bears to go down to Jacksonville and win this game. I said this. I don't care if they won 3-2 or 6-5.
And that's what they knew it.
Right.
They were not going to blow this game.
And
Doug, they were not going to go down there and open it up. They weren't going to go to fly patterns, to post patterns, and they weren't going to do anything to put the defense or put that team in jeopardy offensively. That was quite clear and evident, which is fine.
And did the same thing with the Rams.
Absolutely. And the next time we play some of these teams, that's exactly what you're going to see. I think it'll be very seldom you see the Bears come out, open it up, stretch the field, and try to put points on the board and jump on somebody real early. Why? Because the defense is there. And it's been there, and they're going to hope and pray that it'll be there for the rest of the year.
And here's the cherry on top. The Green Bay Packers lost to the Colts.
Wow.
The Green Bay Packers lost to the Colts. So now you're talking about a bye week, 2 weeks to get ready. Can you imagine if the Bears would have lost this football game, what it would have been like in those 2 weeks? Now these players can go back. You can get guys rested. And you saw at the end of the game, I thought for sure that Forte was going to be coming out of that game.
Doug?
They left him in the game to get 100 yards. He must be okay. He must be healthy. Got 2 weeks to get ready. They're sitting on top 4-1 record along with the Vikings. So everything is good.
Doug,
everything is good.
You want to talk about, you can imagine, could you imagine what this show would be like?
Oh, my Lord.
If they went down to Jacksonville and blew that game?
I didn't even want to think about that. And everybody, there is not a person in this town, not one person, look in the papers, listen to the radio, not one person picked the Jacksonville Jaguars to beat the Chicago Bears. Usually when that happens, you say to yourself, trap, this is going to be a trap. No trap. The Bears came out there and did what they had to do. We saw Cutler, I thought, with some nice passes, some great passes. There were a couple times I think they got a little shabby when Karimi had those 2 false starts back to back.
Right, but Doug,
but
most
other
of
than
the
that,
passes
nothing.
were all underneath. We didn't go up over the top till late in the third or early in the fourth quarter when we believed we had the game in hand, and they were coming up, they were pressing us, looking for the Jaguars to get turnovers, and then we went up over top. Smart football.
Yeah, and the fact was, though, they were completed. I mean, the one to Hester I thought was a beauty. There was no question about that. So all in all, they put this game, the football game that they put together. Now, in the first half, I wasn't too thrilled about the way they were playing. I mean, I thought they stunk, in fact. I thought, holy heck, this is not football. This is not going the way it's supposed to be. But again, too, like they did in the Ram game, they come out in that third quarter, and they move the football. The defense come up with the big plays defensively, like you said, 2 touchdowns, and you score 14 points like you did the week before. The same 2 guys to do it, Tillman and Briggs. I mean, you're saying something there, Ed, and I tell you, I don't know, it's too soon to jump on, maybe talking about certain things, but going to that place. But the fact is, they're there. They're knocking on the door.
Doug, the one thing, the Jaguars, they were 5 for 9 in third down conversions for like a 56%. We were 2 of 7.
Mm-hmm.
We wound up the game, Doug, 10 of 17 for 59%, and the Jaguars, never got another first down. They did not convert one first down in the third and fourth quarters.
We're going to take a break, Eddie. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
Takes back on 5, gonna launch it right. Open man, end zone over the shoulder grab. Right corner of the end zone. Brandon Marshall, touchdown. Touchdown Bears on Derek Cox.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Chicago Bears 41. That's right, 41. Jacksonville 3. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. And this segment is sponsored by Northwest Community Hospital Medical Group. For more information and location, visit nchmedicalgroup.com. And also, the Digging Into the Numbers segment is brought to you by Julie. Call Julie at 811 before you dig. And talking about the numbers, Ed, how about this? The Chicago Bears put up 501 yards. 501 yards. Cutler had 287 yards.
191 the first half.
7.4 per attempt, which is outstanding. How about this one? Rushing attempts. 33, 214 yards for an average of 6.5, 26 first downs, Eddie.
Right.
And like you said, when you take a look at this, you say to yourself, boy, after the first half, the second half, the Bears just opened it up, and that was because of the defense coming through with 2 touchdowns.
Absolutely, but Doug, we had 2 of 7, and then we wound up 10 of 17 on third down conversions, what I just happen to believe is the most important stat, one of the most, if not the most important stat in football in second half. Doug, they went out, they really converted.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too. I mean, you've seen that first half, Ed, the first drive for Jacksonville. It was 3rd and 14, they pick it up. Then it was 3rd and 13, and they pick it up. Then it was 3rd and 8, and they pick it up, and the Bears held, and they only kick a field goal, and that was it. But I thought after those 3 plays, I'm saying, wait a minute here, there's something going on. We wasn't getting the pass rush like we thought we were going to get right away. But as the game progressed, we saw Wooten come off, make a heck of a nice play. We saw Melton make a nice play on the defense. And we saw some good tackling coming from the defensive secondary. So all in all, it was a hell of a football game.
I'll tell you what, Lovey's game plan, both offensively and defensively, letter perfect, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
You got to give them their kudos. There's no question about it. But it was the Jaguars, Doug.
Well,
and I'll tell you something. They can't stop the run. They can't stop the pass. They can't stop from making mistakes. Offensively, they could. Oh, my God.
They are terrible. A lot of times, too, as you know, Ed, you get an A for showing up to play a team like that. Because a lot of times you think you're going to throw your helmet in the middle of the field and think that's all you have to do to win that football game. And the Bears did not do that.
That's never going to happen under Lovie Smith. Yeah. It's going to be conservative, and we're going to try to win the football game. And if it's not, then maybe at the end of the game or whatever, hopefully we'll open up. If our defense keeps it in there, and that's the way it is. They held the Jaguars to total yards of 189 yards. That's really laying the wood to them, my friend.
That's not too shabby. Let's go out to Brad in Kenosha. Brad, you're on the Score with OB and Doug. Brad,
are you there?
Brad. I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Gotcha.
Yeah, we got you.
All right. Hey, love the show. The Bears Kool-Aid definitely is flowing. A few questions. First, does Brandon Marshall make this team that good? Secondly, Peanut Tillman was the changing point and the turning point of that game with his pick 6. Who on that defense can't you replace? And looking forward, when are the Bears going to get a signature win? I mean, beating the Jaguars, the Rams, and, the Colts, I know they've improved. They're not very good football teams. So looking forward on the schedule, when are the Bears going to get the win that you're going to say, man, this is a Super Bowl contending team?
Well, first of all, when you're in the National Football League, this is what you got to understand. You have to beat the teams you're supposed to beat. That's all part of it. I want you to take a look at what happened to the Green Bay Packers with the Indianapolis Colts. Green Bay's a pretty damn good football team, aren't they? Why didn't they win that game? They lost that football game. So when the real test is going to come for the Chicago Bears, when you say play the good teams, it's going to be when they play Houston and then they play San Francisco. But until then, what you need to do is take care of business. And taking care of business meaning knocking off the teams you're supposed to beat, because a lot of times those teams are some of the most dangerous teams out there.
Yes, in the National Football League, listeners, you got to understand here. I don't think this is a mystery. You want to talk about parity? There's no 5 teams, 4 teams, whatever, that can dominate in this league anymore. It's just not there. So do the Bears, after 5 games, do they have a shot at actually, we can talk about, 2 words, the Super Bowl? Well, you should, because I want to tell you why. And that's for the coaches and players themselves and everybody else. Because if you go into a season and your words aren't, we're here to win the Super Bowl, that's it, period. Not a playoff, not a good record, not a chance, pal. And I'll tell you what's happened in this league, Doug, is there's nobody dominant that can come in and dominate the Bears. I don't believe there is. Not with this defense. And the window's getting small. We understand that. Hopefully, how things go, Doug, after the bye week. We got Detroit coming in here on a Monday night, and it'll be very interesting.
Yeah, the thing about the Bears is the fact that, again, it's like all the teams in the National Football League, when you're a good team, you worry about injuries. And that's something that, so far. And I was impressed. But I thought maybe that was kind of silly that Forte was still in the football game at the end of the football game. Yeah, so he must feel all right, Ed.
I couldn't understand that
But
either.
He must be feeling okay. I know they wanted him to get the 100 yards, which he did do. But, again, too, if it was really that bad, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have been in that football game. So that's a big plus. And that means the next couple of weeks he's going to get better because he does make that offense better. And the other question the guy asked us was the fact is Marshall can make a difference in his team. He sure in the hell does. I mean, he really does. And you see Cutler looks for him. I don't mind that as long as you find him. And that happens. And, again, the other thing I like today, we start to use our tight end more, which I think is real important. Let's go out to Bob in Palatine. Bob, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
And Doug, what a day, huh?
What a day, Bobby.
I got 2 points for you. When Tillman made that interception, I think that was sort of a turning point of the game. If you notice, after that, the team really gained momentum and started to move, started to score. I think that was very important. Also, guys, do you know of any Bear games in the past where the defense has scored so many touchdowns?
No, I can't think of any. I think it's 5, no.
Well, how was it, 5
How about
today?
this one, Bobby? The same 2 guys scored the touchdowns back to back.
Yeah, Briggs and
Tillman.
Yeah.
I had 63. Did you have anybody like that, Ed?
Oh, yeah, we had yes.
At 63, you had some guys that I know would intercept the ball.
With 63 was basically all about the defense.
Yeah.
I think we broke like 14 or 17 National Football League records, et cetera, and that's what it was all about.
Again, too, you look at the Bears, and you say no, because everybody said, look, if Urlacher's hurt and our defense is going to be kind of weak. Well, Urlacher's not playing the best football he can play, or he did play. But he's out there and he's playing and he fills in. But those guys, as a unit, everyone is doing their job, and by doing their job, they're becoming out successful.
I'll tell you what, Bobby hit it right on the head, which I mentioned earlier. We really didn't open up. Things really didn't. We didn't go over the top until after that interception. Then offensively, we kind of broke loose. Things started happening. We got better and better, and that's when Jay threw for the yardage, and we ran for a lot of yards also, Doug.
And I guess, too, maybe they got a little gun shy because of the first series we throw an interception. But it was a bad snap. Cutler goes down to get the football, tries to throw a slant, and it's not there. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. And Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffon talking about the Chicago Bears win 41-3 over Jacksonville. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, we take a look at quarterback ratings, and Cutler was at 88.8. And for about 287 yards, he had 1 interception. Like I said, yards per attempt, 7.4. So all in all, when you put all that together and you saw some great catches, how about Jeffrey catch it down near the goal line. And that's why we talked about, hey, give me some big receivers. Give me some big guys. They got the big guys now. And that's why Marshall's successful, obviously, and so is Jeffrey.
Well, they hit Marshall. I don't know how many passes, Doug, he caught underneath. Mm-hmm. And obviously that was the game plan. We weren't going to go out there and stretch the field. And how many receptions did he wind up with, Doug? Brandon Marshall?
Well, he had over 100 yards. That's for darn sure. 12 receptions. But he had over 100 yards. And so the thing about it is that the kid can run in. Here's the other thing, too. It was hot down there. If you take a look at a lot of these guys, you look out there, and it's tough going from cold to hot. I mean, as a player, you can remember that. But the guys were there, and especially defensive line, they rotated them pretty well.
Absolutely. Well, they've been doing that all year. But I tell you what, when you got Forte in there, not only his running that scares you, and his ability to cut back, that's where he's really separates himself from a lot of runners in the league. The other thing is, Doug, his ability to catch passes out of the backfield. I mean, this guy is one hell of a football player, one hell of an offensive threat, and I'm glad we got him, and nobody else does.
Well, part of that whole thing, that whole strategy, and you were talking about it, the fact of playing it close to the vest, the Chicago Bears held the football for 36 minutes. 36 minutes for 73 plays. Jacksonville had 53 plays. There was one drive, I think the Bears held at least for 9 or 10 minutes and got a field goal. So when it's all said and done with, whatever's working for you, fine. The Bears are sitting in good position, 4-1, bye coming up. Green Bay lost. All is good.
Doug, again, and not to talk in circles here, but that's what the hell you're going to see.
Sure.
You're going to see this type of offense. They are not going to give the ball game away, and it's going to be defense, defense, and defense, and that's the horse we're going to ride all the way through this season.
But I think the key about the defense, and there's no question about it, is playing outstanding. You remember not long time ago, but when they played against Arizona, and the defense won that football game, and that's when Green came out and said, we are what we thought they were, or whatever the statement was. The fact is now, though, this defense can look and say, we got an offense that can go along with us. We got an offense that can do and make some plays, can take us off the bench, where we're not sitting out there playing the whole damn football game. Like I said, the Jaguars only had the ball 24 minutes.
Doug, and the other thing is Tice with his game plan. He's not going to put Cutler in jeopardy. The ball's going to go. It's going to go 10 yards, 8 yards, 12 yards, maybe 15. That's what you're going to see. They are not going to give a chance Cutler to get hit, Dougie. A lot of play action, a lot of bootlegs you saw, and that's for a reason, to save the quarterback.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino post-game show. Obradovich and Buffon. We're at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Hang in there,
Fernando,
callers.
Mike, Patrick, Jordan, Harry,
Hang in
Fred,
there, guys.
John. We'll be right there. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We're celebrating the Chicago Bears 41, and that's correct. Jacksonville 3. And the Bears, believe it or not, if you didn't see the game, they were tied 3-3 at halftime. But we take a look at the rushing. Forte, 22 carries, Ed, for 107 yards. Allen, 5 carries for 59 yards. Bush had 4 carries for 26 yards. And Cutler, and he had one important first down. He had 2 carries for 22 yards.
Absolutely. And then in the receiving end, Marshall, 12 receptions for, I believe, 144 yards. Hester, 2 receptions for 49. Bush, 2 receptions for 26. Davis, 2 receptions for 26. Forte, 2 for 20. Jeffries, 2 catches for 20. And Zenzenbacher, important, 1 catch, 7 yards.
Total of 287 yards, 7.4 per attempt. Not too shabby. Let's go out to Patrick in Clinton, Wisconsin. Patrick, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, first off, I wanted to ask you guys, very honest opinion, do you think this offense is a peanut corner? What I mean by that is I've been a Bear fan since the 80s, die hard, living in Wisconsin, and that's tough. We've seen the offenses come out, show glimpses of special stuff, and then fizzle out in the following week. Do you think this offense is there? O-line, receivers, you name it. I'll hang up and listen to your answer. Thank you.
Pat, I'll go first, and then Doug, you can finish it. Do I think this is a top-flight offensive unit in the National Football League? No, they're not. No, they're not, but they're doing what they can to win. In other words, Do I think that these people on our offense and our attack, how we try to attack people, are they the New England Patriots? No, I don't think they are. There's still questions on the offensive line, but, Pat, they're doing smart things. They're throwing a lot of short passes, and we got some big receivers that can catch the damn football now. And our defense in the game, then hopefully like it did today, eventually it'll break loose. But I think for us to go out there and think that we're going to throw the football around like New England and be that top-notch offense in the National Football League, I don't see it.
I have a statement, the road to success is always under construction. And I think when you take a look at that statement, you're saying to yourself, you have to improve every week. And I saw some improvements. Is that a pretty good statement, is it?
I ain't going nowhere.
Okay, don't go with that, okay?
I won't. Okay.
All right. Anyway, what I'm saying is the fact that, are they good enough? I think the potential is there. And I think we're starting to see some of this potential. First of all, there's no question that Cutler has the potential to be this quarterback or this franchise quarterback.
But there's more to it, Doug. That's why they're under guided lines here.
You have to start there. You have to have a guy that can throw the damn football to get to these guys. That Jeffrey coming in, Marshall coming in. Maybe they're starting to use their tight end better. Forte stays healthy. That offensive line probably is the biggest question mark of all. There's no question about that. But you're seeing something here. And again, too, mistakes. Backing off on the mistakes. And that's what you have to look at. But all along, you have the offense that can handle the stuff if you have a defense, Ed, that can keep you in the football game. And that's exactly what they have. Let's go out to Mike in Bloomington. Mike, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Thanks for having me, fellas. My concern is about the punt return game. I think the Bears need to consider the Forrest Gump option and leave a guy back there to point to the goalpost and tell him to run, Devin, run, and not run east and not run west.
I think what happens here, if you see the coverage, and I'll say Jacksonville did this very well. Did you see how they had that field blanketed? You thought he was getting around the one guy that was supposed to be in containment, then there was another guy, then there was another guy, and there was another guy. They work extremely hard to stop Devin Hester because they know what he can do. And it's very difficult to make those plays and make those, runs like he did in the past.
Yeah, Mike, jumping in here, I didn't mean to, Doug, but anyway, I tell you what. The Jaguars were not going to let Devin Hester beat him.
No way,
there was
chance,
no way.
No help. Let's go out to Jordan and Kerry. Jordan, you're on the score.
Well, how are you, gentlemen?
What's up, Jordan?
All right, Jordan.
Hey, you had a gentleman on about 10, 15 minutes ago talking about the last time, you guys were talking about seeing so many defensive scores and from the same guys.
Yeah.
The last time I remember that happening, I think was 04-05 with the Urlacher-Mike Brown combination, where passes were thrown over the middle, and Urlacher had popped whoever the tight end or receiver was. The ball went up, and Brown took it back. And it was that same kind of turning point in the games where it put the Bears back in the game and kind of took the heart out of the opponent.
Yeah, Jordan, I can remember that a little bit. I understand going back because Brown was one of those safeties. They're still showing films of Brown playing safety, and that's the other thing we've got to talk a little bit about. I think Wright and Conti are playing some good football. I think what they did was their angles are so much better than they were before as far as going for the interception, one or two coming up and making the tackle. But, again, too, I can't remember when you had the same two guys come up with touchdowns in back-to-back games. I can't remember that. When you take about Briggs and Tillman, it was almost identical stuff that happened like 2 weeks ago.
Here, Jordan, two things that happened defensively that I can see. The defensive line play, especially in the middle. We're stunning a lot more, but they're getting off the ball and they're getting upfield. And that helps the pass rush tremendously. And the other thing that I see, Jordan, Doug, they're coming up a little bit more and trying to show this aggressiveness. I know they lay back 18 to 20 yards in the two deep, okay? But do I see a lot more camouflaging, a lot more aggressive? They're doing it better, Doug, than they've done before. And that helps the backs. That helps the linemen trying to get into it. Because I'll tell you what, all of a sudden, you got those offensive linemen. I don't know, you got inside, I got inside. Who's this guy? Who's that guy? And they do talk like that, folks.
And you saw where Briggs and Urlacher came up to the A and B gaps, and all of a sudden they would pull out and drop back.
Great camouflage.
But the other time they went, and that's when Briggs got the sack. And Briggs ended up with a sack. So you're right. I mean, what happens is, you make confusion. Confusion is the worst enemy that anybody, offensive line or defensive line,
and the defensive line getting the pressure up the middle, Doug, and making things happen with sacks.
Well, that's the only thing that can happen.
And who does that really benefit? That benefits a hell of a lot for the defensive backs. Because if you got a quarterback that's got jitters and he knows he's going to be a hit, he'll sometimes, Doug, may force that football in, and bingo, interceptions.
And there's another guy to it. I think as the season progresses, I think you're going to see and hear more of Wooten. I think Wooten is really coming off on the ball, and you know more of the history of him.
Yeah, Doug, he has not played so far this year. The limited time I've seen him, now this is the first game where he was really in there a lot. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you what, he did the job, Doug.
He's coming off the ball, Ed.
Each time he's been in there, Doug, he has put pressure on the quarterback. If he didn't get there, he was damn close. What is he, 6'8"?
I don't know how tall he is.
I believe he's 6'8".
But I do know he comes off on the football and he had some knee injuries or something like that.
I'll tell you what, he's answering a bell. He's been hurt. I believe he got hurt at Northwestern. He's doing a hell of a job.
But
I'll tell you, he's answering a bell.
Fernando in Maryland. Fernando, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Doug, OB, the legend. It's good to talk to you gentlemen this evening.
What's up, Fernando?
Hey, I just wanted to point out, we can point out the good and the bad, but I have to say that the offensive line kept Jay Cutler's back clean this evening. Can't get mad, Gabe Creamy had a couple calls there that he kind of played it stupid, but for the most part, he came through strong. That whole line itself kept the line clean, kept Cutler clean, and kept Matt Forte just to get him 100 yards after, a slow start, after getting injured. Really proud of that. And, I'd like to hear what you guys think, man. Great to talk to you guys. And big shout out to Sean Stretch out there in Chicago. And love you guys. I'm out.
Thank you. Fernando, the thing that you saw today, it was, I'll tell you what, I thought Mike Tice, Doug, really put a hell of a game plan together. I really do. No way in the world was he going to put Jay in jeopardy. And no way in the world were they going to go down that field. It was quite obvious. And they had success going underneath. So when you have success like that, Fernando, why change it? They didn't. They stayed with it until the defense, what they've always done here from week to week, they made a big change in the game, a big swing in attitude, a big swing in momentum, and I'll tell you what, and then the offense took off, running the ball and throwing the ball.
And if you take a look, too, at Jacksonville, their defensive line had 2 sacks coming into this football game. They were not that good.
Doug, they can't stop the pass. They can't rush the passer. They can't stop the run. Their defense can't do a damn thing.
But the fact was, though, you say, well, Doug, they didn't go against that, that tough of our defensive line. I understand
but
that.
But it worked. The game plan worked.
Exactly. They didn't get it done. And they held them back, and they kept, like he said, Cutler was clean. A lot of times he had time to throw the football. There was no question about it. Tyler and McHenry. Tyler, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, Tyler?
Not much. First of all, I'd like to say I'm a big fan of yours. I love your show.
Thank you.
And also go Bears. Whoever it was that said the road to success is always under construction, in my opinion. The way
that was Doug Buffone. Tyler, that was Doug Buffone.
Yeah, and like I was saying, with the quote of the roadblock, the road to success is always under construction. In terms of the Jaguars, they hit a major roadblock with the way the Bears were playing, if you ask me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But anyway, just a quick question. I must have missed out on it, but when I turned back to watching the game, the last couple minutes, I saw Jason Campbell on the field. What was the reason for that?
Well, first of all, he had the game won. And the game was over with, and you wanted to get him out of there and don't worry about anything happening out there, anything stupid, because you're winning 41-3. And that's why I thought maybe Forte would be out earlier. But
that's the other side of the coin. Forte's running the ball.
But that's why I say he must be feeling pretty good.
There had to be a reason for whatever it is. I don't know.
I think they wanted to get him 100 yards, and I think he did get his 100 yards when he was out there. So maybe that was part of it. Maybe Forte was talking to him, look, I want to get 100 yards. Give me the rock. Let me run the football. I feel good. My ankle's fine. If that's the case, then that bodes well for the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, but I tell you what, I agree with Taylor. I tell you sometimes, Doug, you do those things, and boy, they can come up and
bite you in the butt.
Big time, boy.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, real-time sports in Elk Grove Village. Obranovich and Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Bears 41, And talking about Jacksonville, 3.
We'll be with you,
back.
callers.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino post-game show with Doug and OB, live from Real Time Sports, 1120 West Devon in Elk Grove Village, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's radio home for Bears fans.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino post-game show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. We're at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win over Jacksonville, 41-3. And right now we're going to go out to David Schuster, who is down in Jacksonville, the Score beat reporter. David, what a great win, huh?
What a great second half, which was a great win. And we talked to Charles Tillman, who said that Lovey gave them a speech at halftime. He said it was not full of swear words, but it might as well have been because he really chewed into them at the half. And obviously they came out, and I don't know, guys, that might have been the best second half on both sides of the ball that I might have ever seen by a Chicago Bears team. The 35 points, I'm told, is the most points they've scored in a second half in 60-plus years. And we saw it very first here in NFL history with Lance Briggs and Charles Tillman returning pick sixes for touchdowns. A pair of teammates doing it in back-to-back games. It has never happened before today and last week. So, historic game. They really came on. The offense was terrible in the first half, and yet you look at the final numbers, 500 yards of total offense. So there's no complaints here.
No, I don't have any complaints, except for that first half. I wanted to put a pencil in my neck, and I said to myself, this is really bad. I said, this is turning out to be what a lot of people thought, the old trap game, David. But like you said, they came out, and Eddie hit it right on the head. The fact that, the interception by Peanut Tillman, it seemed like everything broke open after that. But when's the last time you've seen it? 2 games in a row where you had Briggs and Tillman each time a pick six. I mean, that's saying something.
Well, not only have I never seen it before, it's never happened before, Doug. So,
that's right.
So we saw history today.
Yeah.
And again, the defense played great. I thought Corey Wooten had his best game.
Oh, he played outstanding.
And it's really interesting. They have 8 different guys that they rotate on that defensive line, and I think all of them have had a sack so far, and all of them have had tackles for losses. All of them have played great. It covers up maybe some of the mistakes sometimes behind them, but, the secondary, it did the job for the most part. I thought they were beaten a little bit towards the end of the first half. And I got to say this, I don't think the Bears will play a worse team than they did here in Jacksonville today. I mean, they're awful.
Yeah, they are terrible. There's no question. But the other thing I liked, though, was the receptions. I thought I liked Hester's reception and Marshall. And talking about Jeffrey down near the goal line and using the tight end. And, here's the other thing, too. Ed and I were talking about this, David. I was kind of surprised Forte was in the football game at the end, when you're up that far, but apparently it looked like to me he wanted to get the 100 yards for him.
Yeah, and he got it. And in fact, the Bears overall running the ball 214 yards. You're not going to lose many, if any, games when you do that, obviously. But then the passing attack, 292 yards. So, it added up to over 500 yards of total offense. And Jay Cutler, there's something about him also. He just seems to get better in the second half. I mean, I'm going to say it, he was awful in the first half. He had a lot of passes that should have been picked off. He had one that was, but other 2 or 3 more that should have been, but he got better as the second half progressed. They stuck with the running game more, and it seems like the defense wakes up the offense on this team. It's happened almost in every game so far this season.
Well, David, that's what you're going to see. Not only that, so far this year, the rest of the season, and you saw the same thing last year, and that's just the way it is. That's the style of football that they play. But what's in their favor, again, David, is, and I mean, you're out on the road, you do all the stats and et cetera, et cetera. Now, I'm going to tell you what, Dave, there's no barn burners out there. There's really no team that could come in and dominate anybody on any Sunday. So the Bears have a shot.
Yep.
Are they going to stay conservative on offense? You damn right they are. Are they going to throw the ball underneath? Yes, they are. And they'll tell you, try to stop me. And you know what? Jaguars couldn't stop them. Even though they knew they were throwing underneath, they couldn't stop them. Defensively, can we be there for 16 games? Only time will tell. But the fact of the matter is we're going into the bye. We're 4-1. And the damn thing, the game plan is working.
And Green Bay lost, too, David. How about that one?
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of people who are as happy about that, Doug and Eddie, as there are the Bears winning. You know the fans in Chicago. Alshon Jeffrey, something to be concerned with. They didn't really update his injury to his hand. You know how the Bears are. It's Fort Knox trying to get that kind of secret out of them. But we'll probably find out a little bit more as the week goes on. Fortunately, the Bears do have the bye week. I saw Earl Bennett game, it might be a change potentially of Bennett getting in the game and Jeffrey might having to sit. We just kind of have to find out how that injury is to his hand after today's game.
Now, you mentioned Wooten's name, and he came up with 2 sacks, and I think he's going to be down the road maybe a big instrument for that Chicago Bear defense. But McClellan, I haven't seen that much of him when he was out there.
He really wasn't around the first half, part of the third quarter, but I think you saw him, Doug, later in the third quarter and in the fourth quarter. You saw a little bit more of him when the game was in hand, but he really wasn't a factor, or really wasn't. He didn't have a lot of reps out there, Doug.
Yeah, just one thing that you could point out that I'm sure a lot of people were tweeting about during the game. Gabe Carimi had one of his lesser games, obviously. He gave up 1 sack. He had the 2 offside penalties on back-to-back plays, which pushed them further back. They were very close to the goal line. But I guess overall, again, when you get 500 yards of offense, and most of that comes in the second half, you really can't find too many things that are wrong with your team. I thought some of the coaching decisions early in the game were peculiar. Why they didn't have Robbie Gould kick the ball out of the end zone like he did all up until today's game, and he did in the second half, but he was squibbing it in the first half. I never understood that one, to be honest with you. And I thought there were a couple of calls early in the game when they should have run the ball more that they didn't. But again, when you do have the second half like you did today, guys, I think that's going to be a pretty happy airplane going home.
There's no question. The time of possession, they held the football 36 minutes. And again, too, when you take a look at what they did, they got the first downs. The first half wasn't that good, but second half it was extremely good. So all in all, they controlled the football, they ran the football, they threw the football, they played defense, they scored defensively. But the one thing that's all good, but they did play a bad team today. I mean, that we have to always say, because Jacksonville, and I talked about it, no wonder there are not that many people in the stands.
They won't be here for much longer.
No.
I have a feeling. I mean, they're ticketed for Los Angeles. I know they're going to play some games in Europe over the next couple of years, but it's a matter of time. The fans are not supporting them down here.
David, the one, and I'll leave you with this thought here. The one thing that was mind-boggling, you have won one football game, and I'm speaking about Jaguar. You're at home. What do you have to lose? Stretch it out, go downfield, make things happen. Go after Cutler. Blitz. What the hell's the difference? You never saw it. You never saw it. All you could saw was conservatism, and in the second half, third quarter and fourth quarter, throwing 2- and 3-yard passes. Mike Mularkey should have got fired in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Eddie, but I just don't know if this quarterback with the wide receivers, I don't think they could do it. In fact, in the third quarter...
David, it doesn't matter. He's the quarterback. He's who they got out there.
He stinks. He stinks, Eddie.
How about this?
Well, there's a few other people in that place, in that organization that stink.
I know.
How about this, guys? I mean, Jacksonville only had the ball for 2 minutes in the third quarter, so you really can't put too much stock into this. But Gabbard's QB rating in the third quarter was 2.8, which is pretty much a high breathalyzer score, not a quarterback rating. So all in all, again, they're a bad football team.
You know what, David? Imagine this. Imagine if the Chicago Bears would have happened to lose this football game, what the bye weeks would have been like 2 weeks.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, it'd have been all over.
Hey, Dave, could you imagine what this show would have been?
It's mad at Jacksonville for playing stupid. Can you imagine if he thought we were playing stupid?
Hey, guys, I've watched a football game with you guys before, and I can only imagine how you were that first half. I'm sure you were as frustrated as I was here in person.
It was terrible, that first half.
Be safe, my friend.
All right, David, have a nice trip back.
All right, thanks, guys.
That was David Schuster.
Time to go out, Doug? Do we have time for a call?
I think we do.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
we
let's
do?
go out to Charlie in Warsaw, Indiana. Charlie.
Hey, Doug. Hey, OB.
What's up, Charlie?
Hey, this is the NFL. To put that many points up against even a bad team is kind of unusual. And then what they did against Dallas there, I mean, they put 35 up against Dallas. I mean, I'm not saying that they have world beaters on offense, but I'm going to tell you something right now. The way to the Super Bowl does not run through Green Bay. I wouldn't worry too much about Green Bay. It goes through San Francisco, and if they play like they did today, even if playing conservative, because that's how Minnesota beat that team, they can beat that team. They can beat any team because there are no world beaters in the NFL anymore.
I agree with you 100%, Charlie.
Yeah, and again, too, I think their two toughest teams they're going to play are going to be San Francisco and Houston, those two teams. And so we'll see what they can do. But if they did what they needed to do, they had to beat this team. That was the whole key to this. And there was no question. Ed and I talked about it. I don't care if they win 3-2. You know, if they won 6-5, they had to win this game. But they won it with style points in the second half.
Oh,
not
God,
in the first
I'll
half.
tell you what, yeah. Doug, yeah, absolutely. Not in the first half.
No.
But they put up a ton of points against Dallas last week, put up 35 points. And, I don't know how long this can go on, but we're all Bear fans. We love them. We want them to win, and we want a Super Bowl here. We want to win a damn Super Bowl. And I think we have some kind of a shot if we stay healthy and everything holds true, that there isn't a couple of teams that start out dominating everybody. So we're in the hunt.
The Chicago Bear defense is there to take takeaways. That's exactly what Lovely teaches them to do, to take takeaways. But I'll tell you, they're adding on to it. This is 14 points today and 14 points last week. So, not only are they taking it away, they're scoring defensively.
They're an offensive juggernaut.
It's unbelievable. Let's go out to Gary and Carey. Gary and Carey.
Guys, how you doing out there?
What's up, Gary?
Hey, I just want to, again, comment. The second half was an absolute fantastic sight there, but I just want to comment on Jay Cutler. For three different receivers, he threw the bomb to Devin Hester. He just laid it right out there, and Devin made a great catch. And then the two touchdowns to Jeffrey and Marshall, he just laid it right in there. If he can keep doing that all year long, I really believe we can get in that Super Bowl.
The key there, Gary, and you're absolutely correct. The key there is, will you give him time to do that? You see what happens when he gets time to throw the football? And that's exactly what they do, because we're not talking about, again, I thought our offense did a hell of a job.
He's got to have the time, Gary, to go downfield now. And if we run up against somebody that's really coming after us, you're seeing it now. We're seeing bootlegs, we're seeing sprint outs, we're seeing them move the pocket. We're getting better at it, and that's something Jay is very strong at. So if things break down, other plans to go to make Jay get him out of the pocket and make him effective going down the field. Hopefully that will come in time.
And the other thing, too, Eddie, real quickly, the thing that the screen pass, and that's a big weapon, too, when guys are coming after you. And they did with Bush today. You saw when he makes that hurl over top of the defender. So that other part about it is hitting that screen pass, too.
Absolutely.
You're listening to The Score. That's right, The Score. We're here live at the post-game show, which is at the Real-Time Sports in Elk Grove Village, the Majestic Star Casino post-game show, and talking about the Chicago Bears win 41-3 over Jacksonville.
Yeah, Dougie, just a quick shout-out before we go to a break here. I'll tell you what, our friends and guys on The Score, Dan Hampton, Hub Arkish, Matt Bowen, the pregame folks, they do a great job. And speaking about a great job, how about what Mitch Rosen, and how about the morning show with Mike and Brian, the midday show with Matt and Dan, the afternoon with Terry and Dan, and then Lawrence at night. And they're knocking everybody out. Congratulations to you guys, Mitch, everybody. Guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah, and on top of that, add the other guys that are coming in there, Matt Abatacola, and look at Jason Golf. We've got so much talent on this station. It's unbelievable.
We do. Congratulations to everybody. Let's just keep firing.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670, Real-Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win 41-3 over the Jaguars.
Doug, they've been a big supporter of ours for years now. Real-Time Sports.
Oh, they have.
All the people
all
here.
The time. And the food is tremendous, too, by the way.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Kudos to ownership, management, and to the customers.
We ate all day today, by the way.
Yeah, it's a great place. Speak for yourself.
I did. I ate your part.
Yes.
Let's go to Angelo in Harvard. Angelo, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. I just want to real quick say thank you very much for your passion and enthusiasm about the Bears. OB, you made a great comment. You said we're all Bears fans. We want to see them win. We want to see a Super Bowl. I agree. My problem is I have a huge problem with Karimi. He is getting pushed around, shoved around. He gives up too many plays. It's 9 games I've watched him play, and for a first-round pick, he is really bad. And up here on the Wisconsin state line, I'm so thankful the Packers lost. They sucked. But I need to ask, both of you are professionals. You know,
is this kid going to help us in the long run? Because I want to see them win. I want to see him do good. But, man, does he suck. I'll hang up and I'll listen to your answer. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, got it. Thanks, Ann. I'm going to tell you something. He has to. There's nowhere that he can hide, or there's nowhere to go. He has to step up to the plate and answer the bell. He's a young kid. He's 6'7". He weighs about 320. And the one thing that I saw today, an undersized defensive end, Doug, remember when I pointed out to you? He bull rushed him, took him right back into the quarterback, and sacked the quarterback. I mean, bull rushing, what that is. And you know what? If I'm an offensive tackle, I want to see that guy bull rush me. I want him, because that means he comes right into me head up. He's not taking me a half a man out, half a man in, not dipping his shoulder, trying to get around me. He's coming head up. I can grab a hold of him, and I can control him. Well, what happened was he straightened him up and pushed him over backwards, and that's not a good thing to see from a guy 6'7" and 320 pounds. Now, he's a rookie, and you're going to make mistakes. But I don't want to get beat like that. But I think he has the talent. And, Doug, don't you? I think he's got the size, the ability to make it in this league. And then on the other side of the coin, we have nowhere to go. I think he'll be fine, Ange. I do.
Angelo, I think he'll be good, too. And I tell you why, because it's a fact of this kid's coming off that knee problem he had. And he didn't play all last year. If you think about it, I think he only played 2 games, Ed. And so this is new, and this is coming to him. And you have to get your timing down and your footwork down, and everything goes, and coming back off of injuries. I think the kid is good. He was good at Wisconsin. I think that when the smoke clears and he gets well and everything is going well, that he will be fine. I mean, the Chicago Bears, hey, hold it. Ran for 214 yards today. Somebody did some blocking.
Yeah.
You know, and they threw for 287 yards. So, yeah, gradual. You know, and don't just judge the kid yet. Just give him some time.
I think what he'll do, and especially on that bull rush, Doug, I think when they go over the films, and there's ways you can defeat that pass rush. There really are, and I think he'll be fine. And I think this kid, hopefully he'll be here for a long time, Ange.
And a lot of times, too, what happened, I think he got surprised by that, too, Ed. He was expecting the speed rush outside, and that's why he jumped at, the false starts, because he was expecting the speed rush outside, and tackles get real nervous like that.
Good point.
And he's tried to make it out there. But I agree, and Ed and I both watch. We watch the linemen. Much has been said about Webb, too, on the other side. But, again, too, today wasn't good a barometer because that defensive line for, Jacksonville is really not that good. So, but again, all said and done.
2 sacks in 4 games going into this game.
Not too good.
Not too good, folks.
Let's go out to Steve in Sherville, Indiana. Steve, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, I was just one of the contest winners at Chicago Tavern there with Heldenberg and Van Horn and.
Oh, congratulations!
Yeah. Oh, it was awesome time. My question is to you, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
With Urlacher being hurt the way he was, and from what I noticed, he was very slow today. And how much longer is it going to take other teams to start using that against us on the defense? I'm going to hang up and listen to the answer. Thanks.
Yeah, Steve, again, too, he's not there. I mean, Brian will tell you that. He is not there. And I saw one time he was going sideline to sideline, and,
he just couldn't get there.
He couldn't
get there.
And so his short area, in other words, when you're in the short area, you're inside by the center, you're over top the center, he's going sideways pretty good. He's coming up pretty good. It's going to take him some time for this. But when you want to take a look at that defense. The overall defense is playing outstanding. So he must be doing something to hold that middle linebacking job down, because I'm going to tell you this, and Ed will tell you this. When we played with Dick Butkus, when Dick was really hurting, man, they point you out right away, Ed. They'll come right after you.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was back in the day, Doug.
Right.
When, no, sure, we won't go after him. We'll, he plays, we'll do it. No.
So that's why I think that Urlacher's still going to hold his own. If he can stay the fact that if he can take care of that knee and it doesn't swell up, it doesn't hurt his practice sessions, that gradually he'll get better. Now, it could be that, again, too, maybe he'll never get back to what he was. But let me tell you something. When you get to that age, that happens.
Yeah.
You slow down.
It goes away. Steve, what could really help, Brian, is there's containment, force, and fill. Whoever has the outside, which either be a defensive end, a linebacker, or the cornerback, all depending on what defensive call there is. So whoever has containment has to come up, go as deep as that ball, and not drift all the way out to the sideline. You got to force the play in. Then when you do, you have the force from who's ever there, your strong side safety or your weak or your linebackers coming in. And then Phil is basically from the backside. And also your force should be from Urlacher coming in there with, again, a strong safety, Doug, or the linebacker. All depends on who has containment. But that would help him tremendously, Doug, if we don't string it out all the way out to the sidelines. Whoever has force, shorten it up, let Bryant come in. If he tries to cut back, bang.
Yeah, that's, again, to the defense. You can't, someone asked me, well, can, let's say, Lance Briggs, exaggerate his position and try to cover for him? You can't do it.
You got to take care of your own job. That's like people always want to take Tillman, Doug, and make Tillman a free safety or a strong safety. No. One of the toughest positions on a football team is the cornerback. And this kid has been there game after game, year after year. And I remember here the last, Doug, 3 years, 4 years, we like to switch him to free safety, strong safety. Not on your life. He plays the game at corner as good as anybody. And let me tell you another thing. Those cornerbacks, the shutdown cornerbacks, are few and far between in this league.
Now the corners are finally getting help from the inside guys, the safety guys, and I think that's the whole key. That's a big part of that defense that Lovie runs.
Hold on, before we go, the Opitzes just walked in.
Who?
Brian and E. Old friends of mine.
Oh. I wouldn't admit
young friends
I wouldn't admit that you're friends of his. I wouldn't do that if I were you. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're at Real-Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. What? I'm sorry, Ed.
No. You will pay for that one.
Again. We'll be right back.
Wow, it's over in Jacksonville. A second half pounding delivered by the Bears in expert fashion. 41-3 the final. The Bears are 4-1. They leave Jacksonville atop the NFC North with the Minnesota Vikings heading to the bye week.
That was Jeff Joniak, courtesy of WBBM Radio, talking about the Bears win. And welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're at Real-Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. And the Bears win 41-3 over Jacksonville.
It seems to me a lot of stuff is falling our way, Doug. We get the bye next week.
Yeah.
And then Monday night, we get Detroit here.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a little payback to Detroit.
I'm going to use an old Dan Bernstein saying, Detroit's going to be in for a moon pounding. I think that's what's going to happen.
Is that what Dan says?
Dan says, yeah, moon pounding.
Fine.
I love it. I mean, I love that word, moon pounding. Again, it's apropos for what you should
Monday
be doing
night,
to
national
football
television.
Team.
We had the bye week. They're coming in here, and we got to give them a little something. Doug.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little, what they gave us, we got to give them a little back.
And I think they're due, by the way. And I think they're not a very, a team that makes a lot of mistakes.
They're not disciplined
at all.
That football team, what's their problem? Right. They're not disciplined.
Right.
Start from there.
Let's go out to Sam in Oak Lawn. Sam, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
OB, Doug, how you guys doing today?
What's up,
Good,
Sam?
Good. Hey, I got a quick few things here. One, the Bears have been getting out to a pretty slow start here on offense. Coming up against some teams, Jacksonville, that's pretty easy that we get off to a slow start because our defense has been playing out of their minds. But, going up against, let's say, a team like, Minnesota that's been playing actually pretty good, do you think that, our offense can afford to start out as slow as they've been? Even though...
Sam, I know exactly what you're saying. I've got a gut feeling that offense will act accordingly what happens in that first half. In other words, if they start scoring on us, they're going to come back and try to score. And I think Ed is correct. What they do, they originally go into it and say, listen, we're going to play defense. We're going to let them make the mistakes. Not us, but them. But now if you jump on top of them, then I think that's when they'll push themselves and try to score more points.
And I agree with you, Doug. And, Sam, I'm telling you, what you saw today, that was certainly by design.
Mm-hmm.
That was definitely by design. They damn sure they weren't going down into Jacksonville and throw a wide-open game and have a chance for interceptions and
make mistakes.
And make mistakes when he knew we could beat this team, be conservative, let the defense do what they do, and that's what the hell happened.
Well, I like the fact that they're playing smart right now because our defense is playing good. That is a good thing for our Bears team to do. But just for the fact of Cutler making a little bit of mistakes in the beginning, I understand that was a drop, a missed snap at the beginning.
Right.
But the overthrow receivers sometimes in the beginning. I mean, does it have anything to do with Mike Martz, or Mike Tice being our new offensive coordinator? You think during the season that we'll get a little bit better?
Sam,
on the offensive side?
Sam, what I think you're going to see, what you saw today is what you're going to see. And then Doug came in with the audible a couple of minutes ago about they will adapt. If they have to go downfield, in other words, if they're starting to get trounced pretty good in the first and second quarter, I think they will change the game plan. But I think what you're going to see is what you saw today until proven wrong, Sam. And listen, Sam, if you're looking to see Tom Brady, Wes Welker, and the offense that New England runs, not going to happen.
And here's the other thing, too. And, again, you have to adapt or die. If you take a look at some games today, let's say, for example, let's take a look at the Giants in Cleveland.
And get knocked around a little bit. Why do you have to
die? Yeah, you're right. Maybe just slapped silly.
Okay, all right.
But let's see what Cleveland did. Cleveland was 14-0 up on the Giants. What happened in that football game? Because you have to adapt. So they come out and they start firing. Usually the Giants take their time, then they'll come back. Well, the fact is that happens. And so you have to be able to adjust. Last week, New England scored 45 points in the second half. Adapt or die. So you do according to what's going on. And they knew that they could handle Jacksonville by the way they were handling themselves.
And they they were not going to go in there and start flipping the ball all over the place. It was not going to happen. And Lovie Smith will not let that happen.
They'll take their shots when they want to take their shots. That's exactly what they did, and they come up with 41 points. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670 with real-time sports in Elk Grove Village, Obradovich and Buffon.
Diane, Doug.
Bill.
I can't see that.
Sam, Harry, George, Fred. We'll be right with you. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're at real-time sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767, celebrating the Chicago Bears 41 and Jacksonville 3. Eddie, let's go out to Bill in Cincinnati. Bill, you're on the Score.
Doug and OB, thanks so much for taking my call. I love your guys' show.
Thanks for calling, Billy.
Win or lose, you guys are very analytical about, how to break it all down. The last caller kind of took all my thunder, so I really don't want you guys to repeat yourself. But you've got 5 games here, and there's 2 quarters for each game, so you got a total of 10 quarters. Now, in these 5 games, in the first half, we've only scored 44 points, and 24 of those 44 points came in the first 2 quarters of the Indianapolis game. So, what are we going to have to do to try and boost our first quarter play? Because it seems to be, getting us by so far, but I don't think it's going to carry us the rest of the season scoring, just a little more than a field goal per quarter in the first half.
It's a good point. You want to come out of the chutes putting points up. There's no question about it. But here's the point.
It's not going to happen.
There's 4 quarters. And you look at Lovie Smith. He breaks everything down. And that is right. It's not going to happen. You're not going to see them come out shooting. They come out the second half last week. Then all of a sudden they were just all over the place. They just moved the football down the field on the Rams. It's going to be according to what's happening in that football game. They don't want to make mistakes. They want you to make mistakes. And that's exactly what's been happening. And so I think, though, if they have to press on the accelerator, they'll do that. I saw them, 2 weeks ago. They went on top. They put 8 men in the box, the Rams did, and they threw the football, Eddie.
Absolutely.
So they're going to do according to what you're doing on defense. And so I think if you take a look at this, and there's no question I want to see us put more points up there. But again, too, they're going to look at the game and say, how can we win this particular football game? And that's how they're going to do it. Now, you're going to, like I did in the first half, Eddie and I both. I told you I want to put a pencil in my neck. I was so, aggravated. I said, wait a minute, what's going on here? We're not doing anything. We're not doing this. All of a sudden, there it is.
We couldn't convert on third down in the first half.
No.
We had 2 out of 7. And what do? We come out the second half, and we convert on 8 more in the second half, third down situations, and, excuse me.
What? The 501?
Jaguars.
Oh, Jaguars.
Jaguars.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the 501 yards that they picked up, which the Bears did. Then the second half was most of those yardage.
Yeah, but the key that I was going to say, Doug, is they didn't get, which I mentioned a lot earlier, they did not get a first down in the second half.
Right. So defense stuck to them. The offense came out. You saw what Marshall can do. You saw what Cutler can do. You saw at the end of the game Forte still in the football game because he wanted 100 yards. You saw a lot of these things. And you saw Allen run for what? How many yards did he run for a touchdown, the running back? So you're taking a look at a lot of things here that they're all pluses. And so can they continue that? Again, too, it all comes down a lot of times to do they stay or will they stay healthy? I mean, that's a big part of it. But so far, you couldn't ask for anything better.
They're not going to come out firing, Doug. They're going to come out conservative, and then they'll adapt from there.
You got to buy. The Green Bay Packers lost. You won the football game. You got some guys now that can get well. Pepper's a little problem with that foot. Forte with his ankle. So everybody gets healthy. Take on the Detroit Lions on the Monday Night Football game. All's good. Let's go to Doug in Highland, Indiana. Doug, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Doug?
Hey, I just wanted to call. I heard one of the last callers call, and I'm out here doing a Pop Warner team in Dan McNeil country out here in Highland.
Yes.
And I just wanted to call the guy who called about Gabe Karimi.
Uh-huh.
Gabe Karimi had a bad game today.
Yeah.
He's one of the best offensive linemen we've had since, Big Cat?
Well, he's pretty good. Go ahead. I think he's good anyway. Go ahead.
I just think people need to settle down a little bit. I never call the radio. I love you guys. I love your show. But when I heard that guy, I'm like, come on. You start picking on that guy. There's a whole lot more to pick on than Gabe Karimi. He had one bad game.
Yeah, but see, you know what? Did he have a bad game? I mean, he had 2 bad plays, obviously. Those 2, false starts. That was a part of it. And one time the guy went over top of him, okay? But, again, you want to look at the overall picture. We put 501 yards up on. That means somebody's got to block. 287 of those yards were passing. 14 were running the football. Yeah, he made some bad plays. I mean, it all happened. But like I said, and I keep saying, you try to come off of an injury, a knee injury especially if you're a big guy. So let's give some time here. Because I wouldn't change Karimi for anything. I like the way he plays right tackle. I like it. I mean, it's just the fact that you'll get better and better as he goes. And we say the same thing about Urlacher, too, Ed. You got to come back from these injuries. It's not that damn easy to walk out there and say, here I am.
Well, it's a hell of a lot easier to come back when you're young than it is when you've been in that league for a few years.
Absolutely. Let's go out to Diane in Roscoe. Diane, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Good,
What's
Diane.
up, Diane?
I just want to tell you, I think you have the greatest show going for sports.
Thank you.
And that first half was really bad, wasn't it?
No, it's terrible.
I mean, it was, I thought sure they were going to lose the game. I really did. And then all of a sudden, bam, bam, there they go again, Peanut and what's his name? And, I couldn't believe
Briggs.
it. But,
yeah,
Briggs. I couldn't believe it, but they really played good. And I wanted to tell you, by the way, Doug, we met you at the Clock Tower last January.
Oh, up in Clock Tower. Yeah.
Remember that charity event?
Yeah, Eddie and I are going to be up there again. Eddie's going to come
I
this
don't
time.
remember that guy's birthday they announced.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my husband.
That was your husband.
Birthday, we were all out there. Yeah, and also we were at the Fan Appreciation Night in '85, and we never knew what was going to happen.
Yeah. Well,
but no. The main thing was, do you think the Bears will continue the way they're going with the bad first half and then kind of catch on in the second half?
Diane, I wish I could tell you. I don't know. Again, too, there's, I don't want to get ahead of myself here. This wasn't a very good football team they played today.
Yeah, Diane, it's awfully hard to believe that they're going to come out.
It's going to be that easy.
This coming or a couple of weeks from now on Monday night, that they're going to come out firing that football all over the field, stretching the field, running all kinds of post patterns, fly patterns, etc. That's awfully hard to believe that. That's not Lovie Smith's theory. His theory is what you saw today, what you saw the week before, the year before. It's very conservative. Don't make turnovers. Let the defense take care of it. And it's worked pretty damn well for him. And now, Diane, that you don't have any of these juggernaut teams in the National Football League that can dominate every game, the Bears, Doug, as I see it, I mean, you don't want to put the carriage in front of the horse, but I'll tell you what, so far, after about a third of the season, Dougie, they got about as good a chance as anybody getting to the Super Bowl.
Well, if you take a look at the team, and again, too, the fact is, do you get better and do you stay healthy? And I think those two things you're starting to look at it and say, hey, hold it. You know what? Remember how we were all over Marcus Webb? And again, today wasn't a true barometer of a defensive line because Jacksonville doesn't have a great defensive line. But you want to keep going and keep moving. But the one thing that's encouraging is that it seems like when they want to call on a play, like they would Hester making that catch, or Marshall making that catch, or Jeffries making that catch for a touchdown, it's there. It's sitting in that bag. And now the staple of the whole team, obviously, is Mike Tice. And Mike Tice likes that part where I'm going to run the ball, I'm not going to make mistakes, we're going to do play action. Because I'll tell you one, if you start that play action play that they have, where they fake it and he rolls out, and Marshall comes across the field, it's just phenomenal.
I'm going to tell you what, Diane and Bill and Doug and all you people that are listening, what you saw today, you're going to see it. We're going to throw the underneath passes, whether they're outs, slants, hook ends, whatever, until whoever it is that we're playing can stop us. You're going to see that quarter after quarter, play after play. That's what you're going to see. Until they can stop Jay and our new receivers, Doug, this is what you're going to see, and this is what you're going to get. We're going to, if you want to call it dink and dunk, call it whatever you want. But so far, it's working. It's kept us in the game, turnovers, and we win a game.
The other thing, too, I saw, which is kind of makes me feel good, is that when I saw Tyson and obviously Cutler laughing, chuckling to each other, smiling.
Yeah.
That's a good feeling. I mean, as a team, you certainly can't go through this every time, hating somebody or you understand that you do get heated in these football games. But on the other side, when things are going well, a nice, tap in the butt helps out. And so you saw a little bit of that, and that makes a difference. And I think that's going to be, one part of the thing that's the team, you'll unite this team, get it better, because I'm telling you something. This football club, the Chicago Bears, they really depend on each other. They really do. And the glue, I think, is the defense. And at the beginning of the year, everybody thought the defense was too old and they're not going to be able to do it. It's going to be all the offense. But I think the glue is the defense and the running game.
Yeah, absolutely, Doug. And then don't forget what we really depended on for a lot of years was special teams.
Yeah.
Special teams. There was nobody better than the Bears on special teams. And that's something that we're going to have, and we're going to need going down the last few games that we have to play here, Doug. I think it is vitally important that our special teams step up to the plate and make things happen. They've done it in the past. Let's just keep it going.
It's amazing, Ed, and that's a great point you just made, because we have not depended on the special teams for us to win so far.
Right.
Be nice down the road to have that in the little ace in your hole, and they're saying, well, don't worry about it. They're not doing that anymore, and all of a sudden, Hester busted about a 90-yarder.
Has it happened? But I'll tell you what, they got to be there. For us to get to the promised land, special teams has to be there.
You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're at real-time sports in Elk Grove Village, Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 41-3 over Jacksonville.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino post-game show with Doug and OB, live from Real Time Sports, 1120 West Avon in Elk Grove Village, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's radio home for Bears fans.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino post-game show. Obradovich and Buffone, our number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win 41-3 over the Jaguars. Let's go out to Ricky in Midlothian. Ricky, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All right, Ricky.
Hey, so yeah, I was calling to comment about Diane. She said that, do you guys think that the Bears can keep this going? And I believe one of you guys said, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is a bad Jaguars team. Well, what are great teams supposed to do to bad Jaguars teams? They're supposed to dominate them, blow them out, and that's exactly what the Bears did. And last week against the Cowboys, the Bears, when they beat them, that's not a bad Cowboys team they beat. That Cowboys team is good, and the Bears defense has just been looking really special this year. With Briggs and Urlacher smiling, how they've been smiling lately. You sense something special. And also, I saw a stat today that hasn't taken place since the 06 season. That year we went to the Super Bowl. We had a rusher for over 100 yards today and a receiver for over 100 yards today, and that was Matt Forte and Brandon Marshall. Last time that was done was with Thomas Jones and Muhsin Muhammad. What do you guys think?
What do you think, Ricky? If you keep on going, you say, well, the Chicago Bears beat the Indianapolis Colts, but the Colts lost to beat Green Bay Packers. So there's all kind of positives. And you're right, it's good to talk about the positives. The one thing, though, is you have to keep control of yourself and not get too big-headed. And that's the key in winning football games. Be humble. You did a great job down there. Next case will be Detroit. Let's go out to Ron in Plainfield. Ron, you're on the score.
Wanted to find out what your opinion of how the Bears are using Devin Hester, specifically in the return game, because I thought it looked absolutely terrible. And how you go from taking the NFL's best kickoff returner ever and then turn him into this kind of so-so wide receiver? Because, you're taking a whole facet away from the game. And at one point, they're going to really need to use that facet.
Well, Ron, are you saying he'd be a better returner if he wasn't a wide receiver or playing wide receiver?
Yeah, they had this. The Bears somehow have this obsession with trying to make him a number one receiver, and he's not. Why would you want to take that away? He's running up and down the field all day, and all of a sudden he's got to try to run, and he's running more sideways and backwards than he is forward.
Now, if you take a look at him, Ron, the fact is he is not the number one receiver, nor is he the number two receiver. He's the number three receiver mainly. And when Bennett comes back, he may not even be that. But if you remember correctly, there's two plays now. You remember 2 weeks ago, the touchdown pass he caught? Did you see the pass he caught today? So he is a weapon that can be used out there. And I think what's happening is teams are getting ready for him. They're not going to let him run back like they used to do before. And you saw with the coverage. I guarantee you they work day in and day out saying, don't let Devin Hester beat you. And that's what they do. And Hester himself, Eddie, I think that, he can be a threat on that team. We just put him in there. He's not going to be the number one or number two guy.
No, but I tell you what, I don't even know if number three, Doug. I think hopefully a little bit more. You've seen the tight ends get involved a little bit, catching 2, 3, 4 passes a game now, work him in. But Hester, whether he's out at a flanker, a wideout, or in the slot, or if you put him in motion, I'm going to tell you what, if I'm a cornerback or a safety.
You got to count for him.
And I got to count for that guy when more often than not, there's a strong possibility this guy's going deep on me. And with that burner speed that he has, I'd be a little shaky myself if I was a defensive back, or whether it's cornerback or whatever. But I'll tell you what, hey, who the heck ever thought we'd have been 4-1? And Green Bay, after 15-1 last year, they've got their problems, Dougie.
Sure they do. So does Detroit.
And Detroit's got
their
problems.
Minnesota may be the sleeper.
Yeah, the way it's looking. But, again, to Lovie Smith and his staff, to the players, didn't lose composure, stayed within what they wanted to do, and then late in the fourth quarter, blew them out of the water.
Our thank yous go out to Wayne Randazzo, the update guy. We go to Joliffe, our producer, the beautiful Stephanie Gilbert. Stephanie,
where is she? There she is over there. There she is.
Mike Peterson, engineer. Our guy, Rick Kemp. Our on-the-site producer, our now crack producer.
He's fallen into the crack area. He's getting there.
He's right on the edge.
He's right on Brendan's heels.
And our intern, Jared Selinsky. And coming up now, you can watch the New Orleans-San Diego football game in progress. Chicago Bears win 41-3 over the Jaguars. Congratulations to the Bears.
And tonight,
let's Grobstein.
Let's Grobstein. The Grapper.
Take care.
Bye.
Takes it. Matt Forte through a hole. There he goes. 30. Left play fake on the bootleg. Jay rolling right. Jay throwing. Caught at the goal line. Brandon Marshall. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. That was all Jay Cutler. Snap is back. Here comes pressure from McClellan. And down goes Stafford. Hit hard from behind. That's a sack of 3 yards. And the Bears turn the Lions away on third down. Sacked by Julius Pepper. Cutler in the gun. Tight pocket. Going to have to lead. Tucks it at the 40 to the 45 to midfield to the 40 of Detroit. And he's hit and brought down at the 37-yard line of Detroit by Jonte Green.
Late flag. Personal foul. Number 99 on the defense. The 15-yard penalty will be added to the end of the run. First down.
Turns into a 39-yard play. Jay to throw out of his own end zone. He connects. Brandon Marshall breaking tackles for a first down to the 15 to the 19-yard line. That may prove to be one of the bigger plays of this half. 18 yards. Here's Jay on the tape. Play fake. Pressure coming in trouble. Sue giving chase. Sue brings him down. Sue with the sack of Jay Cutler inside the 20-yard line of the Bears. And Jay is not getting up. Could be a shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, really awkwardly and nasty really threw him to the ground.
And immediately Jason Campbell is going to warm up. Jay is not getting up at the moment. Cutler's coming back in the game to a standing ovation here at Soldier Field. Brandon Marshall also raising the roof.
It's the appreciation of Jay's toughness and his commitment to the game. The crowd had a great reaction when he stood to his feet and ran off the sideline, and they have a more positive reaction.
Run it out of the shotgun, gets a block from Shirless, and was short and get much. Oh, fumble.
They're acting as a
fumble. Pile up. Bears saying it's theirs. Did they strip McKell ashore? Bears say it's their ball. Bears say it's their ball. No indication yet. Bears football. McKell ashore. Stripped in the red zone. Veteran
on the field stands. First down Chicago.
Bears on the takeaway. Calvin Johnson singled up with Tillman to the right side, and Stafford going that way. Throwing pass. Broken up by Charles Tillman. Heck of a job. Stafford giving. Bell diving for the end zone. Turned away by the Bears. And they come up with a football. Joyce Bell has given it up. On the dive for the goal line. This young back out of Wayne State coughs it up. And the Bears have denied the Lions. Here in the third quarter with 5:17 remaining. Here's the snap to Stafford. Looking left. Stafford being chased. Peppers gets to him. He throws. Intercepted. Intercepted DJ Moore. DJ Moore with the swipe. 3 red zone takeaways by the Bears defense. And that just might be very close to a fade to black, but not.
And now it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. A Chicago tradition after every Bears game. And only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's radio home for Bears fans.
Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. The Chicago Bears 13, Detroit 7.
Doug,
I don't know what happened in that game. I'm still trying to figure it out. What happened? I know what happened.
I'll tell you something. Can you imagine the Bear fans, or let's say the guys that might make a little wager or something?
This could be a problem.
On the Bears, I think the Bears were, what?
6.5, I think.
6.5?
Yeah. The good news, the Bears won. The bad news, they lost the spread. But anyway, that doesn't count.
God,
for us,
Detroit
anyway.
Lions, how bad is that football team? How many times, Doug, are they going to shoot themselves in the foot?
Well, I got to tell you, first of all, if you're a football team and you get down in the red zone 3 times and 3 times you don't score, I'm not even getting a field goal out of the deal. You know, they were down there 3 times they didn't score. They fumbled 3 times. We got the ball 4 times away from them.
The Bears gave it to them defensively. Yeah. I mean, the defense, they played great, Doug, but our safeties were selling hot dogs in the stands.
No, Ed, you know what? Our safety, you know where our safeties were? Down by the Museum of Science and Industry.
Doug,
that's how deep they were.
You go back to the 05-06 season when we went to the Super Bowl, and Manning and the Colts in the Super Bowl game, that's exactly what happened. And our line, and I'll tell you what, Peyton Manning, 6-yard passes, 5-yard passes, and then when the guy did it for 4 quarters and beat our brains out. They gave it to him, and they could never figure it out, Doug.
Well,
how could you not get us run a short post pattern, slants all day long against that Bear defense? Well, and take what they give you underneath, Doug. And never once, I mean, they tried it, I think, 1 or 2 times. I don't understand that Schwartz. I have no idea, the head coach of the Lions, what the hell was he trying to do out there with his offense?
I know this, the fact that not only Detroit, but everybody else is having problems with it because the fact that when they come in, the Chicago Bears are only giving up 14 points per game. They're the best defense out there. But you wonder why, because first of all, remember the first quarter? I never saw Megatron. They better change his name. He dropped 2 or 3. They were dropping a lot of passes. And then, Stafford wasn't on. But then the Bears got after him. They started making him, making bad plays that would put pressure on him. I just was concerned about our offense. When I looked at our offense, you say to yourself, okay, fine. Cutler got hurt. There's no question that was a big problem. But going up into that point, we weren't really tearing things up. I don't know. I got to look at the quarterback ratings, but at one time, I think Cutler was like a 70 or a 76 rating, and Stafford was like a 62. So offensively, really on both sides of the ball, there wasn't really much going on. Well,
Cutler, he had, Doug, it was 17 of 32 for 125 yards.
Yeah.
And average yards per pass were 3.9. And, of course, Stafford, he wasn't much better. He was 5.2. But I'll tell you what, Doug, the things I didn't like we had 9 penalties. That's not good. But I'll tell you what, again, the defense, Doug, they're there. They make the turnovers. They're playing great football. So far, nobody's been getting injured. No injuries so far. We've 6 games into the season. But I'll tell you what, Doug, I don't think, like I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, I don't think, Doug, and even last year, when you look at the league, Doug, there is no juggernaut, not 1, not 2, not 3. Sometimes there's 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 teams that you think are really going to the Super Bowl, and more often than not, that's how it goes down. Football, the way it's played today, Doug, Bears have a good as chance as anybody to get there. As good a chance. There's no team that's going to come in and dominate the last half of the season. There's no defense better than the Bears' defense in this league after 6 games, and I don't think there will be if things stay the way they go. And I think our offensive mindset, Doug, is just to play. If we can beat them, let's don't give the game away offensively. We get the lead. Let's play conservative. We get the takeaways, and that's how we're going to do it. That's how Lovey loves to play the game of football. And guess what? It's working.
It is working. Again, too, it all depends on who you're playing. In other words, it'll work. I call these teams like tomato cans. And you should beat the tomato cans, and the Bears are beating the tomato cans. And we'll see what happens when we go against San Francisco.
Well,
and Houston,
Detroit, the one thing, I don't know if the people know out there listening, Detroit, their 2 top cornerbacks
are gone. Right, they were out of the game.
They had backups and a backup.
But I got to tell you, though, even that being said, their offense didn't show me anything. I'm talking about Detroit. Here's a kid, Stafford, last year who threw for over 5,000 yards, had 41 touchdowns. They had a guy, when you talk about Megatron, last year at this point, exactly at this time, the kid had 9 touchdowns.
I know.
He's got 1 now, none from Stanford. He got 1 from Sean Hill. So the fact is, when you take a look at it, I didn't think Detroit's offense wasn't that good. But the fact was, you're right about one thing. The defense of the Chicago Bears, there's nothing fancy about it. It's just consistent. And like I said, these guys play so damn deep, there's no way in hell you're going to beat them deep.
The thing that they're doing better defensively than they have in the prior last 4 or 5 years, the
pass
camouflaging.
Rush.
Absolutely, Doug. But they're camouflaging. Mm-hmm. They're coming with the blitz. They're showing blitz and they're backing off. It's awfully difficult to tell when they're coming and when they're not coming. And the defensive line movement. They finally figured it out that you can move those, actually twist those defensive tackles and ends and actually come up with some blitzes coupled with the linebackers. Finally figured it out, Doug.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, Ed, that I'm a little disturbed about, I mean, the game, obviously, I'm happy we won. There's no question about it. But we have to try to do something. I don't know what the hell it's going to be. You've got to get your tight end involved. I saw Kellen Davis just literally drop a pass that was right to him. I think he caught one pass. I think our tight ends caught one pass all night. You've got to get the tight ends involved in this.
They're not going to be involved in our passing game, and for one simple reason.
They're not good enough.
Maybe that also, but before that, Doug, they have to stay in and block.
Well, the fact is, when you do send them out,
that's what it is, Doug.
But when you do send them out, when the ball is coming to them, Kellen Davis has got to make that catch. You've got to make that catch. Now, again, too, we had some drops. Hester dropped one right after Cutler got knocked out, came back in the game, hits him with one, you drop it. You can't do that. But the fact is, on the other side of the coin, we took advantage of it. We took advantage of their fumbles. But they have 3 fumbles. 3 fumbles, and we had 1 interception. And so once again, the defense jumps up there and bites him on the neck and stops him. But anytime you get the football, Ed, I don't care what kind of defense you are. If you're in the red zone 3 times, you mean to tell me you can't come up with 3 field goals?
That's absolutely. I understand, Doug. And I'm going to tell you what. That's why that head coach of that guy Schwartz, boy, oh boy, what a zero game plan he put together. But I'll tell you what. Can't take anything away from the Bears.
Nothing.
We defensively, they were there, got the sacks, put the pressure, got the takeaways. They did what they're paid to do. But what I really liked, Doug, in the first quarter, when we started out, we had the ball. We got it basically on right around our own 49 or 41-yard line. And 6 plays, Doug, we go, 59 yards. Okay? And in that 59 yards, I actually saw us. They went with a no-huddle. One of the 6 plays was a no-huddle. We ran 2 bootlegs. Cutler ran for a first down, and Forte had a hell of a run.
39 yards.
But was nice to see. We came out, they moved the pocket, 2 bootlegs.
And one was a touchdown with the bootleg.
Yeah, absolutely, Doug. And they actually went with a no-huddle, one play with a no-huddle, which I think they should do more and more and more of.
The thing about Cutler, the fact that, like you just mentioned, the time he ran for 24 yards, that set up a field goal. Mm-hmm. He set up the other one, too, the long run he had. He had another long run, which, he did with his legs. Now, his numbers weren't that strong. There's no question about it. You take a look at it. I don't know. What were his final numbers, Ed?
Well, Doug, his passing was 17 of 32, 125, 3.9 yard average.
That's not, come on, Ed. That's not a strong number. That's a weak number. You would have said if I would have saw that after the game was over, I'd say, hey, the Bears didn't win that football game.
Bears had a total of 296 yards, Doug. Mm-hmm. Lions had 340.
How many yards did we have rushing, Ed?
Rushing, Doug, we had 18 carries for 99, 5.5 yard average.
Not bad.
Not bad is absolutely correct. No. They ran yards rushing. No, excuse me. That's we rushed, Doug, 32 times for 171 yards.
That sounds right.
And 5.3. Excuse me. I was reading the Lions. Mm-hmm. Lions were 18 for 99, 5.5. Bears were 32, 171, 5.3.
Yeah, when you take a look at the game, there were a couple things that jumped out at me. The one was the Kellen Davis, again, the tight ends, and it's been driving me nuts about they're not involved in it. And I know you brought up the fact that they do bring them in, they keep them in the block, but a lot of times when the ball is thrown to them, they drop the football.
That's our offensive system, yeah. Doug. That's the way it is.
So, if you're Cutler, you say, hey, hold up. If I throw Kellen Davis, there's a good chance he's not going to catch the football. The other thing that bothered me a little bit, too, was Forte, although he had some nice runs and all that, but there was a time that they sent the blitz, they sent the linebacker, and it was a piss-poor block by him. Now, I saw him do this time before. You can't do that. Even if you're a back and you're in here, I understand about running the football, but anytime they have a blitz, you got to stick that guy. And he did not do that. So, again, we had some drops. There's no question that hurt us. I thought that, the JT Thomas thing, holding on punt, and my feeling about holding on punt returns. I hate that. Oh. I can't stand that. There's no reason for it. You put yourself back in another hole. You can't do that, Ed.
That's the guys that play on special teams, Doug, and I've said this year after year, especially when they hit the guy from behind, a clip on a punt or a kickoff.
No reason to do
it. And you know what? They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, that's the whole point. And these are some things we've been nitpicking at, but the fact is you want to get better. There's no question about it. But the good news, the Chicago Bears won that football game. They're stuck in there. They held them in the red zone. The fumbles, I can't believe that. I couldn't believe Bell did that one. He's on a 1 yard line. Yeah. Oh. And he's diving, and he's holding the football up
and holding the ball
to get somebody to knock it off. Here, please knock this ball out.
Yes.
And Urlacher did.
Well, that's
exactly talking about Urlacher. Correct. He made some nice plays tonight. There was a batted down ball, that play there. Made some nice tackles on the screen. Did a pretty good job with that screen.
That's what our guys do on defense, Doug. Our big guys, Peanut Tillman, my Lord, what a game he played against Megatron.
Yeah, he did a great job.
He ate his lunch, his breakfast and his dinner, and had a nice cocktail hour along with it. I tell you, he just ate him alive.
And you guys got to get Wooten. I'm really impressed with Wooten. I mean, Wooten is really, I think, coming in his own. And you got Melton inside. You got, Paella inside. So a lot of things are also come together defensively. And again, too, those two young defensive backs, Ed, they tell them stay deep. They're staying deep. They're not coming up. I don't give a damn what happens. You're not going to beat them deep.
Doug, the thing that, what are they doing better defensively than they did last year and the year before? Again, I think what they're doing, they're showing the blitz. They're coming with the blitz. They're showing the blitz. They're faking the blitz. They're coming from all the strong side, the weak side, Doug. And I think they're doing one hell of a job. And again, especially coupled with the blitzes, with the line movement, we really didn't have that, Doug. You can go back last 5, 6, 7 years. We never had movement in the defensive line. And that's what you got to have. Because where does your pass rush normally come from? Great pass rushing teams, it's up the gut.
Middle.
Up the gut, folks.
That's where it is.
That's where it is.
And it makes a lot of difference to the outside guys to make plays. You got to have that pressure up the middle. There's no question. And again, too, that defense, I mean, they're playing it, Eddie, they're playing it without making mistakes. I think that's the whole key. Consistency. Their consistency. They're saying to you, you are going to make a mistake. Talking to the offense. You're going to make a mistake. Now, we don't know when it is, but we're going to be patient. We're going to wait for you to make this mistake. And that's how they've been playing it.
You know what? And the other thing, Doug, offensively, it just looks like they knew that we're at home, okay. And again, just like the prior week, this is a game. We know we can win. Let's go down there.
Dummy it
offensively. Let's not do something stupid. Let's just play controlled offensive football. Let's run that football. Let's set it up. Let's get the short passes. Let's get the touchdown or two, etc. Our defense will keep us in the game. That's the game plan. So far, so good. Can you go 16 games doing that? Time will tell.
Depends on the team, I guess. But the fact is, the Bears were sacked 5 times tonight.
Yeah.
But that tells you what's happening here. But I don't think there was any interceptions tonight, correct? Or fumbles. There was no turnovers. So that we're a +4 in the turnover ratio. And as you know, and as everybody knows, if you can get the +4 or +3 or even a +2, your chances of winning that football game is tremendous. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're saying, don't turn it over. Don't give it up. Now, if we have to come to a gunfight or shootout, then maybe you change your whole philosophy. But they didn't need that, like you said, and like I think I agree with you 100% against Detroit. Because I'm going to tell you something.
That's not Lovey's way of playing football offensively. No. You're not going to see the New England Patriots offense with the Bears. You're just not going to, that's just not going to happen. Or the New Orleans Saints. They're not going to be flinging that ball all over the field and making all kinds of stupid plays, and hopefully that they don't get all the interceptions and et cetera that go along with that type of offense, Doug. They're just not built for it, and Lovey is not going to have it.
The Digging Into Your Numbers segment is brought to you by Julie. Before you dig, call Julie at 811. It is. Go on and take a phone call. Let's go out to Kenosha. Who's out there in Kenosha? Kenosha! We got Kenosha in there, Herb?
It's Frank.
Oh, Frank. What's up, buddy?
Doug, it's a pleasure to talk to you guys. I have a couple questions. When is our offense going to break out and score some touchdowns when turnovers like this against Detroit?
Mm-hmm.
And why is it that Devin Hester is letting a lot of balls, on punts and kickoffs, not catch the ball and try to get some yardage on him? I'll hang up and listen to your thoughts on that.
That's a great question, because Ed and I were talking, looking at each other, and we saw Hester make a fair catch. I thought he had plenty of room to make a run. Didn't you, Ed?
Oh, there's no question about it.
And I said, wait, he's going to take off now. But they don't forget, too, they pulled him out of the game. They didn't want him back there. I don't know what the heck's going on. I don't know if he's hurt or been, kind of beat up a little bit. But again, too, about our offense, I think our offense, and that combination, too, though, with Cutler and Marshall, I think is is good. I think it's very good. And I think when it comes down to it, when you're going to have to use it, I think they're going to be able to do it.
I think Frank is asking, are we going to go out there and really, Doug, open up that offense?
Well, they're going to have to against the better teams.
And really go after people. Frank, we're just going to have to wait and see. They know who they're playing, and their game plan, Frank, is, whether you like it or not, is to design, not to screw it up. Let's get the lead. These guys cannot beat us. Our defense is great, and that's as simple as it is. I mean, there's no fantastic answer here. Defense is playing phenomenal football. Our difference makers are making the difference.
You listen to the Majestic Star Casino post-game show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 13-7 over the Detroit Lions. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 13, Detroit 7, Eddie. And if you're looking for an offensive game tonight, it wasn't there. Neither side. All you have to do is take a look at some of the stats, and if you take a look at it, Cutler's quarterback rating was 76. And you look at Stafford's quarterback rating was 74.
And the other thing too, Dougie, third down conversion. First half we were 5 of 10, 50% on third down. Well, to me that's the most important play in football. But we wound up, Doug, 6 of 17, 35%. So we only converted 1 third down in the second half.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, if you take a look at the first half, Detroit was 0 for 6 on third down.
Absolutely. And the other thing that's a little alarming, penalties. You get into a tight game, and we had 9 penalties, Doug, for 49 yards. But that's not good, Doug. We don't need 9 penalties. I think we're a little better football team than that.
Yeah, again, too, I don't think this is what the Bears are all about was tonight. I think their defense was there. I think their offense was not there. And again, too, again, you brought up at the beginning of the show. I am telling you. I watched this first time because we're on Sunday, we're not playing, and I'm watching different teams and that. But everybody's got problems. I mean, there's certain things you say, boy, this team is going to be this team's going to be that. Baltimore looked brutal. I know they had a couple injuries, but they looked terrible. Houston looked terrible the week before that. Green Bay looked terrible the week before that. And then New Orleans looked terrible 2 weeks ago. They finally come back and scored. But the thing is, I think all these teams, Ed, they're having problems. And I think the one thing that's holding the thing together is that maybe if you have a defense, if a defense can hang you and keep you going, then you got a shot at this deal.
Doug, I agree with you 100%. And all of a sudden, everything's all about offense.
Yeah.
Obviously because of the rules. But anyway, our defense has been there year after year after year. And when offense really counted,
wasn't there.
It wasn't there.
No.
But now there aren't again. And you talk about it till you're blue in the face, Doug, but I'll tell you what, it's not out of the question. It's not out of the realm of possibility that this team can get there because there is nobody that is. As a matter of fact, we play Houston and we play them here, not down in their ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
So the schedule looks good for us. This schedule looked pretty good even before we got into the season, Doug. But I'll tell you what, playing Houston, do they have a winning record? They throwing the ball all over the place? Fine. Come in our den, pal.
Yeah, the other thing is Minnesota. Minnesota's the sleeper of all this. I mean, all of a sudden they jump up and you're seeing Peterson Minnesota won last week, Eddie.
Yeah.
They win last week. I mean, to tell you, Ponder was terrible. He didn't even throw for over 100. I think he threw for 80-some yards. But meanwhile, Peterson runs for about 150 or 160 yards, and their defense came up big. Their defensive line came up big. So, again, there's certain times in certain games that really you got to hang your hat on the defense. But when the smoke clears, you're eventually going to have to put some points up.
Teams like New England, Doug, that fire the ball all over the lot, if you can get after them and rattle a Brady or somebody like that. When you get after those people, you can have them because they really don't have the defense we got. And if we get into a game with people like that, Doug, I think we have a damn good chance of going after them because I like defensively what they're doing. Again, that they're really showing different, all kinds of looks, Doug, all kinds of blitzes that are real or not real, and they're really doing a great job of it.
And the truth be known, their defense last year was good enough to take them to the Super Bowl. That's a strong statement, but it's true. But take a look at the Giants. Take a look at New England. Take a look at Green Bay's defense. They stunk.
The Giants won the Super Bowl last year with the 27th ranked defense and gave up 400 points. Green Bay were 15-1. They were the worst, 32nd. New England was 13-3.
All more bad.
They were 31st. And again, the Giants went at the 27th ranked defense, Doug. We were ranked 17th defensively, and what were we? 8-8.
8-8. And the other thing, too, when it comes down to it, though, at the end or when you get in the playoffs, it still comes back to that quarterback, and I still believe we have the quarterback that can get it done. Let's go out to Mike and Manuka. Mike on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sorry, Mike.
Hey, I'm listening to your show, and I agree with everything that you guys are saying. I know that there are a lot of things that have to come into play as far as winning or losing a football game. Bears are doing very well, but at some point in time, their offense has got to do something.
Absolutely, Mike. You're absolutely correct. There's no doubt about that whatsoever, because when you get down to the nitty-gritty and you start getting in toward the playoffs and playoff games, there are times you're going to have to put points up. I still think we have the potential to do that.
Hey, Mike, do you remember the game last week against we went down to Jacksonville?
Yes.
And they've got a really a terrible football team. And did you see our conservative offensive game plan? We knew, Lovey knew that we could beat that team. You didn't see us throwing that ball over, trying to really exploit their defense and put up all kinds of points. It's a very, very simple offensive game plan, and I think you're going to see that week in and week out.
And this segment is brought to you by Continental Mazda of Naperville on Aurora Avenue, and ContinentalMazda.com. Go on, Mike. Mike, you still there?
When do you think that Chicago is actually going to drop more than a dime and get some offensive linemen on that team? You cannot win a game with Jay Cutler playing on his back.
You know, Mike, I got to tell you something, and I've been saying the same thing you've been saying. They're not really out there. The fact is, when I look at all these teams, and again, I'll go back to, you know what? Coming into this game, I think last week, Eddie, Aaron Rodgers was sacked 21 times. They're having problems. Everybody's having problems because the defenses they're moving guys around, they're playing the 3-4, they're blitzing, they're coming after you. There's a problem. I thought tonight that was one of our better nights, believe it or not, even though we got sacked 5 times. So there comes a time, you're right, you try to find these linemen, but you're only going to get these linemen. You're only going to get them in the draft, and you have to get them number 1 or 2. We were not good, because when we got Chris Williams, drafted him number 1, it didn't work. We just blew us sideways. Now we have to look at Karimi. He's got to be the one that's got to come through. But to go out there, because I'm going to tell you this right now, nobody in their right mind is going to let a good offensive tackle go, especially a left offensive tackle. Won't happen. So you have to get him out of the draft, or you have to do what Ed talked about, and I asked about the tight ends catching more. You see all the chip blocks, you see all the tight ends staying in, you see all that's happening, because now you got to have maximum protection. And you got to do it. No question
about it. We can't play football. We cannot have a passing game. If we let those 5 guys try to block and protect Cutler, that is not going to happen for 4 quarters, folks. Just not going to happen.
And you got to pick your times. You got to pick your times of what you do. And at the end, too, if you have that running game going for you, you can always do that play action, roll them out, and hit somebody down the field like he did for the touchdown.
Yeah. Hang in there, callers. We're going to get, as soon as we come back, we'll be right with you.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino post-game show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Bradovich on the phone, our number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 13, and Detroit Lions 7.
This hour is brought to you by Sport Clips Haircuts. Visit yoursportclips.com for the location near you.
Call time, Bob. You're up, buddy. What's going on, Bobby?
I noticed a little bit of a new wrinkle tonight.
What's up, Bob?
I was talking to the guys on the score last week about the Bears using Bush and Mate Forte together in the same backfield. Well, guess what? They did it tonight.
Yeah.
Right, Mate and Forte. Mate and Bush. Yeah.
But I got to tell you, they're probably doing a lot of that stuff. I mean, I saw Forte, and Bush made some nice runs.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he made some nice runs.
Do you think that it's going to be a trend? They're going to continue to do this stuff?
I think it won't be, continually. It'd be almost like something they'll want to use during the course of a football game.
Oh, okay.
And they'll put him in there because Bush, can block.
Yeah, Bob, it just gives you another look.
That's
something
right.
else for somebody to defense against, that's all.
That's right.
Because we came up with Bobby with 171 yards rushing on 32 attempts.
Not bad.
Not too shabby.
Not too shabby.
And here's the other thing, too, which is important for us, for the Bears. We had 69 plays.
Yeah.
We held the ball 34 minutes and 25 seconds.
Great.
So that's a plus. I mean, our passing game was nowhere near what it could be or should be. That's a fact. I mean, you can't lie about that. It wasn't there. But I think it's there. I think eventually what will happen is they'll go back to it and they'll find it. But again, I gotta hand it to Cutler for coming back in that football game. He took a shot from Sue. And he got drilled him right into the ground. And the first pass he came out, if you remember when he threw it out, the ball skipped about 5 times.
Right.
You could see that he was in pain. So I'm going to question him about his guts and his attitude of playing football. I mean, that's something you should never question about.
We got the right guy.
Yeah, we do.
We got the right guy. There's no question about it. You just got to fill in the other blanks. But then again, Doug, like we've been saying here, the way things are going, we've got as good a shot as anybody.
Hey, Ed, we're 5-1.
Yeah.
You're 5-1. You're sitting here. You just beat Detroit, who was supposed to be the team that was going to challenge the Green Bay Packers. So you're sitting in good position. And let's don't overdo it here. Let's go out to Steve and I-90. Steve, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Okay, buddy.
This whole deal about the score, not scoring.
Yeah.
Too. Did you notice that they had Hester in when they were inside the red zone? Now, I like Hester. Hester's fat. Hester's got some moves he can do, but he's not a possession receiver. And then when he's in the red zone, he doesn't have room to maneuver. What's up with that? It just does not make sense to me.
It didn't to me either. Because when Jeffrey got hurt, that was the guy you wanted down there. So now you have Bennett sitting there. But you're right about it. And if you take a look at what Cutler does, he loves to throw to big, tall guys. He overthrew Hester one time, and Hester's just not tall. He's not big. He's good for out in the middle of the field and, wiggling around.
He's good on fly patterns and deep post patterns, etc.
Right. Not jump ball. You're not going to put him down in the end zone. That's the other point I want to make real quickly. That's why you got big tight ends. You got a tight end that's 6'7", you got another one 6'5". Where are they?
They're blocking.
Well, not down near the goal line. They can do play action. They can hit those guys. Let's go out to Javier on the northwest side.
Javier.
How you guys doing?
What's up, buddy?
Good.
First of all, I just have a comment and then some real quick questions. I'm going to hang up to my answers.
Sure.
I want to tell you guys that my dad always says that you two guys symbolize Bears football, so I just wanted to start off with that. And Ed, my dad was at the 63 game at Wrigley Field. He said you had a hell of a game, so I just wanted to throw that out there.
No, thank you. Thank you.
And what I wanted to ask you guys is, are the Packers still the team to beat? I mean, the Bears are playing okay, but are the Packers still the team to beat? That's my first question. And two, my dad, Ed, says that he's comparing this defense to the 63 defense. What do you think about that? And the last question is, in 63, if Billy Wade had a 75 rating, I know you guys didn't keep those stats, would you care as a defensive player? I'm going to hang up, Alicia. You guys are great, man.
Javier, I'll start out with the Green Bay Packers, and Ed can answer the 63, because I wasn't here in 63. Ed was, and every time I look at him, he shows me his ring, so I know they won the championship. But the other thing about the Packers is, you're right, Aaron Rodgers, that's the team to beat. I don't care what happened. They got screwed in Seattle. There's no question about that. And the fact that you saw what Rodgers did last week and 2 weeks before that, 6 touchdowns, and last week, the guy is good. He's better than good. So yeah, that's going to be the team to beat. And I'll tell you right now, when Bears take a look at it, they got to have the Packers down here. They got to play them. That team will also judge who they are and what the Bears are.
Yeah. Javier, and as far as the 63 defense, and the 63 defense and the 85 defense, both teams obviously won world championships, and both defenses were very aggressive. I mean, we went after people like you couldn't believe. There was no backing up. The only time we played too deep was when it might have been a tight game and they were pitching Hail Marys and, or trying to beat us or whatever. But we came with everything, every play, same as the 85 team. And, so those two defenses were very aggressive defenses as opposed to Lovie Smith. And the Bears defense, is it an aggressive defense? No, it's not an aggressive defense, but it's working for him. But I will say this, Javier, the last 2-3 games this season, for some reason, they're becoming a little bit more aggressive. They're blitzing a little bit more. They're showing blitz, and half the time they're coming. A lot of times they're not, but they're really getting good at it. But again, 63, we took no prisoners. It was very aggressive.
But isn't it true? Is this not true that you and maybe some of the other guys called your offense 11 sticks of dynamite?
I made that statement. We also told our offense. You didn't
have an offense. Hold them.
The offense, we'd be running off, and the offense would come on, and we'd just tell our offense, hold them. Don't screw this thing up.
John to Bill and Belvedere. Bill, you're on the score. It'll be a dunk.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call, guys.
What's up, Billy?
Bill.
Listen to your show, and it's a great show. I had one question. I'm stuck at work, so I had to listen to it on the radio.
Uh-huh.
I didn't hear Jamarcus Webb's name called all night for holding or anything. I just wondered what you guys thought of his play and how he did during the game. I've got it on tape. I'll watch it when I get home, but I'm interested to hear what you guys got to say about his play.
I think he got beat one time, Billy. I think he got beat once, but other than that, Ed and I were looking at each other. I thought the offensive line, even though there were 5 sacks, I thought those guys, held up pretty good. Now, Karimi, I saw one time getting bowled over. They did a bull rush on him. And Webb, I think there was one time they went around him. But other than that, and I'll tell you one thing, this Rochelle, the guard.
Left tackle.
Left guard.
Left guard.
Yeah. He seemed like he was up or low. He made a stupid penalty mistake, but other than that, he looks like a rough and tumble type of guy that they kind of need in that offensive line.
What's happening, Bill? They're getting help. We're into our 6th game, and the guys that are they call it chip blocking, whether it be the backs or the tight ends, they're getting a little bit better at it. Each game, they're all getting a little bit better. In the beginning of the year, sometimes we had our backs or our tight ends to help chip block, and my God, they were absolutely missing the block period. So they're getting better, and that's the way it's going to be. You're going to have max protection. They're not going to take a chance of Cutler getting nailed.
Let's go out to Arizona Jack. Arizona Jack, you're on the score with Obie and Doug.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, Jack?
Hey, what is it in low 80s? Finally, cool off.
What?
How about that? Hey, listen, I want to talk to you about when the schedule first came out.
Uh-huh.
I predicted the Bears between 11 and 14 wins.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
I had him at 11 too, Jack. So I don't think that maybe you and I may be nitwits too. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, anyways, another thing, I was looking at the Green Bay schedule. After the Green Bay plays Jacksonville and Cardinals, they got to play Detroit, New York, Minnesota, Detroit, and us again.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that?
Well, when I saw Detroit tonight, I don't think too much of it because I don't think they're that damn good. That's, at the beginning of the year when you looked at it, you say, we got Detroit twice, or we got Detroit the last game of the season. What I saw tonight, I like to play Detroit every Sunday.
Yeah, boy, I tell you, you talk about the mistakes, and I mean, the Bears, Doug, they killed themselves. I don't know how many times. How many times they just killed their own play, it's stupid mistakes. Real dumb football.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back. Darren, Eric, Jeff, Philip, Chris, Tucker, Mike. We'll be right back.
Back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug and OB on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears. 13-7 win over the Detroit Lions. This segment is sponsored by Northwest Community Hospital Medical Group. For more information and locations, visit nchmedicalgroup.com.
And the segment is also sponsored by Weil Foot and Ankle. For the latest treatment in athletic injuries for the foot and ankle, call Weil Foot and Ankle today at 877-390-7666.
Hey, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Darren in Milwaukee. Darren, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to talk to you tonight.
Thank you, Darren.
I've got a few points. I'm going to go through them quickly. Let's go through the quickest one right off the top.
Mm-hmm.
Did Peanut Tillman play his heart out tonight?
Every game he does that, Darren. I mean, that guy is unbelievable.
This one was extra special. Gets a super talent like that. So that he deserves to be recognized for that.
I agree.
Absolutely.
Let's go down to Jamarcus Webb. Did you ever think 3 weeks ago that you'd be thinking that he was not the weak link compared to Gabe Karimi?
Well, I don't know, but Karimi still has some time to get back off that injury he had. You know, I'm not giving up on Karimi. I think Karimi, when the smoke clears, I think those guys are going to come out okay. Now, Webb was to me was the guy that really had to get himself going, and apparently, it seems like he's getting better and better as the year goes on. And that would be the case, I'll tell you what, because all Cutler needs is time, like most quarterbacks or most good quarterbacks.
Perhaps due to the brevity of my statement there, Doug, that I might have confused you a bit.
Okay.
I wasn't saying that Jamarcus Webb is terrible. And,
okay.
Or Karimi terrible or anything. I was like, the difference in the two sides of the line that Webb is solid compared to Karimi right now. That Karimi is just not playing his best ball.
Well, I think you're absolutely right on that. And I think part of that reason is, don't forget, this kid missed a lot of football last year. Yeah. And I think what's going to happen, they say this, though. They're saying that in the National Football League, this kid is either number 1 or 2 with the run. In other words, blocking for the run. And that probably because he came from Wisconsin. I mean, Wisconsin had that line. Remember that line, Eddie?
There's no question about it. Yeah,
huge.
We should have drafted all five of those
five
kids.
of those guys, yeah. So, he's got some work to do. There's no question about that.
Well,
Wisconsin is a factory for
run football. Yeah.
Yes.
No question about it. All right, thank you. What were you going to say, Ed?
Nothing. Go to the next caller.
Let's go to Trucker Mike on the northwest side. Trucker Mike, you're on the Score.
First off, guys, it's an honor to talk to both of you.
Thanks for calling, Trucker.
Ed, I didn't see you play. My dad always raved about you.
He was right.
I lost him in 2010. He said you were the toughest end he ever saw play.
And mean, too.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Mean as a snake.
Very mean, which is good.
Yeah.
Doug, I saw you play. And I was very impressed with you, too. The Bears, I hear people calling and saying, we got to open up the offense, we got to do this, we got to do that. You got to do what you got to do to win.
I think you know what, Mike?
Mike, that's exactly what.
Right.
That's
you know what?
You couldn't
put any more simpler than that, Mike.
That's exactly what they're doing.
You got to do what you got to do.
Detroit, we rattled Stafford. He's ain't going to do stuff. Tillman played great today. But you know what? Cutler's a big boy, but he has to stay upright. he can't get smoked every second, third play. He has it hard today. I've heard all the crap about Cutler about he's got a bad look on his face.
I wouldn't worry about that.
Media. You know what? He came back, didn't he?
Come back in the field, and again too, he got a bad rap last year too. Trucker Mike.
Dude, man.
Yeah.
And this goes back. I played football in high school and college. Nowhere near as good as you guys. But football's football, man. You got to play. Cutler's a tough dude. He takes a lot of hits, and I like Cutler. I don't care if he doesn't talk to the media. He came back, man. Didn't he today, right?
No, you're right. And the thing about Cutler is, again, too, and you can't question that. I watched him in Vanderbilt. He took a beating in Vanderbilt, too. I mean, the kid, he bounces right back up like he did tonight. He bounced right back in. And last year he was, again, guys, players, too, talking about him not playing because of his knee. When your knee goes, that's it. You can't do anything with it. I don't care how tough you are. The key here is, though, with Cutler is the fact that he is the chance for us to do something. He's got the ability to do this. And I'll tell you, all he needed was some help. I think he got the help. But, again, your statement was correct. You do what you have to do to win the football game.
But also, Mike, with the situation that goes on here, there's a game plan put in here. And they work on that game plan all week. Okay, and you don't deviate from that game plan. And whatever is A, you go with A. A doesn't work, you go to B or whatever. And if it's a conservative game plan, it doesn't matter. What I liked was that first drive, 6 plays, 59 yards. He scrambled one time. We had 2 bootlegs, and one of them was a touchdown. And I like to see that. I like to see him move this pocket and get this kid sometimes out of harm's way and let him show you what the hell he can do. This kid is terrific on the run. Whether it's to the strong side, to the weak side, it doesn't matter. And you couple it with play action, move the pocket, you've got something going. And once we started with it, Doug, in the first quarter, in the first set, boy, really right down the field, boom, bang, bootlegs, moving the pocket, great, getting it done, scoring. We put 6 right on the board. I thought I would see that for the rest of the game, Doug, and it just wasn't there.
Well, the thing about that play, the Bears, and everybody knows this, they know Lovey's statement. We get off the bus running. And that's the power of this team. This team is like tonight, 172 yards. And when you get down to the nitty-gritty of some of these other teams, they're going to have to respect the run. And that's what you're talking about is when you do that play action and you roll him out, and then you have Marshall coming from the other side all the way across, and then you hit him. And that's a simple thing to do.
You just look at the other teams in the league, and that's exactly what you see. You see whether the quarterback he's not as maneuverable as a Cutler, like a Tom Brady. What do you see him doing, Doug? Bootlegging, rolling out constantly.
And how about big were those plays tonight? The Cutler did with his legs and running the football. The one was set up a touchdown, the other one set up a field goal. And everything was covered, and he takes off. You have that kind of ability, then now you're going to put more pressure on the defense. Let's go out to Eric in Aurora. Eric on the score.
Hey, what's happening, guys? How you doing?
What's up, my friend?
Hey, I got a question. I was at the game tonight, and something that really bothered me about the game was we had a 1st and goal at the 2 or 3 yard line, and 3 consecutive passes. I don't understand the play calling. And a lot of times now on 3rd and short, we're passing the ball. I don't understand why we're doing it. Can you help me understand? I'm going to hang up, and can you let me try to help me understand why we're doing this?
And the only thing I can think of, too, Eric, is called surprise. In other words, you're expecting them to run Bush. When Bush comes into the football game, let's say it's 3rd and 1, and it's like down near the goal line, 2nd and 1, or whatever. The other day, the key there is to do a play action throw in the football, and that's where the tight end comes in. And that would be the only reason I could think of not doing that. Normally what the Bears are going to do, they're going to try to chew up that yardage with the Bush, which they did a couple times with him. They brought him in. That's why they went out and got him. Or the 3rd down situations or 2nd down situations, 2nd and short. But, yeah, and I was surprised, too, when he did do that. But the fact is, once again, you're trying to do something that's going to surprise that defense. They're not expecting it, and they thought they could get away with it. Let's go out to Jeff in New Lenox. Jeff, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB, how are you?
Good, Jeff.
This is crazy, man, Jeff. I went to Doug's football camp back in the early 70s.
You're kidding, Jeff. Did you learn anything?
No, that's what you told me last time. I still don't know if I learned anything.
Hey, Jeff, how much did he charge you?
I got it free from a Canada Dry commercial, and IKill was there, and all the kids from the range, and it was a great experience, I'll tell you that.
It was good. I really enjoyed doing those things.
What I want to say is two things. OB, I've been listening for years. You complain about the offensive line. They did so many traps. They pull. They do everything you've been saying for the past couple of years, and we've been moving the ball. Which is what we should be doing.
Yes.
And that's the right option. Not that we have the greatest offense in the world, but we're making moves in the right direction.
Absolutely.
And the other thing I want to say is we haven't had safeties like Chris Conte and Major Wright since Gary Fensick and Doug Plank. And I know Doug knows those guys, but they're not the best, but I think they're making the right moves. Last year when I went to Bourbonnais, I saw Conte play in practice, and I knew he was going to be good. He's tall, he's lanky, and he's quick. I'll just sit back and wait for your comments, and I love hearing your show, and thanks for taking my call, guys.
All right, thanks for calling. You know, you talk about the safeties, and the one thing they learned, and if you watch them, remember Conte, even Conte last year, at the beginning of the year, the angles. Angles are so important when you're playing a defensive back. They're starting to figure out these angles now, along with that defense, or basically the cover two. So they're telling them, and like we said at the beginning of the show, Ed and I, you barely could see them in the picture on the television. They're telling them to stay deep. And by doing that, that means they're not going to get beat deep. But also, too, now they have to come up. And when they come up, they have to come up at the right angles. And you're running full speed ahead when you're coming up like that. And I think they're getting so much better doing that. There's no question about it.
Well, the three guys in front of them, especially the two linebackers, they pretty much take care of the damage before it even gets to you.
And you know how hard that is to do, though, when you just play 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers and stop the run? Because there is one thing in my mind, I've always said it. If you see them put 8 men in the box, throw it. If there's 7 minutes in the box, run it.
You know what?
So that's what happens when you put 2 guys back. They should be running the football.
Yeah. Jeff, what reason why I mentioned about traps and sucker traps and different runs, because over the years, remember here last within 3, 4, 5 years ago, Doug, we'd be down on the 2-yard line, the 1-yard line, the 1-foot line, and we'd run 3 times and we couldn't get it in. Mm-hmm. We had a problem with our offensive linemen, one-on-one, man-on-man blocking, trying to push the people back. So how do you counter that? How do you counter that, Jeff? You counter it with traps. You counter it with sucker plays. And what I mean by that, all the guy has to do is our offensive tackle has to come down and position block inside defensive tackle. And if it's the end, he has to come down and block down, Doug, on the defensive end. What happens, and then you pull the off guard, or the off tackle, or the offside end, or a fullback comes and kicks the linebacker out, kicks the defensive end out. It's basically position blocking. Position blocking. You don't have to blow somebody off the line of scrimmage. Nice if you do it, but if you don't. But for those particular plays to work, Doug, position blocking is just as important as the kick-out block. And that's why I said we couldn't run, we couldn't overpower people. That's why I said go to traps, sucker traps, switches up the middle.
And that's part of it. See, everybody thinks about an offensive line should be blowing people sideways. The idea is to get a stalemate or get it to you don't need that much. If you need a yard, all you need is a little bit of a crease there for that back to get through. Most of these backs are that damn good. But the one thing that bothers me a little bit about a lot of these football teams, and Detroit's one of them, they don't have a fullback. You know, the Bears really don't have a fullback either. And the fact is that when we're talking about, a lot of times that fullback comes up in there and blows somebody out of there or comes up and you follow him.
Well, we go to 3 tight ends.
Right. They go through tight ends. But myself personally, I'd rather see a fullback. But that's old school. That's probably too old, what's going on right now. Let's go on to Philip in Connecticut. Philip, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How you guys doing?
All right.
What's up, Phil?
Speak to you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, I'm going to disagree with you a little bit about Mike Tice's play calling and his flow and theories. Hey, 2 tight ends, a 250-pound back is your closer there. He puts in Forte to get a Q or to get 100 yards or whatever they were doing. He closes the game out. They're averaging like 8 yards a pop with Bush. You brought him in here, your first and goal at the 3, and now we're getting cued again. Just express your manhood and use the 250-pound back that can move the pile and win the game. It would be 17-0 or 20-0 at that point. It's just, it's mind-boggling. I know it was like 32 runs, 32 pass. It didn't seem like it. All these empty sets in midfield. Your empty set just after you got a big run by Bush. Now you're backing up. It's just, there was no flow, and it was just an ugly called game by him.
I'll say it again, and here's again what I'm going to say. Is the fact that all the time, or most of the time, or a lot of times, coaches want to make something to do the unexpected. You're expecting Bush to run the football. We're going to do something different on the unexpected. We're going to catch you by surprise. A lot of times you're absolutely correct. The fact is this. Forget about surprise. This is what we do. Stop me. And that's why you brought Bush in here. And there's nobody better than I think I'm watching this kid play. And when it comes down to short yardage or comes to a goal line, Eddie, that you want to get in there and let him run.
Yeah, Doug, that theory you came with, I understand. We're going to... Well, they're going to bring him. They're going to run the ball down our throats, and then they come up. That's the old Doug trickery and deceit. And guess what happens to trickery and deceit?
Blow ups.
That's righto.
Welcome back. Well, no, we'll be right back. You know what? It's amazing though. I think what coaches do, they get in these rooms, and they said, "We're going to show you. You think we're going to do this?" Now all of a sudden they get the iPad out and they got all this, and this is what the tendencies are, and this is our tendencies. And on third down, we always run this play, and we always run this guy. We're going to turn it around.
Well, we're going to catch you. They pull those plays out of the Moron book.
Is that what it is?
That's where the Moron book is always there.
Well, I've read that book a couple times. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich on the phone. We'll be right back. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone. We're talking about the Chicago Bears. Win 13-7 over the Detroit Lions. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go out to the phone line. Let's go out to Chris in New Jersey. Chris, you're on the Score.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Chris.
Good. Good game tonight. I thought that we're making improvements.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to know if Cutler was actually watching RG3 versus that Giants pass rush, because he really used his legs tonight and his athleticism, and that's what, why we brought him here. We brought him here because he's an athlete. He can make plays with his arm and with his legs. So I'm glad I saw another side of Jay Cutler, because for a while now we've all been scratching our heads waiting for him to actually do more than, sit back and wait for the line to have to be, perfect and block every guy that, and not let him through. But I will say that I think Tice's play calling is somewhat a little bit sketchy, because I think that we're targeting Brandon Marshall a little bit too much, and I really don't think we're trying to get the ball to a few other guys. And I know Alshon is out, but I think that we have to, in the upcoming weeks, I think we have to get better at play calling. I think that, at times we got Matt Forte, we got Bush, and we still don't know what kind of team we are yet. Are we a running team? Are we a passing team? So I'd like to see them get better in that respect, that they actually get better at play calling and kind of getting an identity, because, the strength of the schedule is yet to come. and I'll listen to you guys.
Yeah, there's no question the offense is not where it should be at this point in time, but I see the arrow going up. I see spots of it that says, hey, this thing could happen, this could be good, because you have the talent for that to happen. You have the wide receiver for it to happen. You have the running backs for it to happen, and I believe this, you have the quarterback for it to happen. And so that question was, how about the offensive line? And again, I saw something going on there too, which says to me that it's getting better. It's early in the season, but I got to tell you, early in the season, and we're still 5-1. That's a big difference. You're 5-1. You get some confidence. You get moving forward. And now next week, you got Carolina. There should be no reason whatsoever that we should lose to Carolina.
Carolina home. Oh, my God. Yeah. Please, will you? That's right. No.
There should be no reason. And so once you start taking these, like I call them, tomato cans, and you start beating the tomato cans, and a lot of times what happens is you forget about the tomato cans. You think you're going to just go out there and throw your helmet out in the middle of the field and it's over with and you're going to get the win. It doesn't work that way. We saw so many upsets this year so far. So that's what they're doing well. But what you need to do is get better and better each time, each week. And I think that's going to happen. I really do. Let's go out to Danny in Chicago Heights. Danny, you're on the score with O'B and Doug.
Hey, guys. It's great to talk to a couple of legends. Saw the tail end of your careers. I was impressed then. I'm even more impressed with you as fans, passionate fans of the Bears.
Well, thank you, Danny.
I just want to take a short time to break down the first 6 games.
Mm-hmm.
This team can play any kind of football. I mean, they had a bad, really, maybe quarter and a half really against Green Bay in the fourth quarter where they really couldn't get anything moving.
Mm-hmm.
And they had shots at beating the Packers. But they can put points on the board. They can play, a 13-7 game. What Lovey did tonight with the safeties, and still they played a 7-man front, and they still were able to play the kind of football they play defensively. I thought it worked out well, and I think the difference is how well the safety. Doug, you mentioned earlier, or maybe it was Ed who mentioned earlier, about Chris Conte learning how to take angles.
Yeah, it was angles.
Yeah, even if those catches are made, he was taking the right angles
to make the tackle,
that the receivers couldn't get past him, and he was going to be there for the tackle. And that may have been a big game, but still he was going to be there. I'd like to see them use the tight end more in the passing game.
I agree with you 100% there. And once again, the reason I say that is because in the National Football League at this point in time, no one hits the tight end. And I can't express to you.
You mean coming off the line of scrimmage?
Coming off the line of scrimmage. What I used to tell, I was outside linebacker, you would get benched if that tight end got off that line of scrimmage. As an outside linebacker, no one touches the tight end. So get him out there. And you got a guy that's 6'5", 6'7". I mean, he should be scoring touchdowns anytime he wants to.
Well, Doug, and the other thing about that, too, Danny, when you look at the other teams, and nobody better does it in New England.
New Orleans does it.
Oh, my
Green
God.
Bay does it.
Yeah, I mean, they've got tight ends, and they're usually
right there.
They're right there, the main target, especially when they get in the red zone.
And they're going to go to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't stop them. Mm-hmm. Something we haven't done.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back. Danny, Peter, John, Flip, Rick, Terry will be right with you. Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 13. Detroit Lions 7. And we're going to go to Majestic Star and look up John Sheldon.
John Sheldon. I'll tell you what, Doug.
Well, he's done a great job down there.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
He's trying to bring people in. I mean, they got
acts coming in.
And giving away TVs
and you see that the TVs are giving away and all the money they're giving away.
And the money they're giving away. I'll tell you what, he's at Majestic Star Casino, John Sheldon. I'll tell you what a job he's doing.
We recommend it highly.
Yes.
Let's go out to Flip in Cherville. Flip, you're on the Score with O'B and Doug.
Hi guys.
What's up, Flip?
Hey, I was just curious, because I respect your guys' opinion. Where do you think Peanut ranks among the best corners in Bears history? Because I don't know if he gets enough credit for the kind of rare athlete that we're seeing. I mean, just the stuff that he does, other corners, it doesn't seem like they do in any other games. I watch a lot of football every Sunday, and the things that he does, it's more safety-like, but then he covers tremendously.
Yeah, there's no question, and he's having one of his better years, but he's played like that most of the time. Now, this year, obviously, a little bit better. Anytime you get 2 interceptions back-to-back and you take them both for touchdowns in 2 different games, and that says something. But Peanut, not only does he can cover well, but again, you watch him. You see his hands? He's punching that football out. Not only the interception, but punching that football out. And plus, too, the experience there. And the fact was, when he first came up here, remember, Ed, we used to talk about, boy, I tell you, what a safety he would make, a free safety.
I beg your pardon. I never said that. You guys said it. You said it. Dan Hampton said it. I never said it. I said it's tough enough to find people to play that position at cornerback. He does it well. Leave him alone.
Yeah, but the fact is he could play free safety. In other words, what I'm saying is the guy is such a talent back there. And again, too, it comes back down to angles and where you are, and he's done that tremendously. As far as cornerbacks for the Chicago Bears, now Ed's era was Benny McCray was
Benny McCray was about as from Michigan. I'll tell you what.
Now Rosie played free safety, though, right?
Rosie Taylor was free. Richie Pettibone was a strong side. Yeah. Richie was 6'3.5", weighed 217. He was our strong side safety. Rosie Taylor, a free safety, could absolutely fly. Mm-hmm. Benny McCray and Dave Witzel were our cornerbacks. The Weasel was about as smart as a cornerback as you could get, and Benny McCray could fly. Benny could do anything. And, it's all different like in 85. Every team has, linebackers and cornerbacks. But to answer your question, I would say I would have him. He'd be starting for me in any era. Let's put it that way.
Well, yeah, there's no question about it.
He'd be starting. If he's not one, he's two.
There are a couple of guys. Alan Ellis was real quick. Alan played at corner real good. Terry Schmidt didn't have that kind of a speed, but he was solid. He understood the game. But once again, too, it depends on what your defenses you're playing. Well, if you're a blitzing team, Ed, and you're going after people, you're stuck on an island.
Yeah,
that makes a difference. Like Ellis, for the Revis that's to do with the Jets. They blitz so damn much. You're by yourself.
Right.
With that corner, and when you're talking about that double coverage, it's a little more comforting to know there's help back deep.
The reason why he says he would start on my team in any decade for the Bears, it doesn't matter. But Dougie, you know what he is? He's got the athleticism, but also he's a student of the game. This kid studies the game. He studies his opponents. You're damn right is. He does good things off the field. And this is a guy, you want to talk about coaching material? Mm-hmm. This is a guy, when he retires, I do believe this guy will go into football.
Yep.
And I tell you what, I think he'll have a pretty damn good career.
You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670 with Bradovich and Buffone. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670 with Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win. That is correct. 13-7 over the Detroit Lions. Let's go out to Peter in South Bend. Peter, you're on the Score with OB and Doug. Peter.
Hey, guys, this is Tito from South Bend.
Oh, I got the wrong one. It said Peter up there.
That's okay. What's going on? How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Boys, all I can say is, I talked to you guys after the Dallas game, which is great, and I think we totally dominated that game. And I honestly got to say, knowing the Bears in this game, I just have a feeling of being cautiously optimistic. We are 5-1 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Our next 2 games, I believe, are, I wouldn't say easily winnable, but I believe we should win them. But, let's say we win those and we're 7-1. After that, I think we have a very hard road ahead. I mean, Houston, 2 division games with Minnesota, Green Bay, peaking at this time and then going, to San Francisco, I think we have a hard time. And this game tonight, it was in doubt. With 2 minutes to go, we should have just slammed on their throat. This game should have been over with, 4 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Especially the way the defense played.
Especially the way the defense played, OB. I mean, we have to cut their throat when we are up like that. I mean, that is just ridiculous. But you know what? We allowed Cutler to get hurt. But you know what I'm saying? I think we just need to, just dominate teams a little bit earlier. But it's going to be so much harder going against, I think every team that we play the rest of the way after our next 2 weeks are going to be a playoff team. San Francisco, Houston, Minnesota is going to be a division game, and it's not like Green Bay is going to be out of the race. So, I mean, I know you guys are built on defense, and I love the way our defense plays, but in this league, in today's game, if you can score, you can win games. And I think Detroit showed that because they got totally dominated for 55 minutes, and this game was in question up until the last two. So I'm going to shut my mouth, let you guys talk, and let's see if you guys think any different.
Well, Pete, you said it about right. It's the game was in question, and it's a game that really, when you think about it, all the mistakes that Detroit made, the stupid things they did to themselves for 4 quarters, and defensively what we did to them, and still at the end of the game, they got the one score, and then all of a sudden, even if it's what was left, 30 or 40 seconds or whatever, and with an onside kick, who knows what would have happened. And we know that the league, like you said, it's all about scoring now because the rules dictate how it is, Dougie. But the Bears, somehow, Doug, they shut people down.
Well, they do, and again, too, they're consistent. And I understand what he's talking about because I always been the one who's been screaming, give me somebody that can put points up for me. Give me somebody that can score. And he says, well, the defense will do this. Well, you can do that for a while, and I keep going back to it. You can do that against tomato cans. There's no question about it. And if you watch this whole season unfold, Ed, I think it was the Denver game, and I believe it was San Diego. I had Denver. I think they were losing 24-0 or something goofy thing at halftime. They come back and won the football game. Now, how does that work? How does that happen? That's what I'm saying about this game. It's just so crazy. And so, but the one thing that you have to learn in this game, which tonight maybe the Bears did not do, once you have your foot on the throat of the opponent, you cannot let him up. And that's what they need to do when they get back in their mind.
But I'm going to tell you, here's what's going to that's not going to happen, Doug. It's going to be conservative. I'm just telling you. If we're up, we're going to play conservative.
But
we're not going to let things fly down the field. It's not going to happen.
But the fact is, though, if we play those better teams, they're going to score.
Well,
I don't care how good our defense is. They're going to score.
Well, let's see how well the players can react, and let's see how well the coaches can coach, Doug.
Sure. I mean, that's what it is. But I'll tell you one thing. I'd rather be in this position at 5-1 than worried about the fact that, where are we going from here?
There's no question about it.
Let's go out to John in Warrenville. John, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing tonight?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, you know what? The last call kind of opened up another question or comment. It really doesn't. I mean, our offense is doing good, but you know what? We cannot rely on our defense scoring a touchdown or two.
No, you can't. You're
every
right.
game.
You're right. No, you're absolutely correct.
And I'm going to tell you what, John, it's just the same thing I said last year and the year before, the year before, and the year before. You ask your defense to show up and play flawless football for 16 games, so to speak. It's not going to happen. Sooner or later, this defense is going to break down, and let's hope it's not at the wrong time.
Exactly. I mean, they did a good job tonight, but you know what? They didn't get a touchdown to make it a two touchdown game or a two score game.
No, and in fact, when you do get in that position, you would want an offense that can come back and combat that and score.
Right.
I mean, you need to score. I mean, we're not going to put that aside and say you got to score. again, too, maybe that dictates how your game's going to go. If somebody jumps up on you and by 14 points, you're going to see a whole different game plan. I mean, you're going to come out fire now. You're going to start trying to put points up there. Can the Bears do that? I think they can, but I think I agree with Ed. The fact is they're not going to do that unless they're challenged to do it, unless they're forced to do it.
That's exactly correct. That's the only way you can see it. And then, will a big boy show up?
That's it. I mean, can they do that?
They got to rise to the occasion.
Absolutely, and the coaches have to rise to the occasion too.
With them, exactly.
You got 53 guys or 16 games. I mean, and I'm a big. You've got to be ready. This is not a long season. Football is not. Baseball is long. Hockey, basketball. These games go on forever. Football, it isn't. You got 53 guys on a team. You better have them ready to play.
Hey, we're almost halfway done with the season.
Close.
Sure. The other thing, too, we know which a major problem is injuries. And, the fact is that, when Cutler went down, I went, oh, no.
Yeah.
And it looked really serious, like it was going to be something. Now, I don't know how serious it is because he came in there, he wasn't really thrown like he should have. But the fact is, though, you take a look at Detroit's defense, and we talked about it, and I talked about it at the beginning of the show. 2 cornerbacks are out, okay?
There are 2
Do you think that doesn't affect your team?
Are out.
Yeah.
They're playing with
Alfonso Smith.
One guy, they just brought him up. He hasn't been around for 4 or 5 weeks or 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Or whatever it's
been. They cut him at the beginning of the year.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Let's go out to Rick in Plainfield. Rick, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hello?
Hello, Rick. You're up, buddy.
Rick, you're up.
Now, I want to say it's an honor to talk to you guys. First-time caller.
Well, thank you, Rick.
I want to say, in a way, it's kind of good that the offense isn't hitting on all cylinders. I'd rather see them peak more at the end of the year. If you look at the teams that make a run deep in the playoffs, they start playing their best football the last 4 or 5 weeks of the season.
Well, that's the case. It happened to the Giants last year. They were 9-7. You remember correct about how they just all of a sudden jumped up and just took off.
And what a lousy defense.
Yeah, a terrible defense. But their defense from that point on was good. But at that point, they were terrible. Like Ed said, they gave up over 400 points. You could do anything you want to do. You could run against them, pass against them, do what you wanted to do. But the one thing they always had, they had Manning that a lot of times could cover up and try to score points to win a football game. And that's what I'm hoping that the Bears, because eventually I'm going to tell you, and it's going to have to happen. You're going to have to score some points to win big games. I think that's just the way it is. Let's go out to Terry in Madison. Terry on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, hi guys. Great game tonight. When they put in the two runners, Forte and it just reminded me of and then you were talking about the '63 Bears. It reminded me in '63 we had Gallimore and we had Rick Caceres, and Green Bay had what was their names? Horning and Taylor.
Horning and Taylor, yeah.
And then
the Golden Boys.
The game changed and they went to a single back for a long time. And I was just wondering, I don't know how the game changed. Would a two-back system work against today's defenses? Could they go back to that? Would it be useful if they did?
If you have a two-back system, you got to have one back that can block. I mean, that's why it was the fullback. That's why if you go back to the era when Caceres played and Jimmy Taylor at the fullback.
Both backs could block.
Right. But if you go back there with two guys that are just two halfbacks, I don't think it will work. Now, the fact is, when it's all said and done with, again, too, there's not one back anymore that can handle what's going on.
There's a couple of ways it could work, Terry and Doug, that I think. If you go with a two-back system, if you put them in an I formation or a red or a green formation or in an H formation, there's a lot of things you can do. You can almost use one of them, especially if it's in an H formation, use them almost as a slot back, Doug. Put them in motion, in other words.
That's why they have the tight end back there now.
Right. You can always use, if you're going to go with two backs, try to confuse the defense. You can put either one in motion, send them out all the way out, or let them curl in. But there's a lot of things that you can do with a two-back system running from those different sets. There are things you can do that can't confuse a defense.
We're talking about backs. Let me ask this question, and I missed it, though. I watch and I see a lot of things. I played with Gale Sayers. I played with, Walter Payton. But Willie Gallimore, how good was he, Ed?
Oh, my God. His nickname was Will of the Wisp. I mean, that guy could fly. Flat out fly. He was, and what a great guy. Willie Gallimore, probably one of the nicest individuals I ever met on this planet. You couldn't have met a finer guy. Loved his wife, his family. He was a great guy, Doug. And what a football boy at Florida A&M.
If you remember the opening series when we had the ball in the second game against the Packers in '63, I'll never forget it. It was a quick opener, bam, and he was through that line and all the way down for the touchdown. Do you remember that?
Yeah, and a matter of fact, that was with one leg. At that particular time, he had a real bad knee. But I'll tell you what, Terry, this guy was all the way around. There's not a finer man that I ever met than Willie Gallimore. A great football player, a great husband, a great father, and a great American.
Yeah, because I saw some film clip on him. I went, oh my God!
Oh, Doug, he could fly before he got before his legs
took off.
Oh, nobody could touch him. Nobody.
And that was an accident down in training camp, then, right? That he lost his leg.
Yeah, him and Bo Farrington. And as a matter of fact, Willie he went and bought a small. I wasn't ready to say the name of the car, which I won't. But anyway,
Volkswagen.
Yeah, and boy, was what a tragic thing. Lose those two guys in training camp.
Okay, Eddie, Chicago Bears win. That's good for us. The fact is that 13-7, not good for guys that maybe had bet on the game because they beat the spread. But there's
a guy lurking behind you, Doug.
I see them.
He will tell you.
He'll tell you everything.
As much about Willie Gallimore as I could tell you.
He was incredible.
Yes.
Was he, Les? How good was he, Les?
You had Gale Sayers, who, by the way, said Willie Gallimore was his idol when the Bears drafted him.
Like I said, I saw clips on him, and I couldn't believe it.
No,
Doug, he had
phenomenal.
Unless you can, Doug, if there was an opening, we called him Will of the Wisp. He was gone. Yeah. That's it. Just walk to the sidelines. You got 6 points.
Yeah.
But never recovered in 64 after that.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I remember that touchdown he scored against the Packers in that game at Wrigley Field in 63. I was 11 years old. My grandfather had me sitting first row.
He would know.
And what was classic was how pissed off Vince Lombardi was. He was no Bart Starr for that game. Roach was the quarterback.
Oh, my God.
They brought Bratkowski in late. They got desperate. But you guys kicked their butt. It was beautiful.
And you were 11 years old and you remember this.
Every moment of it. It was, and the Packer fans walking out late in the third quarter was beautiful.
Let me tell you, Les tells me stuff that I did on the field.
There.
I don't even know what the hell he's talking about.
Me neither.
I learned how to use my middle finger as the Packer fans were leaving because they were giving it to us.
There you go. Thanks to Herb Lawrence, our producer, Ethan Shaw, our producer, Zach Withers, our producer.
Herb Lawrence has been here. Herb, how long have you been here now?
He's gone.
He's gone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rick Camp, our producer, and Connor McKnight with the updates. And up next, if Ed and I missed anything, I'm going to tell you something. This guy, Les Grobstein, will have the answers for you.
That's right. The one and only
Les Grobstein.
There you go.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night, folks.
From Sam's Triple Crown, 9201 West 159th Street in Orland Hills, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino post-game show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, a Chicago tradition after every Bears game, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's radio home for Bears fans. Brought to you by UV Vodka. When you celebrate with UV and look for the 3 new flavors coming soon.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Sam's Triple Crown in Orland Hills. Chicago Bears 23, Carolina 22. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? That first half, if I was the Chicago Bear coaches, I'd take that first half, I'd take the film and I'd burn it and I wouldn't show them that. It was so bad in the first half, I couldn't believe it. I looked at it and said, wait a minute. Cutler had a quarterback rating of 18.1. He had basically on third down situations, they were 0 for 3. They only gained 49 yards total for the first half. Their yards per attempt was a -1 in passing. -1 for passing. After this is all said and done with, we see what happens in the third quarter and, of course, the fourth quarter. The Chicago Bears win this football game. There's a lot to be said about the game, a lot to be said about coming from behind and winning a football game. That is big. That is a plus. And it's with Cutler, like Ed always tells me. That's why we pay Cutler the money, for him to come at the end of the football game.
That's exactly what I told you. He came at the end of the football game. That's why we give up half the planet to get him.
Right. That happened. But I got to tell you, we got to get our ass in gear here a little bit with what's going on with this offense. You can't go 3 quarters like that against a real good team. Now, this team, Carolina, is a tomato can team.
1-5 coming in.
Yeah.
1-5.
We should have beat him. We did beat him. That's a big plus for the Chicago Bears. There's no question about it. But it comes down to this. There's got to be a lot of improvement for the Bears because that offense was atrocious. And that defense at one time, listen, you get the football on squib kicks from your opponents 4 times in the 40-yard line, and you only can score 3 points off of that, and you got great field position, there's something wrong there somewhere. And I don't know where it is, but they better correct it, Ed.
Well, Doug, I tell you what, here. The fact of the matter is the way this league is turning out the last 2 years, who's going to go to the Super Bowl, who can win it? Anybody can win it. Anybody can. You got a 1-5 team coming in our own house, Doug. We're 5-1. This is a team they should have taken apart. The fact of the matter is that, again, it took another miracle game for this to happen. Smith slips, falls. Number 26, Jennings, grabs the ball, runs it in for a touchdown. The other guys, the offensive guys, laying on the ground.
About it.
God
well,
loves
I'll tell you,
love
the fact is that's the 6th time now the defense has taken that ball and running back for a touchdown. But what you can't do, and what I see this is happening, is Ed and I talked about this a little bit as the game was going on. You can't rely always on your defense to get you in that position. In other words, you want to go out there and you'll say, okay, fine, we can beat this tomato can. We don't have to score points. You do have to score points. You have to get on the board quicker and faster than the Bears have been doing.
Doug, that is not going to happen under this regime. It is not going to happen.
It's going to have to happen.
To use your term, tomato can, when we play a tomato can team, they are not going to go in and try to stretch the field and really fire strong and hard offensively. It's not going to happen. They know it's a victory. They're going to play close to the vest. We go to Tennessee next week, and it's going to be the same thing. It's a team that we should beat, and they're not going to throw the ball all over and do all kinds of crazy things. They're going to go in very conservatively, Doug, and come out with a victory. Somehow they pulled it out today. I mean, these stats, folks, are beyond ugly.
I got to tell you something.
Beyond ugly.
We had a -15.
Yards
passing in the first half. A -15 yards passing in the first half. You can't get away with this. But once again, let's throw some flowers for the Chicago Bears because what they did in that fourth quarter and coming back. And once again, the Jennings, the defense. If you got to count on your defense all the time to come up with interceptions for touchdowns, you got a problem on your hands. So again, let's all be happy that we won this football game. It was a tomato can team. It was a team that came in here and thought they were going to take this football game, did not do it. But the fact is the Bears still going to have to improve what they're doing offensively. Hey, listen, and let me talk to you. Ed and I talked also about Webb at left tackle. That first half was atrocious. I mean, that was atrocious. We had 6 sacks in the first half. Cutler fumbled the ball twice and had 1 interception, which, by the way, the interception, if he threw it far enough, it would have been a touchdown. So there's a lot of minuses in this football game, but the biggest plus is the Chicago Bears won this football game and found a way to come back to win.
They found a game. That's exactly correct, Doug. This is a game that they should have won, and somehow they won it. Now, Doug, and the listeners out there and the people here, when people talk about our offensive line, they say, well, the last 3 games, we haven't heard Webb's name or whatever have you. Well, there's a reason why, folks, and it's been talked about many times. The last 2 years, we chip block. We go to maximum protection. What that is, 2 tight ends, 2 backs, a tight end, and a back staying in. Now, what has gotten better are the guys that are chip blocking. Our backs have gotten better in picking up and helping, and so have our tight ends. Today, if you saw it in the first half, he got sacked 6 times. We tried to go with 5 down linemen. You saw what happened out there. Webb cannot move his feet, folks. It's what it is. You get any kind of a speed rusher, you get him off balance to the outside, you're going to blow around him, or you're going to push him and you're going to go inside. It's just a fact. He needs help. And what, Dougie?
No, I was going to say, go ahead, Ed. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, well, that's what's going on here. We need to chip block. We've got to go with maximum protection if we're going to have any kind of a passing game or any kind of a threat to go downfield. Obviously, the tight ends are not going to be used because they have to stay in and block. Hopefully, Marshall, all the rest of the guys pick it up. But you know what's interesting, Doug? Again, we gave up. I told you half the plan to bring Cutler in there. And Bo, I told you, Dougie, when he comes in, this is why we brought him in here. He took us down and he got it. But we have Forte, who's a great offensive threat, running the ball, passing the ball, great route runner, great hands. We have Marshall, obviously can catch the football and can move the ball down the field. But, Doug, after what? 6 games, 7 games? It's not happening, folks. What is a problem with our offense? I know we're conservative, but are we that conservative? Are we that afraid to advance and attack a defense, especially a team that is lacking? Their number 1 middle linebacker was out. Their number 1 offensive center was out. They had other people that were hurt, and it came down to the last couple seconds to win this football game against a 1-5 team. I know we won it, folks, and congratulations to the Bears, Lovey and his staff, and the players. But there are some facts staring you right in the eye. We've got, 9 games to go? We play at Tennessee next week. Then we take on some few harder and better football teams down the road. But if you think that our passing game is going to go with those 5 down linemen blocking and not getting maximum protection, it's just not going to happen on the Chicago Bears, period.
And the other thing, too, though, you're looking for Marshall all the time to catch the football. It waited till there was 24 seconds left in the third quarter when you found Bennett. That was his first catch. His second catch was 15 seconds left in the third quarter. So you can't eliminate some of these guys. You have to find them. And again, the tight end situation to me, and I was screaming about it all game, and Kellen Davis goes up and makes that touchdown. Once again, Ed, it's correct. They keep him in a lot of times for that maximum protection. But otherwise, other times, you've got to use that tight end. It's got to be done. And it's been done by New England, it's done by New Orleans, it's done by Green Bay, Pittsburgh, San Francisco, all the teams that are on top. So somewhere along the line, find yourself a tight end, and if you're not targeting him enough, then get him more involved. This segment is brought to you by Continental Audi on Aurora Avenue in Naperville or at ContinentalAudi.com.
And the other thing, Doug, is you see defensively, who's ever got containment, who's ever got the containment on the strong or the weak side, you're not going to be the main guy tackling the football player, and you know that. But what you don't want is him getting out and around you. You've got to go as deep as that ball, close it in, let Force and Phil, the backside Phil, come in and make the play. I don't know how many times we got caught whipping around us, Doug. That's basic football.
And the other thing about basic football is getting started all right, getting started quicker, getting started into the football game. And did they think just because that there was the Carolina Panthers that we're just going to throw our helmet out there and we're going to win this football game?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. You take a look at this first half, and you take a look at these stats in this first half. Now, I know stats, like you say, are for losers, but the fact is it tells you a lot of stuff. And what it tells me, our offense stunk the first half. Big time stink. And that it has to be improved.
What about the coaching?
That's all part of it. The coaches are all part of this. That's not just on the players. The coaches have to get these guys ready to go and ready to play. Now, again, I'll give them all the accolades in the world for what they did coming in that fourth quarter, coaches and players. They came back and they won that football game. That is terrific. But you don't want to put yourself in that position all the time. You can't put yourself in that position all the time where you all of a sudden you play that poorly and can't win.
Miracle plays. Smith falls down, and Jennings runs for a touchdown. They're deep. What is Ron Rivera and his staff thinking about? They're deep in their own territory. A tight game late in the game. First play, what does he do? Calls a 5-6 yard out to Smith. That's one of the worst plays. You don't ever throw a 5 or a 6 or a quick out when you're down in your own territory. And guess what happened? Smith falls down. Jennings right there. It's a 14-point swing. Bang. Lose the football game. Why? On a stupid call from a Carolina offensive coordinator, whoever the hell he is. That was a bad call, Doug, and it was a bad play.
Let's go out to Frank in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Frank, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, OB and Doug, it's a pleasure and an honor.
What's up, Frankie?
You know, I seen most of the game, and I tell you what, I was getting so sick because the offensive line broke down so bad. And I seen Karimi on the right side blow a lot of tackles. When are they going to fix this offensive line? I'll hang up the list.
Now, Frank, you can't do it overnight. I mean, there's no question about it. They're going to really have to look at it after the season because right now you couldn't get an offensive lineman if your life depended on it. No one in their right mind is going to give up a good offensive lineman. So that means you have to get him in the draft. And Karimi was a number 1 pick. Webb was like a number 6 or 7 or something like that. 7th round. So when you take a look at this, they're going to have to work on it. So now what they're going to have to do is find ways to protect Cutler, which we do when we saw maximum protection. But when you do maximum protection, a lot of times it takes away from your passing game because you don't have that many guys out there, to catch the football. So right now they got to adjust. They've got to adjust and do what they have to do with what they have. And they've been dependent on the defense for quite a long time. That defense started to sag. You saw Carolina take the football on the 5-yard line and go 94 yards for a field goal. Yeah. You don't see that much against the Bears, but it will happen one day. So that's what we have to look at. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovic from the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 23. Carolina 22.
Manley on the ball. Podlish extends his right hand. Placement made. Kick by Robbie. It is up. It is good. It is good as gold. And the Bears have rallied to beat the Panthers at Soldier Field. Bears 23. Carolina 22.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We are live at Sam's Triple Crown in Orland Hills. Obradovic on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. This segment is sponsored by Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611 or visit FazioInsurance.com. And talking about the Bears, a few stats here. Cutler ended up with an 83.3 quarterback rating. He had 1 touchdown, 1 interception, and 2 fumbles, and they both were lost. Newton ended up 20 for 39. He threw for 314 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and with a quarterback rating of 57.0.
Wow, Doug, I tell you what. 3rd down conversion, again, which I believe is the most important down. We were 2 of 8. Total yards, 210. Rushing, 79 yards. Passing.
These are totals now.
These are totals. 79 yards rushing, 131 yards. We lose 2 fumbles from Cutler. He throws an interception. And somehow we win the football game. God does love Lovey.
I got to tell you, again, too, they always say it's not how you start, it's how you finish. But pretty soon the Bears are going to have to start starting.
I'd never heard that one before.
Well, it's a new one.
Okay. All right.
Let's go out to Vinny in South Carolina. Vinny on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Vinny. Gotcha.
Hey, I want to talk about a couple things. Number one is the Bears got outplayed in every facet of the game today.
Except the score.
Number two is I think the positive that we can take from today's game is the Panthers are completely backed up against the wall. And frankly, living in the Carolinas and working in Charlotte, I'm kind of proud of the way that the Panthers defense responded to Chico being, frankly, the most lame duck coach in the NFL based on this week's
happenings.
Yeah, happenings. But the most positive thing that I can take out of this, the defense didn't play their best game. The offense got behind, and we still found a way to win.
Well, yeah, that's true, Vinny. I mean, there's no question. That is exactly right, and that's why we're, smiling a little bit here. I mean, I thought this game was over. I thought it was lost. How about that? I thought the thing was lost. And all of a sudden you see Jennings running down for a touchdown, then of course they come back and they score. But the whole point of the matter is that, okay, you're going to have to correct some of this stuff. Just starting off like this, you just can't do this. You can't start off this slow. You can't have a first half like we had. I read you those stats. It's impossible to have a passing yards of minus 15 and your yards per attempt of minus 1.0. You know, and all of a sudden you're 0 for 3 on third down, and your total yards the first half for the Chicago Bears was 49. Come on. I mean, get your head out of your ass, because you're going to have to do that. But I will tell you this, and I will say this simply, though, I give them all the accolades in the world, like I said before, for coming back and winning this football game. That's exactly what they did, because 2 weeks from now, no one's even going to think about it. They're just going to look at the one-loss column. But when we look at it, and when the Bears look at it, when the coaches look at it, when the players look at it, they're going to say, hey, we caught a break here on this one.
Doug, how many times, and Vinny, Doug and I, just before we come on the air and we looked at it and we say, what the hell did we just see?
Yeah.
I mean, what did we just see for 4 quarters? At this level, at this time, and we struggle to convert on third down. I believe we're last in the league. Is that correct? I mean, it's incredible. But I tell you, somehow we pull it out. They play tight to the vest, and so far, luck has been with us. Again, i.e. what happened? How the hell does Smith slip and fall? First time he did it all day, he was having a great game, and bang, right into Jennings' hands.
Boy, he had a hell of a game.
Well, it was a dumbass call to begin with by the Panthers.
Well, I'm
That's
glad they
for
called
sure.
it, though. I'm glad they had dumbass calls.
Yeah, for us, yeah.
For us, it was terrific. You listen to the Majestic Star post-game show, the Majestic Star Casino on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Sam's Triple Crown. We'll be right back.
Back, he's staring down. Steve Smith threw it right to Tim Jennings. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Bears! Tim Jennings to the house. No way! But yes, they did it again.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Sam's Triple Crown in Orland Hills. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win 23-22 over Carolina.
This segment is sponsored by Northwest Community Hospital Medical Group. For more information and locations, visit nchmedicalgroup.com. Doug, just a couple of quick shout-outs to some great Bear fans. And I know this first guy, Mike D. He's the head coach at UIC, the head baseball coach.
Well, they got a great program.
Oh, my God, what a job. He and his lovely wife, Ann, and they're just great people. We were with him yesterday. And thanks for being great Bear fans. And a kid who takes care of my son's 1926 Ford T-Bucket, 850 horsepower engine. To Dimitrik, thanks for taking care of Eddie's cars and your outfit, and you guys do a great job. Thank you so much.
Well, next thing you know, you'll bring your boat there to the guy.
It'll be on the next break, Doug.
Let's go out to the Black Physicist in Avalon Park. Black Physicist.
Hello, Doug.
Hello,
OB.
How you doing, buddy?
Good talking to you. Listen, first of all, this was a wacky game.
No kidding.
You said, Doug, that this doesn't happen. It did happen. You saw it with Detroit and Philly. Philly basically gave Detroit that game, okay? And Carolina, they gave us this game. Although I'm going to say Cam Newton, he almost beat us again. He outperformed Cutler. And here's what happened, though, which caused this, I think, to switch around. First of all, the coaching staff finally used the tight end as an optional receiver, Kellen Davis.
That was one catch. That was the first catch, the only time there was targeted the whole football game, I believe.
Thank you. And what about Earl Bennett? I didn't see him or hear about him doing anything.
In the third quarter, with 24 seconds left to go, they hit Bennett. With 15 seconds left to go in the third quarter, they hit Bennett. That was the only two passes he caught.
And that's it. Why not utilize him more? Now, they use Marshall. Marshall's supposed to be our primetime target, but you got to use, the other player as well. We talk about having these wide receivers that are big and can take out the corners. Here's another thing that was kind of weird about this game, and you pointed out again, Doug, the yardage, the total yardage. and the field position. Carolina always had they had a long field, but they kept moving the damn ball.
And we had a short field, and we couldn't move the ball. If you remember on the squib kicks, 40-yard line, 45-yard line, 41, and I think the 35. Out of all four of those, we scored 3 points.
And then Bennett, what happened to him? He got hurt.
Yeah, at the end of the game.
He got hurt. Yeah.
But the first half, he was nowhere to be seen. Let's go out to Wayne in Racine, Wisconsin. Wayne, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
OB?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, what I want to say is this here, is that we need to hang big numbers on teams like this here. I mean, it's just...
Wayne, it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen, my friend.
The thing about it, the honeymoon is over with Cutler and that offensive line and that offensive everything. Tyson's calling a good game plan. I mean, they finally gave Cutler, I believe, a chance to audible some stuff, and the honeymoon is over, Doug and OB. I mean, I've been a Bears fan since '63, since the championship teams from Wrigley Field era, and man, I can't hardly believe what I'm seeing. Hell, I'd rather have Bobby Douglas, just let him run the ball, but, it's unimaginable. I mean, his high-tech offense, defense I had no problem with. I mean, the defense been championship since the Super Bowl era in '06, so I got no problem with Briggs, and Urlacher and Roach and everything. I had no problem with that, man. It's just that I just get tired of sitting up here, up here in Racine, Wisconsin, and the Packers game on. I got like multiple TVs in my house and everything, and I got the Packers game on here and the Bears game on here. The guys come up from the Packer fans, come up out my basement, rag, and look at your team, they can't score nothing. But look at Jacksonville putting the brakes, putting the brakes on Green Bay up at that point. But nevertheless, though, what I'm saying though is just that this team need to put up points, man. The honeymoon is over. You know what I'm saying, Doug and OB? Doug and OB. It's just, what can we do?
Here, Wayne, there's a couple things you could do. Devin Hester, okay, we're still trying to make him a receiver. But I'd love to see him play Devin Hester, play him in a slot. And once you play him in a slot, if it's stronger, it doesn't matter. What's the matter with putting him in motion? I wouldn't want to be the weaker strong side safety or a cornerback or somebody that's got to cover Devin Hester, especially coming at me when he's in motion and coming out full force at the snap of the ball. Why don't we put Devin Hester in the slot, put him in motion, make our offense a little bit more diversified? I mean, to put him sometimes in certain situations, especially in the red zone, and you try to go to the end zone with Devin Hester, it's difficult. He's so short. But what he's got speed. He can kill you with that speed. I'd love to see him put in the ace backfield or an H backfield, put him in motion, put him in a slot, put him in a motion, and let's see how good he can do, and let's see how good they can cover Devin Hester. We haven't seen it.
And we saw Devin Hester today. I think he was also targeted once. They threw him the football, and he dropped it. But here's the other thing that I think is real important. How good was Devin Hester today? Well, I'll tell you something how good he is and how people think how good he is. When you saw those squib kicks, when you saw Carolina doing squib kicks and giving the offense the football about the 40-yard line every time, 4 times.
Twice on a, 43?
3.
Once on a 41.
One on a 45 and one on a 35.
And one on their, 35 was it?
So we had great field position. Hester did that. Hester made him do that. We got to take advantage of that. It's okay, hey, let's don't do this anymore because let's take our chances with Hester with the football. I mean, unbelievable. You can't get an offense. You had good field position. It wasn't like you were stuck on the 5-yard line, the 7-yard line, the 10-yard line, the 20-yard line. You had 4 great opportunities to put up a lot of points, and you put up 3. There's something wrong with that. Let's go out to Gene in the north side. Gene, you're on the score.
I was wondering what you thought about Cam Newton when he fumbled the ball and his teammate recovered it in the end zone. He walks off the field not even picking the guy up or congratulating him. I know everyone talks about Jay Cutler. I'm sure if he fumbled and would have picked the guy up and thanked him, thank God for saving my life.
Gene, that's a great point. I was telling Ed, and Ed and I were talking during the course of the game. If I didn't know any better, I thought maybe that Newton was in a coma. I mean, I don't understand what's going on with him. He did throw for over 300 yards. There's no question about that, and there was no touchdowns. but there's something wrong there somewhere. Maybe just, again, too, we can't tell by, the position the guy is in, his image, and what. But you're right. I mean, I don't know where the fire is gone. But the point is, he still threw for over 300 yards, ran for that one touchdown, got hit, and fumbled the football. And like you said, guy recovered it. But
Dougie, let me
Cam
tell you
Newton,
something.
There's something different here.
Yeah, Gene, the Dougie, and the listeners out there, I'll tell you what, and I think we all saw it. Were the Bears a little lethargic when they came out? Did they look like they were ready to play 4 quarters of football?
Not in my mind, not the first half.
And they really didn't start, so they started peppering the ball underneath, trying to get it down in field goal. Did we see him even try to be aggressive? And to me, they were not ready to play football.
That or the game plan. See, a lot of times the game plan dictates. Here's
You're going to see that game plan. Until I'm blue in the face. You're going to see it every damn week, Doug. It doesn't matter.
Ed, but
the only time
what
is
I
if
want
you
to
play
see,
a good
Ed,
team. I don't care.
Maybe some
Till we
tempo
play
in
a
the damn
good team
thing.
and
Some
we're
tempo.
buried, then you'll finally see him stretch the field.
Maybe. But the point is,
I don't
want
give
to
a
see
damn.
tempo. I want to see him come up to the line of scrimmage. I want to see him go back up here again. Hurry up, Huddle. Move the ball. Get some steam going. Every time I look at it, it looks like it's slow motion.
Doug?
That's the ball.
That's
Come on,
That's the way they play football.
I don't want them to play that way no more.
I understand your feelings. I say the same thing you say, Doug.
All
Let's
right.
attack. Let's be aggressive on offense. Let's be aggressive on defense. But what's working for Lovey, what is he? 6-1 now, folks.
It works.
One more game, and again, he's got another tomato can next week. And you're going to see the same damn offense.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score
Intercept
Sports
that
Radio
one,
670.
Buffone.
Please don't interrupt me while I'm talking. Never correct me in public again. We're live at Sam's Triple Crown in Orland Park. Well, Bradovich and Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Right back.
Here's the shotgun on 2nd and 8. Jay looking to throw, winds up, open in the end zone. Taylor Davis over the middle. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Sam's Triple Crown in Orland Hills. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. This segment is sponsored by Wild Foot and Ankle. For the latest treatment and athletic injuries for the foot and ankle, call Wild Foot and Ankle today at 877-390-7666. What? Why are you pointing at me?
Nothing.
I want you to read.
No.
Hey,
here, what? Go ahead.
Here's what I'm going to show you. We come
you
here.
getting ready to club me with your
No.
sign?
I want you to see this. Now, when we come here, they put signs up, right? And tell you who we are. This is so-and-so, and that's so-and-so.
How long are you going to go on with this?
What does this one say?
This one says Dick Butkus.
No. Read it and see what it says.
Oh, Doug Buffone.
It does, huh?
Yes.
You're blinder than a bat. How do they spell Buffone? It says Doug Baffon. That's what I'm saying.
Doug.
Be close. Does this mean, what does this mean?
That means the world's against you.
Yeah.
That's all.
Doug Baffon. Okay, good. Congratulations.
And that's from our crack staff
Stephanie.
at 670 to score. Our crack producer,
Brendan did it on purpose. This is a little Halloween joke. Let's go out to Rick and Streamwood. Rick on the score. It'll be in Doug.
Yeah, hi, guys.
Hey, Rick.
I thought that Cutler seemed like he was tentative in the pocket today, especially in the first half. Seemed like there were several plays where 100% healthy Cutler with no rib problems would have had no hesitation to pull the ball down and run for a first down. Instead, he was kind of lingering in the pocket, and at one point at least, ball was slapped out of his hand. I'm hoping, and I'm assuming that because his ribs are bothering him, he wasn't making the kind of decisions that he's made in the past. And I was wondering if you noticed that too. He seemed very hesitant to pull the ball down and run with it.
Rick, there were times during the course of that game that you could tell. You could absolutely tell that kid was hurting. A lot of times when you come up, somebody's trying to make a tackle. Did you see one time all of a sudden he protected himself so that, his ribs wouldn't get hurt? Yeah, I guarantee you his ribs are hurting. And a lot of times, it showed a little bit out there. But I got to tell you, it didn't show in that last drive because that last drive he was cool, calm, and collected.
Well, I'll tell you.
And he moved that football right down the field.
Absolutely. But also, Rick, especially that first half, I mean, the Carolina Panthers D-line just destroyed our offensive line. I mean, we tried going with 5 guys to block for Cutler, and it just didn't work, and they caved they caved everybody in. Pretty tough place to try to slink through up the middle or wheel out right wide when they're all over you.
And the other thing, too, though, there were times, too, Ed, that Cutler took too long to throw the football. In other words, he held it too long. So, it goes hand in hand. But you're right. We watched Webb, and, again, anybody coming on the – he did one play, the touchdown play, where he pulled in the trap. It was outstanding.
You know what, Doug?
He did a great job there, but his pass protection, he still needs a lot of work.
And again, Doug, and this I'm talking about Mike Tice. Again, when you see us getting crushed, and by the time in the first part of that second quarter, or my God, the middle of the second quarter, how about moving that pocket? I mean, he was.
Didn't do it one time tonight.
No, he was.
Why don't you?
Why don't you?
Why? What do you think? Why they didn't do it, Ed?
Either he's hurt, or / bad coaching. Either one of the two. Take your pick.
I'm going to take the one where the fact is they know he's hurt and they know his ribs are bad.
Okay.
They don't want him exposed on that outside and that strip because that is one of their basic plays is one of their best plays. He fakes the play action, rolls out, hits Marshall coming across the field. Didn't do it once today.
Well, one of the great things, they could have done in that bootleg, especially if it's a bootleg to the weak side with play action, then you hit the tight end coming over the middle when you're bootlegging out, and if there's nobody there, run the damn football. But that is a play that has worked forever and will work forever.
Yeah, again, too, I think, Ed, you're right about that. That's what exactly works real well. We didn't see it today, and the reason I believe we didn't do it.
He's hurt.
Let's go out to Richie in Westmont. Richie on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, OB.
Hey, Rich.
Doug.
Hi, Rich.
How
you doing?
Cutler waits too long in the pocket. I'm sorry. I don't agree with the offensive line being that bad, but he waits too long in the pocket. 1, 2, 3, throw it. 1, 2, 3, throw it. He waits.
He waits. There's no question. There was a couple times he did do that. And the other times when you do a 7-step drop, then there's no such thing as waiting. You need the blocking. When that comes down to that.
Well, don't forget also the 2 times too, Richie, that those people on defense get paid a lot of money to do, especially the D-backs to cover and linebackers to drop, take away the inside. So if his prime target is covered and he's looking for the second guy, and by that time, if your offensive line can't do the job, it plays over with. You're dead. You can't go.
The Digging Into the Numbers segment is brought to you by Julie. Before you dig, call Julie at 811. Ed, again, too, I think you and I were doing some numbers, and then you said, wait a minute here. In all actuality, the offense scored 16 points.
That's what they did. The offense, folks, scored 16 points all day long, folks, against a 1-5 team in our own city, in our own ballpark. Is it acceptable? Not in any sense or in any form is it acceptable. Everybody's going to have to take. We won the damn game. I understand that. But, boy, to get to the promised land, you got to get better, and we're almost at the halfway season, and we still seem to stay in that shell, Doug. And even though we have a quarterback that is so talented and can do so many things, and there's so many things we can do offensively with no huddle and stuff like that, we really don't use it.
Yeah, 2 in the defense,
I have no idea why.
What another interception per score, that's 6. And I believe that's a franchise record. 6 for this year that they put up points, scoring points.
There's 16 points against a 1-5 team.
Mm-hmm. Not good.
In your own living room.
Yeah. But again, too, I'm going to tell you something. It looks like they were playing a little strapped. I think they held back. They usually do. But I think this can kind of color. I guarantee you, especially when you brought that up, and I should have thought about it more. But as I recollect on that football game, he did not come out of that pocket, did not roll out. And the fact is that one of the bigger plays is the play action rolling out of that pocket. Then that part, they're trying to protect him. And I think that did bother him today. I think those ribs did bother him. And I could see a couple times that when he went to run, he pulled up. I think that was a problem. But again, that last drive, and like you said, you pay him a ton of money to do what he did on the last drive.
That's why you brought him here.
To set up the field goal for the win. Let's go out to Q. Q, you're on the score.
Hey, you guys are always the highlight of my Sunday, win or lose.
Well, thanks for calling, Q.
Thanks, Q.
Yeah, you guys are great to listen to. But, I think it's really easy for us to all pile on the offense today and say, well, I want more style points. But the truth of the matter is, this is the NFL. This is the NFL, and if you're a good team, you find ways to win no matter what it is. And you're not going to beat every team by 20 or 30. Especially since Carolina, you could say they're a 1-5 team, but last year, they were on the cusp of being a playoff team. They were a very good team last year, and it's just a couple bad breaks that make them a 1-5 team this year. So you can't say that they're a cupcake. They're not the Jaguars by any stretch of the imagination. Plus, there are times I think that Tice is learning on the job. So, there's a little bit of truth in both sides of the argument here. But you know what? We should all be encouraged by what happened in that fourth quarter.
Absolutely.
In that fourth quarter, we were down more than 2 scores. And you know what? We came through and we found a way to do it. And I don't know if this does make a lot of sense, but, Chico's familiar with the Bears. He's familiar with the Bears, and sometimes that does have to count for something, for them playing us a little bit tougher than they probably would somebody else.
Yeah, I guess so. And if you take a look at it, and you're right, you got to look at that last drive. You got to look at that last score. You got to look at the win. But what I do, too, also, I look at it and say, hey, well, let me tell you something about offenses and defenses. When I read you those numbers in the first half of our offense, what it did, I'm telling you, you can't have 131 yards total for a final total. But if I tell you at halftime that we were minus 15 yards passing, that we had a total of 49 yards, that we were 0 for 3 on third down, that our yards per attempt was a minus 1.0, and that we were sacked 6 times and for 55 yards and fumbled twice. I don't give a damn who you're playing. That's not acceptable.
Yeah, Q, that's not acceptable. There's no way you can get around those. Those
can't.
Stats, no way.
Let's go out to Rich in the south side. Rich, you're on the score. Rich, you fall down, get hurt. What's wrong?
Rich, you there?
You fell down again, huh, Rich? You're gone. Let's go out to Mel on the South Shore. Mel, you're on the score. Mel. He must be with Rich. Let's go out to Joe and Elgin. Joe.
Hi, boys.
Hey, Joe. Yeah, I got you. We got you.
We got you, Joe.
Okay. Well, you know what? I always watch these Bears, and it seems like the good teams always come from behind, because there have been good teams coming from behind.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about time our Bears, I've never seen them do that, it seems like. And now they did, and it's a good thing. And they stepped up in the fourth quarter, our line, and that's all I got to say.
Yeah, Joe, you're right. That's part of the game. You got 4 quarters. I understand that, and you're absolutely correct. There's 4 quarters, and it happens to count what you do in the fourth quarter. But what I'm saying to you is the fact that you have to get into a pattern of doing better than you did, and you can't wait till the fourth quarter all the time.
Yeah, Joe,
you just can't do it.
You can't accept the defense to carry you through for 16 games.
Won't happen.
You can't. What you saw today, you saw last week, you saw it a lot so far this year. Very, very conservative, and I don't know, can you go through 16 games, and can you win a Super Bowl doing this? Time will tell, and maybe there's a possibility, Joe, that it can happen because of the 32 teams, there's no juggernaut or juggernauts out there, period. Anybody can get there.
The key in this NFL, is to beat the tomato cans. That's exactly what the key is. When you're supposed to win a football game, you win it.
And that's exactly
what they did today.
Exactly their game plan.
Yeah. So they
were not going to lose to a 1-5 football team at home, which they almost did.
And they should do it to
But
Tennessee
that
next week.
comes with the conservative stuff.
Right. But the fact is you want that win upper. You're considered that is a tomato can, and that's the team we're supposed to beat, and that's the team we're going to beat. But, again today, it was kind of nerve-wracking for you to take a look at this football game and think that we were going to win the damn game. It took with something, Smith falling down, an interception by Jennings.
Good call by Carolina, Doug. There's no other way to call it. You throw a 6-yard out deep in your own territory in the fourth quarter. Are you kidding me? That's like throwing one of those quick screen passes to the outside. You don't throw that ball. You don't call that football play. You don't put your team in harm's way. And that's exactly what the hell happened, and it backfired on them.
You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino's postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffon. We're live at Sam's Triple Crown in Orland Hills. 312-644-6767 is our phone number.
Another standing ovation, Doug.
Okay, another one?
Another.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Sam's Triple Crown in Orland Hills. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767.
This hour is brought to you by Northwestern. Don't say one word or I'll pop you right in the nose. I'll drop you here at this. Don't say one word.
I didn't say anything.
Okay.
I told you. I'll never correct you in public again.
All right. Okay. All right.
Let's go to Basic in Wisconsin. Basic, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. What's going on, man?
What's up, my friend?
Right. Hey, I'll tell you what. You know what? Nobody loves O-line more than I do. We have better O-line play. Jamarcus Webb and Karimi, they gotta eat at Gibson's, they gotta eat at Morton's, and I'll pay for it. What we gotta have better tackle play.
Well, there's no question. I mean, the better line play, and the tackle play is a big part of it. And the tackle play with Karimi, who was coming off of a knee injury from last year, and we know about Webb. I mean, it's a battle every week. You know, last week I thought he did pretty good. This week, there were a couple times today that you said, "Hey, hold on, what the hell's going on?" When they try going
solo and it can't happen.
Yeah, and so you get a chip block. Okay, it helps out. Again, the guy's not in problem. But they're going to have to get better, and they're going to have to come up with schemes to get better. And one of the basic schemes is maximum protection.
Well, you know the one thing, and I think it has to do with technique, especially with Karimi, Doug. It seems to me when I watch him from time to time, and when I see Doug, he has a hell of a time with the bull rush.
You know what's amazing too? He's
not so much
a big
speed
guy
rush,
too.
But I'll tell you what, what is he? 6'7", weighs 320. But for some reason, either his stance or his timing off when he engages a defensive end or a tackler or a linebacker. But I tell you what, when he gets bull rushed, Doug, he gets pushed straight up in the air and he just run him back.
You know, a lot of times that too, guys get a little worried about that outside rush, and a lot of times they don't anchor down for that
That's
bull
what good
rush.
Defensive ends do to you.
Exactly. You know, they change
That's
up
simple.
on those rushes.
There's a simple answer to that one, Doug.
Let's go out to Lenny and Carey. Lenny on the score with OB and Doug. Lenny.
Len.
Len's gone. Let's go out to Rich on the south side. Rich, you're on the score.
Hello?
Rich,
you're up.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question. Who's this, Doug or Ed?
Oh, it's both of us. I'm Doug, that's Ed.
Okay. I want to know why Lovie Smith tried to kick a field goal there when Robbie Gould missed it anyway, but what was the point of that? They needed two scores. A field goal ain't going to do them any good.
I think what they wanted, Rich, was to finally get the ball down in to where they could get either a touchdown or get a field goal. And I think he just wanted to get the points and be positive and come back. It'd be a positive move instead of going down there and you don't get a touchdown or you don't get 3 points. So I believe it was a tactical move just to put the 3 points up and hopefully. But guess what? Things happen.
Let's go out to Lenny and Carey. Lenny on the score.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, Len?
Hey, I think that half those sacks have to be blamed on Cutler.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he held the ball a long time.
He did a couple of them. There's no question he held the ball.
Yeah,
I mean,
in the first half, he held the ball way too long.
But still, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lenny.
No, go ahead.
No, but still, the fact that the pressure was on. And you're right. When he sees that and feels that pressure, that ball's got to come out of his hand. Who was open? I don't know. But again, too, I still don't. I looked at our offensive line, and the stats tell you all about it. What the hell's going on there? And part of it, he's going to have to take credit for that. And there's other parts he overthrew guys. How about this one? Cutler. That should have been a touchdown, that first one, the interception he had. All he had to do was stretch that thing out about another yard or so, and that kid Marshall's making the catch. So yeah, he wasn't all there today. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but does he hold on to the ball? Yeah, I'll give you that too, Lenny.
Does.
But you know what? Again, when I just said about maybe half an hour ago, Len, believe me, those other guys, maybe his primary target was covered.
Yeah.
And when Jay drops back, and you get an offensive line that is really getting pushed back, no matter if they're getting beat to the inside or to the outside, and then by the time you find your second guy or even your third guy, it's late. So if your first guy's covered, what do? Take the ball and throw it out of bounds? I don't think you do. You try to make things happen. But in the first half, Len, he had no time. If that first guy was covered, he was down on the ground.
And on top of that, their second drive, on top of that, he gets back, he stops, throws, fires to Marshall. Marshall drops it. Okay? And then next thing you know, the other Spaeth drops a big one, about a 12 or 14-yarder. Those were back-to-backs. That would have started the drive going. But then, of course, in the third down was an incomplete punt. That was the start in the series of the second half. So, yeah, there's a lot of things. I mean, a lot of guys contributed to how bad. You can't have damn stats like this unless on one guy.
Those first stats are absolutely
ridiculous.
They're beyond pathetic.
Yeah. Let's go to Boris in Glenview. Boris, you're on the score.
Hey, how you guys doing? Listen, what I wanted to point out is, I mean, look, we spent a lot of money on the offense, this season, but it's the defense that keeps winning the game. So, my question is, how long do we got to wait until the guys are going to gel together? And, Carolina, it's not that good of a team that, the offense is not able to perform on it.
I mean, the defense, and you're talking about our offense going against Carolina, and Carolina's had some tight games and lost some tight games. There's no question about it. And, are they a juggernaut on defense? No, they're not.
Well, what he's saying, Doug, he's saying there's a lot of money has been spent offensively, okay? And we get Brandon Marshall in. You pay a lot of money.
That's where the money should have went, though, Ed.
Okay, but he's saying, these guys are in. Well, why aren't we scoring points? I believe that was Boris's question.
And I think the answer to that is the fact that, they can score, and they probably will score if and when, the Bears open up a little bit. They're afraid to do that sometimes, I think. They started, I remember the first game of the season, they were just firing. They were going like hell.
Who the hell did they play?
Well, nobody. I mean, the Colts, they played the Colts. They fired on the Colts. I mean, the first pass he threw was an interception for a touchdown. For an interception for a touchdown. I mean, that's, again,
everything is working for the Bears. First of all, the schedule they had this year was a great schedule to try to get to the Super Bowl.
That is correct.
And things are working out for them. And there's going to come a time when the offense is going to have to
score points
and be big boys and move the ball and dominate people at the line of scrimmage and knock somebody on their backside and put some damn points on the board.
That being said, and you're absolutely correct, Ed.
Got to grow up sometime, Dougie.
But I got to tell you, I mean, you still got to hand it to them for what they did at the end of that football game by, going and moving the football down.
Doug, we have talked about that, and I agree with you 100%.
And
yes,
I agree with you.
They won the game, and it's great, and it's whatever have you. But, we got 9 more games to go, and if that's going to be your game plan and this is the type of game that you're going to shoot for, you ain't going to make it.
Well, they can't be that dumb to understand that next time they're out, here, hold it. Do you think, let's say you and I were playing, all right? We did the same thing. We won this football game. It comes Tuesday, and you and I are in the film room. Do you think that your ass is not going to get kicked for what they saw out there, those coaches saw? I honestly believe that. They're going to say, terrific job. You guys came from behind.
Doug,
my ass. They ain't going to do
listeners,
that.
Let me tell you something. Doug played 14. I played 11. I'm telling you, there are games that we won, and we would walk off the field. If you didn't see him there, you'd see him in the locker room and said, let's get the dress. Let's get the hell out of here. We got a victory. And we said, how the hell did we win that football game? We stuck and we won a football game. It happens.
It does. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. We're live at Sam's Triple Crown in Orland Hills. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 23, Carolina 22.
Just execution, poor execution. A drop by myself, a tight end, drop a ball, running back, drop a ball, a missed block here, we were just taking turns, not making a play. But the thing I like about today was, we played from behind. Last time we did that, we lost.
That was Brandon Marshall talking about a drop here or drop there, and he's absolutely correct. The fact was, though, they helped screw up the whole thing, that offense. But, again, he also was correct that they came from behind and won the football game. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We are live at Sam's Triple Crown in Orland Hills.
This hour.
There you go.
Don't start.
Well, you're right on top. You're on it.
That's right. You can't. Hey, listen. You can't fool me, buddy. This hour is brought to you by Citibank.
Fat Sam is a good friend of ours. He owns this place, Orland Park, and a lot of people don't know this. Fat Sam is turned religion. He's got religion. Last thing I heard, he went down to, I hate to say this, but, he went down to one of those places in in Florida and got baptized. And it was like one of those big where they keep the whales, and they did Fat Sam there. And we just want to express our gratitude to Sam for being our friend.
Well, also, and there's a lot of pictures of Fat Sam he has on the restaurant out here in Bar. And I think those pictures were from his graduation. Doug, weren't they taken from a helicopter?
They were taken from a high plane because they couldn't get it all in on the ground. So they took it up very high, like on a balloon. And like that Baumgarten guy. And they went real high, and they took a picture of Sam. So we love Sam, and Sam's one of our best friends.
Where's he hiding at anyway?
He's right there.
Oh, where is he? Oh, there he is.
In the corner.
Oh. All right.
Well, Sam, I said you were baptized at SeaWorld. What do you want from me? Come on, stop yourself. Let's go out to Barry and Streamwood. Barry on the score with OB and Doug. Barry.
Barry, you there, Bear? Come on, baby.
Yeah.
All right, Barry.
Go ahead, Barry.
I question one thing, having seen the game. And first of all, I think the Bears are very lucky. That's number one. You can't count on an interception of that type to bail you out on a win. That's number one. Number two, don't you feel like the play calling is questionable? For them to anticipate so many times when there was a swing out to the side or up the middle, it seems like they were waiting and they were just stopping us dead in our tracks at one point in the game. I mean, is Cutler allowed to throw or allowed to make calls at the line of scrimmage to change the play in any way when he sees a lineup? And to send one receiver out, I know I'm hitting on different points. You can comment as soon as I'm finished. To send one receiver out who's triple covered and try to complete a pass is ridiculous.
Hey,
Your
Barry,
comments, sir.
on that one pass you just mentioned when he was in triple coverage, if Cutler would have hit him in stride, it'd have been 7. It'd have been 6.
He had him.
He had him. He underthrew it. If you go back, if you T-voted or whatever, take a look at it, Barry, you'll see if he had him beat. And if he'd have lofted that ball a little bit further, it'd have been 6.
And the other thing, too, though, I want to tell Cutler this, the fact that the kid was out there. And I'll guarantee you, his ribs were bothering him. You didn't see it. You didn't see much of it. But that kid strapped it up and come out there and played. And that you got to give him a lot of credit. You can never, ever go against that kid about his guts and his courage to play the game of football.
But you can go about the offensive game plan, Doug.
You can do that.
Yes, you can.
Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show. Obradovich and Buffone. We are live at Sam's Triple Crown in Orland Park. Obradovich, Buffone, 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Hang in, callers.
No, I mean, like I said, it came down to execution at the beginning. Coach Tice was calling a great game, and we just wasn't capitalizing off of those opportunities. Today, Earl Bennett got us going. I don't know if you guys heard the crowd when Earl finally made a play after us being so stagnant, and in the crowd just erupted, and he made another big play. And we just, jumped on his back for that drive and got it going after.
That was Brendan Marshall talking about the game, talking about the guys screwing up, basically. The drop passes.
Stagnant, lethargic, same thing.
Same thing. And that's when Bennett did make the play in the third quarter with 20-some seconds left to go, and all of a sudden he cut 2 in a row. And the fact is that, again, they did make a lot of mistakes, but I guess we can hang our hat on it, which we're going to hang our hat on. They won that football game, and how they won that football game by coming from behind in the fourth quarter. Let's go out to Sean on the south side. Sean, you're on the score.
What's going on, guys? Great show, like always.
What's up, Sean?
I can't believe I just heard Brandon say that Tice called a great game.
Wow, what do you think he's going to do, Sean?
That first quarter on that 2nd and 2, on that deep ball, no. You hand the ball off to Michael Bush, have him pound those 2 yards in, which is what we're paying him for. Then you bring the defense up, then you go deep. Then you open it up, bro. I mean, I can't believe it's just simple mathematics, bro. You dink and dunk, you run the ball, you open it up, you win big. I'm going to hang up and listen, guys. Thanks.
Sean, he's right. He's right. But Sean, what you got to do is maybe read in between the lines a little bit. When you stunk up the joint like our offense did
this afternoon,
you want to know what? And he comes out and he said what he said.
You going to blame the coaches?
You know what? They don't do that.
They will
That's
never
just saying,
do that.
like Lovey's a player's coach, Lovey's a Lovey. They love, all the players love Lovey. They better say it, or guess what happens to them?
If he would have come out and said, you know what, that stupid Mike Tice, that stupid play called.
But, Sean, you
that'd have been a real problem.
Which Sean is right. But,
no,
Sean,
he's
you
right.
got to understand, that's when Jennings says that, is he...
It's pro football talk.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take that.
All right. Let's go out to, let's see what we have here. Let's go out to Cozy in West Chicago. Cozy on the score.
Hey, Doug, OB, good to talk to you guys.
What's up, buddy?
Go ahead, Cozy.
Hey, question for you guys. How do you think these guys are going to fare up if they make it to the playoffs? I want to know what your thoughts are, how they're going to fare up to the 49ers and the Giants of the world.
Well, we'll know a little bit before that because we'll be playing the 49ers.
And also Houston. And I think here's the other deal, too, and it's real important. And I'm guilty of this also. I look too far down the line. I say to myself, well, how are they going to do against San Francisco? How are they doing against Houston? I don't give a damn. That's not here. What's here is now was Carolina, and that took care of. Now they got to take care of Tennessee. And the fact is, though, we don't know how they're going to do. But certainly they have to do a hell of a lot better than they did today. And if they...
That's the answer Cozy's looking for. Trust me.
And what you need to do is they're going to have to take a look at themselves honestly. The coaches, the players, and all of them look at this game, which they will do. And let me tell you something. You get into a game, and like Ed said, you could have won the football game. It doesn't matter. I am telling you, when you get into that game and you're looking at those tapes and you're seeing what you did and what was going wrong, you want to hide sometimes underneath a bench because they're going to come out with it, and they're going to tell you. That's what being a pro is all about.
Listen, there's going to come a time, Cozy, when I'll rephrase that. I hope there does not come a time. I mean, everybody seems to be making excuses for everybody and what's going on because we're winning, okay? We're winning, and would I like to see it more positive and more aggressive? Yes, we're winning by just unbelievable things that happen, especially today. And you're talking about, you play the game. There's 16 games. You play the game to do one thing, Super Bowl, world champion. That's all it is. There's no other reason. To hell with, he made it in the playoffs or we did this. No, that's not the answer. The answer is you're there to win a Super Bowl. My God, next year it'll be, Doug, 50 years since we won it in 63, and the next year time we won it was 85. 2 times in all these years in this great city, which the Bears own this town. It's got to get better. It's got to work. And what has to happen is we got to grow up. We got to play a little tougher, stronger, aggressive football. That's how I see it.
And it happens. I watched Houston a couple weeks ago. Everybody tell me how great Houston was. I thought Houston was really great, too. They look like crap. It happens. If you can look like crap and still win the football game, that's a feather in your hat.
Yeah, but Doug, they don't look like crap week in and week out, okay?
But it wasn't as bad. Ed, you never seen it. You never seen the Bears look this bad offensively. I mean, I don't even want to get into these stats again because they never were that bad. Even from the first 4 or 5 games, it was never that bad.
Close.
As it was today.
Well, those stats today.
Close.
Those got to be almost close to world record stats.
Oh, hell. How can you have a minus 15 yards passing in the first half?
You can't.
You can't do that.
It's impossible.
A minus 1.0 yards per attempt. Impossible. They held the football 20 minutes and 12 seconds to our 19 minutes.
And how about this stat? What is it? Total offensively in 30 minutes of football of 49 yards? Is that correct?
For what?
Today in offense, our offense?
Yeah, first half, 49 yards.
49 yards?
It's almost impossible for that to happen. If you'd have shown me this out and said, what did the Bears lose, 65-0? What was the score? It was terrible. I mean, hey, hold it. Call it what it is. And don't say, you guys are unhappy because they won. I'm happier than hell they won.
Absolutely.
I'm happy, but I want them to win more. And you won't win more with these damn stats. And that's what they got to do, and they got to correct it, and they got to be honest with themselves to figure out what went wrong.
Doug, you think the players don't know that?
Well, sure they do.
They have to. I mean,
you know that. You played
a
game long enough to know when you were crap.
Absolutely.
Let's go out to Paul and Monica. Paul, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's happening, fellas?
What's up, Paul?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Dougie, I got to agree with you about Cutler's toughness, but you got to agree, he brain farts with the best of them.
Well, sometimes, yeah.
I mean, some of the decisions he make at the line, like you have 30 seconds left in the half, you get a first down, run it to the line, spike it, get a play in. You get sacked. Second time sack and fumble.
Well, a lot of times, Paul, he's looking to the sidelines for that play to come in also. But I got to tell you, I mean, once again, Cutler, and I don't know, he's not the Cutler I saw the first couple games or 3 games or whatever. Those ribs must be bottom, but there were some bad throws. There's no question about it. Then on top of that, you get a bad throw. Then you get drops. And by Marshall one, and also talk about the Spaeth on another one, which was a big play. So you add all that stuff together. But the key here with Cutler, when you look at quarterbacks, the best quarterback in the National Football League in the fourth quarter is Eli Manning. Look at that. Look how many times the New York Giants have been down and how many times they've come back in the fourth quarter to win a football game. We saw that today with Cutler. That is encouraging.
Hey, Paul, just quickly, you're Manuka, right? I think he was from Manuka. Mm-hmm. Just happens to be Leo George. I got him. Bill George's son. They still have Bill George sales out there in Manuka. Still out there. Leo's out there pounding away. And for you people that don't know, his father, Bill George, played 15 years in the National Football League and basically invented the middle linebacker position. He was about 6'3", weighed 235, and I think he was all pro like 12 years or whatever have you. One of the greatest Bears of all time, one of the greatest football players and linebackers to ever play this game. And I hope Leo's listening. But when you said Manuka, mm-hmm. Paul, that's what triggered it.
He coached me, Ed, and I'll tell you what, one of the best football minds.
Oh God, he was great.
As far as when you putting stuff together, he and Joe Fortunato. And when I first came up, those two guys were just gold.
Doug, Johnny Unitas, he's still arguably that people think one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play for the Baltimore Colts, won a lot of world championship. He said that's the only person he ever feared. Not physically or whatever. He feared Bill George because just what you said. Yeah. Bill was so mental and so smart in calling defenses. That's who Johnny Unitas said. That's the only man I ever played against I feared.
No question he was outstanding. Let's go out to Jimmy and Elgin. Jimmy, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, fellas, there's a lot of talk before the season and during the season and how questionable the Bears tight ends would be. And, of course, now they're ranked down there at the bottom, if I'm not mistaken. And I know you brought it up earlier. That drop by Spaeth was huge. It was huge. And you know what? Tiny Tim could have caught that ball. I mean, that is unacceptable. And, plays like that are going to cost us this season.
Especially, Jimmy, what a receiver, what they're paid to do?
How about catch the ball, Ed?
Catch the damn football. That's what they're paid to do.
Again, too, and I'll go back to it. You always look at teams that are successful. You always look at teams that go to the playoffs, teams that go into the Super Bowl. I guarantee you that tight end is really, really important to that offense. And we do not have it. Now, when I went up and saw Kellen Davis make that touchdown catch, I was so encouraged because they are needed. You need that tight end. You want to...
The only reason why that call was made, Doug, they were down deep into the red zone or into the red zone.
Smart call.
It was a smart call. Kid 6'7".
That's where
you
go.
The ball up, throw it. That's exactly what you do. But, Doug, from the 20 trying to go in and get into their territory, we cannot use our tight ends. Why? Because they have to block.
And I'll say this again. If Mike Ditka was playing today, he'd catch 300 passes. You know why? No one touches the tight end. He comes off the line of scrimmage. He's free to run and do what he wants to do. When you get inside the 20 and then inside in.
Doug, that's one of the great mysteries, and you've been bringing it up for years.
I'm telling you.
You talk to anybody, the knowledge of this game, and nobody seems to figure out why that is allowed.
Especially down in the red zone. Why are you going to let this guy run full steam ahead, 6'7", on a strong safety, and he turns around and you play jump ball and he catches the football?
Give him one in the chops before he goes.
Absolutely. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670 live at Sam's Triple Crown. Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767.
G on the handoff, Matt Ford. Terry blasting up the middle to the 5. Goal line, end zone, touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Matt Forte in from 13, and the Bears lead, striking first, 6-0 here at Soldier Field. Snap to Newton in the gun. Standing in now, going to leave the pocket. Hit at the 5 to the goal line to the end zone. Fumble the football in the end zone. Piled up in the end zone. He did cross into the end zone for an apparent touchdown, but coughed it up. Now the fight for the football. Major Wright knocked it out of the hands of Cam Newton. Touchdown, Carolina. Here's the shotgun on 2nd and 8. Jay looking to throw, winds up, open in the end zone. Taylor Davis over the middle. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Manley on the ball. Podlish extends his right hand. Placement made. Kick by Robbie. Is up. It is good. It is good as gold. And the Bears have rallied to beat the Panthers at Soldier Field. Bears 23, Carolina 22.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Sam's Triple Crown in Orland Hills. Ed Abradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6768. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Colin in St. Charles. Colin, you're on The Score. What'll be in Doug?
Hi. I just wanted to talk about the defensive game plan. They put Tim Jennings on Steve Smith instead of Charles Tillman. Just want to know what you guys thought about that.
I thought it was a good move. Again, too, Charles is a bigger guy. Steve Smith is, a little shorter and stocky. And the guy that really did against the Bears, the guy's been outstanding. Every time he plays against the Bears, he makes some nice catches. Now, he could have made a better catch that one today that he actually stretched out for and couldn't hold on to. But other than that guy's one hell of a wide receiver, one tough wide receiver. And Jennings, I think, is the guy, once again, a cornerback for his size. He is a bulldog. I mean, he really, really plays defense.
And then also, too, Doug, you just wonder here, Cullen, I mean, how many times do you have to go to Peanut Tillman to ask him to answer the bell to cover the best receiver on the other opponent's team, who just sometimes happens to be one of the best receivers in the league? I mean, you can't be putting that kid in harm's way every time and expecting him to come up. And this was a situation, I agree with just exactly what Doug said and for the reasons why.
And again, too, like you said, if you want to put him on the bigger receivers, which he did, against Megatron from Detroit, that's the kind of guy that you want him to lock horns with. But he made a nice tackle today on a 3rd and short yardage. And then Wright made an excellent tackle, again, on Cam Newton, forcing him to fumble. So there was some hitting out there defensively with those defensive backs.
Speaking about Megatron up in Detroit, Doug, I never thought I'd see that guy even have close to a bad game, let alone a bad year. And Stafford, what the hell happened to that team this year?
I don't know.
I mean, they won today, but I mean, this guy is, what is he, 6'5", 6'6"?
Yeah.
I mean, he's a monster. And sometimes in a game, I don't know, it's a couple games gone by, hasn't even caught a ball. But then again, I hope he does it when we play him.
Let's go out to Christy in St. Charles. Christy on The Score. What'll be in Doug?
Well, I think what's worrisome is the schedule coming up and the fact that they didn't play so hot against Detroit, and then here they are today against the Panthers. Cutler, he talks a big game, but when you look at these statistics, he's not performing the way Rodgers would, and he puts them in this class that, I don't know, it's he's got to perform a little bit better than what he's doing right now, or they're not going to go anywhere. They're in a tough division, and Green Bay's coming on. They got to step it up, and he's the leader. He's got to step it up.
Christy, yeah, he did step it up at the end of the game. Now, he did do that. Now, you want to talk about quarterbacks, I'll go back about 2 games, and Aaron Rodgers couldn't play dead. I don't know how many interceptions he threw, but the fact is people bounce back. And I agree with you what Cutler has to play better. There's no doubt about it in my mind. But
they
again,
all
too,
have to play better,
They all
Doug.
do. And the fact is, you wonder how much still his ribs are bothering him. But the one situation you said he has to step to the plate. He stepped to the plate in that 4th quarter with the end of the game to make the drive to put the field goal to win the football game. But you are correct, and Ed is correct. It's not just Cutler. There's guys dropping footballs all over the damn place. There's a lineman not blocking anybody. Sometimes on the blocks, they're screwing up their assignments. Defense, too. We've been heralding that defense, and they've been heroes. And Jennings was a hero today, but they let Cam Newton and the boys from the 5-6 yard line drive 90-some yards, and control the game, time of possession, hold the football, get first downs. So they all got to step up. But once again, too, it always come back to the quarterback, and Cutler needs to do it. Because I'm going to tell you something. When it comes up to the big boys, the only chance we have is Cutler at his best. That's the only chance we have winning those games.
You're not going to – defense, when you get the big boys, the better teams –
can't do it.
Defense is not going to win. You're not going to go four quarters and play like you played today and win a football game, folks. That will not happen.
Let's go out to Sheldon and Madison. Sheldon, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, I have a couple of points I wanted to make.
Sure.
Number one, if you're a Bear fan, you watch all the games this year. Our offense is a work in progress, but everybody is getting down on Cutler. He cannot perform if you do not block. First play of the game, he gets sacked. He's under pressure constantly. And if you watch Cutler, today his ribs were bothering him. He makes that throw to Brandon Marshall if his ribs are not hurting. I believe his ribs are hurting, and it was a little bit windy today. But the other point is, too, I wanted to make is the guy is tough. He's tough as nails. He showed what he could do when you blocked in the fourth quarter. That last drive, he was not under pressure. He drove us right down the field in field goal range. We kicked the game-winning field goal. You have to protect your quarterback. Number one, Rodgers, they're talking about Rodgers, this and that. Rodgers, he has a great pocket most of the time. He doesn't get a lot of pressure. He hits his open wide receivers. Cutler is under pressure way too much. Our offensive line has to do better. But the other thing, you hit the point exactly. Our backbone is our defense. We dominated field position. We had them pinned back numerous times.
And they drove the ball. They drove the ball 94 yards. And we had great position offensively.
We had great field position all 4 quarters, folks.
That's right. And we couldn't do anything with it.
Did nothing with it.
And let me a little tidbit about Rodgers, too, by the way. Don't tell me. In this league, Rodgers, going in, he was sacked 22 times this year so far. And that's not counting what happened today. So all quarterbacks are going to get it, and they're going to get pressure. If you think it's going to be a perfect pocket every time, you think the guy's going to stand back there and stay clean, you're nuts. So the fact is, that's something the Cutler's got to understand, that there will be pressure. But one thing, the pressure did come, and what he did was, at the end of the game, drove the football down there, and they won it. So that makes a difference, and that's called being a professional quarterback. Well, Eddie, another game is gone.
Yes.
Bears win it. And that's good for us. Next week is Tennessee.
And by the way, the Colts beat Tennessee today.
Yeah. Is that good or bad? Who the hell knows?
Yeah. For us, it's good.
Yeah. We got to thanks to Herb Lawrence. Let's go out to thank you, Wayne Randazzo, and to Mr. Peterson, Brandon McCaffrey, Adam Harris, Stephanie Gilbert.
Wait a minute. The lovely, gorgeous, vivacious Stephanie.
You missed one other word. Wonderful.
Wonderful. Okay, Dougie.
Stephanie Gilbert. And Matt Heiser, Ethan Shaw, and our guy Brendan McCaffrey, who come back to help us out and say, hey, listen, I'm your old producer, and I'm going to be with you. Next up, Lawrence Holmes. And he'll be here about 6:30 and talking about the Bears, and that's when the Bears, not talking about the Bears wins or losses, but the scores game, the Sunday night game, it'll be a big one, Saints and the Broncos.
And a big thank you to UV Vodka, Dougie.
Yeah, oh yeah, big time.
Again, big thank you to UV Vodka.
Always with us.
Jay Cutler's going to pass. Drops to throw. Drifting back. Nothing left. Leaving the pocket. Opening up is Kellen Davis. The catch. Gives up the football. And it's scooped up by the Houston Texans. It is Tim Dobbins running left. Tim Dobbins in Bears territory inside the 30-yard line. And Kellen Davis makes the tackle at around the 28-yard line of the Bears. Snap, chop, looking right, throwing right, and is intercepted. Tim Jennings up with it at the 45 to the 40. He's got blockers 30. They're going to say he was down, so it better slow it down. Inside the 25, the 7th interception of the year by the Hawk. Tim Jennings. Sham on the take, rolling right, throwing to the goal line, diving catch. Touchdown, Arian Foster. Touchdown, Texans. His second of the year. It came on Briggs, who flew to the flat to try and catch him, but Foster's in. Now the Texans have a 9-3 lead. Snap Jay stepping up against pressure. Jay looking, now has to throw over the middle, and it's caught. Here's Hester at the 30. Hester 25, 20, 15, 10. Down near the 6, there is a marker down, and Jay Cutler is hurt.
Get up. Don't call it, trainer. Get up.
Well, they were asking for trainers,
right,
but they get him up now. But the trainer's out there.
And now, live from Fat Sam's, 15896 LaGrange Road in Orland Park, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, a Chicago tradition after every Bears game, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's radio home for Bears fans, brought to you in part by UV Vodka. When you celebrate, celebrate with UV, and look for the 3 new flavors coming soon.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Orland Park. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Texans two-step the Bears 13-6.
I think there's a few disappointed fans out there, Bear fans, Douglas, me boy.
How about you and I disappointed? How
Wow.
about the Bears being disappointed? How about that offense, which was non-existent, which is anemic, which you take a look at all the things that happened out there, especially at the end of the game there had necessity. You needed to move the football, not a 2-yard pass, not a 5-yard pass. I don't get it. And you want to talk about the first half, I understand that Cutler got out with a concussion, but you take a look at Cutler's number in the first half. You know what his quarterback rating was the first half? 16.7. 16.7. And he was the leading rusher with 37 yards. He was 7 for 14 for 40 yards and had 2 interceptions. But the one thing that aggravates the hell out of you is the offense had good field position, Ed.
Oh, wow.
Their
Folks,
field position was outstanding. They should have done. You mean to tell me that they only scored 6 points on that field position they had offensively?
First of all, we don't score a touchdown, Doug. And remember you and I went at it about a week or two ago?
Yes.
And I was talking about the offense being a little anemic the first half of the season. Well, Doug, here's the game. But I got to tell you what. First of all, the Bears, I thought they were ready to play, Doug. I really did. Defensively, I mean, this defense, these kids just don't give up. But offensively, Doug, it's the same thing. It's week after week, and somehow somebody's going to have to face reality. Listen to this, folks. This is the game. This is the first half of the season. I know we were 7-1, but here's the first quarter. We start on our own 45. We start on our own 37. We start out on Houston's 45. Second quarter, start out on Houston's 38. Our own 20. We start out on our own 49, our own 21. Third quarter, we start on our own 23, our own 38, and our own 48-yard line. Fourth quarter, we start out on our own 38-yard line, our 14, and then again on our own 37-yard line. And in 4 quarters, with fabulous field position, folks.
6 points.
We didn't even score a touchdown.
6 points.
Now, it's hard to look and try to find things here to say, but I think it's what reality is, Doug, and it's an offense and it's a philosophy that we have here that when they play the tomato cans, they're not going to mess up, Doug. They're not going to have the offense. They're just going to play what it is. Hopefully our defense gets through it with our special teams, and that's basically what it's been. Well, you had 2 7-1 teams go at it tonight. You had a tough Texan team play great defense. Bears played great defense. Where was the difference?
The difference is that it's very simple. You have to make plays offensively. Now, let's say this. Let's look at Marshall.
What if you don't?
Did he not drop the pass in the end zone?
What if you don't have Brandon Marshall on this team?
Well, he dropped one in the end zone also, Ed.
I
understand he made the catch.
What if we don't have him?
Well, that's the same thing. We do have him. And the other thing is Hester drops a pass. Kellen Davis, he drops 2 passes, and not only that, gets lit up by Manning and fumbles the first time around.
Do we even talk about Spaeth and
I don't even
Davis?
want to,
I don't want to waste my breath talking about those 2 guys.
I mean, the mistakes we made in offense, and then coming in that fourth quarter, I mean, we're throwing the ball 5 yards, 7 yards, 6 yards, 7 yards. You need more yards than that. You need to try at least go downfield. Maybe you try to get, some interference call or something like that. That didn't happen.
But I'll tell you what, Doug, in the first half, they did go a couple of times.
That was at the beginning of the game.
Right. Well, I think it was in the second quarter, it was 3rd and 5, right around somewhere's the 33-yard line, somewhere's around there, and we tried to score a touchdown. We usually don't see that. They tried to go deep a couple of times. It really didn't connect. But the fact of the matter is we did try to stretch the field,
Yeah.
but then you saw it and then you didn't.
And I'm talking about the second half. I'm talking about when the game is coming down to the nubs. I'm talking about when it's almost all over that you have to make a play. That's what I'm talking about. And in that fourth quarter, you see, what was our furthest pass? 2 yards, 5 yards, across the middle, drop it off. I mean, it's unbelievable. And on top of that, I don't believe the Texans sacked their quarterbacks once. I don't think there was one sack against the Chicago Bears quarterbacks.
They put pressure on Doug, but no, there were.
I understand
Right.
the pressure, but I got to tell you, there's something wrong here. I mean, you guys, and here, guys are paid to play. I don't give a damn if a guy makes a great catch, but during the course of a football game, you got to make those catches. Marshall dropped 2 of those. I know he's a good ball player. I know he's a great player, but I'm telling you, got to make those plays. You have to make those plays. Cutler didn't make the play. He had Forte wide open in the middle of the field once and overthrew him. So all the time you take a look at this offense, and every time you turn around, Ed, there's nothing going on there. And this defense played well enough to win. There's no question about it. I mean, they played enough to win.
The Bears defense, these guys, they played their hearts out.
Yeah, they did.
There's no question about it. I'm not saying on offense they didn't, but I mean on offense, where's the running game? But I tell you what, though, you got to give a little bit of credit to the Texans here. Where does Forte gain most of his yardage? On his cutbacks, okay? So what they did, they had the backside come in and come down the line so he could not cut back, Doug.
Yeah, there's no question about that. And you had the one run. It was 4th down. I said, Lovey did a great job. We're going to go for it. Go for it. You give it to Bush. Bush runs 11 yards and fumbles the football. I don't give a damn, Ed. You can't do that. You just can't do that and win football games. Not when you play teams that are good. The tomato cans you can get away with, but when teams are good and playing against a team that's 7-1, you can't make those type of mistakes.
Well, the number one thing I don't want the Bears, the coaches or the players, anybody, don't panic. You played a pretty damn good football team. They have a great defense, and that's what it was. It was a defensive struggle, Doug. We go to San Francisco next week, and we got some tough games coming up the back half of the schedule here. Now we're 7-2. Let's not panic. But my God, offense.
I think you have to panic with the offense, Ed. I think you have to. You panicked last week. I said, okay, wait, let's see what happens against Houston. But this was terrible tonight. This was absolutely terrible. I mean, you scored 6 points, 2 field goals.
How do you, when you look at the stats, the first half, folks, without Cutler running the ball for 30, scrambling for 37 yards, we have between Bush and Forte 22 yards.
And you can't
30 minutes of football.
And you can't have your quarterback with a quarterback rating of a 16.7 in that first half to think that you're going to win a football game. This segment is sponsored by Wild Foot and Ankle. For the latest treatment in athletic injuries for the foot and ankle, call Wild Foot and Ankle today at 877-3907-666.
Well, I don't know, Doug. What did we, in the first half, what did we have? In the first half, we had 4 turnovers.
Nothing.
4 turnovers. How the hell do you win a football game? 4 turnovers in the first half.
Can't do it.
You got to play beyond belief kind of football to win the football game, and we didn't.
And Kellen Davis, I don't know what the hell is going on there.
Oh, don't.
Not only that, not only catching the ball, but blocking the whole 9 yards.
I don't. Doug, we pointed out the effort of both those 2 guys blocking, just the effort of them trying to block and move people out.
Catch the ball anyway. Do one damn thing. Just catch it. All right, guys, we're going to take a break here. Listen to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Orland Park.
Doug, before we run away, guys, I just want to go back just real quickly here to these 4 quarters where the Bears started. Doug, if you looked at this, they would have put 40-some points, 38, 40-some odd, maybe 50 points on the scoreboard. First, second, third, and fourth quarter, where the Bears started offensively, this is absolutely ridiculous.
So it was the touchdown by Arian Foster in the second quarter that decided the outcome of this one. 13-6, the Houston Texans the win.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Orland Park. O'Bradovich and Buffone Our phone number, 312-644-6767. This segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit gerbercollision.com. They come highly recommended.
This segment is sponsored by Northwest Community Hospital Medical Group. For more information, locations, visit nchmedicalgroup.com.
Eddie, I'll tell you, the whole game is basic what we were talking about. What is that? What was that? Oh, okay. Forget about it. Eddie, go over that again, because here, I want to emphasize this. I want to emphasize that the Bears' offense was in position most of this football
from
game
the get-go.
From the start, to score points. They were in position. Teams are squib kicking. They're giving us the position right away. They're afraid of Hester. Meanwhile, we're getting the ball. Tell them what it is again. I want you to bang this home.
Again, folks, these are some stats that are just, they're absolutely amazing. First quarter, we start out on our own 45, our own 37, Houston's 45-yard line.
Oh, my Lord.
Second quarter, we start out on Houston's 38-yard line, our own 20, our own 49-yard line, our own 21. Third quarter, again, our own 23rd, our own 38, and then our own 48. So they should have come at halftime, made the adjustments. They should have came out firing with brimstone, because they really had some great field position. And not to say, at least, the fourth quarter, when it really counted, started on our own 38, one time our own 14, and our own 37-yard line. No touchdowns, 2 field goals. And Doug, they were in position. They were in position to put points on the board. Okay? Now, everybody can come up with every excuse on the planet, but guess what, folks? Just didn't happen in a game that really counted to really see where the Bears were.
Again, I'll go back to it. And those numbers, and you take a look at it, there's a reason why those numbers are there. Because, first of all, let's look at some of the players. I told you about the Marshall's drop. That in the end zone, that was a touchdown, Ed. I don't care what you tell me, it was a hard catch. That was a touchdown. He's supposed to make that catch. Hester drops one to make a first down. And Kellen Davis, he obviously got blown up by Daniel Manning, and then he ends up fumbling the football. And then you're talking about Cutler himself missed. He missed Forte.
Well, the other thing, Doug, your third down the first half, Doug, we were 1 of 5.
Yeah, 1 of 5.
1 of 5.
And where are we going being 1 of 5? And not only that, our rushing wasn't there. Like you said, Cutler was the best rusher at 37 yards, running the football himself.
And again, then Doug, you go to the third down situation final. We were 2 of 13. Yeah, 2 of 13 with that phenomenal field position, folks. 2 of 13 conversions on third down.
Let me say this. The Green Bay Packers beat this team. Aaron Rodgers threw for 6 touchdowns against this team. I know they're a good team, but I'm tired of hearing about that being a good team. We're supposed to be a good team. We're supposed to be the ones out there making something happen. I'm tired of hearing this crap about, you know what, they got a good defense. The hell with that noise. The hell with that noise. What are we supposed to be? We're supposed to do the damn thing and do what you have to do on the field. And that means catch the football. That means don't fumble. That means don't have 4 turnovers in the first quarter. And that means the field position that we have that you don't take advantage of. It gets kind of annoying after a while, and I don't want to hear the excuse. You know, Doug, we played a pretty good defense. Hell with that noise. Let's go out to Josh in Fairfield, Iowa. Josh, you're on the score.
Yeah, Doug, I totally agree. I mean, you look at the field position. I mean, we only had 50 yards to go to get a touchdown, and all we got was two field goals the entire game.
What was that?
Yeah, the defense played out their ass. They really did. You know, they did what they had to do. 13 points, that's less than the 49ers. Offense, yeah, we're still looking for them.
That's the case. You know, and I guess you get tired of talking about it. And Ed gave me a lashing last week. He gave me a lashing about what happened today, and I said, Ed, don't worry. I said, that offense, it'll come around when it meets the big guy.
I told you all year long that the offense has struggled like hell, especially the first half.
But here's the point, though. You say to yourself, okay, now the time has come for them to grow up.
That's right.
And put their big boy pants on and go out and play.
Because they played a big boy team.
Yeah. Did that happen? Of course it didn't happen. I mean, those numbers you saw and you talked about are bad, even though I know Cutler was knocked out of the football game with a concussion. But even Campbell coming in. It got to be, he had that 45-yard pass to Marshall. You should have kept attacking, but we can't do that. I don't know what the hell the reason is. Then on the other side of the coin, You can't drop the football, Ed. You know, these games are so tight and so big that you have to make those plays. Did you see the catches they made? And hey, on top of that, their best guy, Daniels, was not even playing. Their best guy on defense, Cody, was not even playing. Their best middle linebacker, Cushing was not even playing.
3 people, folks.
Yeah.
Start for Houston. Didn't even
Out.
play. They were out.
Let's go out to Pete in Peachtree, Georgia. Pete.
Guys, how's it going today?
Okay, Pete.
Hey, listen, you know what? Instead of spitting venom, and I got a lot of venom I can spit because I've lived in Chicago, I moved to Georgia. I'll ask a question. If Cutler can scramble, and he's not the greatest fleet of foot guy in the world, why couldn't they institute something where Campbell can get a seam and run the ball up and move it forward? Why are they giving him 2-yard outs? Why would you even give the man the option, knowing the ball's got to go 12, 15, 18 yards down the field? Why would you even give him that opportunity when you know you need more?
You know what?
I'll just wait and answer them for the answer.
And I agree with you 100%. That's what I was screaming about. It's talking about what you really need out there. And yet again, maybe this is Campbell's fault. The fact is he's taken the sheer throw, the 5-yard throw, the 6-yard throw, when you really need something major to happen. Now, I don't understand it myself.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a second here. Hey, Pete, what you saw, he is, whatever play is sent in, that's what he's calling. That's what he's calling,
Doug. He's got to make the reads too, Ed. There's other different plays because what happens is he's taking the simple route or he's taking the route that it's open. Because in the back of your mind, you have to know as a quarterback, hey, listen, I need 12 yards for this play. I can't throw it 4 yards or 5 yards. You know, the whole thing is just out of whack. The whole offense is out of whack. You know, we talk about, Eddie, our running game, that we should be having a running game. Well, they start to click a little bit in the second half. But we have to come out. I'd like to know what our first down situation was. I don't know what it is. I don't know what yards we got, but I guarantee you, once again, we'll go back to our first down and we put ourselves down in third and long position all the time. And that just won't work. And then you say to yourself, and I say it all the time too, and I'm guilty of this, don't worry, that defense will come through. Well, the defense did get 2 takeaways. But you gave up 4. And so what do you want from the defense? To do it all? And you want Hester to return the football from the kickoffs and the punt. They're not even going to kick to him. They're saying to you, we're not going to kick to Hester. We have that much faith in our defense over your stupid offense that we'll let you have the ball on the 35, the 48, the 37-yard line because you can't beat us. My Lord, that's creating a problem, I would think. But not for us because we didn't do anything about it. Let's go out to Joe and Racine. Joe, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Gentlemen, it's a pleasure and an honor. First of all, foremost. Second of all, kudos to the defense. I mean, there's no questions, gentlemen. I mean, you know this. I know this. Kellen Davis, I don't know why he's still on the roster. What has he done good? And I also thought the offensive line, pass blocking-wise, played so well. What do you guys think about that?
You're absolutely correct. I don't think we were sacked once, were we? I'm not sure. Did we get sacked at all? We didn't get sacked. And he had time to throw, whoever he is, being Campbell or Cutler. It wasn't like there was pressure all the time. Anybody hear of Watt today? How much did you hear of Watt coming into I didn't hear it. So the time was there. The other thing was the mistakes made by our receivers dropping football, the quarterback throwing interceptions, all those things. That's not an offense, fellas. You can't play in the big-time games and expect that you're going to do that. San Francisco will annihilate us next week if we don't do something about it, although they lost their quarterback too.
Yeah.
Alex Smith,
concussion, so who knows where that's going to go.
Let's go out to Craig in Oakland. Craig, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Yeah, I'm just fed up with Lovie Smith. You know, we play cupcakes like Dallas on national TV, and we kick their ass. But every time we play a good team, like Houston, or like Green Bay this year, or Green Bay last year when Lovie said, well, they came ready to play, we choke. We turn the ball over, we make stupid mistakes, and the offense just sucks. And I'm just fed up with Lovie Smith and Mike Tice. I just want to know what your opinion is.
Well, my opinion is very simple, and you're absolutely correct. Like I said before, this same team, the Houston team, the Green Bay Packers, Aaron Rodgers threw for 6 touchdowns. 6 touchdowns. We couldn't even smell the end zone. Why Continental Audi of Naperville? Because that's where you'll find style, high performance, and best automotive value in today's luxury automotive market. Visit ContinentalAuди.com. Let's go out to Rashad in Hyde Park. Rashad, you're on the score.
What's going on, gentlemen?
What's up, buddy?
Okay, Rashad.
I'm in a bad mood because the ineptitude of this offense has now finally gotten on my nerves. After 10 weeks, the tendencies on first down have not been addressed. The adjustments after halftime haven't been addressed. You wonder why we can't run the ball because we're facing 9-man front. Even Collinsworth said it in their broadcast. He said, at some point, you got to take a shot down the field. We made it in the red zone, and we didn't even take a fade shot to your 6'3", 6'4" receivers. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I just wanted to hear what you guys thought about that and the fact that we did not go for it. We went for it on fourth, but we didn't capitalize and execute in the second half.
Rashad, you're absolutely correct. Let me tell you something. If I'm quarterback and all of a sudden I see a 7-man front, 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers, okay, that's the time to run. But if they're going to put somebody else up in that box, and then you know you got 1-on-1, I'm throwing the football. I'm throwing it. And if you take a look at Campbell, I mean, it seems like he's afraid to throw it except for that one time he hit Marshall, which was a great pass. So keep going after him, and they didn't do that. It's called necessity, and we needed more than 5-6-yard plays. And when they want to come out there and try to jam that running game down our throat, which Phillips knew exactly what we were going to do, then you got to throw the ball. You're listening to this Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Pat Sam's in Orland Park.
This segment is sponsored by Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-2727-2611 or visit FazioInsurance.com.
And I'll be right back.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug and OB, live at Fat Sam's, 15896 LaGrange Road in Orland Park, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's home for Bears fans. Brought to you in part by UV Vodka. When you celebrate, celebrate with UV. And look for the 3 new flavors coming soon.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Orland Park. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears lost 13-6 to the Texans. Let's go back out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Jordan in Elmhurst. Jordan, you're on the Score.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Jordan.
Hey, 3 points. First, the defense. We held a team that averages plus 20 points, almost 30 points to 13 points. 1, you got to win that game. 2, the offense. The one big question we've all had all week was the O-line. The O-line. How are we going to hold up against? How are we going to hold up against JJ? That was no question. The rest of the offense was a question mark. What happened? How did we shoot ourselves in the foot? What are the coaches going to do? Third, the rest of the season, we have teams that have ways to be beaten. It's in there. We can see it. You can go back to the tape. They've all been beaten in significant ways except for the Packers. So I don't think it's time for people to panic, but we need these coaches to kind of wake up and say, hey, how can we fix our offense?
Jordan, let me just say this. And again, this is what Doug and I have gone back and forth about. And if you look at these games, and especially the first half, I mean, you got to come out firing. You got to come out and dominate the run. Play action, then go with the play action pass, bootleg, move the ball down the field, stretch the field. And if you look at game after game after game, and you'll see how our offense struggles, even with Cutler and even with Marshall. Go back and look from game to game to game when we were 7-1 and look at the stats. The first half offensively, how many yards we ran the ball and how many times we passed it and for how many yards. We struggle mightily. And when you play a team like you played tonight, who is one hell of a defense, I mean, you talk about shutting us down. I mean, it's unbelievable. And it's very difficult when you sit and you look at all these different kind of stats. My God, 4 first downs the first half, 4 the second, third down conversion, 2 of 13 for the game, 4 turnovers the first half. And I don't know, like 2, 3, 4 times we start out on Houston's 45, on Houston's 38, and we basically get nothing. We had phenomenal field position, And they've had it pretty much all year. So this isn't the first time that you can look at the offense, Jordan, and say, oh, we got a problem here. I mean, we've had a problem. We don't come out and we don't dominate offensively the first quarter and the second quarter. Where we dominate is our defense and our special teams. That's where we dominate. And when we needed our offense today with great field position, it didn't happen. It did not happen.
Yeah, the problem with the offense, and you say dominate, you're right. It's the first down. If you take a look at the first downs, I guarantee you that it's not any good.
We're the worst in the league at first downs, Doug.
You know, and this Bear defense held the Texans to 215 yards. They had 215 yards.
Defense, by the defensive guys, I tell you what, they're just they're playing
what more do you want from them?
Football. There's not what more could you do?
I'm telling you, I mean, you know, it's not score. See, we got spoiled because they scored so many damn points. And everybody said, well, geez, look at the points we're scoring. Yeah, take a look at the defensive points they scored. And that's where it was. We didn't score today. Because if they had scored today, we would have won. So it's the defense's fault because they didn't score. Right here. Let's go out to Alex in Palatine. Alex, you're on the score.
Hey, Ed, how are you doing?
Good, Alex. How are you?
I'm very well. Johnny and I watched the game out here in Brants and Palatine, and you know, we're just kind of wondering where this elite back forte went wrong today. You know, I watched Michael Bush have a great game, you know, and then he has a fumble, and then he basically gets benched. And I think, you know, Lovey took too long to adjust. And if you notice, when he came back in, he gets a 20-yard gain. And you said yourself, Ed, you know, Forte's a cutback runner.
Absolutely.
And wet, sloppy conditions, he's not conducive to that. You know, I mean, he's like, remember that guy James Allen? You know, he kind of shifts around. You know, what did we get Michael Bush for? To run between the tackles, to do dive series, to run straight. Right. Forte doesn't do that. He shifts around. And, you know, I mean, Michael Bush had like 4 carries, but they were all for good yards. You know, Forte, to call him an elite back, I mean, do you think he's an elite back when he can't play in conditions like this?
Well, Alex, what happened, I mean, also, more often than not, they cut off the backside to him because obviously Houston figured it out. They do have a hell of a defense to begin with. I mean, those guys, they whoever got that ball, they converge on them. Everybody converges, especially that front seven. But, Alex, I can tell you, I saw so many times where he would have cut back, he couldn't because the backside pursuit was where they're supposed to, and he couldn't do it. For the most part, Alex.
And the other thing, too, how you use this kid, you use him by throwing the football. And he was wide open. If you guys remember the play, in the middle of the field, he was wide open. And Cutler missed him. That's the one thing about him. The other thing I don't understand about our offense is where's the screens to the backs? Where's the screens? I mean, we try to, of course, the old bubble screen, but the fact the backs, let him do some field screens. Try to get the ball in his hands somehow doing that. I mean, there's a lot of things it's just not coordinated, Ed. The offense looks like it's not designed to score.
We're at home. This is a game when you look at what went on quarter after quarter and where we're at and how could we lose this football game. It's not like we were on our own 14, our own 4-yard line, our own 18-yard line, our 16-yard line, our 25-yard line. We had phenomenal field position, and didn't do a damn thing with it.
See, that's the part that really bugs me the most.
That's the question. If somebody wants to ask Lovey or Mike Tyson,
why don't we take advantage of the field position?
Here's your starting position. What happened, guys?
And they're squib kicking it to you. They're saying, here, you can take the football on the 35. Take the football on the 48. Take the football everywhere you want to. To me, that should be suicide. It wasn't because we didn't take advantage of it whatsoever. Let's go out to Dave in Bloomingdale. Dave, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB. It's an honor to talk to you guys.
Thank you, David.
I was just wondering, it seems like they've gotten away from going to Earl Bennett a lot. And he's kind of like your clutch guy, like when you need first down yardage.
Your safety valve?
Yes.
Yeah, he got, I think, caught one pass today or something like that. I don't know how many times.
One or two, I think.
I don't know how many times he was targeted. He caught one. And I don't know the answer to that. I know Hester dropped an important third down position as far as, again, not catching the football. And I saw Marshall drop one in the end zone. And I saw Cutler screw up by missing a couple of guys. Then Cutler threw 2 interceptions. I mean, all in all, when you take a look at it, this offense did nothing right, especially the first half. Let me tell you something. If your quarterback in the first half has a quarterback rating of 16.7, you got a problem. You got a major problem going on there, and that's exactly what happened. And not only that, when your quarterback has a 16.7 quarterback rating, he's also your leading rusher with 37 yards, you still got a problem. Let's go out to Andy in Elk Grove Village. Andy on the score.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
All right, Andy.
All right, I'm not going to jump off a cliff here. I realize 7-2 are still in pretty good position here. But a couple things. I thought Mike Tice did a good job game plan against these guys, not only with the pass blocking, but he put the players in position to expose weaknesses in that defense. And you got knuckleheads who, if he had stone hands, would be an improvement. Kellen Davis dropping big passes throughout the game. And it drives me nuts. There's got to be, I mean, are they going to be looking, you think they're going to be looking to bring in like a Kellen Winslow or a Chris Cooley to get a look-see? I mean, either of those guys would be a huge improvement and would make those kind of catches.
Alex, all you have to do is look at the teams, the good teams that go to the playoffs. Look at them. Look at their tight ends. Look who they have. San Francisco, New York, New Orleans, all of them have tight ends. New England, all of them. We don't have any tight ends. Take a look at it, because without the tight end, I don't give a damn. Outside guys are important, there's no question. You best have that tight end and a guy that can catch the football. We don't have it. We don't have it. Let's go out to Wayne.
Because we're in maximum protection.
It wasn't maximum protection when he dropped the damn ball, Eddie.
I understand that, Doug.
You know, I'm telling you, there comes a time that I understand you may only get 3 or 4 opportunities to catch the ball. Then you take the ball, you have to catch it. I mean, come on. You say, oh, geez, I don't have the ball thrown to me 2 times, so it doesn't matter that I dropped 1 out of the 2. The hell it doesn't.
I'd like to start out on those 2 tight ends, Doug, but I tell you what, I told you earlier in the broadcast, I'm not even going to waste my breath on those guys. Period.
I know. Let's go out to Wayne and Racine. Wayne, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Wayne?
Oh, man, I tell you, man, this is really terrible, man. I mean, this high-profile, offense. You got the big, finally, the big receivers and everything, and you got Jennings playing out of his mind and Peanut and everything, and Urlacher playing out of their mind, man. I'm telling you, what is this team missing, man? Is it mental? It's not physical. It's mental, man. I'm letting everybody up there at Pat Sam's say, what's up, y'all? What's happening? I can't hear y'all. But anyway, is it mental or what?
I don't have the answer for that. Because, again, we had to go out and get the ball players that they supposed we were going to put in there. Marshall was one of them. And he was the guy that's going to make a difference. Collar is going to make a difference. And Forte is supposed to make a difference. But when you take a look at it, it takes more than a couple guys. And I don't have the answer for you. All I know is that individually, there comes a time during the course of a ball game when you face good teams, it seems like this team says, oh, this team's too good for us. But yet I'll beat the hell out of Jacksonville, and I'll beat the hell out of Tennessee. I'll beat the hell out of some of these teams that couldn't play dead. That's not the point. The point is beat the hell out of the teams that are good. And that was the time to start, was tonight. That's what you have to do. I don't understand it. That's the mentality. The mentality is, I understand you can beat the hell out of tomato cans, but start taking on the big guys.
Doug, what happens, it's game after, Doug, this is not a mystery. This is going to be a conservative offense until hell freezes over, pal. You're not going to see this offense magically going to turn over and absolutely blow open the offense and try to attack downfield and do that. That's not the style of play for this offense, and it's a damn shame when our defense is playing the way they're playing and getting the turnovers they're getting, scoring the points they're scoring, Doug, and our offense getting the field position they're getting, and we can't even, in 4 quarters, we can't score a touchdown. We can't score a touchdown. Next to impossible.
And here's the mystery of the whole thing. Going into this football game, we said, hey, watch out, J.J. Watt. He's going to really do something. They did nothing. There was no sacks whatsoever on her. And they said, hey, how about field position? We got field position all night. Where did it go? What happened? Why didn't we score?
We got field position, Doug, and we couldn't convert on 3rd down. We couldn't move the ball from the 38. And we couldn't even move it 10 yards to get it. Lucky you get a damn field goal.
And our first downs are just, forget about it. Why don't we just play with 2 downs if we can do that? Let's go to Alex in Lamont. Alex.
Hello. Hey.
Hey.
How you guys doing? Thanks for having me on the show.
Okay,
Thanks,
buddy.
Alex.
First one I want to start out with, the defense played a game.
Played a hell of a game.
You bet they did.
And the offense is not so much good. 4 turnovers in the first quarter. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's, you know what it is, and the turnovers. I understand all of that. But once again, you know, you've got to make plays offensively. You don't have a second chance to make a play. One play makes the difference in the game. Here, let me go back to it. I thought Marshall should have had that catch and it should have been a touchdown. Somebody said, well, geez, look at the other catch he had. It doesn't matter. You've got to make the plays when you have to, when they're there. And that's the thing I think what's bothering me the most is that you don't have that luxury anymore to go out there and not make those plays. You don't have that luxury when you play against good teams. Bad teams will give you another chance. Good teams will not give you another chance.
Doug, we had 25 plays the first half, total for the entire game of 56 plays. Coupled with where we at on the field offensively, and I don't know where. I mean, should the offense, should they take a beating? I suppose so. But it becomes mind-boggling after a while. And I'm going to tell you something. We better start coming out the first and second quarters and setting the tone and setting the pace and not waiting for miracles from our defense and special teams. We're dead flat game after game after game offensively. There's a problem. There's a problem with the offensive game plan, whether it's Tice, whether it's Lovey, whatever who it is. It's somebody's fault up there because this just didn't happen tonight, Doug. This has been game after game after game. We come out, first, second quarters, we fall flat on our face.
You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Texans.
Hang in there, callers.
The Bears 13-6. We'll be right back.
Defensively, we couldn't stop the run. They ran the ball. At times, you just can't let them run the all the time the way they did that first half. Second half, I thought we played better gap control and, tackled better the second half also, which gave us an opportunity.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I just heard Lovie Smith. They ran the football too much on us in the first half. Did you once mention anything about the offense? Not one damn word about the offense here. We're talking about the defense. What's the defense's fault? They ran the football. Yeah, the kid's a pretty damn good runner, Arian Foster. And they did run for some yardage in the first half. But they scored 6 points. Okay? I don't get it. I mean, I don't know where the hell they want to hang their hat. They want to hang it on the offense, the defense, and blame them because the defense didn't score it? Is that the deal?
Lovie Smith just said about they let them run too much, okay?
Yeah.
Lovie, let me tell you what, Love. Take a look at your statistics. Your total yards offensively the first half was 99 yards. And you're talking about Houston running the ball on us? Hello.
You think that was the problem why we lost the game because they had some good runs? You think that was that? What the hell are they thinking, Ed? What is he thinking?
Of 99 yards. And then guess what? I mean, Jake Cutler the first half. How about our running game, Lovey? How about our running game? Cutler scrambles for 37, and our 2 running backs get a total of 22 yards. And you worried about Houston running the ball against us?
That shouldn't even be in your mind. I mean, sure, they ran some football. They got out there. They did some yardage. But not enough to gash you where it's your fault. You see, that's what I hate about sometimes I hate this about Chicago. All they worry about is our defense. All they worry about the defense stopping somebody, defense scoring. Tillman will knock the football out. No one gives a damn about what the offense does. Just like that commenter
How
said
the hell
there.
does he come up
His
with
comment
that
was, they ran the football against us. Come on, Lovey. Get that football, get that offensive gear.
Your offense scored 3 points. And you have a total.
Good God.
Total of running 90 49 yards. And you worried one of the reasons why we had a tough day?
Because they ran
the first half against us? Are there remorse?
I don't believe he said that. I really don't.
Well, we heard it. Let's get out to the callers.
Let's go out to Dan in Frankfurt. Dan, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. I'm just wondering why Mike Tice was ever hired as the offensive coordinator. Because he was a bad head coach. He was a bad O-line coach. He has no experience as an offensive coordinator. I mean, I know this was a team loss. There's a lot of people to blame. But there had to be a better option at the beginning of the year than Mike Tice.
Well, the part of that reason was the fact that, Lovey was used to him, and they agreed on one thing, was run the football. And that was what Lovey wanted to do. Remember, get off the bus running the football? But as you know, that's a good thing to have. But you better be able to throw the football. And that's why, got Cutler there. That's why they went out and got Marshall. That's what they really need. So I don't know, but it's not – Mike Tice didn't drop those footballs today. I mean, the players did. I mean, there were times, like I said, there were touchdowns. There were just miscues. But if I would have told you at the beginning of this game, you know what? The Chicago Bears offensive line will not give up a sack. You would have said to me, well, we're going to win running away. No chance. No chance whatsoever. It didn't happen. Again, too, I'm still perturbed about what Lovey just said. They ran the football against us. What the hell? What has that got to do with it? The problem is you're not doing nothing offensively.
Doug, what I'm just thinking about, I remember that game of a couple of 2-3 years or whenever it was ago against Green Bay.
Don't get me started on that.
That's when you lost it.
Yeah.
On one of the post-game shows, Lovey said, well, they came with a purpose.
Yeah.
Well, you said,
what was our purpose?
Hell was our purpose?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
What was our purpose? I mean, Lovey's got to look it right in the eye and say, hey, hold it. It's time to start pinning the... Whose fault is it? Well, our offense didn't do anything. Our offense didn't really come around. Our offense didn't run the football in the first half. Not that the Bear defense didn't stop the run. Well, hell, that wasn't the problem. Let's go out to Mike in Plano. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good.
Yeah, just a couple points. First off, Devin Hester. I love Devin Hester, but I really wish he just quit dancing around and just run vertically so he gets as many yards as he can on the return. Now, my second point is about Jason Campbell. Now, I know he's a backup quarterback and you can't really rely much on him, but I've noticed this season, he's taking those scared to death goals that you guys keep mentioning. Touchdown 66. I recall one play in the fourth quarter where he had max protection, all day to throw the ball, no one even near him, and Marshall's guys just happened to slip in coverage, leaving them wide open. He didn't even look down there. He threw it down to Space, who was running the delay route out of the flats, and Space caught us like a 2-yard gain now. And you're losing how to throw it down the field out there through your quarterback. I just want to get you guys' thoughts on that. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, the game dictates to you what you need to do. The score dictates to you what you want to do with the football. When you're losing and the time is running out, you're not checking down all the time. And that's what they did. 5-yard pass, 6-yard pass, 5-yard pass. That's not going to cut it. You're going to need a big play. And you got to use one of your guys. And I know the time you were talking about, Marshall was open. If it took his time, he had plenty of time to throw the damn ball. But yet again, he decided to take the short pattern. And again, that wouldn't have did any good. What good was it going to do? You needed a big play. Now, he had that one big play for 45 yards to Marshall. That's what you need. You need those type of plays to win. Take a look at all the teams that win football games. Take a look what they do in the fourth quarter. Cutler did it last week. And Campbell did not do it this time. But Cutler did not do it in the first half either. And why that is going on, I have no clue as far as why we start so poorly.
Well, here, defensively, Doug, we gave up, folks, four quarters of football, a total of 215 yards.
Yeah. Well, that's
bad. What the Houston Texans got, 215 yards.
That's bad.
Yeah. I tell you, that's ups. And then again, you look at the Bears, they had a total of 249 yards with just unbelievable field position that we had. And boy, oh boy, you talk about where the problems lie. And he's worried about they gave up too many yards rushing the football when they gave up a total of 215 yards.
An average per yard, per rush, 3.6. 3.6. take a look where the real problem is, Levy. It's not your defense, and it's not you stopping the run. Teams are going to get some runs on you. That's just the way it is because you're facing a pretty good line, and Aaron Foster's a good back. But all said and done with, when this game ended and the smoke cleared, your defense played you more than well. But here's where the problem is, Levy, and I understand this. Your defense didn't score, so that's not good. If their defense can't score, then the Bears can't win. If you have that attitude, then we're not going to win another damn game. Let's go out to John in Quad Cities. John, you're on the score.
Doug, OB, I'm honored.
What's up, Johnny?
Go ahead, John.
Kellen Davis, he had a drive-killing penalty, a drive-killing fumble, and a drive-killing drop. Is there anything that guy can't do?
Yeah, play football.
That's all I'm saying. Thanks, guys.
I mean, you need that. You need that guy. You need that tight end. You got to make these plays. That's just like say to me, if a shortstop is playing baseball and if they hit the baseball to him and he muffs it, right? And you say, oh, gee, that's okay. It's not okay. It's a routine play. You make the routine plays. Routine play meaning in the pros, you're a pro. You make the catch. That's what you're supposed to do. You catch the football as a tight end. You do those things. And you hold on to the football. Manning jacks him up and he fumbles it. You're not getting anything out of our tight ends whatsoever. Let's go out to Ivan in Logan Square. Ivan, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing tonight?
All right, Ivan.
Well, a couple of quick points. And, Kellen Davis' name's coming up a lot, and I can see why, because I have to say the Kellen Davis experiment should be dead. I mean, there should be no reason he should suit up next game. I mean, even Evan Rodriguez, when he was there just for that little bit, he was at least able to pick up a block, and I'm pretty sure he has better hands than Kellen Davis.
Ivan, he does that for sure.
Let me tell you, I agree with you. Every time I've seen Rodriguez in there, whether he's in an in position or basically in the I formation and he'll lead the blocker, this kid goes after people. He's got great leg drive. He stays low, and he takes on a blocker, and he drives through him.
And then he can catch the football.
I'm going to tell you something.
Good hands.
Sometimes, I'm not even going to talk about those two other guys.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go out to Secret Squirrel. Secret Squirrel.
Look, gentlemen, it's quite simple. Mike Tice needs to play chess. He's not playing chess. To me, he seems to be infatuated with the offensive toys that he has. The Bears just need to restrict it to what the other team gives them. And it gives them that short pass to Forte, the short pass slant to Bennett, and the offense will force the defense to come up and open it up. It's very simple. Mike Tice right now is the problem. He's got to get his head on straight because these defensive coordinators kind of figured out it's Marshall or nothing.
Well, the point is, you're right, because you got to have the right game plan. There's no question about that. I mean, we're not saying that everything goes on the players. But let me tell you something, though. You still come back to the player. You still got to look at the player. You got to still look at if you make a play and you make a call that you got a player wide open and you can't hit him with the football, or he drops the football, or he fumbles the football. That's exactly what happened in that first half. We had 4 turnovers, 4 of them in the first half. And then our answer to the whole situation was, our defense just couldn't stop the run in the first half. Oh, my Lord.
4 turnovers in the first half. If we don't have our defense.
And we got 2 ourselves defensively.
These kids on our defense, if we don't have them, those 4 turnovers, the Houston Texans, they should have blown us out of the water, Doug.
Absolutely.
But the guys on defense, what a great job, guys.
And they end up getting 2 takeaways. What? Because they didn't score. Got spoiled. Our offense got spoiled because now not only were we taking the ball away, we were scoring touchdowns. Made it a hell of a lot easier for them. Offense, pick up your own load. Stop depending on somebody else. Let's go out to Tim on the south side. Tim, you're on the score.
Yeah, okay. We lost with 7-1 team, and our quarterback got a concussion in the first half, and he's always been better in the second half. We have nothing to be ashamed of. We're still a good team.
Well, I'm glad you think so. And I'm glad you think that we're still a good team, but good teams don't do that.
How could you overreact to one loss?
How can I overreact? Let me tell you something. The fact is that loss should have been a win. How's that sound? That loss should have been a win. It should have been a win.
What if we were 3-5?
I don't care what we were 7-1. Start acting like a champion. Start acting like you know what the hell's going on. Start acting like a Chicago Bear. I'm sick of the excuses. Grow up. I don't want to hear it. I'm not in the mood to hear that crap. Let's go out to Chris in Patterson, New Jersey. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, what's going on, guys? You know, this offense is very amateur and childish. You know, I look up in New England. There's a system. You look over in Green Bay, there's a system. When Brady got hurt, Matt Castle came in, they didn't skip a heartbeat. When Matt Flint came in for Aaron Rodgers, they didn't skip a heartbeat. And the problem is they're still trying to figure out what Cutler does well. I'm still trying to figure out what the hell he does well. You know, I mean, the next guy comes in and nobody knows what the hell they're doing. You can't expect Mike Tice to do any better because that's just Mike Tice. He's not an offensive coordinator. He's not that. The problem that we have to look at now is where do we go from here? Because you can't change offensive coordinators. What, you're going to give the guys another playbook? That's not going to happen. So realistically, what we're going to have to do and what it looks like the season is going to be, defense, offense, play it safe, don't turn over the ball, and special teams.
And you know what?
I'm sorry, but that's what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Have a good night, guys.
Chris, you're absolutely
correct. Right. That's not going to change.
Chris,
it's not going to change.
And it's not going to change.
Because
that's the philosophy.
It will beat the tomato cans. That philosophy will beat the tomato cans. It will beat the teams that are under 500 or the teams that are even. It won't beat Green Bay. It won't beat Houston. And it won't beat San Francisco. That's exactly what's going on here. You know, if you want to beat the bigger guys, you're going to have to play bigger football on offense. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670.
Just try to read my keys and do what I do, best for us during the week. Just trying to, when I'm standing back, just watching. You don't get any reps during the week, so you have to get a lot of mental reps. So I was trying to, just use some of the things I learned during the week and apply them.
That was Jason Campbell talking about what he learned during the week and really didn't do much as far as trying to score a football. And a lot of times that happens because you don't get to play during the week. The main guy, the Cutler, would get all the reps.
And also the plays that were called in to him, Doug. Mm-hmm. Let's not discount that, please.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Orland Park. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go out to Megan in Humboldt Park. Megan.
Hi, I'm actually calling from Humboldt Park, but how are you?
How you doing?
I'm great. Actually, I just wanted to call in because I think it takes a girl calling in saying that I've heard a lot of big, burly Bears fan men calling in and kind of shaking their knees right now. And I would appreciate a little perspective. I know there's a lot like Forte and there's a lot of things that we could have expected more from this game. However, I'd like some perspective from you guys to say there's some things that went wrong, but really we're doing pretty good in the big picture. So I would appreciate a little less shaking of the knees and a little bit more perspective tonight.
If I go with the perspective, that means that you're a loser. Okay? That's the perspective of this whole thing. So I understand talking about, we're not talking about a high school team here or a college team. They're called professionals. You know why they're called professionals? They get paid. You know why they go out there to play? They go out to play to win. And when you go out to play to win, you try to beat the best team out there. So if you just walk back and say, geez, we lost to Houston, you know why? But they're pretty damn good. You know that, Doug. Well, what about you? And I keep saying this. And once you got to get that attitude that you got to be able to beat them. And so if you want to get that attitude you're talking about, Megan, you're going to lose. You're going to lose to San Francisco. You're going to lose to Green Bay. You're going to lose to all the good teams. Let's go out to Ben in this car. Ben, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug OB, how you doing? I got a question for you. Houston said they're going to double cover Marshall the entire game, which they did. I don't remember seeing a single four-receiver set. I think you got to spread the defense out by throwing more guys than veterans.
Again, too, getting back to what they were doing, especially when they were trying to stop our run and then put an extra guy in there, you throw the football. I agree with you 100%. And maybe if Cutler didn't get knocked unconscious and they'd had a problem, maybe come back in that third quarter like they did all the time before, then they would have came back. But let me tell you this about that philosophy. See, Detroit had that philosophy last year. If you look at Detroit last year, 4 times they come back in the second half to win football games. Yeah, well, they're trying it this year, and they can't do it. Well, it's a bad habit. It's a bad habit.
Ben, I think when we tried to stretch the field a little bit in the second half, pretty much, Doug, who did we use? Number 32. That's who we used to try to stretch the field.
And they tried to come out in the first quarter. They threw deep. Remember the first 3 passes? The first 3 plays were passes, a screen pass. They try to go deep with Hester and all that. Okay. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, you've got to be able to come up with those big plays, and Cutler's got to do those big plays. Yeah, I understand the Cutler in the second half. He's got a 138 quarterback rating. But like you said, if he's not there, he couldn't do the 138 quarterback rating. So in the first half, he had a 16.7 quarterback rating. So you got to be able to come out starting, like you always say. You got to come out of the chutes fast.
We have to, Doug. Come on. I mean, enough's enough. We've gone through half a season here, and it is what it is. You go back and look at it, and look at the stats. It's right in front of you.
First half, first down. Not very good. Let's go out to Champ in Whitehall, Pennsylvania. Champ.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What's up, Champ?
Hey, I want everybody to pump their brakes, man. You acting like you just lost the playoffs, man. It's one game. I understand you're upset, but you got to put everything into perspective. First of all, you had a guy call up talking about New England and how Castle came in. Man, he was in that offense for years. They had the offense going for years. This is the first year in this offense. All right? So everybody relax. Jason Campbell in the second half was scared to throw the ball. And, yes, in the first half, the defense was horrible. They gave up a long drive that ended the game. That touchdown really ended the game. Nothing else happened after that. Yeah, they did good in the second half, but in the first half they gave up too much.
I can't believe you said that.
You can't believe I said what?
They were horrible. I can't believe you used the word they were horrible.
They were horrible in the first half, yes. They gave up a 80-yard drive when they took up like 10 minutes of the game clock on an 80-yard drive and scored a touchdown.
Oh, they scored a touchdown, huh? They got two takeaways. They got two takeaways. The Bears did in the first half.
Okay, the Bears got 2 takeaways.
Right.
The Texans got 4 takeaways.
Yeah, exactly.
What does that mean?
What it means, our offense sucks. That's what it means.
Okay, but at the same token, them guys loving y'all. At the same token, man, in the second half, I think if Jay Cutler would have came out, I think it would have been better because the offensive line protected. Jason Campbell was scared to throw the ball. I saw on TV when he had guys open, but he was scared to throw. He started checking it down. Let's keep it real right here. Don't just say the offense. Yeah, the offense was bad, but I mean, come on, man. Jay Cutler didn't play in the second half. We still got a lot of football left, man. We didn't just lose the playoffs. We're 7-2, still first in the division. I like where the team is right now. I like where they are. This is the 8th game under this new offense? Mm-hmm. Come on, man. Give it a chance.
Let me ask you something. Who did we beat?
Who did we beat? We beat everybody that we played.
Okay, did we beat Green Bay?
No, we didn't.
Green Bay beat this team by 6 touchdowns Aaron Rodgers threw.
Man, but hold on. Was the conditions the way it is today?
What conditions? There's conditions on both plays. Hey, hold it. The Bears didn't just play under those conditions. Houston played under those conditions. Houston's an inside stadium. They play on a covered dome. It should have been to our advantage.
I'm talking about the wet ball. It was wet out there, man. Everybody's fumbling the ball, it's slipping. I mean, it reminded me of the 06 Super Bowl. I knew it was going to be a bad game. I knew people was going to be dropping ball. It was a bad game.
Hey, Champ, if you listen to the beginning of the show, what we said was that let's not panic here. Just the same words you just said. I said let's not panic. We got to go out to the West Coast. We got to play the 49ers, a pretty damn good football team. Good front seven, good defense. Okay, we're still just 7-2.
Absolutely.
We're in everything. Now, what the situation was today was, unfortunately, Champ, there's only 16 games. And you're playing at home, and you're playing against another team that was 7-1. And when you look at the final stats, the first half, the second half, what went on offensively and defensively, we should have put this team away in the first half. We had field position second to none for 4 quarters and couldn't score a touchdown. Now, is there a problem? Yes, there is, because this just didn't happen tonight. This happened the last week, the week before, the week before, the week before. We don't come out firing the first 30 minutes of football. Again, let's not panic. We're 7-2. We got the back half here still to come, still to look at, one game at a time. But you got to deal with reality here, champ. And the reality is our offense put up 99 yards the first half. At the final gun, we converted 2 of 13 third downs with phenomenal field position. And we couldn't put up 1 touchdown in 60 minutes of football. Not 1 touchdown.
Well, that's the problem. And everybody says, don't get excited. Here's why I'm getting excited. The fact is very simple. The fact is that this was the biggest question for the Chicago Bears. What will the Bears do when they meet a good football team? What will they do? We knew they met the Green Bay Packers. We know what they did there. They lost. So tonight they have a chance going against a 7-1 team. What would the Bears do? We're playing at home. We're playing outside. We're playing in the rain. Bears are a muddy team, a weather team, a rain team, a snow team. Well, none of that came to fruition. None of the stuff that we thought that they could do, they did. And that's why I'm bothered. Sure, we can go back. We'll beat the other teams. Hey, we'll beat Detroit. There's no question about that. We'll beat some others up Minnesota. We'll beat Minnesota. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, do you want to do some of this and then go into the playoffs and go one and done? Because we really haven't shown anything yet to the teams that are good football teams. All right, here's what we'll do. Let's see what the Bears do against San Francisco next week. San Francisco lost today. Let's see what happens when they go to San Francisco. They lost their quarterback, too. So that makes a big difference. Alex Smith is out of that game.
Well, the reason why, Doug, I think, panic, boom, whatever we're talking about, I understand, Doug. But the fact of the matter is, when you look at the National Football League, there's no giant teams out there that can just crush you from week to week. It's just not going to happen. So I still believe we had as good a shot as anybody to get to the promised land. I really believe that. But certain things are going to have to happen. But we're in a position to get there. I think, Doug, we've got as good a position and a chance as anybody else. But what has to happen defensively, Doug, nobody can get hurt, and they can't let up. But the fact is, we still have a shot. We really do.
Yeah, the way you look at it right now, our shot is our defense has to score points. I mean, that's what everybody has in the back of their mind. That's what everybody's thinking about. They're saying, hey, the defense, we can't stop the run. Oh, good. They have to put up 14 points. They got to have a guy intercepted at the end of the – we lucked out. The Carolina game, stop yourself in that Carolina game. We come out of that damn game. We won the football game, but when is it where a guy throws an out when a guy slips and he intercepts it, and then we score 2 touchdowns in 8 seconds? Come on. It's finally looking us right in the face now. Somebody's got to look in the mirror and say, hey, hold it. This is where we are, and this is who we are. We've got to make some changes. That's all. Well, the opportunity is there, Ed. I'm not even doubting that.
You go back to the 85 team, boy, I tell you what, still arguably one of the greatest teams that this sport has ever seen. And they had a very young team, Doug. And how many times did they get there, folks? They got there one time, and they won the Super Bowl. Never got back. So you have this opportunity. You're in position now. Even you're 7-2, but you still have this opportunity, which is a pretty good opportunity because there are no juggernauts out there. You're just as good as anybody else out there, I think.
And you'll only be just as good, though, Ed, if you're honest with yourself. If you're honest with yourself and tell you what you really have and what has to get better. Not stopping the run.
My point, Doug,
I didn't lose this football game because we didn't stop the run in the first half.
Here's my point. My point is that we're 7-2, and we're in the hunt to get to the Super Bowl. It's tough to get there, Doug, but when you put yourself in a position like this, heading in the backside of the schedule, and we're 7-2, we still got a shot. I don't want the Bears to quit. I don't want the coaches to quit. I don't want the fans to quit. We got to go forward. And sometimes you got to look at some of this stuff, Doug. Like when you see this film of our offense, you know what? If I was Mike Tyson, what I'd do? I'd burn the damn films. I wouldn't even show it to the offense. 99 yards the first half.
But you got to stop kidding yourself, though. I mean, Ed, here, I understand what you're talking about. Hey, hold on. No one knows better than you or me about 7-2, and that's great, and I like that. And I know our opportunities are there, and that's terrific. All that stuff. But what I'm telling you, if you want to go forward, if you want to get to the top, you're going to have to be more honest with yourself and figure out what the hell is wrong. That's all. It's that simple. Let's go out to Ernie in Bolingbrook. Ernie on the score.
Yes, how y'all doing? Check this out. I got like 3 points to make. Okay, and one of the points was like last week when you guys was mentioning how come the Bears don't use Devin Hester in the slot and run him up the middle.
Right.
Houston had the middle like wide open. They were doubling on our side. Okay, the second point I got to make, since it seems like that Lovie Smith actually depends on the defense to score the points, why don't we just switch the defense, have the defense play the offense, and offense play the defense? Maybe we'll probably get some more, results. Okay. And the third point is, I don't know if anybody ever since defense scoring all the points, what's the differential from what the offense, touchdown they actually scored and the defense scored? And I want to see if anybody can, kind of look up those statistics, and then we can probably see what the real problem is.
I think we scored defensively, I don't know, it was like 42 points so far this year. And, and it's a ton of points. There's no question about it. And it's also, too, it puts your offense in good position because when you score like that, like I said, we won the Carolina game. The only reason we won the Carolina game is because of that interception by Jennings. And Jennings made 2 nice interceptions today, which we did not take advantage of. I guess that's why I get maybe so aggravated. And Ed and I talk about this because you're only given so many opportunities, and you have to take advantage of that. We had an opportunity, a whole football game, the field position we were in to make something happen.
I think that's the whole point, Doug, of why you're aggravated. I'm aggravated, and obviously 99% of the callers are right because of what happened tonight. We were there. We had everything going for us, and we couldn't even
take advantage of it.
We just couldn't do it.
Yeah. It's got to Ben in Hawthorne Woods. Ben, you're on the score. It'll be in Doug.
I wanted to talk about, for one, I'm extremely disappointed in the offense, but more importantly, the crowd tonight was very disappointing. They were booing Colin Davis when he's hurt. A lot of talks in the crowd about Cutler faking an injury, and it's kind of embarrassing to be a fan out there listening to all this. So I'm just going to hang up and listen to what you guys have to say.
Ben, obviously you were at the game, and you heard them saying Cutler was faking it?
Yeah, it's very uneducated fans starting chants on offense. This is getting kind of ridiculous. You would think that this problem would be getting taken care of by now.
He almost got decapitated.
Yeah, almost got killed. In fact, whoever hit him is going to get fined. I don't know.
I'll guarantee you. There's no question about it.
He's going to get fined. That was delivered right after the play.
I forget what's the number. One of the linebackers, 52, I think.
I didn't catch the name.
Thomas.
Who was it? Oh, Tom. Well, anyway, the fact is he's going to get fined. He could have killed this kid. The hit he made.
When he did it, I saw his neck snap.
Was chicken crap is what it was by him hitting him like that. Well, you listen to the I tell you what, Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone. We'll be right back.
Back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug and OB, live at Fat Sam's, 15896 LaGrange Road in Orland Park, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's home for Bears fans, brought to you in part by UV Vodka. When you celebrate with UV, and look for the 3 new flavors coming soon.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Orland Park. O'Bradovich and Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. And this hour is brought to you by Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Al in Homewood. Al, you're on the Score.
Hey, thanks for taking the call, guys.
All right, Al.
Hey, to me, it just starts with the front office here. Phil Emery, that's his name. My last name's Emery. I got to say, it starts with the front office. And you're trotting out Jason Campbell. He's stunk in Washington. He's stunk in Oakland. And now you're trotting him out. Who else do they have out there as a backup? They got Tavares Jackson. They have Tim Tebow's out there. And they're trotting this bozo out? Come on, guys.
I don't believe you said Tim Tebow. I mean, you wouldn't want Tim Tebow in this team. I mean, I certainly wouldn't want it. And a lot of times, too, the backup quarterback doesn't get the time during the course of the game, of the week to play the game. And there was a lot of mistakes made at the end. There's no question about it. But a lot of these things could happen in the first half that could have gave the Bears a little comfort as far as leading or scoring touchdowns. Or being
Absolutely,
on the board.
Doug. Very good point. Absolutely.
And then,
didn't happen.
Didn't happen. And I think that's part of it. And no matter who the quarterback is, and I know Campbell took the short throw. There were guys who were open. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, Cutler had that opportunity in the first half and didn't happen. Here's a guy that had a 16.7 quarterback rating. That's just a fact. I'm not making this up. And the fact is, we didn't take advantage of the field position. That's the whole story, as Ed always says. Let's go out to Tony on the west side. Tony on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, how are you doing today?
What's up,
All right, Tony?
Hey, my problem is, again, the play calling. It was absolutely terrible. Play calling, the fourth quarter. When Jay got hurt, before he got hurt, you notice they were playing him not to run the ball or run the ball. They didn't put 9 men in the box. But as soon as he got hurt and they brought in Campbell, they loaded the box up. And it was like we were scared to throw the ball over 10 yards. That was just terrible, absolutely terrible. So I'm kind of confused as did Mike Tice not see all these people in the box and tell Campbell, look, if you get a chance, throw the ball downfield. We're fighting from behind. You need to throw the ball.
That's a great point, and that was my point. My point is you don't do this dink and dunk when you're down, when you need to score. And again, too, there was a time, and I'll go back to it. That offensive line gave Campbell a lot of time to throw the football one particular play. He took the wrong guy. Marshall would have been open, probably for about a 30 or 35-yarder, and he wasn't rushed. He tossed the football short as if, you know what, I need to get 5 yards. You didn't need 5 yards. You needed a big play to move this team. And I agree with you. Is it the quarterback's fault? Did Tice jump all over and say, let's try to get the football down the field? I don't have the answer to that. All I know is it did not happen, and it should have happened. Let's go out to John in his car. John, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Thanks for taking the call. Look, I got a problem with Lovey coming up there on the podium game after game after game, whether you win or lose. It's in passing that he talks about the offense, and I think the reason is he's a defensive coach. He has no clue about what the offense is doing. He has no clue how to fix it. He's got a coordinator that's being really too conservative. This isn't the old black and blue division. And the other thing is, Kellen Davis should be out of town like they got rid of Williams already. And the other thing is, Hester is running east and west, not north and south, and it's disgusting. So I'm going to hang up because I got to live a taxi.
Right,
but
John.
you did notice the first time, though, that Hester did return the punt, it was straight up the field. But after that, it was north and south. There's no question about it. But I got to tell you this. Think about this, for an instance. This is the second team now that's taken the football and squib kicked it and gave the Bears great field position. Still, they're afraid of Hester. They're still afraid of him. They're willing to give us better field position than risk a chance that Hester busting one off and going for a touchdown. And I'm all for it. I'll take that field position. But you can't take that field position if you don't do something about it. And that's exactly what happened. We didn't do anything about it. They're kicking it. They're squibbing it. We're getting set. We're right here. Perfect time for our warehouse to start, and we didn't take advantage of it.
The other thing here, and I've said it many, many times, Doug, the last few years, Devin Hester, if you want him as a receiver, there's only one place you play him, pal.
Slot.
You play him in the slot. Period.
Let's go out to Tim and Racine. Tim, and you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, and you guys.
What's up, Timmy?
Yeah, Mike Tice is like Mike Marks reincarnated, man. I mean, you guys have been talking about going to the we're talking about going to the Super Bowl. That's not going to happen, man. I mean, I've been saying all along, you play good offense, you see who the Bears really are. I mean, and what do you guys think about that? I'll take my answer off there.
Well, yeah, there's no question you're going to have an offense. Again, I'll go back to it. I'll say this again. Houston played the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Rodgers threw for 6 touchdowns against Houston, the great Houston defense. So what I'm saying is the good teams rise to the occasion. We should have really did it. But again, too, I get a little aggravated with Lovey saying, well, it was the defense's fault because they ran the football in the first half. My Lord, we didn't do anything offensively. I wonder what they're looking at. Again, too, you depend on the defense to do it all, to get the takeaways, to score the touchdowns, to win the football game for you, to come back in the fourth quarter like they did against Carolina. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen every week. So that's why I'm disappointed in what happened today. Let's go out to Pat in Long Grove. Pat, John, the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, how you doing tonight?
All right,
what's up, Pat?
Doing all right. Hey, I want to ask you guys a question. First of all the callers actually good information. Everything sounds right on cue. For both of you, I agree with both of your sides here. As you're talking about the fact that we're 7-2, and the league, you know what? There's losses here and there, and people are losing games. But on the other hand, Doug, I get it. But we're not playing to the level we should be playing to be able to win a Super Bowl.
There it is.
So
that's
there's
exactly
no doubt
right.
about that. And my question is, I got 2 points to this. So answer the first one, and I want to go into another one that I talked to you guys about a few weeks ago. First one is, what's the positive of this team? And I know the answer already, but you guys will answer right away. What's the best part of this team?
Well, the defense, obviously.
Obviously. Special teams isn't special anymore.
No.
The offense, we can't seem to score against good teams.
Mm-hmm.
So, I called you guys about 3 weeks ago. I talked about the Detroit game, and we talked about, you guys were saying Cutler's the guy. I'm going to lay you out a little bit here. And I called up and I said, we scored 13 points against the second and third string defense on the secondary. Here we are again tonight. We got 99 yards against, the Texans in the first half. I got he's the best, but is he Breeze? Is he Rodgers? Is he Brady? Is he the guys in the last 8 years, Roethlisberger and Matt Manning, that have won a Super Bowl? Because they've got to step up. We've got to win a Super Bowl with a quarterback that takes the next level.
And, those are great points. And the point is, though, he's going to have to become that guy, a Breeze. He's going to have to try to become a Rodgers. For any team to get to where they have to go. If you watch today, any quarterbacks have bad time. Eli Manning was terrible today. Cincinnati just beat the hell out of those teams. Beat the Giants. It'll happen. But Eli Manning has got some bullets in his gun. He's got something to show for it. He's got Super Bowls to show for it. He's done it in the past. So you give a pass to certain guys. Collar hasn't done it in the past. And so you can't do that. That's why I was looking forward tonight to be that time to say, we're going to take this step up. And everybody says, well, come on. Everybody has a bad game. It's because of what you've done in the past. You want it now to start where you're going to be in the future, where you have this team, like Ed and I talk about. It's not good enough anymore to say, okay, well, we'll make the playoffs. Are we good enough to go to the Super Bowl? Are we good enough to play that way? And I wanted to see us get a little closer to that. I didn't see that tonight.
Well, it's hard to argue with Pat.
Yeah. Think about it.
It really is. Can you make some arguments here and there? But all in all, basically what he's saying is what it's been so far.
You got to show me.
Yeah.
You have to show me.
Unfortunately, there's not hundreds of games or 80-some games
Bingo.
or 100 and some games
you
to play.
You don't have that luxury.
You have 16 games, pal, and you're getting paid a lot of money
to do it. Let's go out to Mark in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Mark, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, love the show. But first thing we got to do is we got to get the wheels back on the road after a caller says we need to get Tebow on the team.
Oh, stop it.
I cannot believe you did not stop yourself.
I couldn't do it, Mark. You know what? I almost fell off the table when he said that. So.
Hey, here's where I'm at. I just want to put in reference to the young lady, Megan, that called in that said,
yeah,
why are we scared? Here's why I think we ought to be real scared. We have played two quality teams, the Green Bay Packers, the Houston Texans.
They lost to both of them.
Our offense sucked against the Packers. Our offense now sucks against the Texans.
Bingo.
When we get into the playoffs, and we're going to make the playoffs, what are you going to do? You're going to hang the 13th spot on the Falcons? You're gonna throw up a 10 spot against the Packers again? Ain't gonna happen, guys. I'm gonna hang up and listen. Thanks.
Yeah, and then your defense will have to score 21 points. I mean, is that what you want to look forward to? Or do you want to face it right now and say, hey, there's something wrong here? I'm not depending on my defense anymore. I want them to get the takeaways, obviously, which they did tonight, and they got 2. But I can't count on them scoring 21 points. I can't count on them scoring an interception at the end of the game with 10 seconds left to go to win the football game. Come on, where's my offense?
Doug, for God's sakes, you know what the bottom line? We can't even convert a third down. We struggle to convert a third down, let alone move the chains down the field, let alone score 6 points. I mean, it's right there in front of you.
Ed, we were 2 for 13 on third down.
I know, for 4 quarters. Yeah. Absolutely.
2 for 13.
1 of 5 in the first half.
2 for 13 on third down conversions.
But we gave up. Listen, they ran on us too much.
Oh, they ran us
half.
in the first half. You're right. I'm sorry, Ed.
Well, come on.
Yeah,
go to your room. Go to your room.
I apologize, Eddie. Because you know what? They ran the football. They ran against us the first half. So that cost us the football game.
Had a total of the Texans of 215 yards.
Yeah.
Against us, 215 yards.
And they rushed for 127, which you say, well, that's a lot of yards. But they had 35 of those rushes, and it was an average of 3.62 per carry. 3.62. Let's go out to John in Union Grove. John, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good morning, John.
What's up, John?
I thought tonight was a real good defensive battle with 2 really good defensive teams.
You betcha.
And you guys are all worried about the Packers, but what do you think about this team in purple with Adrian Peterson? How are you going to try and stop him?
Well, that's another thing, too. I mean, there's no question. John, we're trying to...
With trickery and deceit.
John, I can't answer that. The Vikings have been down, too. They've been went up and down like a yo-yo, and it depends on Ponder, how he's playing. And, they lost one of their best wide receivers. But, the fact is that, I don't know, maybe I expected too much tonight. But even that being the case, I would expect a hell of a lot more from our offense than we got.
Of course you would expect it tonight. We're at home.
Yeah.
Sunday night. I mean, we've got them coming in our clutches, pal.
And bad weather.
We
got them outside.
And not only that, we had a lot of good things happen to us here. I'm talking about from quarter to quarter to quarter in field position. And if you get field position, folks, the way the Bears had it tonight, and you can't score a touchdown, there's a problem, Houston.
Eddie, that stuff right there you have in your hand about the different quarters and the field position we were in.
It's incredible.
It should have been worth at least 21 points. Minimum 21 points. I mean, the worst scenario was kick field goals. And you had to win the football game.
We started the first quarter. We started on their 45. Second quarter, we started on their 38-yard line.
See, that's what's aggravating. I think that's what the bottom line is. I mean, there's something eating at me, and it's just that we had the opportunity to do that. It's not like
you couldn't have a better setup for an offense to open up and go after him, Doug,
and do something.
You will never have a better setup. Never have a better setup. For 4 quarters, when the Bears had field position than you had today. Almost impossible. And it's almost impossible what our offense put up there. Nothing.
You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Fat Sam's in Orland Park. Obradovich, phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss 13-6 to the Texans. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Orland Park. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss 13-6 to the Texans. Eddie, let's go back.
Can you believe that board lit up the way it is?
Unbelievable.
You guys are wonderful. Thank you for calling.
Let's go out to Massey and Bradley. Massey.
Hey guys, thanks for taking me, man.
Thanks for
calling.
Hey,
you know what? Excuse me. I didn't see so much 2 good defenses tonight as 2 inept offenses that was struggling in the conditions. I'm thinking that if under normal conditions, Foster probably could have got 200 yards if they wanted to force the issue. That's the way I see it. Neither team could get any consistency going. Balls was flying all over the place. Nobody was any accuracy. That's the way I saw it. I didn't see two good defenses.
Well, Houston came up against the number one defense in the National Football League, and that just happened to be the Bears. And I think Houston is ranked where, guys?
Offensively?
Defensively.
They're right up there.
Seventh or somewhere.
Yeah.
And Houston's right up there defensively, too. So beg to differ with you a little bit, Massey, but those were two pretty good damn defenses in any kind of weather.
Let's go out to Beverly in a car. Beverly.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up, Bev?
Thanks for taking the call. I just had a couple of comments. First of all, Lovey absolutely drives me crazy. I don't know what game he was watching tonight. And I wanted to address the caller that called about the fans being uneducated. I don't know what section he was sitting in, but obviously...
Beverly, you mean when the gentleman that called and talked about that they were berating Cutler and he was faking an injury or something? Is that the one you were referring to?
Yeah, that's the one I was referring to. I don't know what section he was sitting into, but... Section 132 didn't even know where Cutler was or what happened to him, so I don't know what he was talking about. But the fans tonight, I thought, were, for the most part, great. They sat in the stadium. We were soaked, and nobody left. So I wanted to hear your comments on when is the offense going to show up, because you're right. We're not going to beat anybody in the playoffs. We're going to be a one and done.
Yeah, and hopefully we get to the playoffs. I mean, again, too, it was a real dud tonight, I thought, in my mind, even though, like you said, Houston is a good defense. But sooner or later, we have to start making some moves and start doing things.
Yeah, Bev, what's scary about that, and if you go back to the prior games, and if you clocked it, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and really looked at our offense and seeing the passing yards and the running yards and the points we put up, it's scary. And as Doug calls these teams, and these are against tomato cans. These are against not very good football teams, and our offense struggles. So this isn't what you saw tonight. This just didn't happen. We've been struggling offensively against poor football teams, poor defensive football teams. So, but we are what we are. We're 7-2. And we still got a shot at it.
Yeah, there's hope. I mean, I'm not trying to throw water on the fire.
But there's a word called reality, too, and that's what we're talking about.
You've got to face it. You've got to face what the hell is going on, because if it does keep up, you're not going to win. And especially, you're not going to, if you do get to the playoffs, you're not going to win in the playoffs, not against those other teams, not the good teams. And what bothers me the most is we lost two football games, and both of them been to teams that are pretty damn good, the Green Bay Packers and also Houston. That's the part.
And don't forget, and also, folks, listeners out there, let me just tell you something. I don't know if you're aware, but the Houston Texans, they do have a pretty damn good defense. Their three top defensive players, correct me if I'm wrong, Doug, didn't even suit up.
Yeah, Cushing didn't suit up.
Middle linebacker.
Yeah, and their defensive tackle didn't suit up. And I've got to tell you another thing didn't suit up. This kid Daniels, the tight end, who's from Naperville.
Oh, excuse me, two on defense, that's right.
Yeah.
Daniels on right.
And the kid's from Naperville, hell of a tight end. He didn't suit up, and he's one of their best receivers, touchdown guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, I mean, I just don't. I'm tired of making excuses for the offense. That's all I'm saying. Time to quit doing that. Let's go out to James on the south side. James, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, James.
You're on, James.
Yeah, I just don't understand. The Bears don't have an offensive line. I don't know where people thought the Bears was going. Your offensive line sucks. Listen, the thing you got to do is hit Cutler in the mouth, double team Marshall, and he's not going anywhere. The Green Bay hit Cutler in the mouth, and so did the Houston Texans tonight. You have no offensive line. You don't have a Super Bowl offensive line. So until you get a better offensive line, you're not going nowhere. I don't understand what people thought the Bears. Your offensive line is not a Super Bowl caliber offensive line. You are not going to the Super Bowl with that offensive line. You're not. I mean, what are people talking about? I don't understand you haven't played anybody in the whole season. Your offensive line is terrible. You play two good teams, and it's the same thing. Hit Cutler in the mouth,
okay, and he's going to go down, and you double team Marshall, and it's just, that's the formula. And Cutler's going to throw you the ball. I just don't understand what people thought the Bears aren't going anywhere till you get that fix that offensive line.
There's no question about the offensive line, but I got to tell you, there weren't any sacks tonight. Houston didn't get any sacks against the Chicago Bears tonight. And I'm not going to blame the offensive line tonight for the problems that the Bear offense had. Their offensive line has to get better, there's no question about it. But tonight, there weren't any sacks. There were times they had time to throw. Cutler had time to throw. Campbell had time to throw. But unfortunately, either drop passes, overthrown, interceptions, fumbling the football, all that garbage. And so that's why when you look at tonight's game, you say to yourself, you know what if that didn't all happen? You say, well, that can't happen. Well, yeah, sure it can happen. Good teams, though, do not let it happen. And I'm just trying to say for the Bears, for them offensively to get going. Because I'll go back to, again, what Lovey said. Well, the defense couldn't stop the run. You think that's the problem?
The first
half.
Yeah.
You think that's the problem why you lost this game? Because the defense couldn't stop the run in the first half? Get real. Let's go out to Jim in his car. Jim, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, great show.
What's up, Jimmy?
Well, you know what? I got to say that I hope, and I hate to pin it on a rookie, but I hope Jeffries comes back soon because I have not seen a team that drops more passes than the Bears.
I'm with you 100% on this one, buddy.
Besides Marshall. Marshall, that guy is just unbelievable. He gives it his all, but, they got to get, I don't know if Kyle Adams or whatever, but, you can't have a tight end. The last thing a tight end should do is drop passes, 10, 15-yard passes. That cannot happen.
You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct because a lot of times you're not targeted that many times, but when you are targeted, that means you're going to get open. That means you have to make the catch. You don't have the luxury of saying, I'll get it next time. There may not be a next time. And that's exactly what's happening with the Chicago Bears with their tight end situations. They've got to make the play right now. You only get times a play is drawn up, designed, let's say, for the tight end to get open. And he finally gets open. The offensive line blocks for him. The quarterback drops back, throws to him. Now it's your turn to come through with the equation, and that's catch the football. Yeah. It didn't happen.
Jim, offensively, you look at all the other teams, and we've been mentioning this for quite some time. You find a lot of the passing game revolves around the tight end because of how the defenses are played. And the tight end is a big, big factor offensively. Unfortunately, that's a phase of the different offensive phases that we have or different offensive schemes. We cannot utilize a tight end in our offensive attack. Why? Because we have to have him stay in and block for the most part. So when we do use them, it's few and far in between. But when you're called on to catch the football, catch it. Catch the damn football.
Absolutely. There's no question about that. Charles on the south side. Charles, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Nobody really wants to admit that the offense was bad last year under Mike Martz. Okay, because that's a down across the board. What's really disappointing is that we're not even using Forte as much as we did last year. Okay, and I think we scored last year's offense scored over 30 points a game before Cutler went down, and against better teams like the Eagles and the Jets, they were still good. So I wish Martz was given one more year, to be honest with you, because I really think they really set Cutler back.
I think Jay Cutler put the
kibosh on
that one.
Yeah.
That kind of happened last year. Excuse me, Charles. That I think that Jay pretty much helped them pack and get them out of town.
The other thing too, I wish they would use Forte more in the screen situations, Ed. To get him the football.
Use Hester in the slot. Get some motion. Put people in motion. Doug, there's so many things that they can do that are just basically academic that we just really don't do.
And Forte was open. Forte was open today. Again, I'll go back to it. Cutler missed him from middle of the field, wide open. And so, that kid can catch the football, but you have to throw it to him, So, anyway, Bears lose 13-6. And I want to thank all you for calling in, for listening. And our thank yous go out to Mark Joliffe, our producer, Zach Withers, our producer, Rich White, our engineer, Matt Santa Maria, Promotions, Tim McMahon, Promotions, and Rick Camp back here.
There.
But he was on his honeymoon, you know.
He was. You were a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Yep. Look, he's flashing a ring.
And we want to
married young man.
And Ed and I want to wish all the veterans out there
oh my God,
happiness, and thank you so much for your service for our country. We really appreciate it. See you next week.
Good night.